first I called you Matisse and I absolutely butchered it. Oh no, what did I call you? Matty S. Matty S. That was awful. I'm sorry about that one. Yeah. Okay, listen, I was just CSGO, lots of Kenny S, Henry G. But now I saw a tweet where he was like, is it Matush? And you were like, yes, it's Matush.
I mean, that's my name, obviously. But my nickname is Matisse, basically. But my name, usually people say like Matus, but it's Matush, actually.
Interesting. So it's just the sound.
Yeah,
what's the two letters?
It's like S. It's like S, letter S, but there is like a little sign above it. For you people, it's like S and H combined. Ash, yes.
Just the S with the accent. Oh, okay, Matush. Pleased to meet you, Matush. I can say your name correctly. But I was just talking to him, talking about, incredible time over at Blast London, obviously. Big to see it. Must have been cool to be part of that trophy moment, all that hard work leading up to it. Did it feel like it was kind of a moment in time that you wanted to take a picture of, a mental snapshot?
I mean, it was amazing, obviously. Like, we knew we can play good CS, but it was only for us a question of time, and we're going to prove it to each other. Not to people outside, obviously, but to ourselves. And I think we also could have done better on Serbia, for example. We lost to Mongols, which is also a really good team. It's not like every game is granted, And I think especially for these bigger teams, like number 1, top 2, top 3 teams, almost every game feels like 50-50, And we lost first map 13-11. If we would have won that match, then maybe we would have been even finals against Furia. Who knows, So we are really happy to right now. We have another opportunity, so yeah, here we go again.
Damn, it feels like at least you two are on the same page. Everyone seems to be on the same page. I'm going to go check with them, see how it's going. But this Nemanja, taken into leadership, seems like it's flowing. There's mutual respect both ways. I'm about to ask him, but from your side, I mean, how's he doing?
I think he's doing great, yeah. I mean, he's working hard as well. He's putting a lot of time, a lot of effort, and also supporting us, the players, and... yeah, he's just doing different stuff, like obviously in-game, but also outside of the game to help us. And I think he's doing a great job and he's on the right path.
Yeah. Interesting. Would you say something similar?
I think I have nothing to add, to be honest. He has been amazing towards every aspect, either helping, either leadership. So he has been combining it also with our coach excellently. So I think we are really happy and proud of him. And we're also trying to make him proud as our gameplay, obviously.
Are you a Stockholm boy?
No, I am not.
Where are you from?
Gothenburg.
Oh, it's a bit hipster in Gothenburg, isn't it? They're a bit... Okay, so where are your team? Where's LNZ and Nilo from?
Gothenburg and Stockholm. Nilo's from Stockholm. And LNZ is he's in the same city as me.
Really? Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, I've never been to Gothenburg, but I worked with a production company that was from there, and they were really cool dudes. So I'll just assume that you're just as cool as them, huh? So you can't give any tourist advice for Stockholm?
No, not really. I mean, all I can say is Gothenburg is better.
Yeah, all right. Is Gothenburg the next biggest city after Stockholm?
Yeah, exactly.
So you've got the little brother syndrome going on.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always like the rivalry, right? So everyone from Gothenburg says Gothenburg is the main capital of Sweden.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, so is it nice to be playing? I know you're not in your city, but you're in your country. Don't have to travel too far. You didn't have to get on a plane, right? Well, actually, did you fly?
No, we took the train.
I was going to say that'd be crazy. Yeah, is there a flight from Gothenburg to Stockholm?
Yeah, it is actually, but I think it takes longer time since you need to be before 1 hour, 1.5 hours before at the airport, So.
Did he say you were from Gothenburg or you were from? Yeah, it's the haircut. It's the haircut.
The haircut?
Well, you're both quite fashionable young men.
This haircut is this is Stockholm's haircut. So.
Oh shit! Is that the Swedish rich boy? That's like the Draken.
Yeah, like everyone has this nowadays. So you're not gonna find anybody else with another haircut in Stockholm.
Okay, well we'll have to go check out some barbers. I actually went to the barber. I know my hair's a mess right now. It always is. But I did go to the barber in Malta the other day, and the barber was Swedish.
Really?
So he didn't. I guess it's kind of like that, but I just wear it like a clown.
Like either people get fades or they get this. That's how it is. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. How are you finding things? Right. Again, lots of roster changes going on in your camp. It's going to be hard to have things when they're not so stable. Actually, was it this venue that you were playing with NIP back in
I Am Fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it was only I Am Fall.
And it's got flashbacks. It was like just as we were coming out of the pandemic. It was here, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was the studio was here, and it was the Globen Hotel.
That when Device was on the team?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, this is I'm having flashbacks to 4 years ago. Damn, this is kind of wild. Okay, so it must be again, must be nice to be getting to play in Sweden. But in general, with Counter-Strike at the moment, you're looking at a lot of the teams. Who do you think is the best right now? Because I could list 6 teams who could win this trophy.
Yeah, I think it's right now it's a lot up and down. Like you see G2 winning over Vitality in best of 5. You wouldn't expect that. Also, Spirit is also a top team, but you don't know where they are right now as well.
You practiced them with Tania?
Yeah, a little bit.
How they looking?
I think they're like they didn't have the good results in Prague, but I think it's very black and white, right?
So you beat them.
Yeah, but we're also Prague heroes, so that's also
Yeah, it doesn't matter. A win's a win, right?
no, but I think it's gonna go well for them. It takes a bit of time.
Hello, Mr. Slacks. You're looking prepared for the Stockholm weather? Yeah, you're immediately like, okay, summer's over. Do you have like a capsule? Do you open your winter capsule and go, oh, there's my nice. Are you organised? You strike me as an organised guy.
Nah, not really. But
Immediately, by the way, I want you guys to know Sin was laughing immediately as I said that. Something funny over there, man?
yeah, I know. I'm his roommate, so I know he's going.
Okay, that's fair. And I also, I see you have the tiniest mouse known to man.
Yeah.
What, how much does this weigh? Why is it, what is this?
Yeah, it's like 36 grams or something.
Dude, that's nothing. Oh, I have to hold the microphone in front of my mouth so you can hear me.
Yeah.
I've never seen, what mouse is that?
It's a final mouse. They first to start this trend.
Right, they're cutting the bits.
A lot of mice have like the low weight, and yeah, I started one time, and now I tried to get back of it, you know, and I tried some other ones, but it's just impossible.
Yeah, you just got comfortable now.
I can't.
Yeah, that's fair enough, dude. That's absolutely fair enough. You're a 4x3 non-stretched user. Is this correct?
This is correct. You know, keeping it old school.
Is there any logical reason for it other than like the potential placebo of it feels good?
No, it's the same with the mouse. I started playing it in CSGO like when I started with like 600 hours in 2018. And I tried just with the mouse. I tried as well. I tried stretch, but I tried it for like half a scrim, and it just doesn't work.
No, I agree. It's also the Z-axis or whatever that one is. The fact that the pixels are wider and it feels faster. I mean, if you've played your whole CS on it, I get it. But I always feel like I see more AWPers playing on 4x3. Yeah. Do you think there's a correlation? Like it feels good to AWP on like black bars?
In CSGO, before Simple happened, every AWPer played black bars.
I swear.
Shiro played I think Shiro is still playing it, but Device played it, Kenny S played it. Like every good AWPer played.
Yeah, I swear that's a correlation I'd had in the back of my head. So you're just kind of following suit. And it seems to be working wonderfully. Yeah, you feeling good about the tournament?
Yeah, of course. Pro League always good tournament for us. You know, nice little one best of 3 a day, no best of 1. Yeah, it's our favorite tournament.
All right, we're doing SSD setups right now. Let's do a bit of a pop quiz. What does SSD stand for?
Actually, no idea.
I think it's solid state drive. I'm going to look at a league ops guy. He's nodded. Actual tournament management. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Rugger, what's going on, mate? Here at EPL, you don't have to travel too far to come to this one, do you?
It's perfect. It beats like flying to Malta, for sure.
Wait, mate, tell me about it. I can't get it direct from Malta to Sweden. I had to stop in Munich and then Munich to here. But it's all good. Everyone's here. Everyone's looking good. You're starting in stage 1. Your opening opponent, did it get changed? Because you see Lin Vision aren't here? So same opponent. Okay. So I have a tiny little notebook. Check this out. Astralis versus Fluxer. Look at that. Look at that. I got my notes. So you're going up against the Brazilians. Art's in there. Lacauzi's in there. Decent's in there. It's actually a pretty good roster. People should know a lot of the names. Zevi's in there. What do you make of that opening matchup?
I think it's always hard playing the Brazilians, especially in the opening game, because they tend to come with a lot of passion and power and also speed a lot of times. So, yeah, we had the experience last time in Fisher as well, playing, was it 3 Brazilian teams? So we know the drill a little bit about what to expect.
Now, fair enough. And Art in the server, he's always doing crazy moves, right? So Fury are winning, but Art's not there. Anyway, that's a story for another day. You got Magisk here now. The way that the statement came out seemed like it's a temporary thing. I don't want to dig about that, but we can leave it there. But obviously some role and position changes, right? See Hooksy taking over a couple more roles where he's getting some map control. So how have things been going?
I think they're doing good. I think we had a good first event with Magisk, and also gave us a lot of things to work on, like back home in terms of like theory and how we want to approach the game with Magisk as well. But yeah, it's going really good, and Magisk brings a lot of experience and know-how on how to win. So I'll take that.
Now, I can't remember the seating arrangement, but is this kind of recoupling intentional?
I think we wanted to try something new because Jabi lost his side partner for a long time in Staven, so we wanted to change things up a little bit and give people like a new position to try and see and feel how it goes in the new positions, basically.
Okay, cool. Well, good luck, and I'll go and harass your players now. So thank you for your time.
First things first, Slimy.
Yo.
As a nickname, pretty unique. There's never been a Slimy, no variation of Slimy. You managed to find, after, however many millions of gaming nicknames, you found what spoke to you. Origins of Slimy.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Oh, you were like deep into you got deep into the Minecraft, yeah? We're talking like those big servers where there's like thousands of players open.
Yeah. School holidays, just the vibe, stuff like that. Not a lot of Minecraft players moved over to CS, so
No, yeah, that's actually
probably why. Yeah.
No, legitimately like quite a unique like entrance path. Did you do any of the PvP? Like,
Yeah.
so like that, you got into the kind of the shooting movement correlation, and then found CS and were like, oh, this is like this on crack.
Yeah, basically.
Interesting.
A while ago though, like 7, 8 years ago.
No, I'm just catching up on the lore. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so moving into Counter-Strike, I just had a quick look at like your history of teams.
Yeah.
It had 3 teams listed on there. There was one at the start which is escaping me. Your first like official HLTV team registered. What was it called?
I think it was Kanga?
Kanga. Yeah, that's it. Of course it was Kanga. So from Kanga to the Roosters, but it was a mind freak moment. Yeah. Very Australian of you. Yeah. Respect. Hanging out with the Rooster boys. How are you feeling about your ability to have impact with them in the matches?
No, I think especially for me, I think I'm very confident in my ability. I think we all shoot really well. Yeah. Like genuinely, like I think a lot of people when I was like, it's a bit of a brain rot region, but I feel like everyone like in the plugs, they all shoot amazing. Yeah. So like if everyone here's on, we're on, and I think we're a very very smart team when we're on from a comm, and I think especially for myself, I think if we're all playing together, I will be shooting. Terry's over there, I'll be shooting.
Yeah, just Terry shoot.
TJ, I'll be screaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully,
definitely.
yeah.
That's when you know
That's the game plan. Just tilt G2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course.
The tilt is a very real weapon. As soon as you get in their heads like, oh, we shouldn't be losing, and then suddenly they lose the next one, and then you usually, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you're running with that. I like that a lot.
What's going on?
Who the fuck is it? They're checking your profile. That's like, who the fuck is it? Okay. So there's no doubt that heads will roll, but it is going to be that extra layer. TJP was talking about that little 1%, 2%, those little these fractions of timings of I should have swung a second later, I should have called it out.
Yeah, and it all starts with having good communication. Like,
how would you say because not to generalize, but most of the people that shoot head the hardest tend to not talk very much.
I think our upper level, our comms were really good. On the upper level, but that's when we're on the upper level. Yes. And I think when we lose games we shouldn't, it's because of our comms. But when we win games like upset games, it's because of our comms.
Yeah. Okay. So now so a general metric for your success is going to be how tight are the comms on the day. Yeah. Interesting.
All right, let's jump in here. We got 3D Max. We'll kick off with the stand-in, Mr. Navarra. How you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm good, and you?
Good. Now, look, we've got a lot to talk about, mate. You're a Counter-Strike guy. For people who aren't familiar with you, you were 6th man on Vitality for a little while. Then you went, I want to go and play with like weird smokes and flashes and play Valorant. You went and did that for like 4 years, and now you're back. So what's happened?
So I've been switching games after Vitality because there was a weird rule with like major stuff. They didn't allow 6-player, and they did like last minute. So I was a bit disappointed because we were doing really great with the team and I was really confident for this major. So this happened and there was my brother on the other side that was already in place with a strong team in Valorant. So I was like, why not playing with my brother? Like I didn't have this chance in CS, so why not in Valorant? Like after 1 year, I felt like I actually preferred CS. Okay. so after 1 year, I was like, maybe I will go back to CS. Actually, it was a good experience, brother. But
was that on Liquid or was it the other one? Is it Carmine Corp?
After Liquid, I was considering going back to CS. Yeah. Then Carmine Corp came, and it's like one of the biggest org, especially in France. Really huge people following this organization, and really strong fans. So I was like, it's worth trying. And I'm still with my brother. So I gave the game another chance, but it was not my game.
Fair enough. Good to have you back in Counter-Strike. Now, look, you're standing in for 3D Max because Maka is unable to make it. Have you guys been able to have much practice?
We've been practicing like 1 or 2 days. I've just watched their games, but I'm watching a lot of demos. So I told the boys that I watch their games and I kind of know the style they're using. And I'm just going to play my game. They said I can play my game and they're going to fit a bit around that. So I'm pretty confident and it's pretty chill with them.
Nice. Okay. So if people are interested, right, when they get to watch you play this week, What's your goal? Do you want to play like Tier 1 CS? Well, what's the goal?
Yeah, obviously I want to go back to Tier 1. But I know, like, since it's been not even a year that I'm back to the game. So obviously I had to get to the meta. The game changed a lot. I was in CSGO, now it's CS2. So it's like almost a different game. But like past months I've been training a lot and I feel really, really confident individually. So I'm pretty confident I can go back to the highest level anytime soon.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to be looking forward to watching you play this week, mate. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Anything going on in your life? How's things?
It's fine. A lot of focus on CS right now, so just playing, I would say.
You on the grind?
Yeah, mentally especially. Yeah, because we don't have that much officials, but
Oh, so you have to stay sharp.
yeah,
Lots of
so
scrims.
yeah, so mental power we need to improve it.
Okay, so sunlight, that's good. How much sunlight have you been seeing recently? Like a little walk, maybe? A little.
I wouldn't say a lot because now it's autumn.
And we're in Sweden, so you're right. Sun isn't possible. What about grass? We can touch some grass. There's grass here somewhere. In the car park, maybe?
I think it is, but we didn't touch it yet. So
Okay, so just grinding. Lots of CS. I'm wondering, because I saw a couple of tweets, I don't remember who it was, a player recently just tweeted like, oh, it was Lear. Lear tweeted like, we've been grinding the game for 12 to 14 hours for the whole month. We get to the event, you know, and we didn't deliver. Is it possible, you think, in your experience now, to play too much CS? Like, can you, if you grind too much, does it have a negative outcome? Or where does your mind, what's your opinion on that?
yeah, I think so, but eventually I think that it should pay off because like you're playing a lot, but at the moment when you're too exhausted, like before event, it can play a bad role in your event because you may feel like not that energetic, you know, and you can sometimes feel isolated from the team because you're in your minds because you're too exhausted, you know. So
it's about fatigue and, you know, being tired.
I think you need to balance like not only the time you're playing CS but also like some time outside, maybe some sports, etc. So you should.
And that's not easy to do because your whole focus, the reason you're here is because you got obsessed with this game and got really good at it. So how, like, that's like a weird, like, you know, you'd probably play better if you did a bit of extra stuff, but we're still not doing it because all we want to do is play CS. But you could play better. But no, but Donk's not in the gym. Donk doesn't go for walks. So what are we saying here? Maybe he does. I don't know. I'm speaking for him there.
I mean, I think it also depends on the age of the players because when he's like older, he gets faster exhausted, and when you're too young, you just need to play.
I remember being a 17-year-old on Face It, just, yeah.
So I would say the age matters here because you can feel that your body changes and it may grow. And I feel that when you becoming like more older, you need to still like find the same desire for the game, and maybe to do it you need like to do some different stuff from the CS as well.
Yeah. So. No, really nice to chat with you, bro. It is a delicate balance, I'm sure, but the grind, I hope it does pay off. I can see you've already got the Face It AC launched. He's about to go fragging. Yeah, he's doing some Face It. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Norbert. Mate, how long have you been on the bench for?
9 months.
What did you do in 9 months?
Nothing, just playing CS, going to gym every day.
Okay, nice. The remedy. That's the way. That's the Hooksy method, apparently. Okay, so look, you're playing for Hotu now. You've been there for a month. What's it been like in this team?
It's been good, you know, playing 2 best of 3s a day. Not good, but good practice because I was a long time on bench.
It's good to play some Team Counter-Strike. Huh? Now, listen, you guys just won an online tournament the other day, so that's going to give you some good confidence coming into this.
Yeah, maybe. We won not the real EPL, but
it's better than coming in on a loss, right?
Yes. So, but yeah, it's give us a little bit confidence. But you know, we're here like underdogs, and we will just try to do our best.
I think I was talking to Mo about this before, and I asked, like, who did the team seeding? You know, what's going on here? Because you guys put Virtus Pro at 15. I thought maybe it was you're holding a grudge, mate. Is that the case?
No, it's not me. We're just talking about the seeding, and I was thinking how to do the good one, and the other said, let's put VP on the last place.
Fair enough. Do you still talk to any of the boys over there, Fame and Flit?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So what's going on with their team? It's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
You know, I don't like to talk about it, but
spill the beans, Norbert. Tell us the news. Come on.
I know some news, but I wouldn't say it. But you know, for me, when I'm watching how they're playing, I feel pain.
So it's not just while we're casting. Okay, so why do you feel pain? Is it because of the way that they're approaching the game, or you think if you're there, it could be better? Why are you hurting?
I don't know if I was in team. I don't know. Maybe it would be the same result. But when I'm watching how they're playing, I feel like it's better to not join it.
Fair enough. Hey, yeah, look, I think that's fair. What about, we got some more stuff going on, right? Like Kick It just joined MIBR. They're trying the Furia technique.
Yes, because they pick up a young guy, Klim, same like Molodoi and Furia, and they need to find a friend for him.
Yeah, okay. Well, who else we got from your old team? James and Dastan together playing in Paravision. So you keep up with any of those guys still?
No.
Oh.
Like sometimes, like one time in 2 months, we can talk.
Okay, all right.
Not like with Fleet and Fame. Like in Moscow, we're always going to hang out somewhere.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Katia.
All right, let's do this.
Favorite city you visited because of Counter-Strike, and why?
Probably just Sweden.
Rio. I would say I like Katowice, the boot camp. That was a great city.
Rio.
I would say Chicago. The city was really beautiful. Like it was really overwhelming. Like the city center was like something else. I've never seen this before, and I have a really like strong memory of this just because of this. Yeah.
Budapest.
Katowice. It's like the second home at this point. A few shenanigans going on there. Bit crazy.
Stockholm, because of Stockholm, yeah.
Hong Kong.
I would say Austin, because it was good.
Yeah, Katowice. We've been there a couple times for a boot camp, so we're basically locals.
I think Melbourne was actually pretty nice because it's quite far away, so I thought we don't get to visit it, and it was fun to visit it.
Favorite city you visited because of Counter-Strike? Why? Probably ATL, Atlanta. Why? Because just everything. Fried chicken, bazaar, everything.
Melbourne. I really enjoyed the vibe and like all the palm trees and some like hot and chill weather. It was a very good tournament, honestly, and I wish we would have gone further, but yeah, like just the vibe there is amazing.
Now, I've heard some things in my day, but I don't know that I've quite heard those acronyms be used here on broadcast.
Just a little bit of ZA.
Just a little bit of ZA. Let's roll the dice on that one. What did we get?
Oh my God! Oh, you got a pair, double fours.
Thanks.
I think you got to roll again with that.
No, I'm not getting up. Go get that. That's not happening. What is your guys' favorite city? Yanko, you were saying Katowice?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for a while there, I think I could have gotten a residency card, Trace, when we were doing Pro League out of there. 12 weeks a year, that's 3 months in Katowice. And yeah, also spending so much time with our talent manager, Kinga, I feel like I'm one of the locals now. But our Slivovice is better.
What's better?
Slivovice.
Ah, okay. Slivovice. That cleared it up. Yeah,
that's clear. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I just all had a stroke. I can understand.
Harry, did you have a favorite city? And why is it Sweden?
Sweden is my city. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
dude.
love it here, man. It's so good.
Okay.
That's really all I have to say on the topic.
Yeah, fair. In one day of Counter-Strike done. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, it feels like we've been here forever.
Yeah, it feels like we have been here for a little while, but we haven't been here that long.
Sorry.
Oh, little piggy. Little piggy to start. Good morning, everyone. How was your day? How's your day?
My day's great so far. I'm
Caffeinated?
I was in a very good mood this morning when I woke up.
Yeah,
I'm
saw
just
him
trying to
at
carry it through as much as I possibly can.
I also, I think Jason is feeling optimistic today because I came to the lobby thinking, oh, like I've got 1 minute to get to the shuttle. I don't want to be late 2 days in a row. Not that I was late the first day, but like a little. So I was like, I've got to be on time. Then I see Jason meandering into the breakfast with 1 minute until we're supposed to be in the shuttle. Man got his coffee. Man got a ginger shot.
Coffee.
Man got a little croissant to go.
Yeah,
that's why you're in such a good mood.
Handling business today.
I was with you
handling
all the way
business
till
today.
you said that you got a ginger shot. Why would you do that?
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
You know what? Yeah, 10 points to Gryffindor on that one. That's very good.
My brain's working a bit.
It is?
Like 20 degrees hotter in here.
Good for you.
Is that a good thing?
I think you have a fever.
All the words in the room are slanted and I can't read so good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of sick.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think some people pay for that experience at certain points. Speaking of which, experiences you could pay for, or rather, some teams do pay for their players to pay here or play here. Rather,
Talk about your favorite city, Trace.
Let's talk about my favorite city and why it's yesterday's first day of games.
Well, because the games yesterday were it's obviously the kickoff day of ESL Pro League Season 22. That makes it exciting right out of the gate. Yeah, some good games, and obviously I think the big thing we're all tracking is this opening stage of ESL Pro League has all the VRS implications. So this is like the last push for these teams playing right now to secure a position in a certain stage of the major, to secure a position in the major itself. So a lot is on the lines for these teams just out of the gate here at Pro League.
Yeah, Heroic is down bad after that loss yesterday to Gentlemates, which opens up an opportunity for Bait, who is in our first game of the day playing against the upset of yesterday, Hotu, who took down Furia 2-0. Furia coming off of that win in Belgrade at Fisher, right? Their first S-tier LAN win ever. It's the first time Yuri and K Serrato have lifted that trophy. First time for Fallen in like 17 years. He was just a wee boy the last time it happened.
Which means it was probably their first time ever having to play in the post-trophy trap game, where you just can't seem to get the energy going, you know?
Yeah, and they were one of the first ones. You remember back in the Luminosity days, they won a major and then they came to Malmo and lost to Tai Lu, like last place, getting eliminated. So yeah, maybe this was a wake-up call. You'd hope so.
Did you?
Harry is more awake his brain is getting cooked apparently, so hopefully Furia is more awake without being fried.
I think they'll be fine. Did you see that Inner Circle beat 3D Max as well? Like is that an upset or is that not an upset?
If you've seen 3D Max play as much as I've unfortunately have to. So then also, I mean, they had a sub yesterday. Nivera was in for Maka, who we just saw was talking to the camera this morning, still hungover from his brother's wedding. So still take him over Nivera though.
Okay. I mean, so at least
is laughing because he does his best work. Hungover.
I know. I was gonna say.
Look, like Nivera,
he's hungover right now.
Nivera, man, you do what you got to do. Like I get it. You know, weddings are weddings and schedules are schedules. That's why we're adhering to this one for the day.
Yeah, Bait, Hotu, Stralasense, Matey, and Heroic, and then G2 versus whoever they are. Is that General Mates? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a bad logo.
It's a new logo.
Sorry, it's a new logo.
It's a new logo.
New logo. Just can't read it from a distance.
Yeah.
It's imperceptible from anything else.
All right, 3D Max Rooster.
That's a cool game for Rooster. They actually could, punish this hungover Maka.
Yeah.
That's possible.
And that's the guy who likes Za on that team?
Yes.
So you're going to have some issues.
That's Pizza, I believe. We've got Gamer Legion versus Inner Circle. I'm excited about seeing if Inner Circle they could technically, realistically win this as well and be 2-0 up and actually maybe see stage 2, or am I being too optimistic now?
No, you're in a happy place. I like where you're going with that. Legacy NRG is actually kind of a cool game in my head as well, just to see where they're at. Two teams in the Americas region that, Legacy should have a leg up on them considering some of their results, but I think both those teams.
Nice, man.
Yeah, you like that?
I was just thinking about what NRG had packed a punch over there in Philadelphia. They went over there, they brought Nip over there just to beat them in Philadelphia.
Sure.
And then they came all the way to Sweden, and now what are we going to get?
And Furia, the only reason they lost yesterday was so they could play against Art and sort of minimize his chances of making the major. Is like, We'll give Hotu one just so we
Your punishment must be more severe. We'll see you in the 0-1 game.
Guys, suffered enough.
So speaking of punishments, okay, maybe not that. Maybe our DHL MVP check-in. Well, you did pick these out yesterday. Some people did get a little bit further on than others. Moses, is that Moses in the bottom left?
It feels really good to be in that position on the left side of the screen. I'll tell you guys that right now. I hope all of you get to experience what it's like to be in the lead.
But he had this rating and they lost?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What the hell? What's the rest of the team doing?
I don't know. That was a weird game yesterday. Harry with the sleeper pick, though, in third place is quite nice. He's got to be proud.
Everyone was laughing when I said Mattis, but I meant to say Magisk, but now I'm not going back on it now. I'm doing pretty good.
Who go in fourth place with the Norbert pick?
Norbert.
He had a game yesterday. Norbert had a game yesterday.
So whose highlights are we watching right now?
These are your Kinder.
Wait,
this is
it's
Serato.
K Serato.
Oh, it's K Serato?
You know what? I think
That's my boy.
You know how he's first and you picked him?
yeah. That makes sense why they show those highlights, yeah. I thought we'd be moving on to show a little bit of love, give everyone a chance.
Yeah, and so I guess if we look at the numbers, we break them down to MPL, K Serato, and ZTR.
Yep, those are all letters.
And
actually, wait, ZTR had like why was he playing so good?
He had a third map banger.
He was great all series long, and then like went insane in map 3.
Just because he was playing against an NA team, it had to happen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, this is going to be my 1 in 10 games that I actually pop off.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of when I was like looking through the numbers on it. It wasn't for this event. It was like back at one of the Blast ones I just did. Like,
of course it was.
He has so many like single-digit games. Like he is like a real, just brain power, not a fragging IGL by any margin.
Yeah, but what's his round swing, Harry?
I have no clue what his round swing is, but probably like minus like 8%. Pretty bad, if I had to guess.
Didn't realize you had a ZTR hater on the couch.
Yeah, it's not a hater, no. I think he brings a lot tactically. He just doesn't frag out, and that's why I
feel like a hating at the start.
And Harry cannot find the value in that, right? Like he doesn't see the value in it because he's just a pure fragger, no brain.
Numbers guy, like
this poor guy. He has his one good game out of 10, and then we're on the desk talking about how bad all the other 9 games are. Like,
we're not.
Like, can I get a break?
We're not. Harry is.
That's true.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, I'll bail you out,
man. He kind of popped off.
I can bail you out.
Should have picked him for my MVP.
I'm thinking about like the idea of some of these players and teams feeding upwards, not trending upwards. We often talk about like trending upwards, but like the idea of feeding teams into situations and where they fit into the ecosystem known as the professional competitive Counter-Strike circuit.
Okay, so what you're alluding to, what this segment is going to be about, ladies and gentlemen, it's right there. It's right there now. We're gonna be talking about ENCE and Heroic as teams who are kind of like the feeder teams, right? Their goal is to bring in new young players, build them up, show some potential, sell them off, make some money that way, and in that way be a successful org.
Well, isn't ENCE one of the handful of orgs that are actually turning a profit?
Yes.
And
well, they used to. As far as last report that I heard, which was a couple of years ago.
A tweet I read, I think, but. Like I assume that this is going to be, this is a deliberate choice of them picking up talents that look like they could be developed and could be worth accruing value over time.
But unfortunately, it might look like at the moment they're behind the curve, ENCE especially.
How come?
And one of the main reasons, because they're out of the invite bubble, really. ENCE hasn't been able to break through into tier 1, really. This is probably their players in the last, since maybe even the inception.
Yeah, this is from 2019 too.
Oh, from 2019.
I see Sergey in there.
Yeah, so
I see Disturbed. That's an old name.
Yeah, I think it's also right. But once you get out of that invite bubble, it becomes more difficult. And I think one of the reasons for that is the same guy, and it's Saw. First, he was the coach for ENCE, then he went to Heroic. Now he's in G2. And when you're going to do this, like try to do more with less, you need to have really good structure, good staff behind the team, right? Because you need to squeeze every little bit out of these players that you can. And actually, I really believe that with good coaching, you can get a team into the top 20. It's like breaking into the top 10 is very difficult unless you have some talent, right? But you can get to the top 30, 100%, around the top 20 with like good coaching, teaching the players how to play the proper way, being maybe a little bit gimmicky when you go up against better teams. And I'm afraid that both of these teams have maybe just given away too much talent in a sense, right? And now they're struggling to make up for it. Heroic is still reaping the benefits of last season, sort of being in that invite circle, but they haven't been able to find too many wins, and now they're on the cusp of looking like they won't make the major, especially if they end up losing today as well. So it's looking rough.
I think if you talk about the context events too, for them it's like not just selling players, but they've sold cores, right? To like get other teams into major contention.
Both of these
they've
teams
sold like trios, so it's really hard to continue on with any kind of success when you're giving away a core of a team at a time. I think too, the other thing that they have to be careful about is probably in the future, now that we start seeing some of the pro teams pick up more academy systems, like that this whole system of like kind of picking up players, like you are just turning yourself into sort of an academy team in a way, and you're going to be behind the curve once Navi Academy is like, we don't need to go to ENCE or Heroic, we're just going to grab people from our own system.
Do you see, or am I making this up, that like FaZe said they might need to, they're in the process of making an academy?
They are, yeah. Falcons just got an academy team, G2 has had one for a little while, right? You just are trying to sort of...
Well, buyouts are crazy, right?
Well, yeah, and have that structure. I like the idea because it's also, the academy team should have the same philosophy about the game as the main team. So they learn the basics of how you like to play. Obviously, it's a little bit more advanced on the tier 1 level. The players are better and everything, but sort of the concepts and the main protocols, you're aware of them, right? And makes the transition
easier.
A tad easier, yeah. And I think what you see about all these teams, like MOUZ is the team in the contender status that's doing more with less. But you have Gamer Legion, you have all these teams. It's the coach, right? Like it's the staff behind them. You always say that about MOUZ. You always say that about Ash when you talk about Gamer Legion. Like that's what is enabling some of these teams to do perhaps better than on paper it's looking like. And that's the next step for Heroic. They just lost Saw. They have Tobis, who was the MOUZ Academy coach. So can he fill those shoes, and how long is it going to take over at ENCE? It's been a little bit of a search, right? Like they had Cuban for a while, didn't work out. I think it's NKJ now at the moment there, which I think did some good work in the past. But again, they've struggled to really find the results, and in the current VRS breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Saw his value now is starting to be felt in, you know, how much he's being paid as well, I presume.
Hope so.
Just because I was talking to Hunter, like I was behind G2 and doing the lobby, and every time, you know, all of the players will reference the inputs of the coach. And then I ask Hunter about it, and he's like, I just don't want to, I mean, like, you've heard it all before, he's really good, and I don't want to jinx it. Like, he's really, really good. He's really, really good. You know, he just doesn't want to say too much, but he is giving them everything they need.
Yeah.
There's something empowering that, too, when you think about having a hierarchy within a team and a culture within a team, because a lot of Counter-Strike teams, I don't know if you guys can recall, but some of them have a hard time finding that practice environment or that system.
5 dudes, I mean, we know this, you know, having 5 people on the same page at the same time is not easy. Never mind having it in a professional environment where most people are professionally vibing. They've developed and, you know, nurtured everyone singing from the same hymn sheet. Nurtured. That's kind of nurture in my mind, you know?
I liked it. It was good.
Yeah. I've been learning about, do you know who Gaia is?
No.
Or Gaia? I think you say Gaia.
Go on.
So she's Mother Earth.
Gaia.
Age of Empires. Gaia.
Yes, Gaia.
Right.
Yeah,
I think,
Age of Mythology or whatever.
Oh, yeah, you've played it. Yeah. I'm just learning
It's
about
actually a
mythology
concept
right
that came before Age of Empire. I just want to throw that out there, but yes.
That was how I encountered her first.
Yep.
Yeah, she would talk to me.
Let's move on.
Yeah. So anyway, Gaia. I think is how it's pronounced. At least that's how I used to pronounce it.
Gaia.
Player.
What have you done to my goddamn aim?
It's dog shit, Chad. We're telling you the truth.
He did fall in love with the game straight away. He always loved watching me play it as well. That's when he got obsessed with the game.
To come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom!
Let's go! From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Go, go, go.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Ladies and gents, it is the Mackie and Jackie action-packed safari over in Sweden, also known as the Swedish Safari. Look, I'm in jail. Jackie has an entrance back to the fun and all the action. But hey, it's been a crazy, crazy night of games, which has left us with some interesting ones for the second day of ESL Pro League Season 22 for Stage 1.
Mate, yesterday was a bit of a wild one, weren't it? There was some twists and turns to the narrative, Mac, and I suppose that's what has led us here, really, just kind of in apps again. We got you out of the TV, though, but you're in jail now, so I suppose that's kind of today's quest. If you can, guys, please type in chat now to free Mac from jail.
Free me. Get me out. It's a little too hot on this side of the apartments, and I'd love to be back over to that side of the apartments, this side even, you know, where there's a bit more breeze. I don't like the bars on the window, even though people are like, look, it's better for security. We ain't about that. Look, that's why I've been going to the gym for the last bloody 10 years. So come at me.
Exactly. You're ready, mate. You're ready. As are we. God, look at him. It's mental. It's like a scene from King Kong 2007, but... Oh, dude. What a day, Mac. What a lovely day to be back. Like you say, more potentially Swedish Safari breakfast action. It kind of divulged as it went on. I think we've, changed more and more. I don't really know what sort of show we are, but I'll tell you what we do have, Mac. Some amazing CS.
We do. Of course, it's Rooster, but G2 will not be their opponent. It is going to be another European team. It is not G2. It is not an international mix because we got the individual that was missing yesterday, apparently back in the server. We asked, where's Macca? But he's back, and it is going to be 3D Max up against Rooster for that 0-1 position on the Swiss stage. So, loser is going to go 0-2 and then be up for elimination, which is going to be, a lot of high-pressure gameplay. But then also for 3D Max as well, we never expected them to be in this position, even after how they opened up that first map yesterday in that series up against Inner Circle.
Yeah, man, it felt like realistically they were going to close that, right? They were playing some great CS, Mac. They were coming out really looking like you recovered from what was overall a certified loss on Ancient. Yeah. Towards the tail end, winning sort of rounds as well that were horrific for them. Getting that one over the mark, it was like, all right, cool, it should be a relatively simple series. You didn't expect Inner Circle to just bring it back in the manner they did and absolutely give it. But hey, bud, more to be seen for that a little bit later. For now, have a look at this. Fear that, Carl.
Unfortunately, yesterday, the Rooster Boys didn't do too much to be feared, unfortunately. There was a couple of moments and the overpass looked great. They were really solid on the pistol rounds, which set them up for a lot of good rounds, but then they also lost one too many anti-ecos, one too many anti-forces, which really just threw the economy in a weird array. And then also there was an unfortunate tech pause right off the back of their pistol win on Inferno, which then just completely shifted how that round played, shifted the momentum, and Inferno made their lives pretty much hell. So yeah, G2 obviously a tough opponent to go up against as your first opponent at EPL here, and it's not getting any easier today with 3D Max now that the IGL's back.
No, mate. Well, it shouldn't, in theory, you know what I mean? This should be a game that should certainly be a little bit more well-rounded. You smoothed out some of those edges. You don't know how quickly you're going to adjust back into it, though, I suppose. That's always the question, right? As much as it was kind of a super substand in play in the first map for Nevera, I think, you know, when you compare that contrast for the last two maps, there's definitely a fall off. It wasn't the same. Fun seeing him, at least. Like, it was nice to have him, mate.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit worrying for me. I think one of those where you come in sort of fresh first game, mate. If he's not feeding the hot hand, realistically, that's where I think it's an opportunity for Rooster to actually maybe get an upset win today.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's probably the best angle that Rooster could be hoping for. We saw some of their players' highs. If everyone starts to hit their stride and hits, you know, some of the good rounds that we saw from them, but just way more consistently, then that's when there's an opportunity for Rooster to try and cause this upset. But yeah, you look, Gravity yesterday, you saw exactly what he was bringing into the game. He was just pure raw aggression. He was where the T's buy guns when he's on the CT side within 15 seconds. Many rounds yesterday, and that was over on Ancient. Fortunately for Rooster, they don't play Ancient, so hopefully they won't be able to have too much of that Gravity running up in their grills, at least on that map. For the other maps, though, I don't know.
Well, it's hard, isn't it? Because that's the thing that we learned yesterday, Mac, and now we want to share with the viewers at home, of course, a little bit of education here to start off the day. We realised that because of Gravity, we now understand that the frags don't fall far from the Gravity. This obviously is kind of simple terms to break down the fact that Gravity's going to frag if you're close to him. That orbit's going to pull you in, Mac.
The tree. It's just here. And that's what we do on the Swedish Safari. We find the best trees in the business to tell you how close you can fall to it, or the frags, or the apples, or whatever we're talking about. You know, it's just one of those
universal. Yeah, it's interchangeable. It's the theory of it, guys. You've got to sort of dial into this. That's why he was able to play the way he did. That's how you can. A lot of that comes down to sort of understanding, you know, nature, oxygen, how trees exist, how fire is only localized on the planet Earth. All of these things are required to be able to make plays like this, Mac.
Yeah, it's a weird situation, but Gravity, he is going to frag up again today. We saw the confidence coming through yesterday, and I'm sure that we're going to get the exact same brand over whatever maps we end up having to play. Now, we saw Train getting into the mix there. I wouldn't be surprised if that slides through. Pretty sure we could be getting some form of overpass. I just need to double check that one. But yeah, overall, it's going to be a interesting matchup between these two. Although 3D Max, this is the thing, right? They've played through Tier 2 for a fair while, so they're also good at adapting on the fly, you know, dealing with different brands of Counter-Strike, and that's what you need to be when you sort of top of Tier 2, looking to push super into the Tier 1 sphere, is just adaptability, and that adaptability is what should be able to get them across the line. So we'll see what they can do, and we'll see what that man on your screen, TJP, is going to be able to do to maybe try to shake the 3D Max individuals. This could actually be a screaming match, because we know that Gravity loves to give it back when he's up against some vocal individuals, and TJP could be in for a one today.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, it would be weird, right, if he wasn't given it. You can see some of the rounds from yesterday here. Like, he was going absolutely ballistic. I love that, man. I think that's a huge benefit for the team, honestly, right? You can see they're a good bunch of lads. Like, in some of the lobby content, a few of the interviews he's given, it just seems like he loves it. You know what I mean? He's there for the culture of the game. He likes having a few shenanigans on the server, bud. And it's been really awesome to see. So I hope they do get loud today, Mac.
Yeah,
but we've got something a little bit more quiet and picture-based, haven't we? It's like the old school movies.
We do. We got a little picture for you guys at home. Fortunately, thanks to the VRS professionals all around the world, some of which aren't necessarily professional, but these guys certainly are. Croissant Strike, if you guys know them, has qualified for a Budapest... Wait, whoa. think the A's are spaces. That's just done my head in, guys. It's all right. We're all reading this together. My brain went haywire for a second. But essentially, 3D Max have said that Budapest, we've qualified for Budapest, but must finish 3-1 in the EPL Stage 1 to aim for Stage 2 of the major. So they've got to go 3-1, and then they probably have to play and win a fair bit in that second stage of EPL. The other thing as well, so that's great. It's good to see that 3D Max have now qualified off of the amount of VRS that they've gotten, but their aim is obviously Stage 2. You want to skip Stage 1 just to get the that little bit closer to the playoffs and all the other bits and bobs that come with that. And not just that, there's also Gentlemates who could still qualify, which is, relevant because they're French org, not necessarily a French team. But yeah, if they qualify 3-0 through Stage 1, they'll also still be in the running to potentially qualify for Stage 1 of the major. So that's good for them. But this is the streak that 3D Max is currently on, and it's not a W streak. You can see the red there. They've been losing. Lost to FaZe, lost to Gamer Legion, lost to VP, and then straight up yesterday, lost to Inner Circle. And today is where they hope to break that streak and just get another win on the board, because it feels like a while between drinks.
Oh, mate, sorry, dude. It just broke me. What you trying to decrypt the tweet?
It's like, is that a word?
It just looked like, straight up like the Jar Jar Binks of hasn't qualified for a major. And I was like, what's happened there? What? But, oh, mate, God, it buckled me. I thought you were having a stroke, bud. I'm glad you got through it. I'm glad we're all here together, Mac. Otherwise, that was a perfect summary of some of the key storylines and details. So I love you, bud. You nailed it.
Yeah, we got there. I love the Jar Jar Binks of it all. But hey, look, we got Overpass to kick off the series again. Rooster picked into it yesterday, went pretty well for them, so they're going to try their hand up against 3D Max. Maka is the AWPer, so maybe he's a little bit cold coming in. My brain is already turned off because we're apparently not too far away from the game, so I missed what the second two maps were. Was it Inferno and what was the third? Was it Train?
Let's run this back. Hang on.
Actually, if we open it up on stream...
Yeah, here we go.
We'll be able to see.
Once it comes through on there, we'll get it locked in. Yeah, okay. We've passed into Inferno and then Nuke to side up.
Nuke, okay, beautiful. Nuke will be a fun one once we get there, if we get there. But for now, it is, of course, time for a bit more Overpass. Let's see how we kick things off here. Maka, straight into the action, getting big info over towards the A site. As Rooster send a few members over towards Playground here. Slimy, whoa, think on a body. That's two big gushes, but still yet to find the pick.
All right, then. Quite a pacey one. I mean, Toilet's control. Maka's up tight for it.
Oh, look at the timing.
Oh, it could be unbelievable. Maka! Oh, he gets two. The USP timing play round Toilets. Oh, mate, he's come back from the wedding. He's still got some dance moves left.
Sliding into all the right places. Exercise. We're going to take contact, and Body's still fighting solo. Will be found eventually, bringing it back to the 3v3. And that's huge for Rooster, but ASAP missed opportunity to hit that flick. And one more player over towards, the truck side. It's awkward, but Gravity won't be able to flick back. It's Slimy, good on the pistols yesterday, and coming through with a big couple of kills already. But they're just trying to concoct exactly where Lucky's coming from. And I like how they're playing this, staying together. Should time themselves in their favor. TJ jumping across, but that's going to be the bomb hitting the ground. And Lucky has isolated both fights. TJ, where's he taking the package? Back to A. And with 10 seconds, he's got to force a plant at some point.
Yeah, got to be swift, man. Tries to get front sight, get the bomb back down. 1v1, lose this round. TJP's going to go ballistic. Lucky looking for the simple clutch, and it's the snap to the cranium. Oh, you felt that one? All right, Mac. There's twists and turns already.
Yeah, that was a rough one for Rooster. They were right on the money up until Maka managed to just go for the perfectly timed push.
I know.
Oh, that's crazy that's ended up like that. And even up until the point where they just weren't facing together, Lucky managing to find himself a nice little line to play on, body coverage, only a little head poking up over the stairs there. An awkward angle for any player to try to track. But moving into the second, at least with the bomb plant, that does salvage the economy somewhat. So you're going to see the force hit.
Also, got to be said as well, if it continues throughout this series, there's something special about Slimy in pistol rounds. He has got it, mate. He's got the gift of the gab. Like, you remember, what was it? It was CT half over Team Pistol yesterday when he was just, what was it, like a 3K defense USP, snapshots on the site. He's just banging people out. He's just been looking crisp, man. Every time we see him in like an awkward 1v2, 1v3 with a pistol, so damn good with it. He's got that like Messi touch to the pistols. That's what you need. It's when you're born with a little pistol, you know what I mean? You're ready for those rounds. It's always fun to see.
Not about the size, it's about how you use it.
Exactly.
Not about the cost, it's about how you use it. It's almost the same thing, you know. But over
what it
long,
really goes down to is how you use it, right?
Yeah.
No matter what else, Mac.
Let's see how Rooster use it this time. Chell. Pre-scope, looking to clear the close lines, and we're going to see this three-man setup with all the bloody rifles here. All of the A site, body just barely putting the crosshair in the wrong position. Lucky on the front side of bathrooms will get mopped up, and that's going to be some beautiful openings to get a three-man advantage. But look who's here. Man's on the scene. Gravity won't be there for long. It's Exorcist in the 1v5 angle. And they're going to be looking for him already on the hunt. You got TJ over towards that B site looking to cut off the rotation out to safety. And this is a clean round out of Rooster. It looked very familiar to what they did on the pistol, except this time they were ready for everything.
I mean, a couple interesting things as well, right? Like, thinking back to yesterday, more so than anything, dude, it was the fact that it just felt like it took, late into the game, really, until we saw sort of any kind of impact from Terry on, like, CT side. He was pretty slow. But weirdly, when he did start to show up, you could see mechanically he was ripping heads, but, like, it's just, there wasn't enough of those rounds. So if they get the ball rolling earlier here as well, I know that's kind of another focal point that might pop up at some point, but I'd love to see Terry get into that groove, because we had some of the other key features of this roster showing up yesterday, but and I think that would be the interesting part, because it is a little bit more of a weakened 3D Max side, technically, right? You know, you're still kind of contending with waking up, even if Macca's not really showing signs of it yet with the opening pistol play. Early doors, though, 1-for-1, you get that trade back into it. Let's see if they have any issues here.
We'll see if the force buy can work out. Obviously, Rooster were quite rough at dealing with these yesterday. So we'll see if they can navigate the storm here. Against the likes of 3D Max. Zap going to be able to find the head and that two-tap. As Gravity retrieves the FAMAS. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Ooh, and the boost timing was almost perfect there, but just didn't get too much damage onto the T's. Gravity constantly re-peeking, re-fighting from every angle, man-made or not. And this is the thing I love about Overpass. When teams get proactive with the team play like this, just boosting up multiple different angles over and over, just keeping the opponents guessing. And once they get that info, they're just going to rotate early. It's a fast rotation from lower up to A. And they're going to beat Rooster to the A site. If they decide to come this direction, ooh, intelligent, back down they go.
Yeah, it's a nice slow round on it, man. I mean, 28 seconds, B site completely vacant. You got a welcome mat down. They're going to go back out through monster side, smoke up top. Don't have the full info, obviously the site's clear yet. Entry together. Make sure they can get this one through. Should be obviously free from this point, realistically. Get that bomb down. You're not going to want to throw too much at it once the penny drops. And just let this one tick through.
I think yesterday we learnt a good lesson about what a full shock cockroach is. But maybe today we get to learn what a full shock cock is. You know, learning from their mistakes. The Rooster boys maybe adapting between the days.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you weren't present yesterday, by the way, welcome, class. Good morning. Welcome back. You know, nice to all have you with us for another day here at the Mackie and Jackie ESL Pro League Season 22 Sweden Safari Breakfast Show.
Educational show now, of course.
Yeah, we've added that bit in, right? And obviously we were teaching many lessons yesterday. There's a lot you would have left with, gifts of knowledge. And
Some that you didn't ask for, but look, you got.
I think most probably not. But hey, maybe someone liked it. Maybe it was fun. Some good knowledge. To be fair, I don't think anyone could impersonate the full shot cockroach. It's just, I think that is Inner Circle's TM, you know? That's fully trademark, mate. Not pay royalties.
Look, to be fair, a headless cockroach apparently able to find its way around. And I've heard stories that headless chooks also can kind of find their way around. So maybe there's a correlation between a cockroach and a real cock.
I just let that one ruminate for a sec. Just let that. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just see. Let's see where it ends up, Mac. where it'll go.
How far it goes. Yeah.
Yeah. And there it is, reaching the finish line.
Great job, Roger.
Of course, his name's Rog, obviously. Yeah, Big Rog.
Big Rog.
That's out. Yeah.
Well, this B site looking like it will be under fire from the Rooster boys. Edging out of Monster. TJP going to be able to crab walk under the line, catch Exercise off guard. And again, the 3Max boys are unable to have too many opportunities to actually fire here. Gravity going to get caught with Util in hand. And this is looking easy peasy for a save again. Just keep that Kevlar alive. Give yourselves a financial chance moving forward to get as much utility on the board into another gun round. Terry, he's here and he's fragging today. There it is, 4-1. Looking completely reversed from what we saw from him yesterday.
Nice, actually. It's good to see. Fun facts about the giraffe model and also the little elephant that you can find there. Both of those are from Left 4 Dead 2, mate.
There you go.
There you go. Little fact for you. For anyone seeking information, there's some information for you. You're right, though, bro. And I would love to see some big plays from Terry over the flow of this entire series as well, man. I think a lot of it is just sometimes the oppressive nature of, like, the situation he's in, right? You're getting run down with the execs, like B-side, CT side, trying to play behind barrels. It was just so uncomfortable, quite a few of those rounds. There he is. Look at that elephant. You can find it on, what's like the carnival level? I can't remember what it's called, mate. Dark Carnival. There you go, Dark Carnival. Classic. But yeah, bro. Terry looking pretty good right now. Let's see more of that.
I also did get a bit of analysis from one of the coaches from Rooster yesterday. Shout out Viridian.
Oh, yeah.
Boys realised that on their overpass game yesterday, there was a lot of moments where players weren't even able to shoot back because the flash game from G2 was just so damn good. So we'll see if there is going to be some adjustments today in how Rooster end up playing that CT side. Because they were getting caught kind of out in the open very frequently.
He's done it again, Mac. Gravity. He's just walking at him. It's the classic Gravity play. He's just got
right down the middle.
Deep and gone. Yeah, that's mad. All right. ASAP was almost like I had to give him the, the Patrick Stewart, like, triple take. He was a bit confused coming down the ladder. Like, hello?
What are you doing here? We'll see if the pressure down the guts continues. For the moment, it is just con control, Gravity. Watching his own back at a moment's notice. And Macca as well, just hunting for info. He's actually timed this to perfection again. It's pistol round all over. First found. Got Chell caught mid-reload, but they're just going to keep on going forward, which pushed them straight into the meat grinder and 3D Max. They are not going to get caught off guard this time. It's a beautiful mop-up from Lucky and Body. Crossfire, way too strong there on the A site. And Rooster forced straight into it. So Gravity setting the round up for success, and then Rooster just taking a little bit too long without the con control. I guess didn't feel confident enough to try to rotate, try to regain any control for the rest of the map, especially with minimal time remaining on the clock. Another recurring factor with Rooster as well. Starting to play some rounds incredibly slow. And just not leaving themselves room to make decisions, rotate, or breathe.
Yeah, it has looked a bit uncomfortable at times, mate. He's done it again. There he is, Gravity. It's mad how consistent, like, it literally just has an orbit of death to open up these rounds. He looks for the opening frag at a different part of the map, no matter where he is. Gravity's always on the move, keeping you guessing. The opening pathing just has been big from him. The Rooster are going to hate that one, of course. I mean, ASAP down to 18. You lose TJP. TJP on Overpass, particularly versus G2 as well, was obviously a pretty big force to be reckoned with, not only with the vocal cords, but with how he was fragging. And I noticed on Inferno, he slowed down a lot when he wasn't able to get a move on in the fragging department. The nade's big, but is the follow-up damage there? Trying to collapse on the site. You've got defense all around, Exercise inside of the smoke. Slimy with a backup of Terry, looking for the close quarters push. Gravity suspicious about this. It's uncomfortable, Mac.
Claustrophobic even. And that smoke's got about 5 more seconds on it before we see what happens. Exercise head down. Won't be spotted initially, but with the bomb down, Rooster happy to try and fall away. Terry going to be caught trying to pull Util out, and things getting more and more awkward as the round goes further. ASAP looking just to keep a rifle into the next, I would say. Hoping that maybe the HE could do something. Who was sticking it? It was Lucky, so that HE would not have had enough impact, and that's going to be that. A third round found for 3D Max as they start to warm up in the morning. I wonder when Macca flew in, by the way, if it was like a last night job or if it was straight in today.
I mean, I think he was there with the coffee and the coat on, so maybe early, you know, maybe one of the early fellas.
Yeah, get up at 4 a.m. How long is the flight to Sweden from? I'm assuming it's France. He's coming from.
Oh, I don't know, like a couple hours at most.
2 hours?
Yeah, right. It can't be that far geographically.
So you're looking at like a 4 or 5 hour morning, and then the 40 minutes from, I'm guessing, direct from the airport straight to the studio.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Please get me to the Pro League server right now.
Yeah.
Sir, this is an Uber.
Body respected. And we'll just be able to hold that line in playground. Let's see how ASAP's clearance is here in con. Doesn't clear the left side nor the right side. Fully focused on the top with all that noise raining through from Macca. The bait, no switch, and no chance. Terry, unable to turn it on. And, that's a...
It's quite a sad one, isn't it?
It's I was going to say a nice place to fall, but I guess it's also a bad place to fall.
I suppose how you look at it, you know? Maybe it could be like, go out with a bang. When you die in Counter-Strike, make sure you do it on a slide. You know?
Yeah. I could see that one working for sure.
Be like a funeral advert. Oh, mate. Well, it's been a slippery slope for the grasp of the game for Rooster at least. TJP's trying to get a grip back on things as I look down towards Monster's side. You're seeing glimmers of it. A couple nice snapshots coming out from him. Back to old habits, walking up through connector side. This time Macca's covering it though. Scoped up on the angle. Burst out with a tech. Maybe you can create space. Make a bit of a play towards mid here. First bullet's missed. Okay. There's a window, Mac.
Yeah. Flash forward, Body. Unfortunately, goes a little too early. We'll get team flashed. Retreating. throwing up the white flag and making it back towards that A site. But Rooster again, it feels like they're a two-trick pony. And they're going to be caught potentially just walking forward here in bathrooms. Terry, the timing of the peak looked good, but the shot from Macca, a little bit sharper. And it's just going to be a slower approach again. Jiggle there, seen, spotted. Chell won't be able to do anything but give the package across to the CTs. And that time is ticking down. Sap only able to find one in the midst of the action. And it's Slimy and TJ, who are quite separated. Package going to be left. The Slimy just plays close. And CT's beautiful crossfire setup. 10 seconds to plant, and it will just be the save. Rooster putting higher value on these AKs than the round itself. That's a glorp if I've ever seen one.
Bloody hell, mate.
It's a whole interesting situation going down. But it feels like, you know, the Rooster Boys are a bit more flaccid coming into today's game as opposed to the first couple of rounds that we had yesterday. You know, given the Oceania a whole bunch of hope. Today, it feels like 3D Max have started to find their stride, especially more so than yesterday. But look, it's early days. Also, if you guys have any, you know, fun facts about France, fun facts about chickens, roosters even, feel free to send them in. DHL mailbag at efg.gg. Also, just in Twitch chat. We're keeping our eyes on that one. Much more instant. Currently trying to find access to the mailbag myself. Just to keep the eyes on it. So let us know. Safe for work facts only, please. Guys, I know it is early in the morning. No time for any silly buggers like yourselves. And Rooster again going for a slower approach straight down the guts, looking for the bathrooms control. Flash connecting somewhat, but there has been so much damage done by Lucky. Big chip damage. Pace change, gets Sap onto site, and there is going to be room to fight, but Slimy unable to connect upon anything with the AK, which will get recycled. Chell only good for another one. But it is just a solid streak of rounds being brought out from 3D Max. 5 in a row now. And Rooster, no matter what they're throwing at him, 3D Max are kind of just sitting back, falling back, playing safe on A. And the crossfires, too much to deal with.
Bloody hell, mate. Here we go then. Things getting a little bit more bumpy. Let's start us off here today, Swedish Safari. Wasn't looking too bad, but started to really grind to a bit of a halt. Some of these slower rounds for Rooster, just not being able to find too much to execute with. Late round being shut down by 3D Max here. Round 10 live now. Stack over with the nades. Ooh, Chell with the entry. That's onto Gravity. It's a good opening pick, actually. This is what we wanted, Mac. Find themselves a little bit of stock early. Opening play to build off. Mac has scoped in, ready for it. Do bypass on the cross back, though. Good read towards short side.
I liked that cheeky angle from Wood. But Macca receding it. And again, just looking to rotate into more passive positions. It has been successful so far here for 3D Max. Given a lot of space to play with here. Oh, and Shell's shadow will just be seen. Lucky focused over towards a boost. And Macca unable to connect there on that cross to sight. It's dry, it's fast. And Rooster are going to be able to tear straight through the B-site defenses for 3D Max. And like that, it's explosive. And it's left body solo over towards A.
Oh dear. Not ideal for 3D Max, but the dream for the boys. Straight back out. TJP can bring the AWP back over as well. Give that to Chell into the next if he wants to try to take a pick with it. Heating things up a little bit. I mean, CT side, if they get going as well, buddy, it could still be pretty nice for them. Cross is good for body. Denies one on the exit, takes away the gun from Slimy.
Yeah. Now, I did do a quick shout out to everyone in the chat, and we do have one fun fact that has been submitted by the Ultra Frost. Thank you.
Ooh.
Apparently, I don't know, I'm not fact checking any of this. You can be my fact check, Jackie. Roosters crow to assert dominance. So if we see them shout, we know what's going on. So keep your eyes on TJ.
There you go. That sounds viable. That sounds like a believable fact. I think we'll approve that one.
Oh, how about, instead of real facts, just real facts, how about you guys give us potentially facts you just make up, or real facts, and we have to guess if they're
enough. Oh, I see.
Real or not.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Fact or fiction, perhaps.
Send them in. That can be the show, you know. Swedish Safari, fact or fiction.
Yeah, that's our 10:54 a.m. scheduled programming. So that's starting now, so make sure you get those submitted if you're present in the classroom, of course.
And if you weren't here, remember to let us know that you're late or tardy. You got to type it in the chat. If you don't type it in the chat, look, we'll be grumpy at you. I was going to say we'll give you some kind of forfeit that you have to do, but at this point, look, there's no way for us to enforce that realistically, and I don't want to false promise anything. Well, this round...
Promises, mate. Yeah. It's certainly not a gimme if they were promised it. Someone's lied to them, but hey, TJP and Terry, all that's really left.
It's good to see that 3D Max are feeling themselves somewhat, though. I think 4's a good showing historically on Overpass for the T side, but the more the merrier for sure. Ooh, got right up in that, didn't we?
Could be close there.
Yeah.
A little bit scared. It can't happen. Do you know that chickens can dream, Mac?
I'd love that. If it's real.
True. Yeah, it's true.
I'm happy for him. You know, dreams are great. Dreams are a good thing.
Technically, like, it's even cooler for chickens because obviously they experience REM sleep like humans do. So rapid eye movement, right? So they can dream, like that's real. But also because of the way their brains work, they can sleep with one half of their brain active whilst the other rests in REM sleep. So they could basically sleep with one eye open, you know, and be ready for predators or anything like that.
Yeah, they'd be like perfect gangsters.
Yeah, you'd never catch them slipping, you know?
Yeah. A little bit crazy on one side of the brain and always ready to go on the other side. That's great.
That's the downfall of humanity. If like chickens get gigantic and become gangsters, you've predicted it. Like it's not AI, it's gangster chickens that are huge.
The downfall of humanity. And hold that thought because we have a bit of action coming right at exercise through this smoke. Oh, 3 T's a little bit too many to deal with. Gravity going to double down with a head down over towards Toxic. Flank covered. And a man advantage for Rooster, but do they hard clear Toxic? Smoke on mid-site and Molly towards lower. And Gravity able to activate for the first. Head still down. Smoke to try and buy some extra time. And in the meanwhile, ASAP, with a whole minute on the clock, he's going to be able to lurk his way through A. Could call for the bomb to come back, but it is going to be the flank. They're keeping 3D Max here as best as they can. And Maka spotted, but it's no secrets left anymore. Gravity just playing headshot with a flash going his way. Oh, over towards the pillar. He'll be traded. Last man, not expected, but the trade gamer is good. And Rooster will be able to end the half with 5 on the board. 3D Max lead by 2 as we head into the half.
And welcome back to Rooster taking on 3D Max. We're going into the second half. The second half of this game is brought to you by our famous Australian of the game, Hugh Jackman.
Oh, what a legend.
Thanks, Hugh.
Absolute legend, Hugh.
That was nice of him, wasn't it? All the famous Australians coming out and support a Rooster.
Definitely one of the Australians of all time, for sure.
He's up there, yeah.
Absolute great. Met at Wolverine one time.
Other notable Australians, Kylie Minogue.
Yep, Kylie Minogue. Who else? Let's say Elfish guy. I'd say he's pretty notable.
Yeah, true, actually. I think he's the most famousest out of all of them.
Most famousest.
Yeah. That's in his
Is that like when you
bio,
assist someone in getting famous? You're a famousist?
Oh, God, yeah. Like he's getting everyone else fame.
Yeah.
The fame consultant.
So selfless. So honourable. Well, ASAP. Wanted to go down with some honour fighting for that short control, but we'll just fall off instead with the Julies. And 3D Max, they still have the package over towards the A site. Exercise walking into Terry's crosshair. That's going to be first blood drawn by the Cox. 4v5 now. And we were in a similar position before, but 3D Max still were able to make this round work out. Chelios, however, solo towards the A site, will take another name. But in the meanwhile, it is just going to be Terry left towards B. Body looking to lurk his way through with that smoke. Is that going to be enough space to try and play with? Looks like we are going to see 3D Max hitting the pause button towards B. Back towards A they go, and the bomb should be spotted shortly.
I mean, you'd back them to close this now. They've had some pretty good streaks on the old pistols. And with TJP in a prime angle, Chelios transitioning that AWP to pistol action and giving us a nice little closer there. They do get what they wanted. So a little bit of heat for the boys. They're not getting too loud. They'll temper it, take it one round at a time. But they're smirking. The vibes are good. More importantly, you're getting yourself a huge pistol round, Max.
Yeah, you'd love to see that. Love to see that as well. And you said that they're getting what they want, and we're getting what we want as well. We asked for some submissions from chat. Into the DHL mailbag as well, and we got some. Which were potentially true, potentially not true Rooster facts. Now, as we just have Glocks here, we can go over a couple of them. So, do you think this is real or not? The fleshy red skin that hangs from a rooster's neck is called a wattle.
Ooh.
Do you think that's real or not?
I think that is true, but for some reason I thought it was like a gizzard. But yeah, I'm going to go for true. I'm going to lock in true.
It probably is around the gizzard, but maybe the actual, the dangly bit itself is colloquial or wattle. You never know. Well, there you go. We'll call that true. I think I
can confirm. Yeah,
factual.
I've run the algorithm. It's confirmed true. It's real.
Got one more before this Glock round's done. Roosters actually use over 30 different types of noises to communicate different types of messages. So when roosters start talking Spanish, then they're obviously getting ready to smash 3D Max like a piñata.
Brilliant. There we go. That's ideal. That's what you need.
Real or not?
Oh, also, I mean, that one's probably 100% real. No?
I think
written all over it.
You had me in the first half. I didn't veto. I didn't.
Not towards the tail end. Yeah, like towards the tail end, it kind of peters off. I don't know. That's up to ambiguity. That's up to you.
Epic 2K Destroyer for that one. That was golden.
Hey, we did get one emailed through as well. We've just been sent in. Yeah, this one's roosters have regional accents, just like humans. So roosters from different regions or breeds can have a distinct crowing style. A fellow cock enjoyer. Hashtag fear the cock. Thank you, fellow cock enjoyer. We appreciate you writing into the show through the mailbag. Oh, yeah, I mean, to be fair, mate, there's a surprising amount of different animals that all do have, very distinct different dialects and like the way they speak. Like an English cat would sound different to like an American cat.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Crazy how they do that, right? Making them noises.
It's wild too, because it's not just like we think, English is spoken in different ways, but it's also the same with a lot of other different languages too. Like say if I try to speak, because I'm trying to learn Mandarin, right? It probably doesn't sound as citrusy as the locals.
You got to work on it, man. You know, it just takes time. It's like, I bet if I tried to, I don't know, speak to a different dog, if I was a dog, it'd be kind of awkward, no? If you're like, this guy's just barking all over the place, like none of it makes any sense. Yeah. If you kind of like this round, you're trying to decipher it through the mist with 25 seconds left, everyone's barking, you don't know what's happening. Suddenly Mac has killed someone, that dog's got a gun, I don't know what's going on, Mac. 18 seconds. Oh, he's walking right into him.
Oh, it's the bomb.
There we go, Terry.
That was chaos.
Yeah.
In the midst of it all, that was a... Oh, the sounds are back.
He's actually on as well. He's activated now. We're off with like dog talk, and he's in. He is the big dog.
That's all it took. One gun round. Hit him with the WTF, nice and loud, and I'm sure we are going to get a bit of loudness straight back from 3D Max.
What the fuck?
Another classic. Well, back to the low buy again for 3D Max. Mac could just jump in, and I believe on that jump peak, he would have seen Chell crossing towards that short side of Monster, so he could be in for a rough affair, but he'll stay on a more aggressive angle, at least for the first pick attempt. He does have a helping hand, but Terry can't see a damn thing, and the flash game too good. Tech 9, not as good as the flash. Unfortunate there, as Macca is going to do his damnedest to, unfortunately, HE himself.
It's a slippery grenade, Mac. It's a windy day.
Of course, windy day.
Let him off. It's a windy day.
That was a rough one.
Mate,
yeah, 3D Max feeling a little bit of pressure now, I guess.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? They kind of got hit with the Gale Force wind. That like play out towards B. They all folded over. You ever seen those videos like bins in England when it gets really windy and they're barreling down the roads? That was 3D Max, bro. They just got taken out. All right, Rooster are living it right now. This is kind of the dream for them. And Chell actually going a bit aggro in towards mid-side as well, looking to create space with the AWP. And they've read onto this one. I mean, you mostly stack towards B. Flick over on the jump. Oh, mate. He went for it, though. Respect on it.
Love to see that as well. A lot of confidence, but straight back to site he goes. Not wanting to give up any opportunity. Of course, the AWP as well. You don't want that in the hands of Macca, who is performing a little better than some of the other boys that were here yesterday. It's all about the timing game, and we'll see when Exercise decides that he wants to strike the B site. Re-smoke on Monster. You got that close Monster set up once more. And no one keeping eyes on short for them as TJ decides to rotate towards the A site. 40 seconds. And 3D Max, they're just counting the util, trying to figure out how many of those smokes have been thrown down towards Monster. And it's going to be a very late round pop.
Exercise finally goes in. Ooh. Barrels out through short side to try sell the idea of this rotate, but the true play, final 12 seconds, comes sprinting towards A, and Chell from the back of the truck hits some heavy. Oh, it's good damage for 2, but he wants more. Shuts down Lucky, denies the bomb plant, and cooks long enough to get through, looking for that pick on Macca. Oh, they just lynch through. Terry grabs it, mate. Oh, skin of their teeth. I know, that's big.
Chell, he's got a big smile on his face. Huge hold from Truck. Also, both of them able to take out Macca just after the clock strikes 0 and just before the end of the round completely. But they'll take it. Financially in a very good position now. Crispy couple of shots. Look at that one a couple of times. And this is classic Chelios. He's got so much oxygen in the pipes. Wow.
He was going for a while there. That's good.
Fun fact about TJ. Before he had semi-pro career or pro career, I guess now. In Rooster, he was a caster.
Oh yeah.
But he's got the pops,
I can imagine him going ballistic on the mic. Yeah, dude. Get him in. Let's draft him in. He could cast and play, bro. You can see he's got the skill set for it. It's interchangeable.
I'd love to see him on the mic.
Oh yeah. With how this series is going, Mac, I think you'll get many opportunities to hear him at least.
Yeah. The sounds of the wild TJP. I'd love to hear anyone else piping up though. They used to have a couple of individuals like 80K that would also get a little bit louder.
Yeah, match that energy, keep it going.
Yeah.
Got to be done sometimes, G each other up a little bit. You get the vibes feeling good, mate. Worked yesterday.
Yeah. I think Nedic was even getting involved before he disappeared over to FlyQuest. He still does get a little loud for FlyQuest. It's been, a learning curve for him, but he's giving it his best. All right, faster approach through short now. Straight up towards the B site and Gravity holding W already over towards Sandbags, and the CT seem none the wiser. But they're not giving him a thing. And the hero AK not able to find anything in the shape of an opening towards the B side of the map. I think we're going for an early pop here. Gravity contacting out. No one facing Monster. And if Sap falls, B side defense could crumble. Yeah, a little worrying. Slimy going to be able to get some extra damage done from the heavens. And it's just a full flood all across the site now. Mac are going to try to recycle that AK, but Terry, turning it on for a couple, but not enough. It seemed to be all him in the round. No one else really getting too much else done. And that was just almost full contact, maybe a single flash in the mix, but it was enough to just take B.
Yeah, got in close, made it uncomfortable, suffocated him. Rooster not being able to hold back on that one. I actually thought this was going to be the step-up play, man.
Yeah.
Back up from Terry. Back it up, Terry. On the bomb site, literally. Like, man was making plays, but too little, too late. It's not enough in that round. It's still looking good overall for the boys here. First map on Overpass. You're leading right now. It's a weakened 3D max. There's some pep in their step. Chell going for the boost as well, mate. Switching it up top sides. Looking for the peak down. Exercise with a spot. Instant fall off. Bates for the info as well. They pushed out on shorts. Ooh, that one stings.
Sap just having too much to look for. Slimy pushing a smoke, getting his head ripped off in con. The boost at least able to find something there for Chell, which is one way to hit back, but it's all three members down towards the B site, and surely they're aware of this. Terry, crosshair on the right position. We'll be able to bring it back to the 3v3, but now they surely know that there's 3 on B. Bomb has been left right behind. And if the push comes through towards Con here, Rooster might just be able to catch themselves the timing. Terry, hot on the heels, won't be close enough to hear Gravity on the rotate. But I think Chell may be calling it right now. So we'll see what Terry can maybe do on the Giga flank. If he can get a pick around, could still be there. Info on one of the members of 3D Max with that shot from body. And Terry's not gone long. It's bathrooms that he's after.
Walking out, but with no real chance to get much of a look in or any sort of stock back into this one. It's another round you're going to have to concede, of course. So 3D Max get themselves back to 9, one away from level pegging here. The save is important at least. Kelios warming up a bit with the AWP. It's nice to see Terry getting the AK through the round as well. Keep that bad boy in his arms. 12 kills to his name right now. Struggling on some of the more simple rounds, the gimmies you should be picking up. We had some similar tendencies yesterday, so hopefully that doesn't rear its head towards the tail end of this one. But it's on, mate. Certainly a game to be had.
Cheeky technical just to buy a little bit of time. Hopefully it won't be too long before the issue is sorted.
It's the Rooster curse. I don't know how they do it, bro. It sneaks in. It gets them when they least expect it. But this time it's quick. So don't worry about it. It doesn't even matter. It won't affect it.
Yeah. Good turnaround time on that one. Thank you, admins. And straight back into the fun we go. Heavier stack with the 1-4 splits between A and B. Short molly, but no short control. 3D Max. They're looking to put more presence over towards the A side of things. Slower approach, expecting maybe the change up from Rooster. With the save and a bit of a low buy around it, there's still a very good chance in the round here. Rooster making sure that they've got a good amount of smokes just to try and block. Oh, I don't think this timing from Slimy is going to be good. Yeah, a little bit too wide there and tucked at the sign. HE almost polishes him, and the airstrike does the job. No one here to hold TJP. Gonna, just be able to slide him away. That's a truck in time. Trade game looks good, but it's all about the wrap and how he puts these crosshair in the right positions. But he won't be able to for another. And 3D Max. I was going to say suffering from success, but again, this package has been left so far away. And it's going to be a very slow end to the round if it's just another save call.
Yeah, going to take quite a while on this one, all things considered. Maybe there was a chance that you might have found some sort of lick in, but with Maka just holding, you're going to push down, wander into one another. Should still be a similar outcome. Shame, really, man. A couple of these uncomfortable rounds happening again. Similar sort of mental position to be in on that CT side. You just need to save these guns, get it through, run it back. 10-10 though. And that's where the magic starts to wear off a little bit. It gets far more worrying now. Hey, sort of buffers taken out the window. You were getting a good groove on this, Mac. You know, they were racking these up. It hit a little bit of a wall now. Couple rounds back to back. Just got to fix things. Just got to focus on the here and now. It's all good for the boys.
It feels like 3D Max are slowly figuring them out, though. You know, like last couple of rounds, just doing all the right things, and since that round where they just pumped B dry, it's forced Rooster to have that sort of second thought in the back of their minds that they need to be heavier towards that B site, giving a lot of space for 3D Max just to take toilet control with minimal utility. And then again, like, what can Slimy really do in that position? Just gets mistimed. Doesn't have any long control. You can't back your way out of sign and just get airstruck. So it feels like it's just back to basics for 3D Max.
Yeah, that's been working. You know, it does sort of feel like it's again one of those games where Rooster had all the right pieces. They were getting into a good groove, and then, like you say, the longer it goes on, you can't really run those same errors, and things are falling back in line as well. It seems like it's all starting to snap into place again for 3D Max, at least on their T-side campaign. Let's put a new angle on it, though. Let's see what we get here. Round 21. I mean, it's all tied up, 10-10 apiece, full buys on either side, so room to breathe on it. The round can ruminate. Early utility thrown out. Quicker pace play once again from 3D Max to take a bit of control round towards B. Set up outside of short here.
No one in the position for this boost to be effective. We'll see if they're caught in transition. Lucky going to be able to sneak his way forward, get the opening. Chell, hungry for the trade, but doesn't want to overstep. Won't be able to connect, but gets good info on 2 of the remaining 3D Max members. Which he hits the mark. Incent to try and buy some extra time, but he hasn't called for a rotate just yet. Still looking to do it all himself. And Body has managed to sneak through this long smoke in the meanwhile. Scope going to be heard. And he's got pretty much full sight control, able to confirm that with the pick onto Chell. And it might just be save time again for Rooster.
Man, you know what's worrying now as well is it just feels like because it's put you in such a box with your confidence, right?
Yeah.
We're just not seeing any of those plays. Like you're waiting for them. 3D Max just gets to set the tempo around every single time. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like you've kind of lost that killer instinct for it. Even like Chell towards mid-side getting a little bit more aggro. I know it's risk adverse as well, especially with how low the money's been, but trying to just instigate something, get a first pick on the board, throw sort of some of your weight around, just hasn't been there. So 3D Max in the lead now, 11-10.
See if Rooster put a bit more risk into the next round. I feel like that's kind of what they're missing. You know, this is what the fun kind of Rooster was yesterday. Was them looking to fight fire with fire. Try and go toe-to-toe with, you know, this aggression that Gravity keeps on displaying, right? As well as Lucky with a beautiful opening and then body to close coming out along. Like maybe it's time for the change to try and fight for something. Or maybe that's what 3D Max want. This time it's faster up short already at Monster. Only one player here on B, but there's a double boost over towards ABC. And that's not going to find too much value. Oh, they're just torn through. Terry still just turning around, trying to find anything there through the smoke on headshot. But it's hard to place that crosshair when you can't see a damn thing, and it might be the beginning of the end. One round more needed because Slimy is not winning the 1v4 here.
Nah, man's sick with the pistols, but not on this. Far too tall of an order. He'll peace out, round will tick by. Damn, bro. 3D Max then getting to at least map point here on Overpass to start off the series first. It's Rooster's pick. You know, obviously we saw some good signs of life at points yesterday out with him. It looked like it was all clicking today, but it's just gone cold, man. Need to reheat things, like warm it up a bit in the middle. There's
literally
no fight.
Off the back of that B round that they lost. All fire was gone. It was just nerves, and they're not playing like they were for the other like 20 rounds before that, you know? It's just,
it's weird,
3D Max are just like, what is going on? Why are these rounds so easy? Like, we're sitting here watching, and they look like easy rounds. So Rooster looks like they have lost the Riz here on Overpass, and they might need to rekindle themselves moving into Inferno. Similar two maps to what they played yesterday, so surely there's a little bit of video that they could try to improve on in the last 24 hours. And look, another advantage to maybe having a coach and, you know, all of this experience moving forward is Rooster have actually been taking tactical timeouts this season. I think they were last season as well, but a year ago, they just didn't. They just don't take timeouts.
Well, that's always an improvement. And hopefully here, man, that timeout has some impact to like just switch them back on, give them some fight. It's now or never. I mean, it's still a viable chance if you can get a little bit more stock in the game. 2 rounds. Hell, we could be discussing OT, but it's back to classics to kick this one off, it seems. Early damage done. Terry and TJP. You're saying Rooster need Riz. You know, that's 2 of the Rizzlers on this team taking some heavy hits early, mate. It's not looking great.
And another hitting the ground. Oh, Slimy baited, but can he get more than one? Almost a triple, which would have been huge, but there's still so much space to play with on the A site, and the 2 remaining players are already on 30. TJ, solo play, going to be caught off, and this will be that. Terry, knife out, caught on the rotation. It is 3D Max, Stonks rising, looking like they were fully locked in towards the end of that game. And Macca turning up, like that's just a whole bunch of help in it.
Yeah, nice to have him back, right? Obviously for the team, they're going to be very happy with that, especially with that unfortunate loss for them yesterday versus Inner Circle. to try and correct things, right? And obviously have a far better run now, keep a clean rap sheet throughout the rest of EPL. This is one that looked like, again, coming into it, if all things go their way, Maka plays well, like we saw the sign to life of. Yeah, it should have been their series, but Rooster had a guaranteed chance once again. It's another game where it felt like you're so close to greatness, and then they kind of were their own worst enemy in a few rounds. But like you say, you see the writing on the wall with that 1B play, made them so uncomfortable to just push anything, man. And then you condition them so like, what, late round that B walk-in? No one's there. It just had them second-guessing everything, Mac. It kind of scrambled them.
Yeah, it seemed to be doing more than enough. And look, the pistols and everything still going very well for Rooster. Obviously, they lost that first one, but it was down to a very close affair. And I'm really hoping that we get a bit more out of them moving into Inferno. But we got, like, you know, glimpses of hope, moments where things were going incredibly right for them. But it just felt like they lost all the gas in the tank about 6 rounds from the end. And every round after that just seemed like 3D Max was able to have their way with them, shooting harder, focused on their crosshairs, and even just the same problems as yesterday. A couple of flashes was winning the rounds for Rooster's opponents, which was 3D Max today. So it's just back to basics, and it's the fundamentals that get 3D Max across the line. Rooster, unfortunately, losing their map pick, but it's not all done yet. They still have one more map, bare minimum today, to try to change the narrative here. And then they also have the potential of, you know, a third map if they can win that one.
Yeah, exactly. There's still chances, man. I just think, again, that's one of it where if they had this like huge opening here, man, you're so gassed up for the series. They would have been in good form, right? Things would have been looking good. Then maybe there's a better chance going into Inferno. It all sort of clicks. I think, if anything, this is probably the worst sort of second map to walk into. I know it was G2. It's not an easy opponent, right? But the benchmark there, as soon as they go quiet, they weren't hitting. They weren't finding anything to open rounds in Inferno. So if that happens off the back of a loss like this, Mac, where you very could have won it, you know, if they're feeling a bit dejected, yeah, it might be a rough second map.
It certainly could be. And look, Inferno is going to be a fun one. We saw that they started strong yesterday, and then we had that 15-minute technical. So as long as there's no big server crash to stop any momentum that Rooster can find, maybe we'll see a bit more success from them. Maybe they've turned things around. You know, they did have a lot of time to change things from day one coming into day two. So we'll see what has changed. But of course, it is time for a break before we jump on into Inferno.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Chalice awaits.
Well, buddy, you're about to find out.
Sasha, please don't come back.
First things first, Slimy.
Yo.
As a nickname, pretty unique. There's never been a Slimy, no variation of Slime. You know, you managed to find, after, you know, however many millions of gaming nicknames, you found what spoke to you. Origins of Slimy.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Yo, you were like deep into you got deep into the Minecraft. Yeah? We're talking like those big servers where there's like thousands of players open.
Yeah. School holidays, you know, just the vibe, stuff like that. Not a lot of Minecraft players moved over to CS, so
no, yeah, that's actually
probably why. Yeah.
No, legitimately, like quite a unique like entrance path. Did you do any of the PvP? Like,
yeah.
So like that, you got into the kind of the shooting movement correlation, and then found CS and were like, oh, this is like this on crack.
Yeah, basically.
Interesting.
A while ago though, like 7 years, 8 years ago.
No, I'm just catching up on the lore. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so moving into Counter-Strike, I just had a quick look at like your history of teams. Yeah. It had 3 teams listed on there. There was one at the start, which is escaping me. Your first like official HLTV team registered. What was it called?
I think it was Kanga.
Kanga. Yeah, that's it. Of course it was Kanga. So from Kanga to the Roosters, but it was a mind freak moment. Yeah. Very Australian of you. Yeah. Respect. Hanging out with the Rooster boys. How are you feeling about your ability to have impact with them in the matches?
No, I think especially for me, I think I'm very confident in my ability. I think we all shoot really well. Yeah. Like genuinely, like I think a lot of people when I was like, it's a bit of a brain rot region, but I feel like everyone like in the plugs, they all shoot amazing. Yeah. So like if everyone here's on, we're on, and I think we're a very very smart team when we're on from a comm, and I think I think especially for myself, I think if we're all playing together, I will be shooting. Terry's over there, I'll be shooting.
Yeah, just Terry shooting.
TJ will be screaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully,
definitely.
Yeah. That's the game plan. Just tilt G2. Oh yeah. Yeah, of course.
And the tilt is a very real weapon. You know, as soon as they get in their heads like, oh, we shouldn't be losing, and then suddenly they lose the next one, and then you usually, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you're running with that. I like that a lot.
What's going on?
Who the fuck is it? You know, they're checking your profile. You know, that's like, who the fuck is it? Okay. So there's no doubt that heads will roll, but it is going to be that extra layer. TJP was talking about that little 1%, 2%, those little like these fractions of timings of I should have swung a second later, I should have called it out.
Yeah, and it all starts with having good communication. Like,
how would you say because not to generalize, but most of the people that shoot head the hardest tend to not talk very much.
I think our upper level, our comms were really good. On the upper level, but that's when we're on the upper level. Yes. And I think when we lose games we shouldn't, it's because of our comms. But when we win games like upset games, it's because of our comms.
Yeah. Okay. So now so a general metric for your success is going to be how tight are the comms on the day. Yeah. Interesting.
Just play it. Counter-Strike 2. Just cue it.
Holy absolute cinema.
Hello guys! Crazy summer, right? How you doing, bro?
Yeah! Talk normally, man! What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, we did it together on bootcamp, you remember? Yeah? Yo.
Donk! Imperial spirit. Fight!
Yep. Yeah. He's passed the test. You passed the test. Congratulations.
What is it? Simple. What is serious? What is that? You can't do that simple.
Welcome back then to the Safari stream. As we're sat here ready for more EPL action live from Sweden. Mac, mate, the weather's lovely today. We're outside for this one.
It is, yeah. It's Alfredo? No, what's the word? What's the term when you're sitting outside when you're eating food? Al fresco? Something fresco?
Maybe, man.
Dining?
It could be, you know?
I don't know the word. Anyway, look, I have a beautiful bit of memorabilia, which unfortunately is slightly broken. And I think it's a good metaphor for this game and Rooster in general right now. So I have a ESL Pro League Season 20 DHL Drop Playoffs winning Golden Cock.
Hey!
And unfortunately, it's a little bit snapped. So look, Rooster at the moment, they're putting up a similar broken cock cosplay. And unfortunately, that's happening, you know, for all the Oceanic people watching from home. Fortunately for you guys, you didn't have to stay up till 4 a.m. to watch these games. It is still like 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast. West Coast, it's like, I think 6:30 or 5:30. I can't remember the time difference, but it's all changing soon anyway because we're about to do the daylight savings corroboree. That being said, it's not just all about, you know, time zones and stuff. It's about winning, and Rooster not doing that at the moment, but Inferno could be another opportunity, whereas 3D Max, they're here in the 0-1 bracket, which is probably not where they expected to be. But after yesterday, they have a couple of dubs that they need to get just to also not only play and secure a position where they probably feel like they should be getting, but also secure that potential stage 2 of the major. It's all about winning from this point and also breaking that loss streak that we highlighted earlier in the show.
Yeah, see if they can remedy things, right? Obviously get a bit of a upwards draft once again now with Mako back in the sea, everyone feeling good, try and course correct the rest of the run here at EPL. And that obviously is the first blockade of just getting through this next map against Rooster. For the Rooster boys, I think, man, it gets far scarier. In my opinion, going into Inferno now, it's just one of those where you really feel for kind of like what the energy level of this team is like. Because if they're feeling good, you can see it noticeably. But the minute it goes quiet, we see them start to stagnate, they turtle up. Happened on that map, right? We saw it versus G2 on Inferno as well. That's what worries me. I mean, TJP's smiling, so that's already at least a better sign, Mac.
Yeah, good to have the vibes feeling good moving into the second map. You know, they were talking about it as well. Slimy in the interview with Machine, you could hear him saying, you know, they can have really good comms, but that's when they're on the upper level. And if they're not on the upper level, things aren't necessarily going to go as well. And I feel like that's what we've seen from Rooster a few times when that tilt sets in, when the realization is things aren't going right. It's all about mental stabilization. And unfortunately, sometimes I don't think JHD brings that as the stand-in coach. They did have a real coach up until this point, but there was personal issues. So Dan's, if you remember Dan's from the Oceanic scene, Jackie, you might not, but other people at home probably do. He's their coach, so he's trying to help from afar. And then they also have Viridian, who would probably be standing in as a coach. He's kind of like a sub-coach, but because they did the team lists way earlier with the coach, etc., it's too late to change that, so they aren't able to have him standing up behind them and able to provide any kind of insight live during the game. So they are kind of, you know, relying almost heavily on Chell to do all of the calling, and that might not be something that they're familiar with for the rest of the season that they played so far here to get to this point.
Yeah, which obviously can be quite a big spanner in the works, trying to adapt to it. And I think at times as well, you can see there is a lot of pressure on Shell's shoulders, where it kind of feels like he's not able to get as aggro, maybe make as many head-to-heads as you'd want to see from him, where he's trying to sort of think more about the big picture of the round. But when he does try and take risks, man, it's been paying off. So it was why it was kind of, you know, a catch-22 of he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. But anyway, we'll leave the theory for now. We'll dial in. We'll see what we get. Rooster, we're back on Inferno. Another affair where they're one map down. Will it be better this time? The chip damage looks good on the pistol, and honestly, mate, pistols have been their bag.
Let's see if they can find it again. Macart, no holds barred. Happy just to go for plentiful repeaks there at mid. And we're going to see the full rotation over to A. Thinking it's a hard read. And I guess they're happy to try and retake B, which is what they might end up having to do. Rooster all here. And at the moment, making the right choice. But now we've got mid-aggression coming through, which is going to be well the amount of information for 3D Max. And they're going to try to fight this one. Push through the smoke now. Exercise going to be able to take that first blood and give themselves a man advantage. Body looking to put him up over the top to try and fight another freebie. Missed chances, missed opportunities, but the bomb will go down.
One planted, but retake rearing its head against Rooster. Exercise up close in the smoke with a backup of body, but he's almost left broke, low on health. Ooh, smoke fades. Quick trades back over, and suddenly it falls onto Terry in the 1v2. Got the Glock ready for the engage. They're trying to bait him to swing round, but he won't be reeled in yet. Sees gravity, quick dip back, takes heavy damage on it. They bait the peak, time short. That's the additional pressure on top. Maka tries to jump on the bomb. Quick snap from Terry. Finds the lineup for the headshot as well. Oh, in the nick of time, Terry takes it home.
And another pistol, another successful one. Thanks to the heroics of Terry at the end. From a man disadvantage and the 3-man smoke fade. Almost went wrong there, but Terry managed to catch a headshot.
Hey, that's kind of sick to see as well, though, dude, because that's Terry also being, like, physically amped up, right? It was TJP that had to keep kind of, like, getting him back into the game before. That's a feels-good round, Mac. That could be gigantic for Terry.
Now, as long as the server stays stable, we'll see if they can feed off the momentum today here. Oh, Terry popping a bit of damage there. Famis peeking straight through the bedroom. And there's already been a chunk of damage done on the Rooster here, so it might not be smooth sailing like we were hoping. You know, Inferno, that is, it's definitely another map that does warrant the ability to force on the CT side in that second round. Especially when they do manage to take out 4 of the Ts in the meanwhile, just to get the extra utility on board. And it's a good read. Early rotation to stack the B site, and the bomb starting to gravitate its way this direction. Lots of util available for Rooster to go for the full commit if they want. We'll see what Slimy does at mid instead, and if it is just going to be orders tested, the MAC-10's looking like they will be the first to make their way in. Flash, ineffective, and there's that crossfire that they were maybe hoping to avoid. It is a mop-up on aisle B. Rooster all across the floor, and Slimy looking just to knock at the door of a save with this Galil.
God, yeah, that's a rough one to swallow, mate. Like you said, clean-up job for someone there. 3D Max, apparently. They were on the janitorial duty and walk away with an easy round straight back in. You know, it was one of the worrying signs we had versus G2 from the T side of Rooster as well. Yeah. The big Rooster on screen there. Good work, everyone. But yeah, the fact that they were just sort of headbutting towards B multiple rounds, where it felt like it was like running down the brick wall quite consistently. If they fall into that trap as well, some uncomfortable B takes early, not the dream. But hey, reset the momentum from the pistol. It's back to a 1-1. So for 3D Max, they're going to be chuffed. Obviously, you've got to force back into it a bit. We get the one Galil, couple techs. Terry with the deke. Bit of space being made towards top banana. Chell goes in. Sees if he can find anything for his troubles. Hoping you're going to get that overextension at mid, but no one swings for Slimy.
And now it's just a slower, patient game. Rooster just allowing the utility to bleed out from 3D Max. We're happy to do so, just to try to figure out what the game plan is from the Cox.
Where will they rise? It's the question. Flash over from the Cox, making their move round on quad side. Quick molly back to try heat things up and send them packing. Down mid side, it's Body in the back who finds TJP, lucky up close. And so far so good, answering every test, keeping this round clean, so it should be free with no rebuys. 3D Max get through that one. Oh, That was innovative.
Yeah, that was quick thinking. Just really changing up the fist bump game. Playing happy slappy. We'll see what the future holds for 3D Max. Couple of Glocks on the board, and Jackie, I think it's a great time to remind everyone again that the DHL mailbag is open for business. If you want to get your questions in, if you want to submit your macaroni art, which we were discussing yesterday, DHL mailbag at efg.gg, and that's the round.
It was good. It supported the read, the mailbag read. It was just in time. So it actually kind of fit perfectly for that one. But yeah, I hope we could get some in, man. I don't know, if macaroni art is really viable, but if someone put the hours in, dedicated the time to make some nice CS-themed macaroni art, at least just EPL themed, you know what I mean? Do something from the culture of CS, throw it at us. That'd be fun. You get it shipped to your Mac, we could put it up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nail it to the green screen.
I think there is submissions for people to send in to the mainstream, to the ESL studio to get your submissions and clothes and everything over on the mainstream. So if you have any of that paraphernalia, send it over there.
Well, we've got some shipments arriving at Banana, but it's all 3D Max. So Rooster losing out there. The postman's arrived, taking away 2 players, ASAP and TJP gone. Body's got Banana control. Should be a bit of a walkthrough of a round here, realistically. Bit of a gap towards brackets if they can find a play, but it's on Terry's shoulders.
Oh, there's the info. Grenade placement. Incent. Just to keep the fight here at Banana, you can see that 3D Max, they are backing themselves. Even with the potential man disadvantage, but off the back of the Incent. Fall back, create the space. Give a teensy bit of map control back to Rooster. Mac are going to go for the longer rotate just to try to keep Rooster guessing as to how many numbers are here. Galil leaves accuracy to be desired. Lucky and Body both falling, and now an opportunity. But with that bomb getting planted, Maka has nothing left in the magazine to try and deny. So it's just retake territory. Let's see if 3D Max can get another across the line.
Running it back all over again. Chell inside of Ruins is good. Rips heavy with the first. That's taking down Gravity. So an important scalp to find, but still a 2v2 to contend with. Both of them have kits as well. Exercise playing inside of the smoke. HE into the back line. On target. Slimy's low. In the meanwhile, Chell goes down. And the Slime Man do it. Oh, the spray. They line up for him. It's so tight on the time as well, but it's barely going to get over the line for Exercise. Another round locked in the 1v1.
Close, but no cigar. Unfortunate for everyone watching from Oceania, but look, it's good damage to the CT economy. So if you're playing the long game, you're getting that bomb plant down, you got the maxed round loss bonus now. That's another gun bite. If you want it, they're actually just going to go for a Hero AK on ASAP and then just hedge their bets with Tech 9s and utility. And we're going straight through the phase smoke here. Spray from Lucky going to be disrespected. Only with 8 bullets left in the mag. We'll fall back and reinforce brackets as all 3 of the 3D Max members here were ready for the mid pop. Even calling Gravity across with the A4 to bring some extra bullets to the party. Good timing on the flash. Reactive utility, maybe not as effective as they wanted, but the Incense stops him on the corner, and Gravity happy just to keep on fighting fire with fire. Exercise as well, picks his fight perfectly. The timing on the push couldn't have been better to trade out and win yet another round for the French.
Yeah, Rooster just sort of throwing themselves at the problem right now and hoping to speed it up, go for a bit of a quicker style as CS, catch them off guard. Thought they had the right idea with the flashes over, get a bit of control on Arch and then peek in, but setup just repelled them instantly. Incendiary was good. Backstab timing from Exercise as well to fight from brackets. Yeah, Body's yelling. Mate, we remember that all too well. Yeah, if he starts coming back out, TJP will be all too quiet with that one.
Oh, sending the message as well. In the form of that AK bullet. TJ. 007 right now. Slower start to the series than what we had from him yesterday for sure, and Body just wants to keep on fighting here, but it looks like ASAP didn't quite spot Body in front of all the util, and that's going to be the package. Dropped it Banana. Instant rotation out of Lucky just to reinforce the Banana control. And it's going to be a long end to the round here for Rooster.
Another one of these, you know, it feels like this is sort of the CS they've been playing for kind of the past sort of, 12 rounds, realistically, going back even into Overpass, just forced into uncomfortable early scenarios where 3D Max get the picks. You've got to save it out to have any kind of economy to play with.
Yeah.
And some arduous CS, bro. So it's got to be draining to keep sort of energy up.
At least on Inferno, the observers have chickens to fight.
There's a good few chickens hidden across most maps, actually. You can find one on Dust 2 that's like just a little graffiti of a chicken on Short. Pretty sure there's one on Overpass as well. There's like the ancient chicken you can find on Ancient. There's a whole load of like weird little hidden chickens still okay. So they're always there. They're always around. But you never really know. I mean, the chickens we wanted to be seeing here, though. Not really ruling the roost right now. That's been all 3D Max.
There you have it. Well, when we asked for some facts earlier, we did actually get sent... I did ask for some French facts, and we got one.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. It could be real, it could be fake. You can fact check it if you want. French is the official language in 26 countries.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Interesting.
I'm going to fact check it.
Look
Let's
it
see
up,
which
man.
countries, yeah.
See if it's plausible. See if it's true. Is it tenable, Mac?
I think it could be tenable.
All right, there you go. The Mac fact check has come through. And we have word on how many countries speak French.
I've got 24. Is that what he said? 24?
I think he said 26, no?
26?
We're missing 2 countries.
Well, we could be missing 2 countries.
Maybe. Have a look down the back of the sofa just in case.
Yeah.
Do you know the local language they speak in Inferno right now?
I assume it's Italian?
It's probably French, mate. 3D Max will win.
Yeah. I think that checks out as well. Well, there you have it. No, Wikipedia does say 26, so we'll take it. Can't find all 26 countries, but there's an amount.
Oh, there's an amount of bodies on the floor as well. Handcrafted by that man. That was beautiful.
Gravity boosted up just to try and seal the deal. Rooster at least able to get to the hurdle of the bomb being planted again, but it's going to take a crazy effort out of Chell, and he is not allowed an extra shot out of that AK. So there you have it. 4 alive at the end of it, and 7 now on the CT side. It is looking pretty much like a spitting image of what we saw from Rooster yesterday. Big pistol, and then nothing off the back of it.
This was nice. I mean, not nice if you're a Rooster fan, at least. If there's any of those turning up a little bit late, of course, letting us know. Make sure we're aware of your presence so we can mark you as being here for the day. You get your stamp on exit from this game. You'd hate to see Roosters exiting this one soon. They need to just pipe back up, but it's kind of the storyline that I was worried they'd fall into, right? T-side start, you're going into it, it's hard, can't get a bit of a move on. Another round here, you're playing with Tex, try go a bit more pacey. Terry creates a little bit of space onto Maka, steals the AWP as well, shots in the backside, getting a little bit panicky now.
Ooh, lucky. Going down on the long wrap. Let's see if Exercise can single-handedly hold onto the A site. Spotting his position is good for Rooster to try to collapse upon it, but they're just going to be going through the smoke and hoping that they can find him. But look at this timing. Exercise, the smoke gremlin finally found as Rooster doubled their round count and give themselves some hope towards the end of the half. Oh, they're going fast apps. There you go. Call's been leaked.
It's gone through. Let's see if they commit to it. Fast play. Hit them heavy. Yeah, it's felt like a bit of a weird T-half from them so far, but Tech Paws coming in here. The curse of the Roosters following them. So hopefully that one will get resolved. We'll get back into it. Any kind of buffer you can get at all. Best case scenario. Just squeeze out a couple rounds, man.
Yeah.
Get that sweet juice out of the rounds.
Gravity was pointing at something, so I think it's on the 3D Max side of things. Sounds like we are live, rip-roaring and ready to go. Rooster looking to lock in a few more here. Still got, what, like 2 more rounds back-to-back before they can maybe even think about breaking the CT economy.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for them. Specifically here as well, dude. Like Banana, it's literally just been throw smoke, hold left click, 3D max of 1 Banana every time. Again, they push off the back of it. Sap reads it at least. It's a good tap straight into the smoke. So Gravity, up to his old tricks, finally pays the price this time.
Long smoke answered with the mid smoke. Utility damage going out the wazoo for Rooster. In terms of taking it. Which isn't a skill you want to be good at. Body. Oh, just tanking that molly. Happy to go down with the ship, but is that going to be a costly mistake? We'll find out as the round timer is getting squeezed further and further. And it's going to be the A site under fire, so Exercise again going to be tested. 9 and 2. And in pit, there's no molly for Rooster to make their way forward. It's just going to be contact, and it should be a free pick. He's tucked in. He's locked in even. Eyes on that position. The one tap, the second. And this is looking very rough for Terry, who's committed to the plan to reverse default. That is perfection. Anchoring the site like a champion. Exercise, putting an 8th on the board.
Yeah, just isolates every fight. The first snap as well into the low HP player was clinical. Follow-up's great. And then reads it nicely to isolate Terry, knowing how tight time was for him. He had no other call to make. It's a big round. Lovely defense. It is one as well where, you know, you can rep Exercise in this kind of spot, right, with the rotate off just in case it was the late flank back to B. So it's a big round from him to close it. There we go. Bit of a react from Body. But for Roosters, bro, it's so much worse. Again, it's like a little punch to the teeth, right? You're thinking, oh, we had a big advantage in that round, literally just been owned. The 1v3 towards site. Don't really have many opportunities left. We're back in here, AWP from Chell towards mid-side, but Maka just standing in the flanks. He's ready for that banana peek. TJP rips the head off.
It's a good opening. Few and far between. And now it looks like Terry and Slimy were trying to set themselves up this holes pop. That's been a harder one to execute since the railing's been put back on the Inferno balcony. Getting diverted by the smoke. And the A site looking to be the target. Smoke on long. Maybe just the full pump up short. And there's a solid crossfire between Pit as well as Balcony. But Exercise falling this time. Maybe they don't expect Gravity still here. Up on the rafters. Mayor's just waiting, hoping he can find a few more. And that's going to be more than enough for sure. Slimy 1v2 angle. And just trying to figure out where that next man is. But caught in the open. Gravity again. Beautiful scenes from him. Lovely work. Lovely anchoring. And 3D Max, it feels like they just can't put a single foot wrong.
Nah, man, everything's in a line right now. Rooster making it a little bit easier for them as well by not clearing the angle towards top Balk, but the fact that he hits all of his shots and lives through it, it goes to show, you know, Gravity really has had an incredible amount of impact. Even in that series loss that we had for 3D Max, he was the one dragging them, kicking and screaming through so many opening duels to keep them in rounds. Big name player, Maka here. Ooh. Back in the seat, trying to make a quick snatch at the hand down mid with the AWP. But no tags done onto that one. Exercise with the A1S left behind him as well for a quick switch if he needs to make a getaway and favors the rifle.
They got the money for it, so why not? Although, lovely jiggle. Buying space for Slimy to get that opening. But again, Rooster have been struggling to convert even with these man advantages. Time after time, just still walking into the stacked site. See if the read can be better this time. Maka, slow on the flick. Couldn't quite connect onto Terry, who's still drawing a lot of attention over towards this A site. He's thinking about going for the repeat onto the same line. Maka invested in clearing out Boiler. The angle favors him as Terry is unable to shoot right back. Good timing on the flash. Denying body a chance to see a damn thing. As Gravity makes a bit of noise over towards Oranges, hoping that some flashes can come through in time. Able to find the single, but lucky through the smoke. The refrag is good. 20 seconds on the clock. And Chelios not wanting to commit to a plant. Not until Slimy's a little closer. And he commits to it as well. An odd position for the plant to go down. And aware that without any peek coming from the CT side, it's probably Ruins that he has to focus on.
Nearly finds Lucky on the clear as well, off the back of the molly timing. Maka and Lucky. They're going to set this one up together. They want to go for the flash over through Ruins and then pop in towards the bomb site. Doesn't do anything, the blind shell. Right on target, Lucky goes down. Maka knows he's got to make a play. Nothing that can be done. So they'll squeeze that one out with a clutch. Let's see what they've got for us going into the second half.
A brutal first half for the Oceanic boys to deal with, especially off that big play on the pistol again from Terry. But this seems to be the ode of Rooster, right? It's constant success on these pistols, but then the follow-up on the easier rounds, in theory, it just ain't working as expected. And we got a faster one. We're straight up short, straight through the mid-smoke flashes, enabling the pressure. But do they expect the pit and bulk set up? A couple of whipped shots will be brought back eventually. Zap turned it into a 2-for-1 as Gravity finds another.
Hey, Slimy's still alive though, man. He could be a problem in pit. Oh, it's going wrong though, Mac. The clash is back. It's only Slimy. I was hoping he'd pop off on a push around quad side. It felt like that was a prime angle for him. He's been doing it every game. All down to the 1v2 then this time. It's a race towards B.
Gravity feeling it already with 3. Crab walks in. Has his head to play with this time. Slimy is hunting, but there's a hard crossfire between CT and Oranges. I don't know if there's going to be a good shot for Slimy to make this one work. Baiting, waiting, but it's Gravity to take another, and that's 10 on the board. And a rough scoreline to try to play back from. I think this warrants the force to try and take the dub. You really need to try to shift that momentum as the CTs.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Again, it's another one of those where it feels like Sap pops off right for like balcony side, but as soon as Slimy gets smoked off in pit, there was just no play to be made. Like late round, he was just completely isolated. There was no follow up. Damn, it's a shame as well. It's usually so crisp in those sort of scenarios. Like you were sort of G'ing up. That's the way they've been getting themselves any kind of stock into these games as well. They've been winning these pistols. So losing that one, could really start to haunt them now. You're getting into the reality of the situation. That you're staring a 10 scoreline in the face for 3D Max here on the map. With that first map win already under their belts, this could be you going 0-2 at EPL off the back of this loss now.
Push in. Body. Got that HE off to double up. Lovely little trade. But the pistols don't quite do enough. It looks good. Theoretically winnable for Chelios here. But it's all a matter of timing. And if he can get that pick onto Maka and maybe even pick up one of the weapons that are just laying down in front of him here, Mac 10 would be nice. Galil would be better. But he's gone for neither or. Oh, and makes a bit of noise. In the meanwhile, accidentally picked one up as he walked over it, didn't realize. And gives up the element of surprise. Overcooks it.
Yo, by the way, did that nade kill him from impact?
It felt like they were staggered. No. There you go. They both blew up, right?
Was it 2 nades or was it Body's? Because it was Body. I thought Body's nade hit him on the jump. But yeah, maybe not. It just looked weird. It looked really weird. I thought it literally tagged him as he jumped. So Body's nades killed him from impact, then blown up and killed the second guy. It looked like he just straight nuke tubed him.
I'll tell you in a second. We'll roll it back on stream and I'll see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because he was low. So, because I think you can do up to like 3 points of damage. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild.
The way I was baffled, I was looking at it, I was like pretty sure that's an impact kill. Because I heard the, you know, when you die to like a nade hitting you. I was really confused. I was like, how's he got both of the frags? Didn't have 2 nades.
That's wild. Yeah, chaotic scenes. Double kill with a nade off the back of the impact is something you don't see every day. And yet, first gun round, not going Rooster's way, back to the save territory, and it's looking like one of the more one-sided games I've seen in a long time here in Counter-Strike 2. Unfortunate for the Oceanic boys to be on the back of it, but I think at this point it's kind of expected, and 3D Max, they are showing that they have a bit of reckoning. They got places to be, and they've got some points to prove.
Yeah, it does feel like we're starting to reach the ending chapter on this one now. It's been very quiet from the Roosters. 3D Max has just been kind of in cruise control. Body's reinventing how to use HEs. Just noob tubing off top banana for entries. Some madness, man. There's been some clean plays as well from a lot of the individuals on this team. The chickens in spawn running to hide, so let's see if the Roosters have got anything left on their CT side here. Round 16, live and kicking. Chell with a peek down mid-side, but they've already beat him on the timing.
Banana control, high priority. Oh, and that Molly's going to force TJP to fight, so he don't get nothing done. Nades on the corner, whittle him down, make it light work for Macca to get that one going. ASAP hiding on the middle of the site, and there's slow rotations. Feels like comms might be off here. ASAP getting two. Could salvage the round, but it's still going to be difficult. Deep smoke over towards CT. Disrespected as Terry goes through solo. Chelios as well, hunting for anything. And it's going to be another chaotic one. Chelios found. Taps from Body. Just laying down the law, and this is the beginning of the end. Slimy 1v3, revealing his position. And it's looking unlikely that a clutch could come through unless they give him a couple of picks like that. Gravity. He can into the pre-fire. Slimy just going loud. Knows that time is not on his side. He does have a kit. He does have a flash. But he does have a two-man stack set up right in front of him. And that is looking way too easy for 3D Max on Inferno. Rooster sent down to the 0-2 bracket. But 3D Max with Macca back looking like a beautiful roster of the French.
Yeah, hit him with a full power 3D Max, right? The Macca attack, he opened it up with a sick toilet flank in the very first round of the opening map, and from then had impact throughout as well. But it's the whole roster that played some brilliant CS on that one. You had some crazy plays from Body, Exercise with a backline clutch factor, being able to shut things down, and Gravity still just doing what he did best yesterday as well, being in the right time, at the right place, and just creating so many opportunities for this team.
It's been a solid affair so far, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to find that resurgence through the middle of the Swiss stage. Obviously, you're not looking for perfection anymore, but from this point, if you want to hit that stage 2 of the major, you kind of need it anyway. And there's a lot of big names, a lot of also kind of unknown names through that middle of the Swiss bracket that they're going to have to play against. So I guess best case thing is that they've got a higher seeding, so everyone that they should play should be theoretically worse teams than them, and they're pretty good at punching down. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to do that moving forward through EPL Stage 1. But yeah, so far so good, and Body sending the message to Rooster, who were getting loud in the couple of rounds they were able to thread through the series.
Yeah, again, man, I think from Rooster's side of things, you know, it's a shame there's been so many near misses. I think especially now having the benchmarks of both of these games to look at, though, Mac, there's a lot that they could unpack from it and go back, put under the microscope and potentially fix, right? It's more of the basic issues that were causing them problems. And also, I think just relying on themselves a little bit more in terms of some of the faith. When it goes quiet in that team, it feels like it doesn't only go quiet in the cheering, it's in the server physically, right?
Yeah, it feels like it's just, you can even just tell from the body language that just the comms aren't on, everyone's a little worried, the nerves are still there, and they've been on this level of stage multiple times now. So the experience is slowly but surely getting there. It is still Terry's first affair internationally, up against especially the likes of teams that have much more experience on LAN against top tier teams like 3D Max. So it's just going to be a learning curve, another learning curve, and there's not much time to learn. We talk about you win or you learn, and they're not winning. Today, it looked like at the start of Overpass, they had learnt from yesterday, but there's still a little time. There's still an opportunity tomorrow for them to try to pack things up and show us what they're capable of.
Hey man, school can still be in session, you know what I mean? There's more that could be fixed. I think there was a few things we saw there, like a couple of the glaring issues when you're looking for just clearing a few angles in the heat of the moment, right? But a lot of that, I think they even kind of summarized themselves, and we touched on, they said it is down to the comms, right? And I think you notice that in those situations most, where it feels like that second voice of just, you know, clearing the basics, making sure it works. Sometimes it's not there.
Look, we do have the ESCA player of the match, and that is going to be Exercise today, especially for a couple of those moments. You saw in Pit, you know, getting that 1v3, that was perfection. His timings, his choices, all through Inferno, just completely shutting down Rooster time after time. And I want to see more of this from him, especially moving through stage 1. He's a solid player. He's been a sharp shooter for a long time, and he's still getting it done, still doing it for the French, for 3D Max, and it's great to see. 1.36 rating over this series. Honestly surprised that's not a higher number.
Yeah, no, genuinely, actually. He's had some big moves, man. It feels like Exercise is one of those names that's always on the tips of our tongues in important rounds, right? Like he's sort of thrown into those situations and generally contends with them very well. So yeah, it makes sense why we highlight him there. There was a lot of big names on that team, though, this game. I think it's why it was nice to see more of sort of, you know, the backbone of 3D Max there. Whereas in that outing versus Inner Circle, it wasn't even really all Nevera's fault when you sort of pin it down to like, who do we blame? It just felt like it was all a bit wrong.
Yeah, everything sort of all over the place. Look, quick shout out, Gravity able to go 3-0 in openings, Body able to go 5-0 in openings, just constantly putting that pressure over towards Banana. So look towards them in the future for these 3D Max games to just be the heavy hitters, the aggressors. But hey, that is going to be that for the first series of the day. We have another beautiful game coming up just after the break, and we'll see you just after it for that one.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold. Forgot my keys.
I'll carry you. Flashbang.
Oh my, what the
Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Go.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Hello.
We'll give you the world.
Yeah! New record! Welcome to Clutch Town! You win or you learn? And today you learned.
Holy absolute cinema.
Hello guys! Crazy summer, right? How you doing, bro?
Yeah! Talk normally, man! What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, we did it together on bootcamp, you remember? Yeah? Yo.
Donk! Imperial spirit. Fight!
Yep. Yeah. He's passed the test. You passed the test. Congratulations.
What is it? Simple. Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that simple.
Yes! Let's go, guys. Go.
You know, he's coming in through the smoke, worried on the other side. Are they going to be ready for this one? He's coming and cut, blazing away.
Constant bouquet. Let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin.
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night.
All right, here we are again. This one's a little bit weird. You hit me up. You wanted to come on the show and talk. You are a self-described ELO terrorist, if I'm getting that correct.
Well, I wouldn't say self-described, but the community really just throws that in my direction, and
Sure.
I just wanted a chance to really defend myself, you know.
Okay. Well, I mean, what's the big issue that the community has with you? It can't be the outfit, because you look great.
It's when I play with my friends, you know, like they're great. Sometimes I get carried, sometimes I think I do the carrying, but then when I play on my own, I just get all these accusations constantly, like, why are you bottom fragging? Why are you here? But is this a bot account? And I just...
It's okay. This is a safe space. You can take your time.
Sometimes it's just... it just really destroys my mental because I know I deserve to be there. It's someone has to be at the bottom of the scoreboard sometimes, and it's not always me. Most of the time it can be, but I'm the one throwing the utility. I'm the one putting in all of the hard yards, and I just wish they would just back off, like for just a couple of fucking games, man.
Look, you're putting out a lot of weakness into the studio, and I can't have that. So I'm going to need you to kind of puff up your chest a little bit. You are throwing the utility. You know, you're calming. You're staying positive. You're not criticizing anyone. You're doing a lot for the team behind the scenes. Yeah, I mean, don't let them bring you down like that.
I am, bro.
I know you got a lot of big, strong muscles. You got to learn to use the one muscle that counts. You know, a little bit of heart goes a long way, even when it's behind chest-plated armor.
But again, I think I needed that. I really needed someone to tell me that it's not just in my head. You know, there's just been so much bad noise going on in the community. I just want someone to believe. My friends all do, but sometimes friendship isn't enough. You just want some of those randoms, some of the solo queue gremlins to not call you a bloody imposter, elo terrorist, you know, just calling you all the names. I feel like I deserve to be there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, everyone does. Can I ask you how many kills would you say you average on a map, on you know, across like a 10 game spread?
10 on Face It or matchmaking?
Face It. Let's go with the more difficult environment. Yeah,
probably like at a max, maybe like a 15 on a good day, and you know, but average was hanging around 9 or 10, I think.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, your friends actually may have a point there. That's just not good enough. Like, you look, utility's great, but you got to get the frags. You actually got a headshot.
But you told me it was about the heart.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we tell bad players when I mean, less good players, I guess I should say, when we want them to feel a little bit better. But dude, 9 kill average, like, come on.
I keep the team together.
Yeah, but getting kills, you know, brings wins, and that keeps teams together too. So I mean, you know, there's only so much you can do from throwing the utility. We've seen it over the years. Plenty of players have just dropped out if that's their only game. You just look. You got to find a way to bring more value to the squad.
Fuck this.
Jason Rogame Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogame Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogame Podcast by night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Harold H. Hunt, world-renowned animal discoverer, just showed you my latest discovery, a panther cub that I brought back here to the Bay Area Zoo. So shove that up your arse, BBC. I have given something back to science.
The new G2 is really clicking heads, while seeming to have a great chemistry already. I mean, I agree.
They just hit all their shots on train.
G2 fans witnessed one map era, XDDD.
The G2 map is still super thin.
G2 just trolled the veto. Inferno was free, Mongols have a terrible Inferno. We should ask Bossman about that.
G2, whenever in advantage round, they panic and start jumping like idiots. Lol.
I mean,
a bit for check.
Sometimes it happens probably. Every time I went all in with G2, they shit the bed.
Unlucky. Only man with balls and high IQ know G2 will win this.
Minus balls, but win. G2 strat book.
Hunter might be the best Kovac currently.
I said it, better Kovac insta after first clutch when we played official. So looks like Ibiza final boss. Okay.
How can Heavy God and Matas be so consistent? Those two are truly elite players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you. Mongols will eat a Heavy God for breakfast as bra.
Nobody except Heavy God can eat that much. I agree.
Is it correct? Is it correct?
I agree. I agree.
Heavy God is so overrated. As one tap kills, he crouch and spray.
I agree. You know where Heavy God is because he just missed some bullets.
But that is comments. Heavy God save us. True, true.
Daewoo Matisse is a fucking machine.
Daewoo, bro. Can't believe Matisse stuck on Fnatic for years.
Matisse tried to help, but ended up cosplaying as a sandbag with 617.
Yeah, I don't even remember this match, so thank you.
I had 617.
He was used to only playing online banana caps for Fnatic, so I get it, traveling is tiresome at first.
You can take a man out of CCT, but you can't take CCT out of a man.
Probably betting, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Matty's first time ever on Overpass, the guy is totally clueless almost every round.
I don't think he's like extremely tilted or something, it's probably his face. Yeah, that's true. That's true, that's my face, I'm angry.
Mouse and Matty is farming donk. Did we actually? On Asian at least, probably.
Marbs Heavy God Matush is a cracked core.
Matty's on Heavy God shows Nico and Monesi how to beat Vitality.
Nico to G2, I miss you so much, baby. I just want to get back together with you.
G2, I don't think about you at all.
Let's go G2. Heavy God and Hanta will humble Messi and Boltpex.
Messi and Boltpex. G2 means give 2 rounds max to Vitality.
G2 back to reality. Honeymoon is over.
G2 suddenly forgot how to play pistol rounds though.
Vitality brought guns, G2 brought water pistols. Yeah, that's true. I don't...
Rushing B with no door smoke. Am I watching Swears play, Luma? I mean, sometimes you have to play Facey Prem now, I guess, for check.
Imagine getting outfragged by a left-hander. That's
handicapped. Back to the reality for G2. This lineup is washed. Fluke tournament. Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Classic G2 choke.
Everybody stay calm. Everybody stay calm.
Alex received an email today. It's actually the same email that we receive every year. We will be delivering the major trophy. And we're literally just dropping off a box.
Today is the day, guys. We, the DHL Regional Esports Logistics Division, have been tasked by head office to deliver this year's major trophy. This is the big leagues. This is the big deal, guys. This is our World Cup. This is our Super Bowl. This is Esports Logistics Oscars.
Yes, it is. That's the one, baby. We're back.
Woo! And yeah, I heard what they said about us. I heard the rumors that we're stuck in time. But guess what? So was 1.6. And that was $1 billion franchise. This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
Yikes. He's got a scent. Bird of prey.
Maheen, did you just rip open your work shirt?
Gentlemen, lady, today we make history. This package, it's no normal package. This is no mere package. This package is the major trophy. Kissed by champions, hoisted by legends, and now it is in our hands.
He's been practicing his trophy lift in the bathroom mirror all morning.
Many moons ago, I almost went pro. But fate, dodgy internet connection, and poor teammates stood in my way. I was this close to the big leagues.
Wait, so you didn't actually go pro?
Listen, Harry, things were different back in my day, okay? You wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes in an ice series red room. Boat race champion over here. Packing my PC, back of the boot. I'm in the car, I'm driving down to Telford. I slept on floors just for a chance to compete! Right, we have 2 delivery sites.
No, we don't.
So mid-control is really important. You're going to want to make sure you have this in order to avoid any hostile encounters.
Hostile encounter is just traffic.
Exactly, and that's why we need a plan. And so, I've assigned you all roles. Hugo Byron, entry fragger. It's you. Give it up for Hugo, everyone. New guy. Always send the new guy in first. Up next, of course, we've got Freya Spears. She's always such a supportive presence in the office, wouldn't you say? Of course, we've also got Harry. Coach, okay? Warm up the hands.
Oh boy.
Who else we got? Trace? Lurker. It's nice for you.
You see, I'm always the lurker. It's because he doesn't trust me. Go figure.
And that just leaves, of course, Chad Sponge Birchall, Orpa.
I won't let you down, sir.
I know you won't, my little star. And I will be the CEO, strategist, and all-round mastermind. All right, let's run the drill. Come on, what are you waiting for? Come on, go, 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 go!
IT infrastructure to warehouse operations, over.
No enemies over here.
It looks like the coast is clear.
Then you're good to go.
Trophy secured.
Nothing about this is okay.
I tried to take my lunch break. Alex said I was AFK. Then, he binged me.
Sup?
Hi.
I'm here for delivery?
Oh yeah, it should be just right. Guys, where's the trophy gone?
What? My trophy! Are you serious? The trophy's gone? Have you seen the trophy? My trophy, what? No! Where is it? Trophy. Freya, you... I didn't see it last. I didn't. My trophy.
I knew this day would come.
My trophy.
Let me guess. Alex lost a trophy again.
Trophy.
Did not see that one coming.
My trophy. You see the trophy? Come on. Have you seen the trophy?
Wow.
Yeah, listen. I had to take it. I wanted to feel like a champion. Just for once. The real trophy? It isn't this beautiful chunk of handcrafted metal. The real trophy is the team you surround yourself with every single day.
Yeah. That's not how trophies work, little guy.
My name is Damien Deloitte. I'm an award-winning filmmaker specializing in undercover investigative documentaries.
Hugo in here.
Myself and my sound recordist have gone incognito. Posing as a corporate video crew, we've infiltrated the inner workings of the DHL Esports Logistics Division.
Get out! I told him to get out!
Unmasking the covert power plays and perilous secrets that shatter the industry's glittering facade. This is the dispatch.
Oh, fuck.
Exposed.
Best aimer and best hair. You mean best crosshair?
Is it Kyosuke or Kayasuke?
You can call her however you want.
Okay, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one sounds better? Kyosuke! Kyosuke! Actually, they both kind of work.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked wonderland. He gets it to
Nice, refreshing cranberry juice without the automatic assumption of like...
You certainly could.
I know you can, but you just feel there's judgment with it. You get judged more buying cranberry juice than anything else in the supermarket.
You think so? Well,
Supermarché.
I think it's also because cranberry juice just tastes terrible.
No, it doesn't.
It's just
That's
actually
an
disgusting.
insane take, Jason.
It's actually...
Put your flaming lips away, sir. Quick mow down over the cave push. Coming through this smoke is like so desperate. But trying to keep the pace high, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of smokes in this game that really do feel like walls, and that one in cave is one of them.
Yeah, and I think the B ramp one is kind of another one, you know?
I just think like that cave, the cave one's like, so, you know, it's the smallest choke point on like any of the maps to run through. You physically can't go through it two at a time. And so yeah, very easy round for Hotu.
You know, we're talking of juices.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm right, but I recall grapefruit juice like actually messing with a load of different medications.
It does, yeah. Grapefruit is, it like affects how your body metabolizes things, especially things like SSRIs. Is that called?
Yes.
Yes.
So I just remember like there's a surprising amount of like medicines that say do not consume with grapefruit juice.
Yeah. No,
Did you know that?
I used to have a bunch like that.
Okay.
I also got a fun fact on Twitter about chickens. We got time for that?
We got time for that.
Okay, did you know that a chicken once lived without its head? It became famous.
I saw that one. I don't know if I can trust it.
I googled it. It's real.
It's real.
Yeah. So his name was Mike, and he lived for 18 months after being beheaded, and he toured around the US gathering huge crowds. That's Mike, the headless chicken, if you want to fact check that. He was a male Wyandot chicken, and he lived for 18 months.
Speaking of some headless chickens showing signs of life, Bait finally in a good position.
Beautiful tie-in. It's a beautiful tie-in.
4-on-3, turn 3v2 as they trade favorably on that ramp push.
But unfortunately, Harry, you didn't hear the end of the story.
Oh, no.
Chicken dies.
The chicken did die.
Just in case you didn't
March
know.
of 1947, and Norbert, the God King, is going to be putting this chicken down in a minute. I don't see Frontales winning this one. An all 1v2 coming in from cave side. Okay.
Oh, and he has the butterfly knife, and we're talking about chickens. Butterfly chicken, what can he do? It's like a Nando's.
Oh, I love
Frontales.
Woo!
Clean execution of Essential. Extra spicy. Into the 1v1 now, and more than enough reason to give this a go.
It's nasty off angle. Oh, spotted now. Got to give it up.
Back in. Frontales needed the spam to connect. A lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Might just have to commit to this. Kenzazor on the run up, a long way away. It's going to be real close on this defuse. Surely not. Another round for Hotu. Frontales with the 1 versus 2 pickup.
Oh, it's cooked. Oh, Bait's got to be feeling so terrible. Major just slipping away. They can do nothing right. Coming into a third map, you can't find any openings. Strategies aren't working. Game plan's not working. This is rough. Let's see what they've got in store for us, because at this point, you need these last three of these last four of the last 4 rounds. You need something to work with into the next one. But like, I don't even know where you go with it. NPL, who's probably a player I'd point out and say you're kind of the star of this team. Like, some games, you need to provide the energy. You need to provide a crazy triple kill, a crazy double opening to get an easy round win, and just see if you can snowball that.
That's the first round where Bait got more than 2 kills.
Yeah, it's not
pretty
good. It's not been great. It's not been anything.
But 8-4 is, you know, if this NPL double impact entry does materialize, there is. It's not too late for this headless chicken to start touring.
He's not going to give it to you. He's over just hiding behind Molotovs and nades over at B lane.
Kenzazor proactive in mid though. Supported by Red and Donut smokes, he can call it essentially clear.
Looks like they might want to go back to the A bomb site, test those waters for the first time in about 6 rounds, because everyone's leaning that direction. The B lane pieces are starting to come towards middle, and there goes Essential once again. Just like that first step of map control, and you just lose a player. You pay the tax, and now you're down by 1.
This looks like a really nice flash. Oh, Mizu, he wanted to try and turn it. Still full white screen. Duke, though, blocks main, enables Kado to tap the boost. Alex goes down. Duke, you're full, you're blind, goes running anyway.
That's a little ego. That's a little overconfidence there.
They can't lose this one. This is an unlosable post-plant for Bait. There is not a single chance that they can lose this round. Oh, he's poking out of the smoke, touching cloth wide. Hendrick's gone. It's impressive, actually. It's impressive.
I mean, dude, it's, you know, it's your two best players left up in that. Frontales coming hot off the back of a clutch as well, right? Feeling good. Him and Norbert in strong positions, and Frontales catches that first guy just kind of showing too much skin out through Donut. That is a very awkward round to give away. And it feels even rougher.
What's that?
Feels even rougher for Kenzazor, man. Like, he's literally 1v9 right now. He's 9-8 on the board. It was a 3K in that round to put them in a winnable position.
Was he worried about like a donut flank?
He's trying to be ready to peek when his player from A main comes through the smoke, so he can at least trade that last kill. So he's trying to stay as close to the edge of the smoke as possible. And man, just crushing detail that goes against him.
9-3's workable.
That 9-3's doable.
Yeah. Just trying to remain a little hopeful that this one has some twists and turns. Norb on the walk. Perfect trade from Frontales.
Here we go, Duke. Look to, oh, he sees the barrel, surely. Whoop. Nice and easy.
Hello.
Yep. And now they know everything on the map, and they're going to be prepared for this. Are you going to chase down Mizu? You know one more is going to be over in Red Room. Essential's got both.
That's nice. Little sequence from Essential, caught off by the angle of Kado's approach. Further than he anticipated. Frontales to close.
Hot 2 players just feel so much freedom and confidence right now to just constantly be moving.
Yeah.
Like, you just always be in your face. And I think it's the opposite for Bait. They're like kind of scared to do anything because they know they just... Well, look, 10-2 is doable. You can work with it.
10-2 and a pistol.
Yeah, there's something you can scrape together there, sure. Damn, everyone from Hot 2 playing well. And they've caught a timing where Bait individually comes into this server missing at the most critical map.
Ooh. Nice attempt. Oh, dude, not dead. Okay,
Hendrick ain't having a good time right now. Okay.
Cheeky.
MPL is finally having something go his way here. Those 2 kills over in mid leave Hotu on the back foot.
Look how spread everyone is on the T side. It's going to take, what, like 20 seconds for them to get players to join up together to be able to do something as a unit. Maybe it doesn't matter if Essential just kills everything, which it's looking like he might just do. There we go. There we go. Finally a round on the board. It took 11.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds.
That's their 8th T-side round in this series.
Ooh.
You don't like that, do you?
That's actually a really gross.
You'll hate it even more when I tell you 5 of them were from Overpass.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that is quite condemning.
Offensively, it's all gone wrong.
Yeah. I mean, especially when this Essential sequence could essentially be a CT, holding his spot, holding his roost. Let's see. 10-2 and a pistol, workable.
Hey, 11-1 you can even do something with.
Our glass is over half full. I think it's 75% full right now.
Saying, whatever the score is, I'm going to paint it as 11-1. They've got it right where they want. I'm super confident. It's great.
But like Harry was saying, they're a CT-sided team.
I guess, yeah, that is another way of
That's what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
Mizu is having so much confidence to just go wide on that fight. Head trick, there's the AWP. That's what you want to see. His teammates in his way, and Frontales doesn't pull the trigger. The legs not to Hedrick trying to bait shots. Nice nade. Okay, Hedrick's had around 3 kills on his way into A and now falling away. Essential. He's been looking pretty damn good with this AK in his hands in the previous. Looks like the pivot to B will be uncontested.
Yeah, it's always tough though. If you're Essential right now, like you have the decision to make. Do you like hop up and take the risk to try and join up with your teammates?
It's a bit late now.
Yeah, I think they're just making the read and the call of like, okay, they were both over here at the other bomb site. So let's just make the run. It's the right call, the right read. So you have a lurker and Essential in place to stop this play from Kato.
Just what he wanted. Perfectly positioned to convert it, and Hedrick, let's not forget the reason this round feels so easy is his 3 kills on A. Nice little jiggle from Mizu. Baits out an AWP shot, turns the flash, and readies a nade that will soften up Hedrick heavily. It's vulnerable to wallbangs now, Essential. Oh, a dink. AK just better. Okay, 10-2. Game on. Can Bait turn it around in that second half?
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Katia.
Gentlemen, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 22, where we are currently back in the fruit market and in the market for some good Counter-Strike. One kind of Counter-Strike that is brought to you by the UK's greatest. Is that what you call it, Jackie?
Yeah, I think so, right? He would be, in my mind, probably the GOAT coach by far from the UK scene, a legend, a beautiful man. It's Ashley Battier every day for me, I can't lie. When I see a Gamer Legion fixture, I'm excited.
You have to be. You absolutely have to be. And look, it's a slightly new look roster for Gamer Legion as well. It's been a weird sort of time for Gamer Legion. They've had that roster for it felt like over a year at this point. But finally, It's managed to shift up a little bit again with a bit of Polish in the mix.
It has, right? It's kind of ebbed and flowed as it's developed now, and it sort of brought it to quite an interesting roster. I think they've always had good optics when it comes to finding newer talent. You know, Ash and the Gamer Legion team, they build these interesting teams where in a short space of time, you see players picked up going on to bigger and greater things in some cases, otherwise securing some huge things for themselves under this very banner. For Ash himself, mate, it just speaks, doesn't it? You can see some of his recent achievements, historic, and how he's been performing. The man's a living legend, honestly. He's a beautiful man.
Yeah, and Gamer Legion this year also, other than just Ash, they've been doing, phenomenally. Ash's achievements, taken them to a couple of big stage playoffs, which unfortunately they've gone out in, you'd call it quarters. It's, the only quarter that they play on the stage. But still, getting onto the stage is huge for these teams that are, around that tier 2, pushing tier 1. There's incredible talent on this roster, and I'm hearing great things as well about this individual Hypex. So Ash may have just scouted another one of these up-and-coming individuals to add to the roster.
Yeah, you'd think so. He seems like a very humble guy. I've been doing a little bit of a research, into Hypex, sort of seeing how he operates inside of this team. It's interesting. He says that some of his inspirational AWPers over time that sort of, as he was getting into Counter-Strike, you've got players like Kenny S from back in the day, Munacy in more recent times. So those flashy, more aggressive styles. But this is the storyline for me that makes the whole package, Mac. It's quite a cool one, right? He's sort of saying his big dream would be being from his hometown. To win that event, to complete that sort of legacy, that would be even more important perhaps than the major for him, which is quite a cool idea, his own sort of storyline that he's building on there.
Yeah, and look, arguably that's only just around the corner. It's like, 3-4 months away now? Like, Krakow isn't that far away, and it'd be lovely to see him making it to the stage with Gamer Legion in front of a homegrown crowd. That'd cause some noise as well. I'd absolutely love to see that. And look, yesterday's game for them as well was a pretty solid showing. That's why they've managed to get themselves here in the 1-0 bracket. And look, being able to take it the likes of NRG 2-0, it never really looked that close. And I'm hoping that we get something similar today. I feel like they're the kind of team that should be able to get past the likes of Inner Circle. Team Next Level is what they used to be, but Inner Circle, of course, picked them up, moving into Pro League. So that's what we're going with. TNL, if you guys have been watching a lot of the online CS stuff. But these guys brought in not only some Big Daddy gameplay, but also a brand of Counter-Strike, which we might not have been expecting, but were very pleasantly surprised with.
Yeah, I don't think we were really ready for the sort of flavor they served to us at first, but the more we digested it, the more we were watching, the more exciting it was, and the more interesting it was getting to know this team individually, right? Daddy himself sort of building that name and the way he was playing. Man, what a fun team. There he is. Call me Daddy. Oh, yes.
A beautiful couple of openings from him, and shout out to the graphics team for getting this Photoshop job done. It's Can, if you guys aren't aware, it's there on the left of your screen. He had a pretty solid showing yesterday, but also just phenomenal couple of moments for him to set up the team for success up against the likes of 3D Max with their stand-in of Nevera yesterday, which is why they've managed to get this W 2-1 over them and find their way into the 1-0 bracket up against the likes of Gamer League. And look, their showing, their standing, their seeding has put them in a pretty good position. I feel like this is also a winnable series for them, even though, Gamer Legion are one of the teams you would expect to have the heaviest prep possible. So we'll see how this match ends up going, but expect the Zoo to be here again, because Onic in the middle there, the IGL, he was getting loud yesterday with some monkey noises, which is a brand new one, I think, for ESL Pro League.
Yeah, dude, they were throwing out all kinds of revolutionary shapes, right? They rewrote sort of the downtime meta of what to yell out, what to be throwing at you. Never really knew what to expect. And obviously we asked Addy himself about it. And he was saying, it just kind of keeps us in the moment. It's going to be happening. You're going to hear a lot of it. And it was good. It was good banter, I'll take it, Mag.
It was good sound, and we'll see, Gamer Legion not necessarily known to be super loud when they're winning. I feel like it's usually Ash that's the one at the back sort of like giving it out. That's what I remember in terms of the back and forth LAN banter. So we'll see what ends up happening today. We'll see if Inner Circle even need to or feel the need to get that kind of loud. Obviously up against, 3D Max yesterday, there's that whole dynamic of 3D Max being known to be quite loud on LAN. So I feel like they were just trying to give it back, which might have activated them somewhat. So we'll see if they can have that kind of activation again today. In terms of how this series is going to be going down and where it's going to be getting played, I'm expecting it to be on more of these strategic heavy maps again, because that's where Gamer Legion generally tend to lean towards. However, for Inner Circle, we also went over it. Their success usually comes on, middle of the map pool maps. More of the puggy stuff like your Ancients, your Mirages, and your Dust 2s. So we'll see if we end up getting any of that sliding in and if it's just going to be kind of like a nice mix once we get to the veto.
Yeah, curious to see sort of where this one will really end up with and what sort of gameplay we'll get from it. I think we're getting a nice sort of litmus test overall with Inner Circle, a bit deeper as well inside of this EPL run of maybe where some of their issues lie. Yeah. But we saw far more success from some big names. So yeah, I think again for this one, mate, it's just kind of going to be a strap in for the ride. I think there's a lot of potential for this to be a very interesting game. I think you've got Inner Circle that are in a spot where if they show up right now, we could be talking about maybe a nice free mapper to round out the Safari show opening breakfast morning here on EPLB.
Yeah, the Swedish Safari going solid so far, and let's have a jump into the veto. No Inferno, no Mirage, they're both out of there. Instaband's gone. Skis. Ancient going to be the atmosphere, I guess, for the first map of the day. Got Overpass in there as the second. And D2 going to be the decider. So instantly, I'm feeling like the veto overall going to be leaning a bit more towards Inner Circle, especially, when it comes to Overpass. Game Allegiant, very solid on this map overall, have been for a long time. If you remember, some of Ash's videos analyzing how they were adapting and playing Overpass when CS2 came out. But the thing for Inner Circle, look, they don't necessarily have the best statistics on this map, but they do get that CT side start. So that can go a long way. That's kind of what happened yesterday, right? We did see the maps traded between 3D Max and Inner Circle. We also saw that Inner Circle were, forced to be reckoned with on Ancient when gravity wasn't running at them. So Game Allegiant don't feel like they're going to show that style of overly aggressive gameplay unless they've got something up our sleeves, which we aren't expecting.
Yeah, unless this really divulges and turns into something far more chaotic, you imagine it would be a whole lot more streamlined out of what we get in terms of the flow of the server.
Yeah.
Obviously, that Ancient game there, far more scrappy, right? It was a lot of just sort of chaotic rounds. It was tied up, wasn't it? Like 6-6 a piece, and then obviously repeating as we got into OT with it. So that was super messy, man. I don't think you're going to get the same kind of issues. I would hope, though, we see similar Counter-Strike out of Inner Circle. That's kind of what I'm, expecting to see. If they go into this one, similar vibe, they're hitting some shots. Looks like the energy's pretty good initially in the room, at least. There's a bit of giggling going on. And just see who warms up early, Mac. That's the question. Like, Dowie was big in some key moments. I feel like you've got a lot of optics for who could be the hot hand to open this up. So, yeah, we'll see who comes out swinging from Inner Circle. Potentially on that side of Game Allegiant as well. It's also just keeping our eyes on Hypex. I think opening moments into gun rounds, once he's got that AWP out, mate, yeah, I'd love to see him getting a little bit more in the face, just bringing some of that action behind him.
Yeah, there's a few individuals who I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on, especially I think Dowie, his entry pathing yesterday, especially when we did get to play Train, was a little bit wild, wacky, but great to watch. It was a good experience, and I'm interested to see how he can show himself off and his skills yet again. Also, we'd never got the chance to ask if that's a penguin, but I'm seeing little yellow feet, and I'm pretty sure it's a penguin. I just want you to know that, Jackie.
It could be. It could be. At some point, we'll have someone on the ground confirm or deny the species of that talisman stuffed animal that is behind the monitor. But that is maybe for a future time. It's not for right now. Now is Game Allegiant taking on Inner Circle time. We get into it on Ancient Mac. All right, let's see where this is going to go. CT side start for Game Allegiant. And already they're barreling out mid. Damage done. Onic and Dowie, all right, bringing the thunder, but PR wants to stop it.
Straight through Donut. A site open for the taking. CT smoke bleeding forward, but ZTR denied any over-aggression in behind that one. Spammed weight. And it's Torsen to try to save the day. 1v4 angle and Inner Circle, they are all over this one. 2 staying with the package. 2 just having a look around mid, making sure that there is no sneaky business going on. But Inner Circle, straight out of the gates, showing what they're capable of on the Glocks.
That's a nice heavy hit. Big first round, man. Take some space outside mid, get in there. So that answers one of the questions, at least. Gives us a bit of a read on the temperature of the pistol round. If memory serves, I feel like Inner Circle last time around, though, it was another one of these teams, man, where we saw some bumpy rounds into a few of the anti-ecos. So hopefully that's squeaky here.
Straight into it. Okay.
I didn't expect it on round one, but it makes sense. It was the meta. It was the meta, Mac.
It was the meta. There you go. Lovely to see. Tilt game starting strong, and the monkeys are out to play. Let's see what we get from Gamer Legion. Going for the 4-man B stack. Maybe trying to play towards Inner Circle's tendencies. Nonic behind the molly. Oh, going to get too much. Will they force forward? Doesn't look to be the case. Hypex revealing his hand with that scout over towards the long. Torsen looking to get right up in their grills. Forced by... Successful so far. Flash going to be able to create an extra bit of space. Daddy holding down the fort, and that's going to be a 1-for-1. Rez doesn't overextend, and is happy to play the numbers game.
Exchange just spam back through the wood there. Oh, close cave on Egg holding, just in case they give him any sort of margin for error. ZTR boosted on box side, come walking through, could be slapped upside the head. But they've got range to play with on ramps. It's not too bad whatsoever. Dowie headhunting. Spear into the bomb site for the first. There's Daddy back onto Rez. ZTR can't make the play towards Cave. And it all goes tumbling down. Unless there's really any exits here from PR, should be pretty clean. All right, so a nice conversion with only the one casualty. And he's still going. Okay. Matt, they're keeping it riding.
This is wild. We need to ask about that again if we get a chance to chat to them in any form of post-match interviews. Let's have a look-see. Onyx strafing away. Just taking a couple of names, and it will be the low buy still for Inner Circle. Keeping the SMGs in play. Knowing that it was a force from Gamer Legion in the previous, there should be less Kevlar to deal with. And similarly, again, the ZTR won't be burned out, so Molly doesn't hit the perfect position. And we'll squeeze a couple of extra seconds out of that smoke on the vent. Pushing forward, P250 gets a good amount of damage done. And Dowie running into the molly will just barely survive on 5 points of health. Knife looking to cut this site in half, but the short pressure comes in just in time. Awkward couple of dinks coming through. It makes it potentially winnable if PR can lock in, but won't be able to connect. 3 in a row to kick off the T side for Inner Circle.
A third? Ooh. Okay, no, not this round, man. It didn't require it. It didn't need it. It didn't need it.
Yeah, straight into the business.
All right, yeah, we're dialed in. 3 rounds. They've hit them early. The gut punch of the yells. Guns are out, though. This is what I was waiting for. I want to see what Hypex brings to the table, man. Let's see what he's got out in store for us here in this round. I feel like there's a lot of firepower behind him. Wrapping back early through CT spawn, though. It's all left to the teammates at middle. And it gets messy. Big plays. You roll out. It's a nice double entry. ZTR forced to try trade it. Gets the back line in. But this is not looking good at all, Mac.
Ooh, HE. Goes just around the corner off the impact. ZTR very fortunate to be alive there after the body block. But still, numbers flooding their way up the ramp. Smoke to try and block there for Torsen, but it's a little too late. There's already many Ts making their way into sight. ZTR unable to connect onto too much. It's Torsen trying to stop the cross. And Knife, in the meanwhile, grasping onto the cave control. Man advantage still there for Inner Circle. After all the mayhem, I don't know how long Dowie can live here. 12 health. And not giving Gamer Legion a single inch of information. But they know that there has to be one tucked away at default. Hypex just locking in, shifting forward, should be able to find Dowie eventually. And now they know there's at least one member on the ramp side and can hopefully expect Knife to be tucked in cave, but that damage is too much for Gamer Legion to deal with. Torsen revealing with the sound that it is the white flag getting waved. 22 points of health, and the M4 will be carried to the next, but it's 4 in a row to kick off the series for Inner Circle.
This is big. They're bumping right now, Mac.
They're feeling themselves.
Yeah, it's good to see. This was nice, right? Opening flow of the round just comes out swinging. Big entries. It was a nice quick adjustment from Hypex. Spots the foot, but nothing more to be seen. Ooh, frustration tempered, but a round win nevertheless. Straight back to business.
Hypex, first and only line of defense it seems. Rez unable to get activated, and it's a very slow start for Gamer Legion. A lot of the individuals on this team generally known for being heavy fraggers and just not given any respect to get started.
Oh, God, you felt that one, didn't you?
Crispy. And yeah, it just feels like the boys from Ukraine coming in strong and showing what they're capable of. Here we go. PR, one opportunity with the dig, but won't find any more than just that. ZTR hoping to try and suffocate the economy with the 5-7, not connecting. And that's another. These are fast rounds too. It's not like they're long and methodical. It's just eyes on the prize, going at the early to mid round and taking these sites out of the hands of Gamer Legion.
Yeah, they're just taking the fight to them, right?
Yeah.
Winning those duels. That's the crazy thing. You're just sort of blowing it wide open early into the game. It kind of makes sense why we've had this pulled in instantly, right? Try and get Ash on the mic, get that camaraderie back up, get the conversation in, fix tactically what's going wrong here if they've tunnel visioned a bit. But honestly, it just feels like you're just getting outshot.
I think this is more of a calming tech pause, you know, just obviously there'd be some kind of nerves going on at a 5-0 scoreline. But going into another gun round, you want to make sure you get one of these rounds on the board as soon as possible to try to fix the half before it gets too out of hand. Instant A pressure. Fast donut smoke as well as CT going to be coming out, and that's going to draw the instant rotation. 3 Gamer Legion members here already. Fleerax hoping someone walks into his trap as he's posted over towards Temple. The sound gets cut, and it's going to be a second wave of utility getting thrown in a moment. One-pronged approach. Oh, and they've waited just long enough to try to get Rez caught in rotation. He's jumping around at red, still close enough to try and assist on the A site, and in comes that second wave of utility.
PR outside front. Ooh, Donut trying to make the play.
Edgy.
Nice from the back line, man. Rez reading them on contact. Hypex still holding. Meanwhile, you've got the CT flank on cover. Good shot. Onk goes down. Still on the bomb site. Trouble here. Ooh, swing back from CT side. ZTR finds the play onto Dowie, and it's just down to the Orpa. He's been looking for a patient pick for so long, but no one's given him an inch.
Oh, Torsen knows. I think he's seen his little head poking off the back there. Silent drop, smoke, enough cover to buy an extra second on Fleerax's life, but that is off the back of a tactical. The first round found for Gamer Legion.
There you go.
One
That's
at a
the
time.
mentality. Yeah, one at a time, man.
And that'll be good to steady the mental. No early mid pressure as Inner Circle go back to what was working, and that's back towards that B site. Dowie straight out of heaven, won't be spotted instantly as Hypex holds a safer line from Donut.
God. Knife has been so sharp on some of these rounds. Again, here you find Impact. Oh, Rez left Spill down in Red Room as Dowie and Daddy combine together for some nice entries. And this is resulting in a Gamer Legion squad that's scrambling to find anything. Quick switch back onto the AWP for PR, trying to pick up the pieces, but you are swarmed. Map controls firmly in the hands of Inner Circle.
Yeah, those flashes just kind of nerfing the setup they had in Donut. Didn't allow Hypex to feel comfortable at all. Flashed off multiple times. Forced back towards that A site. Feeling like he had to try and find something to refrag Rez as well. But in the meanwhile, one of the two remaining CTs spotted, and with Torsen down, they know exactly where PR was playing from. Still running at him, showing no respect, just looking to frag out for a sixth. And I guess, look, you guys weren't here yesterday. I don't think they played it during that break. I was sitting down for most of the break. If you guys are wondering this whole daddy thing, go and watch the lobby. I don't know if the lobby's up on YouTube yet, but it was there yesterday. Machine was doing the lobby with Inner Circle, was speaking to Can, and he said, "It's Can, right?" And then Can said, "Yes, but you can call me daddy." So that's the daddy thing, all right? That's it explained, and that's the only time today I'm going to explain it. We also asked him in the interview if it's okay, if we can also call him daddy, or if it was just a Machine exclusive thing, like, you know, didn't want to cross any boundaries. But he said, yeah, you guys can call me daddy. So he's cool with it.
Yeah, he was down. You know, I think he said friends can call me daddy.
Yeah.
We were like, all right, chill. That's big. We told him we were calling him daddy. He said, I love that. He was well up for it. And mate, honestly, if there was anyone to sort of, you know, mid-tournament change their name, he's kind of been the daddy in a lot of the games we've seen. He's been hitting some beautiful plays.
Yeah. I think it's relevant. And now you all know. There's the knowledge. We shared it with you. Now share it with your friends.
The law.
Flash in. Flash is ineffective, but the jumping UMP approach from ZTR is good for one. But the trades still need to come through from Gamer Legion. And that might happen with a timing play from PR, who almost went down to Dowie. Must have been spotted there on the smoke fade. And the B-site defense is reinforced. 3 CTs here, only 2 Ts. And Onyx hoping he can maybe catch a timing, and he will onto PR.
Play made, space created, but Hypex still lurking towards mid-side here. Oh, you would have thought time might pay off, but it's Daddy with a sideline swing. That's a hurty-verty. Bullet straight to the brain. The AWPer sees it coming in crystal clear HD. Eke back from Rez, though. Rapid on the response, and we're in a 2v2. Bomb down at A, but it's not looking good for Gamer Legion, and the economy's in a real rough spot. It's probably just another one in the bag.
Rez going to give it a look in. If he can get this pick onto Can and Donut, then maybe there's a chance. Time still on the CT side for the moment. Flash there. Lovely little poppy. Just to set Inner Circle up for another. And Torsen making a ruckus towards CT, but it's still the bomb that they're waiting to be tapped. And Inner Circle locking in another. This T side is brutal for Gamer Legion to deal with.
Just can't find an answer, man. Can't find a way in.
I think I learned a couple of nice little defensive pop flashes yesterday as well from Inner Circle. I used them last night on Ancient. Very effective. Some on the B site. And I'm definitely pinching those easy ones from Can over to Donut too. Throw them in your strat book.
Yeah, implement those, man. Turn your pugs around.
Get yourselves some easy dubs, easy duels. All nade stack. Ineffective towards Banana. As Inner Circle are all here, grouped up again. And let's see if the punish pick can come through. Fleerax just off the line on the swing. And with the flash towards ramp, it's only Torsen caught in the open. A lovely couple of kills there to nerf the pistols from Gamer Legion. And Fleerax happy to fall back, realizing it's a B stack of sorts.
Yeah, there's a snake in the grass. Bomb coming back though, grab from T-Spawn, still just holding default on this. See if they can cut noise for a bit, if there's a over rotation. Gamer Legion backing up. Bit of info. Reading the room towards mid. ZTR now the only one on the site. If they can keep it clean, they are absolutely steamrolling through this half. It is a 5-7 in close range, but good utility set. You force it back, make it uncomfortable. Just tucks into the cubby.
ZTR opting just to play his life there. Didn't want to look for too much of a pick. And I guess exits and maybe an upgrade is probably the call here. You've also got Rez still with that M4 in hand. So if ZTR can manage to fashion himself an AK, if he looks the right direction, then that would have been nice. But it's not a reality that we're living in. Fleerax off the line at the worst possible time. But they know that CT's clear. And this is what I love about Inner Circle. Even though they're so far ahead, they're still just doing all the right things to make sure their economy is as stable as possible. Keeping 5 alive here is crucial going towards the end of the half to make sure that they can get as many buys out of what they have in the bank as possible.
Yeah, string this one out for as long as you can. Good times keep on riding by right now, though. Inner Circle, living it large.
Oh,
there it is.
8-1 up and he hits him with it.
God, that's a gut punch, man.
Yeah.
It's rattled them so much, they have a chat about it. And fair enough, this needed to happen. Timeout called back in, see if there is any opportunities for a minor adjustment, bit of a course correction, at least towards the tail end of this one.
Well, let's see how Ash's strike rate goes. So first tactical timeout into that other gun round was Gamer Legion's first and only round so far. And this is the second tactical. So we'll see if it's going to be enough from Ash to load Gamer Legion with enough to at least get a second and try to close out the half with 4. Best case scenario for them at the moment. And we're seeing Inner Circle go for a bit more of a spread across the map this time. Fleerax with the AWP towards Cave.
Wow.
Almost able to find ZTR after the plume of the smoke. With that information, you can see Gamer Legion going for a bit of an early B-site stack just in case, but there's still also eyes towards main, eyes towards mid. And Inner Circle are positioned for an A-split.
Suffocating a lot of space out of this. Ooh, quick spot. Fleerax, he's been trying to make some cheeky plays into this one. His opening pathing in towards Cave. Now with a near miss towards the back of the site. Stalling them out on it. Bomb still in rotation. You can cut back off, see if you can make a move out. 50 seconds still on the timer. Smoke already thrown down towards the B site as well. Hypex close, pushing up towards the ramp side, just watching for the peek through. Could still be interesting. I mean, knife's been crisp. If you can hit some shots here, Mac, maybe there's room for the delayed play.
Oh, can Fleerax get on this line? Perfect position to cut off the rotates, especially with 3 towards the A side. Hypex on 8 HP won't last too long unless he fights for himself here, and he'll get at least 1. But I don't know if that's going to be job done. Fleerax so sharp on the scope. Able to cut off yet another, and there's also the lurker pushing out an A main knife in the back. It's lovely to see from Inner Circle. And these young guns, they are farming.
Yeah, they're popping off right now. Like, this whole game has just been a highlight reel of every player on the team. And there's been no downs here either. That's the thing. The energy level's been up the entire time, so they're just riding on cloud 9 right now, running through this game. A Gamer Legion squad that just can't find a way to get activated. Throw it to the wall again here, Max. Send Resin as the cannonball.
Bro, their average age is 20.2. Like, Dowie's only 18. I didn't realize they're that young. This is crazy.
No, they're giving it.
Playing incredibly well, considering how young every single one of them are. In comes the smokes. Hypex trying to go for the body block, but just barely misses it. Still has the Edge to try to play around and maybe get the pick. PR trying to edge the smoke, but he's a little too far out. We'll just burn 100-0 without reacting at all. Maybe slightly flashed, couldn't hear it. Oh, Hypex can't find the planter in the smoke. And off the back of that, there's just so much damage done to the CTs. What do you do? If you can't find a pick, you're just saving again already. And that's for the final round of the half. Finally, a couple of picks going in favor of Gamer Legion. And maybe, just maybe, they can get back into the site, get back into the round. Flash across Donut, trying to send the boys out. Rez being the point man. Double main setup, and Onyx looking to swing for the first. They know they're on it. It's a full stick. And Knife won't peak in time. A second finally found for Gamer Legion. But is it too little, too late?
Ash sticking to the method, though, trying to keep them fired up. It's another round. They'll take that for what it is. But yeah, things looking a bit messy, man. But by no means was it particularly the cleanest round or repeatable, especially even just with the overall image of this half, right? We're so close towards the end of it. Oh, man.
Reaction. Did he not realize? Did he not hear that he was burning?
I guess not.
Maybe he was trying to move to that like perfect position on the edge of the smoke. Either way, it is a change in pace again in a circle straight up the B ramp, rushing on the final round of the half. Torsen going to be able to cut him down though, shutting them down with a huge triple. And it's Onyx blocking Hypex in the smoke. He's heard it. I think he's felt it. Knew that he'd stopped for a moment, and yeah, they've got an inkling that he's hanging around here somewhere.
He had that extra sensory power, man. He knew. Seen that hitch on the radar. All right, let's see if he can win the Horde survival lobby. He's in the 1 versus 5. Takes the first peek, and Rez has dealt with it. There we go. That's the end of the half then. 3 rounds to play with. Can Gamer Legion bring it back?
The Ukrainian youngsters with the half of a lifetime. All thanks to Daddy bringing it down, but Gamer Legion need to fire up here in the second half to try and work their way out of the dungeon.
That's absolutely right. That's the epic affair we're dealing with here. You've got the storyline, now see the action as it kicks off into the round. Scrambling already as Hypex falls. Gamer Legion looking to see what they can do with this.
Solid start from Inner Circle already. And we'll see where they're going to end up here. Knife is the trap laid here over towards jungle. Just looking to cut off any mid pressure. And ooh, try to send it back, but Onyx copping that dink might incentivize the push forward. And Torsen, well, he's got his knife out, didn't even bother to try to shoot back, hoping that ZTR could be the man to trade. And then we've got a 2v4, which is going to be hard to get back from. But PR looking to make ends meet here. Glock not looking the right way as Daddy again does it from long. It's looking rough. ZTR though, 1v3 angle, falls down. Too many players to get past, and Daddy once again closes out the round.
Yeah, it's a huge round from Daddy. He's absolutely popped off there, which is big to see. That's what you want, really. You know, laying the smack down. Big round overall for Inner Circle. We're just still seeing consistent hot streaks from every individual. Like, so many prospects on this team that have been making it look consistent, man. They're handy with the steal. They're earning their keep right now here on Ancient. 10-free scoreline. The funds have been reinvested, guns out to play with. Gamer Legion, it's just down to Toulson with the deagle, realistically. If man can hit some heads, maybe there'll be a flash into the round. Opening towards A, there's a stack on B, so they can walk on in. Dowie, though, with the A1S, he'd be first contact, and there's a rotate back for Flare-Axe.
Ooh, at range with the M4. It's a great position to be in, but with the boost across the top, he might not see them sneaking closer to sight. We're sending numbers up. 2 up on plat, and Flare-Axe. Whiffs at range, but we'll take an aim. And it's going to be good for the first. Dowie down to 27, but doesn't want to overextend. Not without knife here next to him to keep him alive. It's beautiful, it's flawless, and it's 11 for Inner Circle.
Keeping it consistent, it's been clean the whole way through, and that really hasn't fallen off at all. Nicely handled, quick trades. Ooh. They're barking. They're barking now. My God, Mac, we're getting new sounds again. They're innovating.
I love it. Just letting all the animals out of the barnyard. Exotic kind of barnyard, but we'll take it. Ooh, bit of action over towards Banana and ZTR. Fortunate to be alive here, looking at the map, hoping he can survive and get back to any form of a safer area. In the meanwhile, though, Rez out of the mix. And it feels like Inner Circle are just doing such a fantastic job at punishing all of the, I guess, star names that Gamer Legion bring into the game. PR out of it, Rez not here. Only 8 and 12. Barely given many opportunities to actually play his A game. The thing he's known for, right?
Yeah, dude, it's been a very suffocating game. Very limiting rounds to see too much other than just Inner Circle mopping the floor. Just under about 45 seconds left on the clock here into the 15th. The 3 Gamer Legion players, the limited HP pool to play with, grouped up together. Daddy defending the doorway. And he says no to the first. Incendiary dashed as well, creates a bit of space. A divot. And that's all it is. A small step away from Inner Circle getting themselves to map point on this one. With Toulson falling to Oink. There we go.
This is punishing. Anything that I guess was going wrong for them yesterday, they've gone and looked at overnight and made a couple of changes. GL, I guess not quite expecting the firepower that Inner Circle were going to bring to the table here. And I know it's only map 1, I know Overpass is probably going to be a completely different affair, but if Inner Circle are shooting like this and they're confident moving into map 2, We could be in for a quick morning show today, Jackie.
I would be blitzing. If they're able to keep this up, mate, I would be gobsmacked, but it's been looking good up to this point. This is at least a nice opener for Gamer Legion, but has it come far too late? Daddy's down, ZTR, makes a play, but look at this, Flare Axe, no one checks the quick snap, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here.
Oh, good damage. Actually tagging both the T's towards Banana with that little pre-fire through the smoke. Res damn low. But that is going to be an AK now retrievable, I believe. Yeah, picked up by PR. So we'll see how the trades go and what ZTR can continue doing. He showed face earlier, showed a little too much shoulder though, over towards Red Room. And that's going to swing the numbers back in favor of Inner Circle, putting them in prime position to close out Ancient. Onyx just spotting and hoping he can catch a timing, but PR might be able to thread the needle. Rez as well. One crispy shot could maybe take the head off of these players' shoulders, but Knife getting the job done, and 2 at long is too much to deal with. 13-3. Absolute masterclass out of Inner Circle here on Ancient.
Yeah, they've come in dominant, mate. Absolutely swinging. It wasn't a flash in a pan. I guess, it's sustainable CS that's being played from them here. And again, they've shown up another map victory under the belt at EPL, seeing if they can obviously take a series win again and keep the hot streak going. But it just did feel like the summary of it really was, Gamer Legion just weren't shooting back hard enough, mate. Like we say, it just felt kind of slow to start. Inner Circle were just lights out in those fights. Very quick on the response time, good entry pathing, had the daddy peek after daddy peek. Yeah, madness, bro.
Yeah, it's just absolute craziness going down Inner Circle. It's like the momentum they had was just carried out through the whole play half. Onyx got some weird stuff going on, and I think I'm all about it, but it's still...
I kind of love it, yeah.
I'm still learning to like it, Like, some of it's good, some of it's there, and it's open for interpretation, and we've got at least another map to interpret it.
Yeah, I'm glad we do. I feel like we're learning more and more the inner workings of this team that, by and large, not only do they play exciting CS, they're throwing out stuff like this. It's kind of funny. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's good. It's workshoppable, and it's keeping the boys happy enough to play some really solid Counter-Strike. Look, Inner Circle, I think they lost 5 opening picks throughout the course of what we saw in 16 rounds, and only lost 3 of those rounds. So we're able to bring it back in 2 of the 4v5s, which is pretty solid to look at. But then also Dowie, 120 ADR with 5 opening picks and no losses in those opening attempts. So that's a huge performance out of him. 17-7. Man is looking to line up another ESEA MVP.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, man. It's a beautiful game to see the individual performance from so many of the Inner Circle players. And Dowie, fair enough, you need the highlight. Like, you're popping off again. We saw it yesterday as well. It's why we mentioned his name going into the start of this one. He's been showing us so much consistency, quick thinking, very handy as well. If he's out of position, you're looking at, like, awkward 1v2s. He's still good with it. It just feels like mechanically super slick and a great read on the game, Mac.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned during the cast as well, this man's only 18, so he's young and he's got a lot of life left in him here. He's probably this is the thing as well about a team that's up and coming and all this kind of young. Maybe it ends up getting picked apart when people realize that these guys mean bloody business, because mechanically everyone has had their round in the last 2 days and we still have more Counter-Strike to play. So let's jump on into a break before we jump on into Overpass, which is map 2 of the series.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
So where we talk about animes that we're enjoying at the time, and we're pretty. That's what?
Weird.
It's page 13. There is a maze on 67.
We're blessed. We're unstoppable.
Good one?
Yeah, you got it right.
Okay.
Nice.
Eclipsing all who came before him.
XD. You still doing that?
Yeah.
You need to step your game up, bro.
What does that stand for?
Not I have a small penis. I have smelly pants.
I have smelly pants.
It's a famous phrase, I would say, in France. Do you want to sleep with?
Say potato, you know. And
Kartoshka?
You can kartoshka, yes. Kartoshka, cheese, anything. Just
happen on the back of this pistol. Miltsy, birthday boy.
It's Molotov. Still going to back away from the attack. And yeah, bomb site's there.
Plant found. Stare and device. Quick work made of this three-man backstab. And so Miltsy's round is over. No chance to play in this pistol.
That's one area where you could look at this and say there's clearly a lot of room for improvement, but in a round like that, with the bomb just going down, with Miltsy so far away, those three guys turning that corner towards B ramp have a lot of time to walk and take their time and clear those angles a little bit more cautiously, and actually try and trade some of those kills to get into the bomb
I don't
site.
think they're necessarily expecting, because Miltsy is being chased and he's communicating that, so they're thinking
All right.
Hustle into the bomb
They're
site.
pushing into CT, so there shouldn't be too many guys here. Let's just try to get behind them quickly. You know, if you let them set up for the post plant, you don't have utility to retake. It's going to be a tough retake close range against the Glocks.
I mean, it was going to be shit no matter what.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
You're just a hater. Just say it.
No, I'm dead serious about this. Like, I mean, that's a hard crossfire. They kind of jump across it right at the end, but you have a little bit more time to play with. I don't know if it would have done anything better for him. It's a tough stack to get through.
Being an Ents hater, man. I don't even know. It just doesn't feel right. Like, punch it down, Jason.
Really? Weren't you guys talking smack about ZTR earlier today?
I was.
Yeah.
It wasn't really smack. I guess it was. I said he doesn't kill people a lot. Which in a game about killing people,
it's quite important.
Yeah. All right. This little force buy for Ents. It's not off to the best of starts. They've already lost a potty. Astralis are teed up to go B. They haven't played for any of the map control here. Ents are at least making the right move.
They have a lot of delay utility, but it looks like they're more interested in going the round of at least pushing one person forward. Maybe you bait Astralis into kind of picking up the pace after that. Actually, 3 more people join up with him. Here we go.
Oh, good flash. Let's see with 3. Stare and Hooksy left to try and recover this. That's a lot of damage on the spam. 2 players brought down low. Made on ramp. Also brings some Da Young down to very low health. They're only a couple of bullets away from recovering this 2-on-3. But moves are still being made by Ents. Regon getting aggressive. Plays past out into heaven. This is so awkward. You feel like Stare's just kind of lost having to wait for these smokes.
Oh, dear. Is this the winning play to the round?
I don't know. There's 10 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Where's he? What?
Right then, if you missed that first map, I wouldn't be surprised, Mac, because it was over so quickly. We have to, yeah, that's what I mean, dude. It was just blink and you miss it, right? So we got to get them back in. We got to gather everyone up, and we got to reset. We got to run it back for map 2, Mac. See if it's going to be the same all over again.
Oh, look, that's the thing. I think that the players are definitely going to know that they weren't allowed to play their game, a game, any form of game. There was like no moment where we saw that Game Allegiant ingenuity, the coordination even in a lot of those rounds. It felt like the 1 or 2 that they won, it was a couple of moments where, you know, they held onto the donut control for one of them. I think the other one was just like a situation where I'd argue Inner Circle kind of overextended because they got overconfident at that point. And everything else, it was just Inner Circle, run them at them, good flashes, great openings, and just pure raw firepower. So if you get that kind of Inner Circle on the CT side of Overpass, which we didn't get to see yesterday, so I'm very interested in seeing how they operate on the CT side of Overpass, then look, Gamer Legion could be in trouble.
No, absolutely. I think that's a valid statement, mate. You know, we saw a lot of trust in the system, kind of, you know, the how and why this team works with Ash, where they took those tactical timeouts. That gave them opportunities for minor respite. They fixed things in 1 round, but that's kind of all they had. They didn't really have much chance to warm up into it. They were struggling. You'd hope Overpass would be different territory, right? Because that certainly wasn't really Gamer Legion getting out of first gear. But it does have a lot, like you say, in the benefit of Inner Circle. It keeps us thinking this is a team that's showing us more and more. That always leaves me kind of thinking, you know what? I would actually like another serving. I'd like to see what else they got.
Yeah, everything we saw yesterday was phenomenal Counter-Strike, like in terms of entertainment level. And I want to see a bit more of that. So I wouldn't be sad if Gamer Legion turn this around and have a great performance on Overpass, which I guess I'm still expecting, even though it was a slow start. But quickly, just back to the stats, just had a peek. We saw that Dowie was 17-7 at the end of that game. He put a 1.78 rating with the old 3.0 rating coming in. So man's doing work. Daddy as well with 1.49, which is Can. You know, we'll go over that again just for you guys at home. Everyone positive. Everyone doing a solid performance. Everyone, you know, positive in many different ways. And only Torsen was able to crank a positive rating on map 1. So everyone else, you could definitely say they're underperforming. It was our first experience of watching Hypex here on the B stream, and he just didn't get a chance. I think there were a few moments where he got posted up, and then he was smoked off, and then he was flashed, and he was just completely nerfed by the utility thrown at him from Inner Circle.
It felt like the aggression that was coming out from them completely caught him off guard, right? Where it just wasn't the systems he was used to, sort of really throwing everything sort of in his face immediately. So yeah, I don't think it was really our first showing of him. I feel like there's a lot of potential firepower for this guy. I was talking to Ash about it. I sort of said to him, like, have you got any quotes for what you think of Hypex? Obviously, as we know, he seems to be able to find these very talented players. There's a few funny ones, actually. So apparently Hypex likes to say that he's not UK. You know, he's not English, he's not UKCS, but his favourite food, Mac, is just going to the chippy. So that's pretty English to me.
Okay,
and loves the chippy.
Just for everyone that's not from there, what is the chippy? A fish and chip shop?
Yeah. Going to get, like, you know, fish and chips.
Takeaway.
Yeah. Spot on. There you go. Ash also said apparently speaks with a full London accent 24/7, but whenever they're in CS in the server, it's instantly the Polish accent that comes out. That's kind of fun.
Gotta love that. But yeah, good to see him hopefully getting an opportunity on Overpass to showcase his AWPing, because, you know, Overpass definitely one of the more AWP proficient maps in the map pool, especially with the current map pool that we're given. And the other thing as well that I guess to me would lend itself to Hypex's, I'd say, pros more so than the cons coming into this game. I guess that he would probably have the most experience with the likes of Inner Circle. I'm not aware if Apogee and TNL were going toe-to-toe regularly, but I can only assume that they were, because, you know, they were at the same level. So he should be ready for what's getting thrown at him from Inner Circle today, and let's see what they can do here on the T side to start.
Yeah, they roam in similar circles, so let's see what sort of shape we're going to get out of this pistol round as we open it up. Inner Circle T side start on the CT side, rather, waiting for the push to come knocking in. Knife at the back of the site towards Graffiti. They've already got a bit of space here. Flerax is quick with it, but site control crumbling. It's a better start for Gamer Legion, and that one leaves a dent.
Oh, a little more dents getting made, although Hypex, it's awkward. Wanted to get that plant down, but he saw the push out of heaven, and somehow he is alive. Daddy going to be turning around and will fall to res. Meanwhile, nice little sneak in from PR. And all the pieces go their way. We'll see GL take the pistol and find their first lead here in the series.
All right, so Inner Circle getting hit with a full shot cockroach from Gamer Legions. They've taken a leaf out of their playbook.
I think you kind of want to take that, right? You happy with it?
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
But the force on the second here from Inner Circle, I wouldn't say it's a super common thing on the CT side, but they are just going to be brawling for that short control, and almost gifted a little bit more as ETR shows face in con.
Okay. Ooh, bit of info as well on the jump spot. Didn't expect the second man for the quick reboost. Dowie's up top now with the MP9. Still, opening pick. Limited chip damage on Dowie and Daddy. You're not in too bad of a spot in a round here. A bit of a reshuffle in terms of the posture. Bombs on the back of Hypex, and he's going to make his marathon the whole way back up, round towards frontside toilets, link up with the squad. ZTR running interference. Nice nade, though. Right on target. Ooh, and a great read with a boost. That's some big impact.
Oh, Can getting a wealth of information, playing close towards the front of bathrooms there. And Fleerax trying to spin around, but won't be able to get much done in time. Knife has ran into a Molotov. So that was something. Couldn't see a thing with the flash, I'd assume. And Onyx left in a difficult position to play from, 1v4. But beautiful entries from Gamer Legion, hitting the go button and capitalizing on Inner Circle, caught in transition. Hypex from the back, going to be able to take his first for the map. And Gamer Legion, a strong start, getting past the force buy from Inner Circle.
Yeah, nice to see. Tried to hit him with something a little bit more aggro. Catch him sleeping, just in case. But good attacks mounted so far on the T side. You'll take the first two. Already the temperature in the room looks a whole lot better for them. But for Inner Circle, as soon as they get weapons back, it'll be a different narrative. The Eagles could still pack a punch, though. Early contact, close round towards connector. ZTR zipping in. He's trying to clear this out. Knife's been so crisp, Mac. Wouldn't be surprised he gets one. Ooh. I mean, kinda. Not how I expected it, but yeah.
Set himself up to cause a bit of a nuisance, cause a stir. Oh, missed chance. Crosshair looked good from Dowie, but just couldn't quite lock on. And Torsen get the info on that rotation back from Fleerax. Knows that he's tagged him up as well, and with the short control. GL still trying to figure this one out. Onic not quite ready for that swing from PR. And the numbers getting more and more spotted towards this B side. Can now, with just a deagle, missed his arguable one opportunity to make this one happen. Another bullet in the body, but PR living. And Fleerax now 1v4. Just looking to do as much damage as possible. And every dollar going to count here. So he'll go for the Mach 10 approach instead and hope that he can find an exit.
That would be the gift if someone comes a knocking. Towson might. No, second guess it. Exit together. Everyone goes back out through the short pipe towards spawn. Get away safely. He'll get a bit of a backup so he doesn't get ruined by the bomb blast. There it is.
Not too bad, not too bad. Gamer Legion changing the pace, changing the momentum of the series with a 3-0 start. Missed Incent. Looking like Inner Circle may not be as well versed on Overpass as what we saw from them on Ancient. Just going for the 1-4 stack, maybe expecting another B site hit. Only can play in the A site and already back on site, not trying to hold on to toilets till long, just spotting for information. It's a good read though. Looks like Gamer Legion will be starting to shift the numbers back towards this B site, so it could be an all-in brawl.
That's what we want, mate. Bit of street brawling coming our way. Ooh, here we go. They bait them for the face. First to fall. On it goes down. PR with a good package for 2. Gets the entry. Back at the bomb site as well. I mean, you're tucked in towards graffiti here, but the nades, it's nice. Meaty damage to make it a bit more uncomfortable. Follow-ups right on target as well. Numbers dwindling, Mac. It's looking uncomfortable for a retake. Knife's down on the side, but he just wants to get away.
Oh, line up there, but the two-man swing is too much for Knife to deal with. And it's Can looking to save. But can he, is the question we should be asking. 1v4 and Gamer Legion, plenty of cash in the bank, so they're just going to be going for the early hunt. Torsen can sniff out an upgrade from that MP9. But Can starting to make his way towards Playground. Won't be found by any of the GL members.
Terrorists win.
And there you go. Each team showing their prowess on their map picks. Fleerax, 2 HEs, and he is done. Both off the backboard. Sending it back.
Ooh, gained him a little bit.
Yeah, seems to be.
I feel like we saw that a lot yesterday, though, where it seemed like, you know, within the space of the round, it would frustrate some of them. Daddy, you'd see kind of, you know, reacting quite viscerally, but then shaking it off as soon as the next round started. So maybe it's just how they get it out of their system, you know? We see it with some players, that quick kind of burst of, all right, I'm back, forget about it.
Yeah, just full reset.
Yeah, exactly. Some of them just deal with it slightly different, so it is quite interesting. But it does not seem to have affected Onyx gameplay in some of the previous outings. This one a little bit quiet off the draw, but you never know, man. Once they get another buy back into it, see if they can correct things on the CT side. It's been good for GL, though. This is more of the form we expected.
Full control towards that B site for Inner Circle, but not much towards Long, and that might be the difference maker for the round. Game Allegiant now on full contact, cutting sound, and there isn't going to be a shift up towards the A site in time. Flea racks, front toilets, gone, and that is going to be the A site in the hands of Game Allegiant. Ken trying to bring the M4 to the party in time to have a shot at the round, but I dare say it's looking pretty savvy. As players staying down towards B. You save the Kevlar, you got extra util in the next. It's not too bad. And Game Allegiant, with contact up Lon, you know that they have so much utility to play with. And Torsen still just taking names with the MP9 there. So an overall lackluster round. And PR, he didn't even really need to leave T-spawn. Can you see those boots? Can you see that strafing? I don't think you can. Looked like Darry was on the stairs, but that'll be that. Another round. Oh. Ash has left the TeamSpeak.
Yeah. Get that resolved. Quick tech pause on it. All pretty autopilot so far, though, mate. You know, it's kind of just cruise control for them. Overpass starting out as Game Allegiant would hope. Bringing the beans throughout the first few. It's been good response. PR swinging as well to kick it off early. So, yeah, not too bad for the T side. Like you said, you know, kind of just being able to eyeball this one. Let it coast on through. Maybe a bit of a break in the tempo for a sec, just as they resolve the issue for Ash there, I guess.
Ref getting it sorted. Inner Circle coach just trying to keep the vibes good in the lineup, considering this is the first time in a hot minute, it feels like Inner Circle in this series have faced any dramas. Ooh. What's going on here? We're talking with eyes.
Yeah, the subtle nods. Trying to keep themselves entertained throughout the tech pause as best as you can. But hey, man.
Interesting.
Mac, do you think you could fit into one of these referee hoodies? Or do you think you'd have to, like, remove the sleeves just for the arm stature?
I'd definitely fit into them. I think they'd make my size. You know, I'm humble in that regard. But would it look like you're more of a, you know, stronger referee? More of a, you know, that figure of authority if the arms were off? Right. Is that the question we're looking for here?
I suppose, yeah, I didn't think about it that way, but I suppose it would be a bit more intimidating, wouldn't it, if you were just standing behind the players with your sleeves ripped off. Maybe if it's not even an official referee hoodie as well, you've made it yourself. You'd look quite imposing. It would feel like you weren't supposed to be there. We'd probably have to have you removed, Mac.
I'd like to see him try.
Oh, hang on. It's on. Wait. It's on a move. It's on a move. Here we go.
Hang on. Come on. What's he doing? Can we get another angle? Can we go to the next player's player cam? Just see what he's doing to the... Oh, show the front!
We were so close. What was he doing, though? There was something happening there.
Who's on his right? I think we need... Oh, Dowie's got a little man. Wait, is that a football player? I know that's definitely like a football jersey.
Oh, what did we have that? Giraffe?
Yeah, was that a horse or a giraffe?
I think it was a giraffe.
Giraffe, okay.
It was a giraffe.
Oh, there we
go. We're getting a lineup of the talismans. We didn't even know. These were hidden away.
Who's Dowie got? Yeah, the player cams are getting larger. So they've been hiding the talisman. But look, good to see.
This is amazing. This is revolutionary stuff we're learning now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mate, you know what?
I see law builds.
Here's a crazy one for you as well. I bet you didn't know this. You see that giraffe that he's got on his desk there, that little talisman?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that giraffes have such a big appetite that they spend most of their time awake eating? And they can get through up to 45 kg of leaves and twigs a day.
45 kilos of leaves.
And twigs.
I don't think there'd be enough trees to grow that many leaves. That's wild.
I know, mate. It's crazy, right? But yeah. They're pretty cool. They live up to about 40 years. They can live around for a while. So you can see some old giraffes. They fight with their necks as well. Do you know that?
Yes, no, I've seen that. That's wild. They just like throw their heads at each other and whack each other with the middle of their necks. It doesn't
look like dinosaurs, man.
Yeah, it looks like they definitely need to see a physiotherapist after each fight. Like the neck pain that they'd experience would be crazy.
Hey, probably quite painful. Yeah, would be a bit upsetting.
Different for sure. I have some lore. It's coming from Jonas, and it's more CS related.
Okay.
Okay. So Gamer Legion, they're a Berlin CS org.
Mm-hmm.
They have a boot camp in Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
And Overpass is a Berlin map.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they're so good at it.
So what you're trying to tell me here, Mac, is that you've uncovered some kind of conspiracy about a matrix, and in reality, this is all a simulation for them to practice in Overpass at the Gamer Legion boot camp.
That's what I'm thinking. That's probably why they're so good at it. You know?
Okay.
There's a link there. You know, if you really want to put the pieces together. Is Cash in Ukraine?
Well, it's like based on Chernobyl, isn't it? Like, I think.
Hang on, Cash.
I like the setting because that's like the backdrop.
Wait, I've searched on HLTV for some reason. I don't think that takes place.
That's it. Yeah, it's not.
Actually, look, I reckon
Google.
Twitch chat will get us. Twitch chat will get us in about 15 seconds.
Actually,
it's showing me on my PC where my cache location is, so that's awesome.
That's gone well.
My overall cache.
The Mac cache. Make sure to update your Mac cache, or your Mac might underperform. You've got to keep your Mac clean, happy, recharged overnight. Order your Mac today from Pro League /Mac.
There you go. Pripyat, Ukraine. So in theory, off the back of that, inner circle of the next up-and-coming best cache team ever, when cache, hopefully at some point in the future, maybe in the near future at the major, gets put back in the pool.
Unexpected cache return, eh? I think they might throw a Tuscan curveball at everyone.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, man. They own it. They've owned it for a while, so might as well.
True. That's true.
Imagine that. Cheeky remade Tuscan. It's updated, out of nowhere.
I think we're open to question time. Chat. We have no ETA on this tech pause, so we're checking with you guys again. Also, quickly, don't go and complain about what we're talking about during a tech pause, because we could go to a break. Do you want to go to a break and just watch the other game? I don't think so. You know, this is the talk show. Oh, both? Okay, there's things going on both streams. So we are full question time here on the B stream. If you guys want to drop any questions here in the Twitch chat, feel free. We'll answer them, myself and Jackie.
Let's lock in. Let's fill it. Let's go full story time. Hello, guys. Welcome. Should we do roll call at least?
I think it's a good time to do roll call.
All right.
I think
do you want to get the register?
I'll go get the register. I'll be back in about a minute with the register. Okay.
All right, mate. That's all right. He's gonna go get the register. He's gonna get that prepared so we can kind of figure out, obviously, who's here and what's going on. Welcome back, guys. Of course, if you are present and you were here on day one, remember there's going to be a quiz at various points. So please make sure you're keeping track of the random facts that will be given out. And dial in, strap in with us. We're going to be guiding you through some various things once Mac returns with his tome. I imagine maybe a whiteboard and like some various different articles. We'll see what he comes back with. He could have had something prepared behind the scenes. You never really know where it's going to go. But we're here for you. So just stay with us. And yeah, that's right, the giraffes can eat the leaves. Those aren't just for the commercials. Up to 45 kg per day. An incredible animal, really. Ooh, something even more incredible. We've had word that it's all back. The giraffes, the tech giraffes, have been able to see into the issues in the trees, resolve those, and we're back at it then. Okay, so 5-0, Gamer Legion returning to the server. Let's see what Inner Circle can do on their opener here, back into the 6th.
That's
You're right,
wild.
Mac.
Oh, yeah, I've got the register, but we're back into the game. We don't even need
I know.
it. Wild.
It's all right. We've just gone live. The giraffes are ready.
I'll take one question quickly. Brisbane or Melbourne NRL Grand Final next week? Who you got? It has to be Melbourne because, you can't go for the Broncos as a Blues supporter. Anyway, back to the esports, away from the IRL sports. A slower approach to the round from Gamer Legion, just taking their time, filling their way back in after the momentum has shifted from the elongated technical pause. Slowly towards the front of toilets. And Inner Circle, they're changing the setup. They're going heavier towards long. I like it. Fleerax posted. And Knife, who is yet to find a frag, as well as Onyx here, on overpass. They're going to start searching. Onyx hoping he can find something with the wallbang. But with 40 on the clock, this B-side exec is coming in red hot.
Here we go then. Pedal to the metal. PR leading the charge. Wants to see if he can smoke him on contact, but there's backup on the site. Onyx with the first. Trade's good, but they need more than that. Ooh, good work done. Dowie up close, catches them sleeping. Towson takes the fight back on short side. And it's exchange blows the whole way through, leading us to the 2v2. Dowie with a spam, keeping them guessing. They're so low, but PR hits the headshot. And it's left on the AWPer, a 1v2, but an uncomfortable clutch, trying to find where they are. Pre-scoped, walks up. Oh, time ticking away. This only gets worse the longer it goes on. Exposed to the site, and PR takes away 4.
So close to their first round on the board, but Gamer Legion doing it again. And coming out of the pause with another round stacked onto the tally. Good couple of picks from the individuals on the B side, but it just still was not enough. And as you mentioned, inches in it. Kind of unfortunate that it was Fleerax with the AWP of all things to try to clutch that. But still CT sided. Map of 2 halves. And we'll see if Inner Circle at some point are going to be able to crack the egg. This time changing it up and going for a more aggressive approach towards long. Trying to hunt for, I guess, earlier information. And, punish missed. Fleerax ready for the jump. Just couldn't get the full connection. Rez, flash close. It spotted the fall off, and the 2-man setup is too much for ZTR and Rez. This time, IC in a very solid position to put their first on the board, but with the long control, Gamer Legion realized that's a long rotation back to B, so they're trying to bring the bomb down and get to that B site quick smart.
See if they can wrap onto this. Hypek still been relatively quiet. We haven't really seen much of a chance for him to shine yet. Even with Gamer Legion picking up the bulk of these rounds. And this is one you're going to be more tested on as well. 45 seconds left on the timer. He's a bit suspicious about a backstab from Connector. Good setup on the site. In a circle. They want to grab this one, make sure it's signed, sealed, and delivered. Boost play. PR's been crisp. Can he get in with it? Molly cast forth. Burns him off the angle. Good for an entry. Trade's not there yet. Knife looking, but PR, he's still hitting heavy, man. It hasn't stopped. PR has been so crisp. And again, in this round, he rips through them. PR looking to close it, but Flare Axe denies that one. 12 seconds left on the clock. Bomb cold on the ground. And he swings out to give Hypex the chance.
That is wild. That would have been probably the best ace of the tournament so far if he managed to close that 5th shot. Those were crispy. I mean, hearing some good things about PR lately, and now we're seeing those good things result in a couple of picks. Hypex locking in for the final pick, which keeps it clean, 7-0. And there's still so much money for Gamer Legion to play with already here in the half. Hypex almost maxed out with 13.7k after the buy, and it's a faster approach towards the B site, hoping that there's less utility from Inner Circle. And they've already lost a member, if not more. Knife just hoping he can shut the door on this pump, but it's just the Riflers opening things up over and over and over again. And it leaves Fleerax again in a situation where he has to try to do it 1vx.
Mate, how do you answer it? Hitting them with such tempo, they're just barraging their way into B, and there's no potential to stop it. Even in the prior round, like such a manpower advantage, good spot to be in. Everything's just falling through their fingertips. These rounds are being turned to gold by Gamer Legion, and this is just going to keep it going. I mean, flawless half, up to 8. When's it end, Mac? Can we get off the Gamer Legion ride? Is it even possible?
At the moment, it feels like there is no stops. There is no breaks on the Gamer Legion train here on Overpass. And they're just constantly, you know, making all the right choices. The B-site defense of Inner Circle just doesn't seem to have any cohesion, and I think that might be the main issue. Right, they're all sort of fighting together. It looked like they were positioned to try and do a bit of a trick play if they came out, but then the one molly towards Toxic was enough to just find that first opening. And from there, things just go south so fast, it's crazy. So as soon as Gamer Legion got a taste of what that victory could look like, they were all in.
They ain't stopped. There's no hokey cokey on this one, right? Once they went in, they did not come back out, mate. Inner Circle slowed them down a lot. Hasn't been the same sort of round flow to keep them energized as well when they're giving it the bigger, when they're yelling. It only really takes 1 or 2 rounds, though, to wake them back up. That has been the good bit about resilience with this team. Even if they start to get quiet, it can be fixed. Fixing this CT side, though, with what's left of the half, that gets a whole lot harder. I don't hate it, actually. The MAC-10, the daddy shotgun pickup, you know what? Mate, it works. It does cook. You hit the head heavy. If they push into him, could be good. Right now, though, no one close towards toilets.
I think the main issue is, this round, no one's even having a look towards that A site. Although, short control is here from the CTs. We're going to see a boost up. Lovely for Knife, finally. Getting a couple of entries. And surely this is going to be enough. If they can retrieve these rifles at the back of Con, maybe even get a bit of extra information, it could certainly be on for a round. And I think this is what was missing. We were talking about, you know, cohesion and the teamwork from Inner Circle, maybe not working on the B site, but this time we got more than that. They got short control, but are they going to overcook it? Knife gets info on one of the 3 remaining members. And there's another. Big triple so far. And the eco into this one is turning out like it might look like a full buy off the back of it.
Yeah, this is carnage. And you're being ushered forward as well. You come up close towards front toilets. Oh, there could be a playmate here. Reel them in. go fishing with that shotgun. Good tags, though. Rez making the plays to make it winnable. Hypex with a quick tap. Suddenly it's all started to unravel. Mac, it was looking guaranteed. But Onic with a clothesline slams back into him for 2 and denies that. It got a little bit worrying. Could have been so good on the freebies, but it's still around.
Love this. You don't see that too often, but the timing of the boost couldn't be more perfect. And I thought with Rez starting to fire up on those 2 shots, maybe it's another round. Another 2-man disadvantage, 1 from Gamer Legion. Daddy showing a bit of the stress there on the player cams. Not happy with how he's playing there. And a quick tactical going to be taken. This time from Gamer Legion. They wanted it to be flawless. And if they can get 11 on this half, that's, I feel like that's enough to seal up the present.
Boy, oh boy. Right on, we go again. Let's see if the blender continues. Oh, Hypex! Near miss on contact, but luckily Torsen's there to assist. And Knife does get 1 reply back. He's quick with the moves as well, so he can dip out a couple taps there from the end of the flames, but gets alive. And still, decent chip damage back onto him, Max. There's room in the round. Oh, Flare-Axe with the nutmeg. What's going on?
Awkward angle to try to fight halfway up the slide. And these flashes just forcing him back, but giving space for Gamer Legion to regroup over towards Fountain instead. Flare-Axe just locking down long with Knife not too far away at the long bathrooms instead, which gives a lot of space straight down the middle of the map for Gamer Legion to contact through bathrooms and just take that A site. Although Knife starting to make a move at a right moment. Can hear that util getting dumped. Eyes on him. But he's happy just with the man advantage. And Hypex, ooh, spinning away. I think Flare-Axe just spotted him. And ZTR, an awkward plant in the edge of the smoke will not necessarily be for a toilet's post plant, but that's kind of where they find themselves. And ZTR going to fall in the meanwhile. Knife making another move over towards long, really starting to fire up towards the end of this first half. And Flare-Axe finds the final man. It's finally a clean one out of inner circle to put 2 on the board and start to stabilize the economy.
Yeah, locking it in, getting themselves a little bit more of a groove. And potentially showing us that maybe there is a little bit more steam just towards the end of this half. An upwards draft perhaps. Some nice shots, starting to look a whole lot more heated in a few of the individuals again. Overall, this is still going to take quite a journey for them. If you want to match the output that we've been seeing from Gamer Legion, start to tie that scoreline up. But a start is absolutely what we needed, and this is a good sign for it. Weapons to work with once again as well. Flare-Axe has that scope towards mid-side, and it's Daddy that's actually pushed through, looking to make the play. It's picture perfect, even the backup delivers.
This is crazy. I'm going to assume that they missed the monster smoke on purpose just to try to face there, because they did go for the fight instantly. And that's the only assumption I'm going to make this round. Everything else is just lovely shots coming through from everyone. Can doing God's work over towards long repositioning. And will happily give up the objective and allow Torsen to try and play. Holy hell, I only just looked at the kill tally. PR 17 and 5. I know he was fragging, but I didn't realize he was hitting that hard. Almost the one-man army.
He was like the, autopilot B entry machine, dude. It felt like you just sent PR in. It was the robot aim of snap, snap, snap. He had that huge round as well. Yeah, he by and large has been dragging them, kicking and screaming into every round.
Lovely couple of shots. Flare-Axe locking in. Not missing some of the easy ones we've seen so far. Arguably, he's also had a very hard game. Rotating, trying to win 1vx's time after time down towards that B site. And a bit more of a split, a bit more of a default coming out from Gamer Legion this time. No matter what happens from here, though, 8 is certainly more than enough to instill a lot of confidence. Nice little lineup for the spray knife. Barely any chip damage, but connects onto ZTR for at least a little. Front toilet smoke. And Gamer Legion showing their hand that they are looking for a little bit of map control before deciding where they want to go. Is this an... Have they done that on purpose? It has to be. It's miscoms?
Right, maybe, I don't know.
Is it just Knife missing that? Because he was the only one over towards Dumpster to potentially throw it. This is... It's looking funky. A re-smoke on Monster at the minute mark means there's still going to be time to hit this B site. Gamer Legion keeping a tally on that util, and there's not much left to play with in terms of smokes for Inner Circle. But they are going to start to send the numbers back down towards this B site, and I think that's a good call, especially with Knife starting to take control. Might get in behind the T's. There it is, the activation. Finding the first and setting up an awkward crossfire from Con and Sight. This is looking weird now. Gamer Legion, just when it looked good, it gets turned around on its head. Onic finding the last couple, and it's 8-4 at the half. Is that going to be enough for Inner Circle to salvage a chance at a 2-0? I don't think so, but let's find out just after the break.
Gamer Legion have been able to overpass their troubles so far here, but can they maintain that into the second half? Slight comeback for Inner Circle, but it came at the tail end of a beating there, Mac. So I wonder if they're going to have any fight left in them now.
I guess we'll find that one out together. They have been pretty solid on the pistol games, so we'll see what they do here. All grouped up, looking to pressure the long side. Rez ready and waiting. He's had a pistol round in this time, and he hears these footsteps coming. Tree, not necessarily the greatest amount of cover. Oh, and he won't have those crispy shots he's known for. Hypex hoping that he can get back to site in time. Spotted in transition. And off the back of this, it is long bathrooms control back to Con. Looking like almost one of the puggiest strats of all time. And, oh, Knife in the meanwhile going to be falling with that pressure from Torsen. Julie's in hand. Close range, the place you definitely want to be. And it's going to be spotted over towards Woodside. Glock's just looking to find him, but with the smoke in hand, they'll get him eventually. And there's going to be a lot of space to plant, although no smoke at heaven means PR could be the difference maker. Won't peak in time to stop that one. Fleerax open plant. They've got the maze control. And things getting really awkward. We're having smoke push gameplay. Dowie ready for it. ZTR hitting the ground. And now it's PR and Hypex to try to win it in the 2v4. First hurdle found. But I don't know if there's going to be too much leaping going on. I think PR has full Kevlar still available, as well as Hypex, and you can see they're backing away, looking to save, and it'll be a force into the second, I believe.
Mate, that was a bit of an uncomfortable one. The smoke plays.
Yeah.
Just bumping into each other multiple times. Oh, it did get a bit worrying. You know, you sneak out onto the site, was thinking maybe there was room. Timing was so slick as well off the plant, just to dip down into water, avoid the fight. Yeah, really uncomfortable. But a pistol round they'll walk away with. They're going to be happy to win out on that one. You know, answered some of the questions. I thought it was a nice first pick from Towson, but in the end, the smoky sight delivered, and it will be a B play. Okay. They're starting to bring it back. The noises are still there, Mac. This is good signs into the second half. Take a pistol, they've got the energy to play with, and there's a mixed bag investment back for GL. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely some nice early signs for the half. See if the momentum can continue here. Spacing good for the four players, all just looking to get any information. Tagging the Fleerax, Hypex, looking to show his scout prowess. But with the tag, he is looking to allow the others to be the baggers. The binmen, so to speak. And it's a nice little setup here over towards the bathrooms, side by side, and just waiting for someone to fall into the trap. And there it is. Rez going to be taking the first with that 5-7. ZTR trying to soften him up with the MP9 and won't be able to escape the fate that Inner Circle are sending their way. PR spotted with the scout over towards Long and will be collapsed on in just a second or so. And it's Torsen last alive, who will carry the FAMAS across into the next, but it was beautifully executed. They're going to be hunting for a little bit more. Is this a little too much? Or is it just enough?
Yeah, I think it's the Goldilocks amount, you know, just the right health thing. They're going to get through with this. They're going to be happy. 4 guns brought into the next. Get the nice little feed cam angle here. Back in action.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. These boots were made for Counter-Strike. And they've been putting the foot down in the game. Well, they were initially. It's kind of slowed down a bit, man. PR, you know, he needed some backup from the boys. If this is the rude awakening from Inner Circle, could very well be a game on our hands right now.
Definitely moving in that direction. 6 big rounds now on the T side. And this next round should be an easier one than what we just witnessed. Just that FAMAS to get past. So we'll see where Gamer Legion place it. 4-1 split. Just Rez looking for info with the Deagle. And I dare say this FAMAS is going to be boosted up somewhere or put in the position to trade. Molly smoke. And boost onto the sandbag. So this is where it's going, and it might be all the way to Monster. I don't think we've seen this yet in the couple of maps of Overpass we've played. And that's good info that there's not much going on over towards the monster side of things. And Rez getting the info towards the A side. So expect that boost to potentially come back again since it wasn't seen by Inner Circle. Owie, crispy. And that's going to be the Famis on the ground, kind of in an open position. Yowie, no one close to trade, but he don't need it initially. PR going to be spotted on the side and kind of locked into an awkward position, which he'll get naded out from. Great utility from Inner Circle, and it should just be, you know, T's crossed, I's dotted, or other CT's going to be playing in awkward enough positions to maybe make this one work. Famis can't get the job done, but they will chip away at that T economy somewhat.
Looked scary though, didn't it? Quite close towards the mark there. Opportunities for shenanigans and a few of those setups towards the tail end. Still, another one in the back. Going to be happy with the outcome overall of the round. Keep it aggressive, take away any of this sort of momentum or potential factor back into the game for Gamer Legion. This will be the next best test yet. Now, CT side whooping style for Hypex. Curious on this one if he'll start to find some form, potentially even just a way to crowbar open some of these rounds. Posturing towards B with it early. It's Rez that makes the play at mid side. They're already close towards Fountain as well. This is looking to potentially be quite an aggressive hit towards A.
Brakes pumped. Inner Circle. Not getting too over-ambitious for any part of the map. And after using some, you know, progressive utility over towards that A site, they will just regroup fully back towards Monster. So looking just to pump it out towards that B site. Torsen gifted a form of information. The shots coming back. Heaven smoke there, no flash towards short, but it doesn't matter. Daddy doing the shooting and going to be able to open for the double. Torsen trying to make ends meet, looking to lock in the water side. Fleerax actually finishing off knife there, but the last couple of bullets get it done for even more. And it's all up to Rez in the 1v2 who's been set up for success. Can on 25 points of health. And Inner Circle not forcing the plant yet.
Rez silently making his approach. Low HP there, down to 25, tucking in close towards water. Separated, Rez dabbling with the timing, a bit paranoid about where the backstab's going to come from, trying to clear short pipe first before he makes his move up. 43 HP, angle being faced upon. Gets a bit of room towards the site, but time eating away. No room to make the maneuver. 8-8 tied up, the bullet lands.
As a Ukrainian.
Not too great, mate, but I can tell you what, if he said that was a sick round from me, I'd say, yeah, it absolutely was, mate.
We'll take it. Chat, any Ukrainians that can translate for us and see how accurate Jackie was? I think you're on the money.
Probably. I mean, he certainly has been, right? Round in, round out, back to his form.
Yeah, getting there. There's a lot of ha-ha-ha's in the chat. He said suck.
Right, he's dropped the big suck on him.
The big suck on him. What a thing to say. Anyway. 4-man crunch from Gamer Legion over towards short. With ZTR jumping, hoping he's not going to get caught out there over towards monster side. Hypex with the head taken. Puts it on the stake and is looking for more. Torsen here with the Hero M4 will catch a timing onto Fleerax, who won't be able to react. And now it might just be shooting fish in a barrel. Smoke there for ZTR to play around, gets another, and this is getting precarious.
Tightrope walk up around. Don't let this one slip. Torsen with the lineup, trying to spam through, but the bullets not quite hitting the target. This one's stalling out a little bit. Don't have the full read of where both of the CTs are coming for, though. So they have that element of surprise to play with. PR walks out, gets himself down with the AK. Daddy suspicious about the top. Oh, sees the sliver of the head though. Time still nipping at them. They've got to get moving on with this one. Daddy walking up for the back line, got it covered. Good adjustment. Torsen stuck on the site. He's low on health. It's blowing up in his face. And they take the lead.
Much needed tactical just to slow down the pace that Inner Circle are setting. That's 8 in a row now off the back of their little streak of rounds at the end of the first half. So far, ooh, flawless and fiery here in the second half.
He's giving it. Absolutely giving it. Glad to see the comeback, though. I mean, it's good to see that they still had fight in them. You know, we were saying this is a team that weirdly, when they're down, the heads fall, even if it's been a hard game. Couple rounds, they can reactivate, and they've never stopped since. So if they can just keep this through and through, man, 2-0, that's on the cards, that's on the prospect. That's what Gamer Legion were looking to deny.
Let's see if they're expecting a pace change. We are seeing all 5 members of Inner Circle straight towards the B site. Torsen gets a bit of chip damage. Done through the monster smoke and knife with short control. Has no one stopping him from making his way in. And it's going to be the, 15-second hit. Boom. Daddy able to make the trade happen. And we're down to a 3v4 already. Gamer Legion hoping ZTR can lock it in on water, but those flames keeping him at bay. Forced out of the pit. I love that. Off the top of the overpass, just forcing him into the open. ZTR dealt with, and it is save time for Gamer Legion. Hypex can't find a thing through the top of the smoke. And that was well executed. Inner Circle bringing the pain here in the second half.
Yeah, really crisp. And that embodied so much more as well, right? That's some of the elevations we're seeing from this team throughout their run so far at EPL over both of these games. They've had some great signs of life mechanically, but we're seeing it with the team play as well there. It was a good heads-up call with the nade set. Just getting so much off the back of these openings. Even when they're uncomfortable fights, the way they're playing off one another, it gives them more room to breathe. 10 rounds locked in. Huge mental fortitude to grind this one back. You know, they blew them out of the water back on Ancient. Gamer Legion were coasting through, and a lot of that was B hit after B hit, with PR picking the heads off. Shoes on the other foot now, Mac. They're making it look like that's exactly what's happening all over again.
It's crazy, just the polarity that we have from Inner Circle in the first half to the second half. They just love to be on the aggressive, it seems. And that was so hard for ZTR to play after losing the other 2 site members. Like, floor was lava. Wasn't allowed to play headshot, wasn't allowed to go for fights, and then forced into the open. You better believe I'm stealing that molly. That was mad. Great utility usage. And as you can see, incense just dumped everywhere for Gamer Legion. Expecting Inner Circle to continue just pushing and forcing these fights to happen. And if they can isolate Rez here and maybe catch a timing on him, it might be the first time in a while which we've seen Inner Circle go towards the A site.
Maybe a change of scenery then, perhaps. Thing is, this is ringing that dinner bell for Gamer Legion. They're all so heavily invested in the idea of this utility dump being the commit. You wrap over another player, they start to posture slightly further back towards the site as well. Paranoid about a hit out towards A. Got a bit of a boost set up for it though, PR at least on the elevated angle. He was crisp at clearing this previously. Support of Torsen for the short run out. Needs to do it on the defense. If you can't hold them back, this could be a huge round for Inner Circle. Timing though, Mac tries to reposition, flash over. They're barreling in.
Using the cover of the tarpaulin to maybe just wrap around, but one is all he'll get. Ken with the quick trade. And again, a man down position. Gamer Legion, they know that their money is feeling the pressure. So again, they're just going to fall away. It is save territory. It is Inner Circle. 11 rounds in a row to get to this position after being down 8-0. They have just turned the whole map on its head, and Gamer Legion are looking lost for answers.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. They're scratching their heads in some of these scenarios. Even this one again, where it's like mechanically you had all the answers on the entry path and for PR. Something's always slightly awry when it comes to these hits when he's on the defense now. Really sort of quieted down compared to, I think it was like 21 frags towards the half or something miraculous. Like he was going nuts. Then obviously that just kind of disappears. You don't have the same level of backup from the rest of the team. Scrambling with the pauses as well. Last opportunity really for Ash to have any impact to pull him out of the doldrums. But how do you answer this one? It's just in a circle, just gatting you down.
This is wild. After all the praises that we sung for Gamer Legion in that first half, like, they usually have an answer for everything. That man at the back of them there, Ash, usually always has an answer. But this time, they just need to deal with the pressure. PR, he's like 22 and 11 or something at the moment. Everyone else, we still got a few players there on the single digits, like ZTR having rough situations, obviously trying to be a bit more of a supportive member on the B site. Just unable to find many opportunities. Hypex, it feels like he's also not getting involved. Didn't really have to do a lot in that first half. 6 and 9, saving up a storm just to try to keep the AWP in play. And again, Knife has just been given the shot control.
Yeah, you're allowing so much space. It's been a consistent trend. And I think, you might be right as well, because it was kind of, the waiting game of like, at some point, if Hypex can activate, show us maybe what that CT side AWP can do. But it's never come, and now it probably won't ever arise. He wasn't really on the board in the first half, because like you say, his teammates did the work for him. So a lot of missing pieces. We haven't had this team firing on all cylinders. Talking about fire, Knife there, burnt away. Ooh, it's a hot blade. But is it a cool Hypex panicking towards the site as he scrambles to stay alive? Daddy bleeding out round towards long as well. They're going to hit the bomb site together here. See if you can overwhelm. ZTR goes down. Hypex good for one on the back foot, but he needs even more, and it's looking panicky.
Just trying to figure out how to get through the defense. There is 3 CTs on the truck side, and you're never going to expect that. Man after man going to be found here, and all just spotted. Hypex still alive. They know that he's there. And Fleerax, he's got himself the angle, but he's full committed to the left side. Swing won't connect, and Hypex gets it. Eventually, the streak of rounds for Inner Circle will come to an end. 11 to 9. Off the back of another tactical, Gamer Legion might have just saved the day.
It's a crazy round. Miraculous kills in the manner that he finds them as well, right? Like, you have to fight in the carnage. Like the heads-up call to switch to the A1S and the 1v1 as well towards the tail end there. But,
yeah,
man, Hypex, we've been asking when he would finally arise. There it is. That's the round. Is this going to be consistency, though? You need that consistent now. You've got to have the help from him and the rest of the squad. See if you can slap the water back on PR, drag him back in for a few more.
Just when we were asking a little bit more of Hypex, we finally get it. Ooh, and Rez going to be spotted on the jump peak. Missed opening opportunity there for Fleerax. And ZTR constantly just starting to bombard that cutout on short, knowing that he managed to slide a kill onto Knife last round, which made the whole round that much easier to trade out. Hypex again. On that line in towards Divider, but there is 4 Ts lurking around the corner. He won't be able to get out of this one alive. He's not even expecting a close peek at all. Daddy with the opening, Rez on the front side, going to be able to triple it down. And the answer found for Gamer Legion out of nowhere. Fleerax on 2 points of health. It's going to be a difficult one to find. We'll get the first leg and not the second. Big damage. A pick found, but it's PR to put a 10th round on the board. Job's not done in either aspect.
No, it's still anyone's game. It's actually, far more competitive now than it ever was. We get the wake up of Hypex, Rez making some big plays as well in the site defense here. Some of the pieces starting to come back, thinking maybe it's still achievable. Bit of belief again, some energy back in the room for them. Whereas we see on the other side of things, pause called in. Opportunity to take a second. Don't overcook it. Hell of a streak, Mac. I mean, unbelievable to think, right? You go on, what, 11 rounds on the trot off the back of getting into the groove. 8 rounds down, looking like it was over. You know, it felt like this was going to be a steamroll on overpass. We're talking about third map storylines, perhaps.
Yeah.
Now we're here. Now we're back in this sort of, you know, right down the middle. It could be anyone's game position. So, yeah, hell of a matchup on our second. Let's see how it goes. Money's not in the best spot. T-Sag got to roll with the punches. Could be tied up off the back of this.
Similar game from Inner Circle to what we had up against 3D Max yesterday. Nice and tight, nice and close, very entertaining. Keeping us guessing as to who is going to be able to take it. And finally, we're going to see the boost into short. Get that first pick onto Knife, but maybe not expecting the second man. The flashes looking to suppress the vision of the T-side members over at Monster, and Onyx able to at least answer for one, but there is many members here all fighting and they're trying to do it together. Onyx, another trade. But Dowie going to be left in the 1v3 with the bomb in a rough to retrieve position. Eyes on it from both ZTR and Rez. At least Dowie has time on his side. 1HE will reveal his hand. And there is going to be all eyes on this short pipe. His fate should be sealed in a matter of seconds. Unless... No shots this time coming out from Dowie. 11-11. Make a wish, Jackie.
Yeah, dude, the angel number game rearing its head here. Overtime looming, or perhaps still regulation. You can find a way to shut it. But all comes down to these fine margins, right? Beastly start for GL. Massive cool-off going into CT. But a reawakening, and if you just keep it up, you never know.
Someone in chat just asked if Onyx is the son of Zonic. It'll be the Ukrainian re-embodiment. Bring in the brains and the brawn back to a younger squad. Is it too little too late? We've got a lot of questions that need to be answered this round. Who is going to put themselves on map point or even match point? So we go for a bit of a 1-1-3 split for Inner Circle, taking early long control. Only with ZTR spotting from back on the A site. They've definitely found a hole in the defense, making a move this direction. Dowie, lucky to be alive, getting past the shot of Hypex. And Torsen may have arrived on the scene just in time. Smoke starting to come through on the long exec. It might be good. The flashes forcing ZTR to spray half the magazine. Torsen dancing around dice is looking to roll him and hope that it's GL on top, but Knife 1v4 angle gets past the first, and Rez tucked away there. A forced plant with a round loss bonus should be enough to get another buy in the final round of regulation. But can they get more than that? Answer is no. Rez laying down the law with a big 3-piece, holding on to short and putting 12 on the board. Gamer Legion arriving at the scene just in time to maybe keep themselves in this series.
Nice moves from Rez, man. Delay tactics, good peaks. Yeah, you see the frustration. They were so close. They know that they had been able to grind this one back to within touching distance, but it's this, the explosive nature of GL. Maintaining focus on the game, picking up a key round, and now the ball's in their court. We could push to a third map if they can close it in regulation. If this one is a mistake, it's all over for the comeback dream for Inner Circle. Into it here, then aggression shown towards B early. PR looking for the peek out. Couple taps towards the toes, but it gets bloody early. Daddy comes swinging back around, bullet into the head of Torsen. Rez has got to do it again, Mac.
Trying, tapping, but the HEs just shrapneling him into disintegration. Hypex from heaven is looking to lock onto this one. ZTR across the top, going to be able to drop the bomb and keeps on spraying through the smoke back into the pit to try and live, but the HE from Hypex keeping them in it. It's a 1v1. Ken and Hypex, we are going to OT. Job's not done, and overpass will continue.
Oh, mate. That's a huge final play. Beautiful pickup. Wasn't panicked, under pressure, back against the wall. Daddy does it. Handles the business on that one. This final peak, Mac, so clean.
Quite excited, it seems.
Oh yeah, fired up.
Good amount of energy in the room from Inner Circle, and they are not going to let any of that energy go by the wayside. Straight out Monster they go, although all stopping in their tracks, and Torsen able just to pick them off one by one. ZTR little 3-man straight down. What the hell? That round looked catastrophic, I guess. It looked good until it didn't. They just stopped outside of Monster.
Yeah, they were going, and then they did not. They hit the brick wall. It was over. That was ridiculously quick.
ZTR, middle of that spray down, headbutting a Molotov as well. That did cause concussion in most, but fortunately he had a helmet on.
Unbelievable scenes. I didn't expect that for the first OT round, but I guess you try and catch them when they're sleeping, right?
Straight out of the gates, yeah. I don't think it was a bad call. I think it was just the execution. They looked lost. Maybe it was miscommunication in the midst of the action. But Gamer Legion taking every advantage that they can. And if the T's are just going to stand there and not shoot back, then, well, you'll take that every day.
All right, then. Here we go. Back into the flow of things. Shouldn't be the similar sort of scenario here. Grouped up towards mid-side early, bit of space, looking for a slower default from Inner Circle on this one. Oh, Rez walking up, going to play close behind the rock towards long. See if he can find too much space from this early. Bit of a peek on top side, looking down towards toilets. Try and get a read on this. It's a hefty investment back towards B again. 4 players there. They had tons of trouble with those B-side defenses in regulation. It's been good here in OT. Hypex with 1. Rez about to be asked. And good on the delivery.
Hunting for the trade, but just waiting for the flash. It's good, and so is the shot. Daddy trying to fight their way back into the round. An Inner Circle. They've been very good at playing with this sort of pack mentality. Oh, I thought he was on again. I just couldn't find the head of ZTR. And the other two are right here, shifting, waiting, but there's util in hand for Dowie. Oh, and the AWP ain't going to do it. ZTR locking down long and locking down a 14th. Starting to string some more together here. GL thriving in the momentum.
Yeah, it seems like they're running that high again. Far more consistency when asked from a lot of the players on the team now. You can see everyone delivering in the individual fights. It's kept the energy fired up. So many twists in the narrative of who's been in the driving seat. This one's kept us guessing. Ooh, quicker B play again. Posturing for it. They're quick on the hit.
Airstrike. Cracking open ZTR, but not quite finishing him off. It's Torsen with the spray down. AK firepower, a bit too much to deal with. And Torsen still alive, still kicking here on 7 points of health. With Rez falling, though, it could be easy pickings for the remaining B-side members. And Knife's going to be taking them all. 4 out of nowhere. And it's just Hypex in the 1v2 to close things off. HE placement looked kind of good, but doesn't bounce off the backboard. And now they know they're going to fight for it.
Daddy does it again.
Big Daddy. There he is, swinging. Energy in the camp, the coach, hyped up. Everyone feeling good. Staying hydrated as well. And fair enough, mate. He's made some killer plays. Keep himself topped up. Keep it coming.
Wild scenes. But one on the T side, certainly enough. And this is where Inner Circle struggled. The initial phases of the CT side on overpasses where they couldn't find a thing and they just kept on missing this monster smoke, and they haven't realized they've been missing it. So they're going to keep on missing it, guys.
Yeah, we got our answer to that question, really, didn't we? With the situation towards Monster. It's been problematic, so we'll see if it rears its head again throughout this one. So far, obviously, a 14-13 scoreline. Looking for the early plays, bit of utility cast out, leaving some gaps on the CT side. Connector control being burnt and fought for as well. Bomb left back for the rotate early. Knife trying to get these spots off in towards Connector. He was pretty good at making plays on it previously. And Flerax, if he delivers, could also be a force to be reckoned with. Still a lot of time on the clock. It's a slower round. GL not wanting to rush this one. Bomb now on the move.
Postured perfectly for the B hit. Oh, there's two seen. Dowie just trying to finish off the second man, but we'll leave him to refocus back towards Monster as the pop starts to come towards that B side. Hypex caught with util in hand. Not what you want to see. And Inner Circle in the perfect position to close out a 2v5. Fleerax on the flank side, ZTR taken out, and it's Rez in a 1v5 who won't get a chance to shoot another shot. Fleerax, beautiful rotation down Con to clean up and tie up this OT.
Maybe it's back on. Maybe they're feeling themselves for a 2-0 again. That clutch into the overtime. Some nail-biting rounds. This EPL run could have some dream starts for them if they can keep it focused here. 14-14 though, Mac. Bloody hell. Giving Gaming Legion a run for the series.
Keeping everyone guessing. We've got a lot of players and viewers unfamiliar with Inner Circle's game in the chat. Just flooding in thinking, what's going on? How are Gamer Legion losing to these guys? Well, they haven't lost yet. But Inner Circle, they are bringing in a solid brand of Counter-Strike. Other than that,
ooh. Same play once again, it rears its head. This was the 2P setup. They're trying to make it work. Rez bites the bullet. Snapshot on that one. That could have huge impact. It's a nice opening kill, Mac.
and with Daddy down, that makes things a little harder for Inner Circle to try to fight their way back in. Doing a lot of the heavy hitting to get them into OT. Has been a very solid closer for Inner Circle, but the flashes working well for Onyx to get that first pick. Instantaneously traded, the Knife is going to look to fight for the pit control, but he won't be able to hold on to it. 2v4 for Inner Circle here. They've got an M4, they've got that AWP in the hands of Fleerax, who's also got a nice line over towards Monster once the smoke fades. Should be able to catch Hypex in transition, which he will. But are they expecting the double flank? Only one of the CTs seen. But that time is slowly ticking away, and there's still a couple of flashes and a HE to play with for Gamer Legion. Kit's there, but no smoke. And Dowie going to be able to flush one out, taking res, but the time is ticking and they need to get on the package. Who's going to be tapping it? No one at this point. They're looking for the picks and no one's defusing. Boys, you got to do it, and it's a little too late. Oh, Lord. No time remaining. Someone had to hold it and it would have worked out, but they just didn't go for the package.
Yeah, dude, like what, a matter of seconds there. It looks like HUD-wise, at least from the defuse timer, if they just would have been a bit quicker, Uni had to make that instant decision. Someone's got to jump on it. Tried to put it together, but a couple of milliseconds of difference, and that's the round blowing back up in their face here.
That's literally it. Taking that sweet time. Certainly cost IC. And will that come back to haunt them? Going to a third is not where they want to be if they can just close it in two right here, right now. And it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Playing for double OT now are Inner Circle. And with a two-man advantage, they put themselves in pole position to keep on play.
They couldn't do it in the first time of asking, but here might just be able to keep it going, tie it 15-15 again. And that was the opening confidence, at least, that we saw that was winning the regulation rounds on repeat, Max. So I'm glad to see that back in action, even if it was a little bit more chaotic, right? Leaving them in some panicky positions. You get the opening duels. And now they're able to play a little bit more passively, coast this out, put the pressure on GL to try cook. Just don't give them any 1v1s. Don't give them the way back in. Force it into a rough late round.
Fleerax. The man that can fully just cut off the cross here. Not flashed off the line, can drop the bomb. Straight onto the site. Is he good for it? No, missed opportunity. The two-man peak is a little too much. PR the coverage. Brings it back to a 2v3 now. Can't find the man coming through con. That's Dowie. And the HE, not going to hit the mark either. ZTR. Leaving something to be desired here, but the 1v3, a bit too much to ask for. CT's all just going one by one, peeking. Oh, not together. What is happening here?
They're letting him play it, man.
What is going on? ZTR, balls of steel, and hoping that Knife is going to be able to provide the cover. There is time for the defuse. We will play on. OT number 2 just around the corner.
Mate, that felt so uncomfortable, Mac. Like, giving him the 1v1s, playing into him there, like the reposition. You know what I thought, honestly? If he gets the quick shot off, get those, could have been a whole different story. We had a clutch to drag us into overtime, very nearly a clutch to close it. But in the end, it's another round. We tie it back up. We run it back again. He's bringing back the animal sounds. Here we go.
Again and again. I hope you guys like Overpass because we got plenty more. Gamer Legion having to pull out everything in the strat book. Maybe even getting to the point of having to throw it away at this point.
Yeah, I think some of it might have gone out the window a while ago now, right? You get to this point in the OT, you're running everything. It all starts to get a bit messy. Strategy starts to fall out. And that's maybe where we start to see Inner Circle being able to take some of those liberties again with the more aggressive picks. They're tempering it here, playing far more default again, right? Just close inside toilets, got the crossfire, flare axe back towards site.
Ooh, crossfire in bathrooms. Knife not going to be caught on the rotation back. With, 40 on the clock, you can see that now they're not too worried about A. Fleerax refresh on the monster smoke, but the flash on the front side and a big backstab getting worked on by Kant. Knife over towards Long, just trying to get as much chip damage as possible, but back to back they go. Oh, he's got Knife out, should be able to turn this one around. Unfortunately, in the meanwhile, Knife is going to be lost. So the chaos giving Gamer Legion at least the site, and it's an A-site retake that we're going to be looking for. As Inner Circle still relying on Daddy to shut the back door. Oh, there's another one. And a flash for himself here, just looking to play. As Gamer Legion may just be forced back to play toilets. What a place do you want to be? PR, lovely angle found here, dropping kills left, right, and center, and it's going to have to almost be all him. But he'll hit the ground. Hypex looking to cut him off in the pass, and there is still going to be time, but the bomb is not planted for him. It's on the top of truck. They need to get on it. It's Kane with the kit, and oh, the cover's good. There's a lead found. Inner Circle, get it done this time.
Oh, they don't like taking any easy ones, do they? Fighting for these tooth and nail. Last second on the round there, it felt like, again, it was going to be another massive show-up when you needed it most. Some of the snaps back from Gamer Legion, good response from PR. But Daddy does some nice work around from long side, up close. You're able to find enough stock. They jump on the bomb at just the right time as well, thankfully having that kit. And yeah, it's a huge eruption. It's a nice round to get. Scary scenes, though. These aren't coming easy, Mac.
The clutch dad defuse. That's what you were looking for there. And Can just keeps on hitting. Keeps on pumping up the numbers. And keeping Inner Circle in this one. Tactical taken instantly as Gamer Legion want every single round on the T side that they can get. Because you don't want to be playing on the back foot. It just makes you so much more uncomfortable.
All right. We run it back again. 16-15. The double OT is live. Round 32. Gamer Legion going, kicking and screaming. See if they can equalize here or if it will be a lead building for that CT side of Inner Circle. Again, heavy investment towards B early, setting up for it. Bit of a boost in the playground, giving Rez a read towards toilets.
Inner Circle. Not after information towards A. Cairns starting all the way back on site, but it's the fight towards short which goes their way. Dowie. Re-swinging off the back of Fleerax, taking the shot. And it's good for the man advantage. Thorson jumping, spotting that no one was there, but this smoke might come back to bite the CTs. Awkward misposition on the boost. Forces knife off the half wall, which would have been another answer into the round, and he's starting to think about going back to A. Not seeing anything after that smoke. Dowie hoping he can do it all himself, which he can. The flash didn't need vision, and Onic as well, just mollying off Monster with Hypex posted, hoping with 40 on the clock and a 1v5 angle, he can maybe keep this alive, but you kind of just want to keep the AWP into the final round here.
Yeah, get away if you can. Ooh, mate. Trying to give him something to play with, but just the one. Always a horrible spot to be left in. Inner Circle, though, this is the dream scenario. Getting closer and closer again.
Tension rising. And Inner Circle just seem to be thriving in it. Finding all the answers that they need. And Gamer Legion just trying to feel out the round somewhat. Happy to gift that con control. Going for more of a 3-2 split this time. No boost up from the CTs. Knife just throwing that preventative util, but it's the HEs they should be worried about. Onic didn't see those HEs coming and will be taken out of the round without having a chance to fight.
Yeah, it's nice, man. Good util usage, right on target. Oh, Fleerax. Look at the flick of the wrist on this guy. Posting up inside toilets as well. He wants more. Feed him more. There's the second. Fleerax getting fired up, seeing the shadow, but he misses the shot. Overextension on the peak. PR catches him sleeping, and PR, oh, he is writing some great headlines. In this round at least, PR rules the roost, and they get themselves one round at least at the end of the half.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Play to win, guys. Play to win.
God damn.
Play to win. They get it done that time. Cause a bit of chaos in the ranks, and no matter the heroics of Fleerax, everyone else just blinded, unable to shoot back. As Gamer Legion fire up and hit some crispy ones this time. And back onto the CT side they go, which they could pull flawlessly. But at the moment, even the smoke's missed. So there's going to be a bit more presence potentially displayed by Inner Circle over towards this A site. Already, again, getting the short control, putting knife into the pocket. And Onic hoping that he can maybe catch a timing shot. Body block in the smoke, revealing his hand. The thing's slowing down as GL. They've let out a good amount of util already.
Boost up. Dowie reading it. It's been crisp. It's PR though. Man's been making all the plays. And again, cashes checks. Another one. You can't spell overpass without PR, Mac. It's in the name.
Can't fault that one. But you can maybe fault Knife for being out in the open there, not expecting the boost up. Great proactivity coming through from Gamer Legion. Just to keep on looking for info, looking for picks. Hypex going to be playing on the line as Torsen Don't actually peek with it, just waiting for the flash to try and set him up for success again. Ooh, caught on top of Toxic. And still a chance for Inner Circle in the round, but with 30 seconds on the clock, they're going to go for the swift rotation, which will find an open A site if they can beat the CTs to the punch. But they're only at the top of con, and just now is when Rez is going to get those sound cues. ZTR starting to make his way up, but with a man advantage, you can easily play for the retake. Safe plant over towards Truck. If no one peeks from bank, he could be in trouble. Oh, falls off the line, goes forward on it. Somehow able to keep on fighting here. Fleerak's going to be able to find one more, but it's Rez to save the round. And even it up at 17 apiece. Whoa, that could have gone either way.
Yeah, dude, that was real dangerous territory. He's rapid up through the stairs. That nade that was thrown out brought him down to, I think, like 45 HP from contact as well. So he's in such a risky spot. It's getting uncomfortable. Vonik hitting the shots on the run out. And Rez, somehow, 10 HP, finds both with a quick transition. Gamer Legion erupt. It's still going. It's not over yet.
Inner Circle taking their chance with the tactical, which of course gives Gamer Legion an opportunity for Ash to speak also. One, the magic number to keep OT going for Inner Circle. If they can lock in and get 2 on the T side, they'll hit 19 and they'll close out the series 2-0. Looking like we are going to see more A pressure coming through from Gamer Legion. Double long setup, one towards short, just trying to draw attention away with all those nades used, and there's a lot of info that ZTR is gaining from the advanced position. Him and Hypex ready for a swing if anything comes this direction, and it's Dowie which could be the flyer to land in the trap. Hypex looking. He wants to find a pick or at least some information as the T's. They've already started the fall back to B, and this is good info. This is good scouting, but Daddy in the meanwhile going to be able to poke his head out of toilets and find one man but not the second. And doesn't expect ZTR to be so advanced.
This round's getting so... Oh, scary for Gamer Legion to contend with now. Focus on the man causing panic on the A side. It's Torsten that's the sole defense of B. Caught in rotation on a crossfire. They bypassed him, get up towards the site. Flearax with a peek as well. Banishing PR. Oh boy. Post plant down. Bomb secured. ZTR. He's had one pick to his name in this round. Left in the 1v2 now. Full tool belt. He's got defuse kit and various nades to play with. Walking his way out towards the site. Do they even give him a look in?
Respectively. Giving him a lot of space to play with. Flearax posted. Dowie looking to have a head on the swivel. Incen goes to the right position. Awkward. They pulled out. It's a bit weird for GL, but IC put 18 on the board. Next OT now confirmed. And a potential, again, for IC to close out the series with 1 round remaining here in double overtime.
Can they do it again? Run it back for another time. Will the overtime story and overpass continue to keep on going? Or is it a 2-0? And another good performance at EPL here for Inner Circle, showing us what they're made of. Live from Sweden. Timing on this, it gets so messy. Recoils away from it. Knife just bails, throws the HE and pieces out.
Yeah, playing his life this time. That's good info. Don't usually boost without at least 3 down towards that B site. They've gone for the reboost, the reclear. They should know that short doesn't have any residence. That's why you see the reaggression back towards the toilet side. Although Dowie hoping that Daddy is going to be able to trade him out. HE going to the right place to maybe find Rez there off the backboard, but Rez creates just enough space to live in the meanwhile. The chaos allows GL to thrive. The flash not connecting ZTR. I think he's threaded the needle. There's eyes towards his position here. Icy seem to know and bring it back to the 2v4. Fleerax just waiting. And there's info from the jump peak. He's still got the AWP to play with, but won't be able to flick it back. And we go one more time.
Gamer Legion keep it going. The OTs keep on coming. Ash still believing in the system. Dealing out those high fives, those fist bumps after the round. They survive potentially loss in the series and give themselves one more chance at a shot at the map here in the next OT again. All squared up for now. CT side start, of course, as they continue on for it. Hypex still has the AWP. All rifles on the side of Inner Circle.
Oh, bit of oxygen. Necessary for everyone involved here. And this time, it's more numbers back towards the short side. They went for the short boost on the short wall, and Dowie able to at least answer. No one can see a damn thing. Flash is going everywhere. As ZTR wants to try and pull a trick maneuver, jumping across the top if he can find any form of information. It's just a matter of picking your moments. And he might do just that. There's cover from short side, but the C4 will be planted in the meanwhile, and that's going to be in numbers. 4GL on the retake. PR still just waiting out this smoke. Jumping on the top of Toxic and hoping he can find Knife maybe over towards the pit side. PR getting it done and filtering out canals. They know it's going to be two men over towards the sandbags. Spraying, hoping Flyrax can find something in the chaos of everything, and the HE won't finish either of them. But do they go for the boost again? The spray is going to be enough. It's just spams going left, right, and bloody center, but that time ticking down again, and that smoke fading. Dowie shooting, hoping he can buy the time, but I think there is enough. By the skin of his bloody teeth, he's got another defuse out. PR 38, and whatever the hell his death tally is. Man is on fire and keeping GL in this game.
It's despicable. Getting so much done. Unbelievable scenes as well. Incredibly tight on the timing. You have that peek back through the smoke where Dowie's able to hit the one tap, force them off the bomb, leave it in uncomfortable territory, but he still wins out on it. Commanding respect in multiple facets of this game. Throughout regulation, again now in OT. So Gamer Legion take that opening round into our third overtime. And it's still cooking, Mac. This one's not cooling off anytime soon. ZTR on a walk down. Hello. Flareax is walking up for it. Could already have some carnage. Connect to combat, potentially.
Bit of a change-up in ZTR's position. I don't know if he's played this one. How's Dowie on the clearance? Surely he sees those boots poking around, and he will. Good readjustment to find the head. Let's see if IC can close from here. Do they expect Rez so advanced? He's not been mollied out. He's not been cleared yet. He's got a lot of sound cues to play around. How many can he get is the big question. Are we poking his head back down, Con? And there is eyes on his position if he goes one way but not the other. Just trying to relay as much of this information and figure out the conundrum. He has heard that rotate away, and he knows that the A site should be fully defended. So the rest of the troops already down and stacked on B, expecting a 3v4 explosion. PR hoping that the cover of the smoke is enough here just on the bridge, finding the edge, and oh, they're all dead. Numbers swinging back in their favor now, and the reinforcements starting to make their way onto the B site. Makes it that much harder for Fleerax to make his way through the smoke. Gamer Legion 20 secured.
Yeah, Gamer Legion giving it. PR has been the man that's really flying the banner high, right? Keeping the good times rolling for them in very consistent plays. Rez with some heads-up maneuvers as well. These earlier aggressive setups. It's been good to see. And it's starting to ice out that momentum once again from Inner Circle. 20-18 being the flow right now. Timeout going to be called as well. You get them in OT, you might as well use them. There's been limited opportunities for both coaches to chime in with the teams. You know what's scary though, Mac? It keeps going like this, mate. This could be like a PR 50 bomb, 60 bomb game.
How far can it go?
Well, who knows? He's got 40, so just over a frag a round so far.
Not too bad at all. Well, let's find out together how much damage PR can continue doing. And if he can drag the rest of the troops in through this game. Usually more of an effort by committee. And that last round, of course, definitely pivoting on the single pick from Rez, but also the importance of the information that he gained puts them all in the right position to deal with the B-pop. Hypex posted, and hoping that Rez is going to be able to hold his toilet side. Oh, maybe caught in transition. And meanwhile, things getting a little awkward as Fleerax takes the head off of Rez. And Hypex may be caught out in the open, still spotting time and time again, but won't be able to find Can. 3v5. And a lot of things happening over towards the truck side. ZTR trying to wrap around and hoping that the smoke is enough to play with, but PR doing the exact same thing. Up on the dumpster, dropping, hoping that the smoke's fade in his favor, but there's not a lot of space for him to play with. And look, we're asking him to go towards that 50 bomb. He's got 5 potential picks to get here, but that is a huge ask for anyone. First going to be given to him on a silver platter with Fleerax, but that's the info that all Inner Circle needed. And I dare say, oh, there's no more to find. 20-19, Jackie, going to be the score at the turn.
Taking that one home. Scary scenes. He was game to give it a go, but too little too late. Rest of the squad not being able to hold back the wave here. Forced him into that 5 versus 2 before PR could even really rise back up from the stairwell and try and mount a comeback on the site. Oh, I had a bit of a build-up to it as well. There was like a slow roll, you know?
Yeah.
All right, mate. Yeah, that's a good sign for the energy.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good sign for the energy. Hypex missed chance. He shot that shot, but Fleerax shot back harder. Here, unable to deny the cross back to site. Onyx catching that HE. Great hands, but not expecting ZTR to be lurked out a monster so dry, so quick. Dowie ejected from the B site.
Yeah, forcefully removed. Still a lot of time left on the clock on it. Bomb in rotation as well. Only just been grabbed and starting to scarper back over to potentially Daddy's domain. He's inside of the toilets right now. Fleerax, he's been quick with the adjustment shots, but he's under pressure. Has to buy time for the rotate and backstab of his teammate. Tucks in, playing with him on the angle. Trusting the no-scope, but the bullet won't find its target. Knife eats the nade, but Daddy arrives. Damage done, peeking good. Able to convert that in for a second headshot back on PR and throw an issue into this round. Dragged down to the 1v1. Torsen with it all to do. Has the bomb to try bait out the face. Gets the info on the jump spot as well. Pressure on now. Bomb planted, AK in his hands.
Space created. Torsen on the short side is red. Can getting it done. The A site is Daddy's domain. And the numbers evened up again on the scoreboard. Still a chance for either team to try and close out here. A crazy, crazy push from Can. The toilets control crucial, getting in behind enemy lines.
Yeah. Heads up play, man. You got to love him for it, being able to bring that one home. High pressure round as well. It still feels like it's not done though, Max. Something about this series, it just keeps going, just keeps resetting. Whenever you think it's over, whenever we start to see that return to form, someone just can't quite finish it. And the cycle begins anew. Game Legion somewhat more muted here though than we've seen in prior rounds.
GL usually good at figuring out these rounds off the back of tacticals. So we'll see if this is going to be another classic one. And Fleerax, the same opening. Deja vu. But this time with the short control, able to answer for 2. This is looking much better for Gamer Legion on the T side.
Unexpected answer. They haven't been able to remedy it so quickly previously, right? And you're spot on. That's what I was getting worried about. We'd seen that play a few times, just being able to brute force down Fleerax, winning that opening duel no matter who's there, be it the AWPer of Hypex or a Rifler. But the rapid trades give them space, and they take that instantly, trying to run out towards the A site. Knifes trapped, blind, and sideswiped by PR. This should be locked in for GL.
There's plenty of cash, so you better believe Inner Circle are going to give it a crack. But they're taking their sweet time to make their way up con. And there's a lot of real estate that they still need to try to buy. They did manage to find a timing, although Dowie, this head peeking out, is a freebie there for Rez. Might be able to find even more. Onyx on the trade game gets the AK, which now adds extra value to the final round of Triple OT. Gamer Legion on map point. And certainly...
Nice, guys, let's go. Let's go 7th overtime, boys, let's go.
He's got jokes.
Shout out Ashley Battier.
I'm with him.
Yeah, you know what? Let's run it, Max. 7 OTs? Why not?
Why not? I'll raise you 8.
All right. See if we get there. Not far off. Although for Inner Circle, it's all the difference of 1 round. That's all they're really thinking about. Oh, not the start you want. Hypex clipping them with the Quinton peak. Straight to the big toe.
You can see the adaptation coming through from RC. Fleerax not going to con initially, but with Onyx being that soul beat defender taken out, and a contact from ZTR in the meanwhile can't also taken out of the mix. This is now starting to look a little bit precarious as GL teeter on the edge of finding Nuke. 7th OT may not be necessary, but can IC do it in this 3v5?
Nades make it uncomfortable. Knife's going in for the surgical play. Oh, mate, the double up as well. Fleerax assisting. Suddenly, this is far more recoverable, but ZTR reads the room on the walk around and dulls the blade of knife. Fleerax with the flick isn't on target, and it's all down to Dowie in the back. They're low, sure, but a 1v2 still to find. The bomb isn't planted. They're only just punching in the digits. He's already at front. Monster has a read on it. Suspicious after seeing the nade come flying back towards him. But they're getting post plants out of this now, Mac. Pressure's cooking.
No smoke available, which is kind of what you want given the situation, and you can see that GL happy to play the tap. Let ZTR go first on the low health. And Dowie just covering a lot of bases here. Spots the first man, needs to tap it to bait out the extra aggression. But that time again, ticking. Oh, shots almost looked good. It's PR against Dowie. 2 of the sharpest in the server, and the defuse gets stuck. But it won't make it to the end. 22-20. We do find the end of Overpass. Gamer Legion survive here in the 1-0 bracket as we're still not done with the game. We still got a 3rd map to get to. I need a break. I'm out of words, Jackie. This has been a long one with how close this one came.
Yeah, this was madness, Mac. It was absolute shenanigans. It felt like the never-ending game, right? Just kept on going and going and going. It's weird to even think at one point this was kind of just like the Gamer Legion spin cycle. They were mopping the floor within a circle, and there was no real fight back whatsoever. You see the highlight package here, right? Takes us to like 8 rounds. Then suddenly, they bring it back, get 11 rounds on the streak. They're feeding the hot hand. They just end up in that like overtime hellscape as well. It never ends. I don't know, man. The fact that this is map 1, it's kind of crazy, but it does mean we get a deciding map now out of 2 teams that certainly know each other very well off the back of Overpass.
That is wild. That is wild how this map has ended, has played out, but look, it has finally ended, and I'm sure that this highlight package is going to be going for about 10 minutes long because there was so much to digest for everyone. look, shout out to PR. I think he had 13 multi-kills, two or more throughout that. Big couple of clutches, more so on the Gamer Legion side of things. And then in terms of the opening duels, look, Dowie was doing work. You saw Fleerax especially going crazy in OT with those con picks, and Gamer Legion as well. Just time after time, you had PR, Torsen, Rez, all laying down a lot of that groundwork. Oh, and that was just that was an endurance tester. That was a marathon, not a sprint to the end of it, which is what it looked like at the start of Overpass.
Yeah, mate, that one was far more than initially met the eye, right? I think some weird twists in the narrative, a bit of a closer game. Trust in the system there as well for Gamer Legion. They were never out, mate. Just kept believing.
Yeah. And look, Ash was just trying to keep the mood light, everyone trying to chill and not lose to the pressure of potentially going down 2-0 to a team that is, arguably way down there on the team selected rankings. But look, we are not done with this series, contrary to popular belief. It seemed like we should be, but we have another map to play, and that's going to be Nuke, which is coming up just after the break.
Dream with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
All right, welcome to the Jason Rogan Experience. As a man, obviously, who's very obsessed with what he puts into his body, being that my body is a temple, I'm excited to have you here because we obviously get to talk to someone who's been so good in terms of not aging.
Yeah.
How have you managed to stay so long as the young veteran?
I mean, I think I put a lot of effort in my health and keep my face really young as it is.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is probably my resident here in Sweden, living in Sweden, trying to stay away from the sunlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
Staying indoors, playing a lot of online tournaments. Like I don't try to go out ever. Almost, I stay inside, keep away from the sun to keep myself young.
It's an interesting strategy too, because a lot of people try and qualify to stay in more events and go deeper in tournaments. But you're sitting there like you can lengthen your career if you just don't go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't understand like why people don't focus more on this. Like this is like the most important thing in life. I think just looking young.
And they're putting a lot of mileage on their bodies. Mileage you obviously don't have to carry with you, which is great.
Yeah. Like, I think this is the most important part of me. Like this is what defines me.
Can we talk about diet a little bit? Because out here in Sweden, obviously, you guys have this beautiful land and known for your moose meat.
That's an important point, actually. I think I usually, like on weekends, after we play our online qualifiers, I usually go out hunting with my friends. That's a big part of like keeping my body as it is.
Right. Yeah. Now, talk to me a little bit about the whole fish thing. You guys have this fermented fish. I imagine that has to do something with keeping the skin clear. All that fish oil. You don't even take the supplement. You just get it right from the can.
No, I go to the sea.
Oh, really?
Yes, I fish like straight from the source, and I eat it raw.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's how I like it.
Now, I would say, like, for me, have you ever looked into, like, stem cells? So for me, like, I'm really a big fan, a big proponent of stem cells. I'm a big proponent of the ice bath in the morning. You're talking about the moose meat. I've had that as well. All of this seems to just do great stuff for keeping the longevity of how you're looking young, which is something that you've been able to accomplish.
Stem cells, I don't believe in that much. I would say it's probably just the Swedish atmosphere is all you need.
Now, one thing that I've heard that this has been a little bit of a conspiracy, but I wanted to talk to you about it. You were in the NIP roster for so long, while Swedish Counter-Strike was struggling to bring in new players and new people. Now, I've heard that you have some kind of a thing going on where you actually kind of take the power, the life force of the younger Swedish players coming up to the scene to make yourself a little bit more powerful in longevity.
Like when I play with young players, I try to always, the first thing I look at when I get a new young prodigy in my team is like, how do they keep themselves young?
And if you take that away from them, then all of a sudden you will get to reap all the rewards.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the point of everything and for my career.
Well, that's beautiful. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep it up. Stay young.
I will.
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
Dimension 2025, that's my boy.
I had a 30 centimeter.
I'm a criminal!
So Freya's gonna read these ones off.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my god.
Nice!
So, he's pushing me another fucking train.
All right, so we're going to do truth and a lie. Now, it's a concept that I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Shoot. Still works here again.
Oh, can you imagine? We don't need that kind of talent in CS.
Nice.
Ahuel?
Report.
In the open, ready for devices contact. And so a very punishing round. Money gone for Astralis. And a game that's rapidly slipping through their fingies.
You don't want that.
Do you know Cappuccino Assassino?
I haven't heard of Cappuccino Assassino. Is that like a Spanish cappuccino?
Yeah, an assassin.
Assassin? Oh, Assassino.
If you drink it, you're dead.
I don't know the exact lore. I just know that that's a big part of it. The Cappuccino Assassino is
the assassin who is a coffee. Like an anime.
Spanish. Or Italian.
Oh, he's Italian. They're all Italian. It makes sense.
Italian.
We put an Italian brain rot for a reason, didn't we? Prego. Fatale. Oritiette.
Are these pastas?
Yeah, that's what
okay,
but I can say it in Italian accent, so it sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, Poddy.
Feeling more.
Nailed out.
8-3. Do you think we could get Poddy on the cast? And then it would just be a Poddy cast. We could just sit back, talk to him.
I like that.
Let's get to know him, you know?
Let's bring Poddy on.
Let's get a Poddy cast going. It's fun to say.
Poddy cast. I still don't think I've gotten over Miltzy's voice.
Why?
So deep.
Yeah.
So crazy deep.
Yeah, I saw him just coming out of the bathroom. He said, "Hi, mate." And I said, "Hi." It was the first interaction we've ever had. It was quite exciting.
Hello.
Hello.
So I got the Finnish noise to it.
Yeah, it's got that Finnish noise.
Was he carrying a pack of adult diapers and...
For what?
It's like the copy pasta, yeah. I first interacted with Poddy when he was leaving the bathroom. He was carrying a packet of adult diapers so he doesn't... to contain himself so he doesn't shit on these kids. These kids are old. Anyway, enough about that. Round 12. This is the final round of the half. If you're just tuning in,
he's got him.
Where have you been? You've missed Magisk with the play of a lifetime. 2 kills on a plate. Magisk earns those and has opened up the A play. Astralis shooting for the stars, hoping for 4 on the half. And everyone just seems to forget Magisk exists. That's a horrible sentence.
It is a horrible.
Magic is real.
Like, if you really wanted to hurt his feelings, you could say something like that.
Yeah. But that's what they're treating him like. He was all the way up at the front the entire time, and they just keep forgetting about him. Don't sleep on Magisk. Look at what he's done to you in this round. And here's Yabi, destined to not get a single kill. Because it belongs to Magisk. And so Astralis managed 4. Will that be enough?
Ladies and gentle nerds, welcome back to the Mackie and Jackie ESL Pro League Swedish Safari podcast morning show, breakfast show, which is bleeding into the later hours of the afternoon. So, look, that's what happens when we get triple OT on second map, and we're just exploring. Look, the Safari is turning into a very big journey today as we get to see many sights, many scenes, like an American radioactive plant to end off the Safari.
You know what, Mac? You're absolutely spot on, you know, and that's the thing. These games and this Safari, it's been so big, physically the hat won't fit in the frame. That's kind of the energy we've been working with. You have to keep quite a consistent sort of angle with this. It's a bit of a balancing act. But yeah, you know, the Safari's been good, man. As we've roamed, we've seen many different sorts of gameplay styles of Counter-Strike. We've learned new facts about history, animals, all kinds of things. And I think most importantly, we've seen some crazy CS, and that's probably going to come to a climax here, bud.
Yeah, look, the fact that we're also learning about Belgium, we're learning about France and French being spoken in 26 different
maybe.
countries. I think that was the number as the official language. Probably more as the unofficial language as well. You never bloody know. But look, we're speaking a bit of Ukrainian, I think. We've learned a little bit today in the player cams, and we're learning a little bit. I'm hoping we get to learn a little bit more. I don't know about the monkey sounds. I think we can still, learn a bit more about that. But so far, so good. We're learning that the up-and-coming Ukrainian CS scene is looking incredibly powerful if we get a bit more out of IC. At least they got a few more games ahead of them, no matter win or loss here in the third map of the series. Individuals like Ken, if he keeps coming through with the Big Daddy gameplay, then, mate, you better believe that GL should be worried moving into Nuke.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Gamer Legion, it's looked rocky the whole series, right? If they weren't worried before, they certainly should be now. This is a team that has so much resolve, tons of firepower, and I think it's fair enough. He wanted to be called Daddy, and it's because of his impact on the server that I think everyone will be anyway. Like, it's been some major maneuvers from him. Great head-to-heads, though, and some good sharp rounds from Gamer Legion, at least. Yeah, I think this is going to be an explosive sort of back and forth. If we get these familiar names bubbling up once again, Mac, yeah, we're in for a treat for our final map, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'll take it for sure. I feel like if we get anything similar to either of the two maps we've had so far, I'll be happy. Look, even though it was pretty one-sided over on Ancient, it was very, very close on Overpass, and I feel like Nuke, after we saw what Inner Circle have potentially up their sleeve in this map yesterday, GL could be in trouble, but it just depends on the prep and, what they're going to be able to do to turn around a couple of the individuals' performances from map 2 to map 3.
It's always interesting as well whenever we get these opportunities, right, to have a quick sort of glance at what Ash is up to, how the body language is, how he communicates with the players a little bit. Because obviously we did see that notable impact of like the mental reset when it was down, and then him sort of coming back in, bringing them back up, keeping that mental fortitude going, cracking a bit of banter at the end of the series as well, right, keeping everyone feeling good. And it's nice to see the way like you can rise a lot out of these players. Obviously, this has been a bit of a topsy event to be thrown into for Hypex, I imagine, as well, to sort of play his best sort of colours, show his best CS, adapting to everything that's going on as well. Yeah. But speaking to Ash about it, he was saying, he's a very well-rounded player. He's got a lot of maturity, great understanding. They're just trying to encourage better sort of risk management with him so he can be more proactive and take more of those fights. And it'd be cool to see, man. It felt like, Flerax, he was taking the punch to him time in, time out, Mac. But hey, we'll see what they do on the server. We get the knife round here, though. Let's see who's going to win out on the stabby. PR's being chased. Look at him. He's terrified.
Well, there you go. If we could just come back to our cameras for a bit, I just want to show everyone what's going on in my brain. I thought it was Nuke for some reason. Thomas, do me dirty. Throw us on for a sec before we go live. In a second, it'll happen. I got you guys. It is Dust 2. We aren't going to Nuke. I have been called out in chat. I've also just noticed that I think I'm living in the first series of the day, which was supposed to be Nuke as the third. Two vetoes is too many. This is all that's going on up top. Nothing. Absolutely nothing going on in here today. And
his head empty, yeah.
That last map took it out of me. So brain's gone. And hopefully that's not the same for the players, because they need to be bringing in their top brand of Counter-Strike to make sure that we have an entertaining series. And Dust 2, now I'm remembering that it's Dust 2. Now I know that that is confirmed. I'm actually a bit more worried about GL because this is where inner circles thrive.
Well, right then, mate. Here you go. It's a little twist in the narrative for you. A nice little surprise. And hopefully a beautiful end to the series for everyone dialed in, watching at home. Guides you through the action then. Let's see where it goes. Dust 2, kicking off.
Okay, what have we got here? Door smoke coming through. T's disrespecting it. Using it as a bit of a bait with the rough mid-B smoke thrown out. On it, going to be able to take one in the meanwhile with a backside player of Dowie. No one coming in from tunnels, so Dowie in a solid position to maybe pick up a couple of kills here. Going to be able to get one with Fleerax as well. Able to find one across the top of the CT smoke. Torsen. One in the meanwhile just to get that bomb down, and then the 1v3. Good position, but the jump forward first from Knife is great to draw the crosshair and draw a first round out of nothing.
There we go. Pistol picked up then. Going to be content with that one. Swift response back in. Not really the sort of clutch you want to be left in with such low health. It was uncomfortable. So good first pistol round on the boards. Couple tasty shots, mate. Yeah, I think Dust 2 actually is a fairly sick playground for this one. Like some of the optics of what we could be getting out of it, especially if they start to get on a bit of a roll here as well. You can just really take the heat to them. CT side, get aggro with Fleerax, like activate that AWP in a few different places, mate. Yeah, it could be quite beastly. Ooh, tag's good though. Onyx on the cross, slapped up by the scout.
You'll take the free damage. Full tag and bag strat set up with the couple of pistols, as well as that Galil and AK. And I guess this is probably one of the maps where we could also see Hypex try to show more of his A game. Thus to allowing AWPers and scoped weaponry enjoyers to show what they are capable of. Nice repositioning timing. Out of Can, hearing some noise up short there. Will be able to make his way back to the A ramp in time, and Fleerax looking to cut him off at the pass. Still has the AWP online in second round. That's a big call, but it's big damage. I think that was a collateral as well. He's only shot that one bullet. And it's PR, who can't shoot back hard enough. Big round, big collat, and a huge hold on that A site.
Yeah, that's what you want, bud. They line up for him on the run out. Easy chest shot, look, straight through. Paper thin.
Couldn't even see the second man. He was hidden by the first.
Yeah, the silhouette was such a perfect lineup for him. Just the X-ray overlaid. He's getting value out of it early. If he can keep it in his hands, not get overwhelmed by any close-range pistol action, it would be clean. Onyx does make the heads-up charge in towards lower. Breezes through with the first. Rez trades back. Oh, PR. Onto the Knife. All right, then. Room to breathe, Mac.
Man disadvantage might make Inner Circle feel a bit claustrophobic given their positions. Dowie will fight for himself, untagged. And I'm not sure if Torsen's going to go for this one. Now we're just trying to fake the fade away from the tunnels. But in the meanwhile, that package is making its way towards A. So there's a 2v2 fair fight towards this site. Fleerax is looking to try and set Can up for a solid pick in. Ooh, dink in. And Dowie low. But Can can't finish the job on the first man. So things getting real awkward now. Knowing that Dowie was dinked by the P250. GL feeling themselves.
Still, 2v2. Issue is, shoes on the other foot now. It's a good angle for ZTR and a backup of PR, even with that Deagle to play off one another. Molly's great on a timing as well, blocks the entry path. Dowie so low, they try to play off. Fleerax with the first. Oh, mate, the tag's there. PR on 10 HP, but time nipping at your heels. He tries to go back for it. It's awkward.
He's done it. Ain't no way with the Deagle you're hitting these. Oh, he didn't know time. I thought he got on just in the nick of time.
It's milliseconds again.
Oh. I swear there was 5 seconds. Did he get off it? Surely not.
No, I don't know, bro. I think that's just slightly too late on the time. I don't know if this is throwing us off with the HUD, but that's mad, yeah.
Oh, that's what happened. Smoke didn't extinguish the molly.
Oh.
So that's why Dowie looked like he just ran through and died. Shout out to the replay team for catching that one. Good information. An inner circle. Feeling the pressure of losing that eco. Okay, fallen molly. Look forward and PR. He is looking to take a few more names. He ain't done. Didn't do enough damage in overpass and he wants names. But that is going to be an AK donated to the CTs. The problem is that bomb's starting to make its way out towards the B site. No pressure at mid just yet. ZTR looking to control the rotations from Xbox. And has let a couple slip the wickets, so it might be a 3v2 on B if the CTs flood, and that looks like exactly what they're doing. HE forward, flashes, sending the CTs right on in. Rez just running around the smokes, hoping to find something. We'll be able to take a head off of Fleerax, but there's still 2 more to find, and he's hoping that ZTR can arrive on the scene in time. Over towards Car, has some coverage, but the CTs now just tucked in on the back of site. ZTR won't win the fight, and it's all up to Rez. It'll boil down to a timing. Head down, hoping that the CTs don't expect his position here. As Dowie fires warning shots, there is the chance that he's gone back to the window side. But Knife and Dowie wanting to fight this one together and not give him opportunities to have isolated fights. That's the info that he needs, and it's all going to be a tap game. And this time Dowie wins it.
There we go. Energy coming back, man. Some of those more explosive moments, keeping your gas in there. Tucked in at the back of the site. Wasn't really too much that could be done from it in the 1 versus 2, but tried to play the fine margins and see what it means for the team.
Ooh, no contest for the short control. Inner circle, staying respective of Gamer Legion. And that prior round they won on the low bite. And with the short control, what do you do here, Jackie? Are we splitting B? Are we committing A? Or are we going to play that clock down? There's only that one set of util that they can use to try and choose.
Yeah, pretty much ushered forth into this one. Obviously, Fleerax scoped up here for the cross. He's been very quick with his adjustments. Let's see if he's good now. PR hit instantly. Oh, you thought maybe they'd line up for him, but it's Rez and Hypex to play off one another and start to create enough space to at least get the bomb planted. Knife is close though. A1S right on the precipice of making a play out towards the site. ZTR with a Deagle smites back, but he's good for a double up, and it's looking uncomfortable. All on the Deagle Blaze with 2 HP, but that blade is sharper. And they stab straight back. Another one on the retake. 4 rounds now on Dust 2.
Yeah, well played from Knife just to survive there. Dancing around under the site and hoping that no one could find the angle on him. Well, has enough time for the rotates to come in. And then takes 2 more on the retake. I think it's a 3rd even. There you go. 1st, 2nd, and the 3rd. Solid structure on the retake. And Inner Circle looking formidable here to kick off Dust 2.
It's fun, scrappy CS, which is nice, man. It's kind of what you wanted out of this one, right? Get into it with some potentially less than ideal rounds. Couple sort of 1v2 situations. A bit more spice early on.
Yeah.
Game of Legion taking our timeout as well. Obviously, we know these have been prominent throughout the series when they can take that sounding board and figure it out. All Galils all round, though. 1 AK there, thrown in the mix, actually, on ZTR. A little bit of utility to work with. Round 6 coming back in.
Going heavy towards B early on, expecting Game of Legion to maybe bring it back this direction. Dowie looking to take point with Onyx ready just to drop some extra utility. We'll have to play his life now, knowing that that is going to be the bomb spotted at uppers. And PR lurking out, no one controlling mid at all. Feels like, oh, can look back just in time. He will. Beautiful timing on the swivel. And Onyx with the MP9 playing close towards that smoke. GL called the cancel. What are they going to look for here in the 2v4? There's still a minute to go for the huge rotation, which is what we're seeing Hypex look for back through T-spawn.
Yeah, the slow roll on it. See if maybe they can still piece it together. But you've got to get across middle. Nice here as well. You just pasted on the angles watching double doors. Just shy of about 45 seconds left on the timer as well. So room to breathe, but still have to move towards that site. Push comes to shove, and knife's there. Any Hypex left, and now this is basically a recoverable. Oh, nice damage out though. Gets the first bit in, but you've told them where you are and they'll all come a-running. Just wanted to close this. Hypex left for 14 HP. Nade thrown towards him, and the kitchen sink in the end.
Батя прочитал это на выборке.
Пацаны, все, я беру форму, иду в вишку, окей? Я делаю...
Good comms. Active communication is what you want to see in the downtime. And I see they can taste victory. They can see it. It's still a while away. But, ooh, Rez. Scout in play. Going to try to go toe-to-toe with Fleerax and won't win this one.
Yeah, he's been hot. He's got that AWP on parade. It's going to be very unlikely you're going to take him down. Hypex trying his luck at least. Grabbing onto the scout, of course. Back from the cadaver of Rez. Hypex! That one's pretty ridiculous. Snaps through on the reaction. In through the wood. Shuts him down. All right. They're all getting mauled, though. Seems like it should be simple pickings from here. 4 players alive, just Hypex. Trapped on short again. 8 HP. Walked up on by knife.
That was nice.
Yeah,
combination of the wall bang into the wall bang or pre-fire, whatever the hell it was with the Tech 9. But Dowie heads up to rotate in and reinforce the mid pop. Getting in front of that flash. And asserting dominance. 6-1. Game of Legion not allowed to have any fun here so far on the T side. Not really being gifted any spawns, just kind of playing it as it lies. And going for a slower approach, but this time Fleerax, okay, making a play. There's 2 Ts here, and Torsen, he does have a gap, which is beautifully held onto. Onyx to force back, and surely they know that Fleerax was here too.
Snap reaction again. Give him an inch, even a sliver. He'll always be able to hit it, it seems, at the minute. Lurking inside along as well. You've got control here. Tucked back towards the wall. It's going to be Knife. He's always so good in these scenarios. Back up from Dowie. Another keen multi-fragger for the side. They try and play off one another and it goes picture perfect. Only Rez again. Oh, mate, mounting a huge lead here on Dust here. This could be a 7th to work with. They're cooking.
Young up-and-comers. Showing the GL boys how it's done here on D2 so far. Just making all the right moves. Outplaying GL at every corner. Even just how they have this set up, right? Like, you've got full control of the bomb, 2 eyes on long doors, and Fleerax from CT, just watching his own back there, but also cutting off any chance at a flank towards A long. Positionally, just trying to do all the right things. And thus too, it comes down to that, right? It's such a basic map. If you really roll it back and go down to the fundamentals of where you should be and when you should be there. Very much leaning into the mantra of keep it simple.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely one of those maps, you know? Like, you got to just be able to play the basics, hit those timings, make sure those long plays being able to come through, find some success on the picks, and it's just felt like they haven't really been able to get too much control into a lot of these. Most space really felt like back sort of towards the pistol, where you were able to actually sort of get some openings, maybe some rounds out of it. It's been uncomfortable in the late rounds. Yeah, not been too nice for them the longer it's gone on. It's great optics though, like you say. Overall, you know, you've shown up versus 3D Max. Yeah, it was with the sub and Navero at the time, but still, they took that series home. They fought hard for it. Going into this game, if you're able to shut down this series now in the manner it is versus Gamer Legion, already 2-0 up in the groups, dude. Like, they're soaring through. These are players that are clearly showing, like, the skill ceiling's there, the firepower's there. They've been bringing good banter as well for the environment, you know what I mean? Keeping your opponents on your toes. It's been fun to watch, Mac, genuinely. Like, super good optics. It's been nice having Inner Circle here.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where, you know, Inner Circle, they're just looking to add some names to the mix of teams they've taken down. This is their first big international showing, and so far only really playing, you know, teams that they could have played in Europe. I don't think they've ever played GL before. And 3D Max as well, I'm sure that they've met at some point, given the location. But yeah, first Tier 1 tournament, even though it is Stage 1. And they're not playing the biggest names, but they are looking to take as many as they can while they have the opportunity. Okay, Dowie looking to fight long. Supportive utility is good. The flash is there, but it is going to be Knife's HE, which polishes him off. However, he will get the trade and keep the numbers stronger on the CT side of things.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate one, but the outcome nevertheless favouring them. We've had quite a few sleight of hand TKs today, actually. First series of the day was full of them, mate. They were incredible. Still can't believe we got the one impact HG kill as well out of body. Shout out
that was wild.
Play of the day. Yeah.
Impact into a normal kill. So 2K. Not how you'd expect it to happen. Lyrax showing the sweet how it's done. Knife taking another. And here we are. I feel like it's still a situation though of don't count your chickens. Because you better believe GL are going to be bringing their A game in the second half to try to get as many rounds back as possible. But even with, like, you watch those spawns, like, they didn't really have the best spawns for anything, but the guys towards B then went back to mid to throw util, the guys towards A then went back to B to control tunnels. So the idea of spawns is just off the card. They're playing their roles. And that might be something that cost them long term. Lyrax, downward flick, a hard one to hit on the edge of the scope there. HE tossed to get the damage, but now there's going to be the AWP in hand. And is this what GL have needed? A man advantage, an opportunity to put that scope somewhere to crack open a sight. And this is going to test IC's adaptability, knowing that the AWP is gone.
Yeah, how'd you contend with a round from this point? Monic backing up after taking a bit of space towards the front of upper there. ZTR testing the waters in close mid for the rotation as well. Could be pivotal and giving him some stock in this round. Peeks in, sees the angle in the box, but not going to work out behind the car. Dowie goes down. Torsen with the only pick off that Tech 9. And Rez scavenged the AWP early into this round, but no one's given him a chance to use it. Scoped up towards the window. They can just hold raw. They know they've got the bomb. Free fire up just in case anyone's playing on close. They're not there. Still trying. Gets one, but that's all it is.
But just positionally, look at that. Locking in. You got the 1v3. You know exactly where the AWP is. You're not peeking at window. You're not peeking at double. Both of them can swing off the contact of the car player. And it's just solid Counter-Strike. Like really solid fundamentals. Great discipline, which is something that you don't see from a lot of teams. They feel the pressure. They get a little too hungry at points. But I see very impressive gameplay. This time, GL making the most of the long spawn, sending Rez all the way out, and it's uncontested this time. IC going short for the fast flank, pushing up the middle and sending the numbers back to A already. GL are all in.
It's a good change of pace, but is it going to pay off with a backstab? Depends on the sight hold as well. Oh, knife. Goes for the swing out, lines them up, and knocks them all down. Oh, it's all gone. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It's in a circle. They are just living it up.
That's wild. The coordination of that with the timed backstab through long doors to allow Can to come in and get some extra damage. The pincer was just so unexpected from Gamer Legion. And the Furious smoke there as well, just splitting it all up in the meanwhile. So detrimental to what GL are bringing in. And I feel like the mental game is going to be tested. If there's a comeback to happen, it's going to be a big one. And it's going to take a lot of fortitude to even have that conversation, because in a circle, if they can find 11 on the CT side, which they are doing right now, that is an insurmountable comeback for GL to even fathom.
Yeah, they're blitzing away with it, leaving no stone unturned. It's getting worse and worse for GL to have any chance. Here you're caught in a panicky fight out towards mid-side as well. Flerax with the AWP up towards B. Incendiary thrown in. Forces them further back. The round is getting more and more uncomfortable. At least the window to try and tuck up short, but that's the look in from Knife. The double ups there, 11-1 at the half. It might be all gone for Gamer Legion. See if they can do anything to save themselves after the break.
the youngins from Ukraine coming through with a fascinating approach there on the CT side. 11-1 in the first half of Dust 2. And we spoke about how good they are on the pug maps, how solid they are on your Dust 2s, your Mirages, and your Ancients. And now we get to see it firsthand. But now I think we get to test how CT-sided has the game become. Because it's going to take a phenomenal approach from Gamer Legion if they want to get any way near a conversation back into this game.
Yeah, if there's any chance to switch the narrative up, it needs to be squeaky clean, round in, round out, the pistol live. And so far, everything's looking nice for them. But there's a clash back, and suddenly, in a circle, start to zone in on taking this pistol, putting themselves on 12, and being one round away from leaving this entire series behind them. Hypex with a look up on the USP, Tolson with those dualies. It's going to be a hard ask, Mac.
Ooh, especially now. Dink at range, able to take a name. But there's still that opportunity. And Hypex, he's looking for it, but again, that time is ticking, hoping for the Kukli, but that's not something you can rely on. And Hypex, forced into the crossfire. Fleerax taking so many numbers, doing it with everything. The AWP, the pistols, and one round needed for pure domination here on Dust 2.
And that really embodies what it's been, man. You've got to underline that statement. Like, they've just been out there living it, right? This has been their movie. Crazy series, all in all, when you recap kind of the flow through. You like blow them out of the water first map. Everything's just the dream. And we get that overtime fiasco, barely end up here, and you're straight back to just killing it. And unless Torsten can hold back the entire squad, they're going to be getting themselves dangerously close towards finishing the whole damn thing. Dowie with one. Oh, there's Daddy himself with the backline stab on the PR. Doubles up for 2, Mac, and that should be them looking good.
In position to close. Hypex, if there's a time to lift, it's now, but it's a big ask with the scout and a retake on the B side of Dust 2. Inconceivable. And ZTR won't be able to do it either. Gets one for his troubles, but that is not enough. And at 13-1, 2-1. Inner Circle continue their tirade through a couple of the top teams here in stage 1. 2-0 now, Jackie.
Yeah, it's huge. It actually is like a massive run for them, right? The energy in that team must be great right now. They're kind of just taking it one step at a time. It's not been easy. Like, their entire sort of journey, fighting through the quals, then being able to take some big names here up against 3D Max, now against Gamer Legion as well. It speaks for itself, dude. Like, there's tons of talent there. They're a fun team to watch. They're explosive outside the server. This man especially.
Yeah, doing a lot of the heavy lifting, calling up a storm and, look, essentially calling effectively, although maybe it was more on a few of the other individuals that were doing the heavy hitting. Everyone, though, having their moments for sure. Definitely an effort by committee today for IC. Daddy, though, huge work done for the first 2 maps to keep himself on such a crazy rating. And it was a late resurgence from IC with a triple overtime needed to find the difference between both. But then what a lopsided affair we ended up here on D2. Crazy, crazy performance out of the young Ukrainians. And if you didn't know them, well, now you should.
Oh, hands down. They're a fun team to watch. Explosive CS, some great camaraderie, great banter as well. And already now, you know, starting this season off with a pretty good streak, mate. Like, that's big. Couple of days in Sweden, 2 wins under the belt in the series, starting out that format effectively as you'd beg for, as you'd hope for, but doing it looking calm, looking cool.
That is wild. That is wild. And I'm just having a look again. You know, it's one of my favorite numbers to have a quick look at. But there was, I think, 5 openings that Gamer Legion managed to find there. So that is a couple of 4v5s that was brought back by Inner Circle, which is a very, very solid showing indeed. So, you know, kudos to them for making it so one-sided and getting through all the hard rounds and making the hard rounds look like easy rounds. We're not going to lie about that one.
Yeah, madness on some of those conversion, man. And something that is going to be a treat for everyone. It seems like we've got our interview ready with Daddy himself from Inner Circle. Let's bring him in.
Hello, guys.
How are you feeling? We get to speak to you again. Another huge win for the team.
I'm feeling incredible, to be honest. I saw overpass in map picks, and I thought it's gonna be 12-0 first half, but we managed to come back, even though it's our weakest map at this point. But yeah, I'm super proud of the team. We make it real, yeah.
Yeah, well, look, you broke through that first round, and as soon as you got that on the board, the rest kept flowing. You strung 11 together, which was crazy. So huge performance as well. Now, we've noticed statistically, you guys are performing incredibly well on your Ancients, your Dust 2s, and your Mirages. Is there a reason why you feel more comfortable on those as opposed to the ones which are more strategy heavy?
Yeah, I think because we have really young guys in the team who are playing tons of Face It, and yeah, that's the reason. It's the most popular maps, like Mirage, Ancient, and yeah, I think that's the main reason. And we just like these maps. I don't know why. Yeah, we just like them. We like to play aggressive. We like fast maps, you know, where we can do fast move, and yeah, that's it.
I think that comes across a lot in the playstyle as well, and it works. You guys play some really explosive Counter-Strike, but it feels like your aim's impeccable as well. It's always, you're winning these aim duels to just create space. Super fun to watch. I mean, even yourself, Daddy, that 1v2, the overpass round to drag it into OT, mate, that was crazy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a solid showing overall. Now, look, you're going to be in that 2-0 bracket. Who do you think is going to win these other games, and who do you think you're going to have to go up against to try to qualify for stage 2? Because yesterday you said that was kind of what the goal was, right? Is get through stage 1, see how you do, no real expectations. But now there's the reality. You got 3 chances to qualify for stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. We have 3 chances. We will see. We honestly don't care who we are playing against. I think at this point, we are feeling really good, and we can beat anyone. So yeah, we will see. I'm not gonna say much.
I mean, I think it's doable. I think it's certainly doable. Before we let you go then, Daddy, anything you want to say to the fans at home? It seems like there's a lot of people in support of Inner Circle after the run that you've started here.
Yeah, sure. I want to thank our coach, Jar. He's in Ukraine right now. Dima, привет. To Tafa as well, our manager, and to all those fans who are just, I don't know, so much attention to us right now. It's really so much support. It's how do you say it? Согревает.
Heartwarming?
It's heartwarming, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, it's just thank you to fans, thank you to everyone who's supporting us, yeah. And mama, papa, привет. Glory to Ukraine.
Love to see it. Thank you very much, Daddy, for joining us, and good luck in your future matches. Hopefully we get to cover you again.
Thank you, guys. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye, man.
That was golden. Oh, that was heartwarming. Look, a couple of thanks, and it's good to see that they're getting all of that attention, which is fair enough. I think it's 100% deserved, and I think this is going to be the ESEA All-Star, which is Ken, who was just on your screen. I think, what did he get? A 1.58 rating for the whole series, and managed to pretty much carry that across all the bloody maps on D2. Where'd he sit? He only got a 1.48 as opposed to Knife's 1.93, which is phenomenal. But yeah, just taking down Gamer Legion is something that I feel like a lot of people before today didn't think they could do.
No, man. Genuinely, like, it's a standout performance from him and the entire team. And they're a fun team to get behind as well. You can see it's a lovely bunch of guys, right? It's always been cool. We've got to spoken to him inside of these interviews, putting up massive numbers on the server, but there's even more plays to go today. That was a cracker, Mac, but I can't wait to see what's coming up with Mike and Exner a bit later. You excited for that?
Oh, certainly am. It's going to be a battle of the Americas, Legacy up against NRG, but that's the morning shift. The Swedish Safari done for day 2. Enjoy the evening shift with Exner and Mike.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL. ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Katia.
Oh, hello there. What's up? Oh, I guess I'll slide in a little bit closer, get nice and cozy here. Welcome to the late shift here on the B stream at the ESL Pro League. I hope Jackie and Mac had you well comforted through this first couple of games. That second one, going a little bit further. A couple of Ds thrown in there, and then, you know, a little cheeky 13 to wrap it up. That's well, that's it. That map could have been an email, perhaps.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes, I feel like. After you get the exciting second map, the decider never feels like it's going to deliver, you know?
Yeah, a little bit deflating perhaps for Cambridge Legion, but I think they'll bounce back. Meanwhile, Inner Circle, very exciting, and we've got some thrilling Counter-Strike coming your way on this one. We're diving into Legacy NRG, a game that could have been an ECL matchup like last year, frankly. Two classics of the North American scene, one of them even from North America. NRG suffering against the Gamer Legion team yesterday.
Yeah, didn't really get what they were hoping for. I mean, I feel like those are two really strong NRG maps and couldn't quite sneak it away there on either one of them. So it feels like maybe a disappointing kickoff here for them. But obviously a chance to bounce back maybe with an opponent that they're, as you said, a lot more familiar with here in Legacy. Eager to bounce back. And with what this team is able to show, I mean, the little results and time that they've had with Sonic, obviously this is a huge opportunity to get more reps in. You love the kind of format that they're playing in right now with lots of chances to, play out these series versus some very tough competition. But you got to get some wins underneath your belt here to get more and more of those reps. So as you can see, Sonic coming into the roster here, I think is honestly just a great opportunity for NRG to land on their feet. I feel like a good course correction from some of the off-season changes that they made, where we were questioning, how effective is Carson going to be on this roster long term? We understand that there's a little bit of connection with like George and Carson and Zodic and that kind of trio, but
yeah,
really I just feel like Sonic, a firepower upgrade in terms of what he brings at the top level of Counter-Strike, and that's what NRG were prioritizing here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a straight upgrade. In many senses, the word as well. Carson was also playing out of his typical positions. It wasn't the IGL, obviously, because Nitro's here, so it was always a little bit of a curious addition coming through. I think there were some rumbles, some tumult just in making that transition. They prioritized bringing in Zodic, and that's sort of what wound up happening. But, I mean, Wildcard gave a great opportunity having Sonic through here. And it's also something that's going to work out very nicely for NRG in terms of having that veteran experience. You're absolutely right. Somebody who's played at a high level a lot. We're flying through this one, so let's go ahead and get into the veto. Let's get into the fun. Ancient Band. We can just roll the whole thing here. I don't know if there's anything particularly special you're expecting out of this one, Cole.
Not all that surprising with the first two bands rolling out there. It does come down to, again, what NRG want to do to kind of kick off this series. Have a couple different options. We'll elect for Mirage, which I do feel like is kind of a scary pick when you're playing up against a team like Legacy. Definitely not how you would love to start off a series versus the firepower of the combo of Dumao and Lotto. Those are players that can just take over a game, and before you know it, you can find yourself a little bit out of your depth. But they're playing to their own confidence here. I think Nitro a very comfortable caller when it comes down to working this map. George super effective on some of the lurks, so I like to see that out of them.
Who'd have thought we'd have Zodic on an ESL Pro League lane?
That is crazy, to be honest.
I think we got to tell a story here, Cole. Dust2's going to be the decider, but I think we got to tell the story of Zodic, because there's probably quite a few people watching this game who may not know all the context around it. Zodic was a really hot prospect in like 2018, 2019, a long time ago. Really exciting name, exciting player. Had a stint with Splice, had a stint with a team called Can't Win a Land, who I'm not too surprised.
Can't attend a land, maybe.
Never did win a land. But he had a history of not showing up, quite literally, by not attending lands. He wound up leaving Splice in the lurch because of a lack of a passport, wound up missing a global challenge for that, and then wound up missing a global challenge for Can't Win a Land under more confusing circumstances. And at the time, a lot of suspicion was cast over his presence. He was banned for a long time as well as a result of those land dodges. Wound up coming back under different names, playing as Punzi, playing as Viking, eventually reclaiming his own name, and now, 6 years later, actually making his proper, genuine pro land debut. He's a real human being. He's even a pretty talented operator.
He's pretty good, yeah, and showing up for his first land there as well was always exciting. That was at Fragadelphia, so it was cool to see him, actually attend the land there when he got the addition to NRG, so he's able to prove it.
I'd be curious to hear just the whole context of what was going on. Clearly some strange things and just, some personal situations, so we don't want to dive too much into why or some things might have happened, but it's good to see him able to show us the promise of what was, right? Because he was one of those great NA what-ifs, and now we're finding out the what-dos. Good A control, smokes up, should be a bomb plant, no one out towards Ticket, so this retake A setup's a little bit rough, and this control going to be taken by NRG. Instead, Legacy going to be counting on Lux here on this aggro flank. Working his way into Palace, actually, not just the ramp, and I think Bros just missed him.
Got a lot of presence in CT here. They're going to look to take a fight head on off the back of the flashbang. Perfectly timed, everyone blind. Zodic and George tearing through the remainder of the defense right there. Now this flank is all that you have to lean on. The kit dropped in CT as well. Maybe Lux can make something out of nothing, but the position's still strong for the post. Starting to scale into the site. While being tapped here, trying to bait out the swings here, but I think at this point it's already a little too late, and Zodic coming through with the closing statement.
Nice to have Zodic on the early 3-piece after we talked about him, but it really is just a situation where that's a rough setup to play retake A, right? No presence out towards ticket, nothing to contain the aggression from the T's. Yes, you're counting on that long flank, but there's nothing to gum up the works for NRG long enough for that flank to actually develop.
It's really interesting to kind of two different methods that you see out of teams to play retake A. It's usually either reliant on a flank, which has become more and more common nowadays, or it's reliant on 4 players fighting through CT and just kind of challenging a 4v4 in that position. So they choose the flank method, which again I feel like is a lot more common nowadays. I still like the CT kind of smoke on top of the bomb, everyone flood in at once, and try and trust that as a unit you can battle back against that just kind of convergence of NRG members that fight through CT. I like that idea a little bit better, even though the modern meta kind of says flanking is for the best.
Now, talking about Legacy, right? We had a pretty quick pre-game here, so we didn't get a chance too much to describe what happened to Legacy. Yesterday, pretty disappointing for them, right? Promising first map, and then just did not seem to find their footing in the next 2. Really seemed quite deflated as well. We saw Chucky really getting vocal in some of his timeouts, trying to just get a little energy going on the squad. For a team that's used to being very loud on land, that's very boisterous a lot of the time, it was deflating. It was a pretty disappointing result in general, I think, and I'm curious to see how they're going to bounce back today.
I think that's one of the most comfortable ways you can beat this team is by not giving them any momentum, and that's what Bait did yesterday after the third half of the game. Kind of splitting it right down the middle. It was Legacy controlling it all the way through, and then they got shut out from that point forward. George flying through the sky right there, trying to throw off the aim of Nissim, though. And Lux also here on the scene, so they're having a tough time breaking through, and Nissim gets the multi. So a little bit of a problem to get in on this site. Lux still firing up here, but Bro and Zodic keeping things contained. It went through the smoke from Bro.
Wow.
Flips around on its head. And they'll be able to close it out despite the stack.
That was looking a little disastrous. That's got to get you nervous. After Nissim pulls off the 2-piece, you got a ton of players flying back through the smoke. It's chaos. So well done for NRG to survive the pandemonium, because this could have been devastating early on. You talk about not wanting to let Legacy build momentum. Well, a force buy win like this would have been a huge way to start things off well, and instead now they're still quiet. We're waiting to hear Dumal's cacophony wafting down the hall. They're expecting aggression, right? When we talked to NPL after this game yesterday, he said they're always going to do something aggressive. They're always going to be looking for the aggressive move. So part of what we did was just wait for them to do it. And I mean, you could see a similar idea right now for NRG. They've taken up some stance, some standing, and it's Dumel who's going to be the aggressive member. George holding this range with a Mac 10, can't say is my favorite range for the Mackie. But he's just making sure nobody slips in on the flank. Meanwhile, with the spot from Dumel, with the information that he's gained, everybody's going to be rotating over, so they're going to have the stack in the right place again here, Cole, but they just don't necessarily have the firepower behind it.
Going to come down to this ladder position. How much can he get out of the spot? How much diligence is NRG going to do clearing this out? Sad's an instant dismissal onto Sonic with the dig, and he's able to get out of dodge, reposition, and now you get to line up that stack a lot more effective. At this point in time, NRG starting to rethink this movement towards B. Or are they? No, they're committed, and this is a deadly stack right now.
This could be really bad. This could be really rough. You do have Dumas separated. Nice damage on Talato. They've got the util. They still have the firepower, but all the numbers in the right place, and Legacy haven't revealed their hand just yet. Here it goes. Now's out the numbers. Nissim swings. Again, effective on that 5-7. And NRG might just be sticking their face into the blender, but they seem to be dulling the blades. Bomb's going to go down. George is so low, but still able to collect Seds in, making a jump through the smoke. It's just a P250, man. It's just a P250. And a long-range engagements against Zodic. If this gets checked, should be him done and dusted. For the moment, they're not revealing their hands, so Dumau's going to be able to condense the angle. If he can get that P250 right point-blank range, that might be enough. A dance with Zodic, a footstep made. He knows where he is now, but Zodic, sure hands on the trigger, will keep that one from spiraling out of control.
You're not loving it if you're NRG, but you're happy that you're surviving.
I mean, this is now back-to-back rounds where you're going straight into this stack without enough information.
It's interesting prospect as well. You saw a lot of hesitation there for NRG. You saw kind of the thought process of them, you know, trying to be caught in between two mines. It felt like they were going to make the last second adjustment to go back towards A, but there you go. He gets the gun out.
There we go. Okay.
Found it in spawn somewhere. He's going to go collect that, but...
I don't know what happened. You can pick it up from the menu now, bro.
Yes, you can.
There is that tech.
Got it firmly in his hands here. Good to see. Do like those AKs when it's an option.
Firmly grasp it.
Got the tools here out. Sadzin is going to bring the AWP into the mix for the first opportunity he can bring it out. Feel like he's a lot more of a supportive element on this team, but capable of bringing home those multis. We'll see how NRG is able to kind of work around him. At this point in time, playing a bit passive towards Ticket. Smoke spam looking pretty good there for Palace, putting a lot of emphasis on dealing with Lux, keeping him at bay, and he's forced to run through the smoke. Great contact taken by Sonic, and now Sadzin also striking here. They still have to deal with this duo.
I just found out the Lotto. This makes it a lot more difficult. Having that crossfire give you some advantages. Harassing Sadzin, trying to push him off of the angle. Still presence in towards combat as these smokes fade. Things are going to get really risky. Sadzin's burning, and he's blind, and he's gone. The flames clear out the off. So it's left to these two rifles dancing back from the stairs and losing the numbers down to the clutch. Bro on Dumao, and Bro over the top takes the fight, doesn't bother with the bomb, secures the round. It's another one just eked out here for NRG, but you've got to be concerned when you're hitting tab and you're seeing one player surviving, two players surviving, one player surviving. The money cannot build here for NRG, but if they can just keep stacking the rounds, Cole, what does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, this one just nice because it's on a gun round right there. All things considered, and you can see the vision around that game plan, flushing out the connector player there and forcing him back in towards jungle. And you're able to find the opening duel, break apart that A setup.
Zodic's got the op now. They retrieved it off of Sadzin in the last round. This is something we really want to see. Zodic opping at the It's an exciting prospect. Sonic and Dust have been able to trade. The second's incredible heavy emphasis on this mid-fight, and it's worked, but it's cost them so much. Still, Lato holds strong elsewhere. And when Nissim's damage done, it's all onto Bro. Once again, a clutch required. This time, a 1v3. Might just be too much to ask. He'll retake this space in towards middle. Talking about that legacy aggression, they went for it again, and this time it paid off.
So many different fronts. Dumao pressing through. Underpass here now on towards Cat. Bro has to deal with them. Gonna be a tough angle to clear. And he's gonna give his back over for an easy pick up there. Now, here's the questions that you have to ask when it comes down to the wire every round, time and time again. What's the money situation going to look like here for NRG?
Bad.
I would agree.
No bomb plant in that round either. I think my technical estimation is pretty bad.
Yeah, that's rough.
Eco, perhaps.
Do like some of the rounds that Nitro calls out in these situations. Really cool A executes out of Nitro, especially on these sort of eco rounds to just get the bomb down. Sometimes they like to kind of put up a wall of smokes, and then the wall of smokes leads to a bomb plant in some way.
I mean, there's that heavier investment coming through from George, right? In towards the Palace to set this up.
Haven't seen it. There it is.
See what they got. Bumpy smoke, but a Molotov has limited their ability to get forward. Nade pop on it. That's dodged at the very least. They really just want to commit this C4. Oh boy. Uh-oh. How has he not been revealed? How did that nade not completely reveal Zodic? Getting the bomb out of this is a coup. Any damage would be fantastic. They've got the one. It's something. I think they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you'll take it. That's what they pretty often do on their full eco round. Spy a couple of smokes. They just figure out ways to get the numbers punched in. That right there, he kind of bounced the HE off his chest, which is key there because it, I don't think fully blew open the smoke. He couldn't quite track his target, and somehow evading all of that to lock in the digits is
We're
kind
out here
of a
playing
miracle.
Counter-Strike. Zodic's playing volleyball.
Playing volleyball, playing maybe soccer. with the chest bump.
Chest bump?
Yeah. You're gonna need 3 smokes on the trash
Counting.
can.
He was like, "There's one missing. I need one more, guys."
See where these ones are going. This one interesting here. We got Lux fighting again towards underpass, something they've been doing in a couple of rounds, and Nitro just doing everything he can to try and flush him out, but that molly did not bounce quite as he had hoped here.
Ouch.
And he's just gonna call it, shake hands, say, well, we don't want to really lose these advantages.
Now we see
1 smoke. There's 2. And the 3 for good measure, just hold on for later. For safekeeping.
All right, so it's a pretty classic. I was thinking with a third, things were going to get interesting, but...
Window and connector.
Just needs to have it.
I mean, likely going to throw this one maybe towards jungle as a third smoke. You can see he's still lining up some of that utility so that they can scale up connector quickly off the back of that. Flashbang in, smoke also down, and yeah, they can just scale fairly comfortably with the quick trades available in towards this A-bomb site. Nice pathing from Zada to try and clear out Lotto, but he just can't track the kill. We'll trade him out, though, and into the site they go. They still have to deal with Sazin, and a great flash to flush him out of the round here.
Actually, not a huge commit on the fight, right? I mean, that was an opportunity they could have caught the AWPer on the smoke fade. That's messy for both sides, but it comes out for NRG. And I mean, we see the health bars, but he's got an AWP. Yes, there's a little bit of money to play with, but not enough to throw away the big green. Bro's already getting active on this hunt. He's getting active on this wrap, knowing what Sudzin will likely back into. Anticipating the play, but the AWP is ready. Great awareness to not give up that opportunity. Still huge for NRG to get this round back the other way, but again, it comes down to a round where they're limping away. 2 players alive at least in this point, but these rounds are touch and go at times. This one a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, they're touch and go, but man, do I like what they're putting away with right there on this T side. I mean, you can see the vision, the setup from the very get-go. These are all-spawn calls that are coming through there with how they tossed 3 smokes on the trash can. This is a round kind of written up from start to finish and almost exactly according to plan. This is exactly what NRG wanted in terms of breaking down the setup, the way that they scale the smokes on in through connector and towards middle, avoid all of the contact until it's a little too late for Legacy to react, force the op out with the flashbangs. I mean, that's a dry run right there, execute that went exactly according to script right there for Nitro.
We're under the context in this matchup. It's essentially a North American domestic matchup in a lot of ways, in terms of Legacy have been competing in NA, not as much this season, but last season and certainly last year as well, spending a lot of time here. So there's familiarity between these opponents.
It's also potentially going to swap the stages. Legacy right now is skipping a stage at the major, I believe. So, you know, if NRG pull this victory away, could kind of uproot that. You know, still time to kind of figure that out with the remainder of this event, but this win right now would put NRG through to the next stage. They'd avoid stage 1 of the major, so obviously big implications there. I think they need a 6-point swing.
It would pop them right above.
Yeah.
31 in the rankings versus 33 for Legacy. If they get the dub. Be interesting to see, I mean, certainly for the Americas VRS, but for the World VRS as well, right? The implication of both the Pro League and these last few lands that we've got. Nice find for Nitro. Early start. We got Philadelphia coming up here next weekend. And that's basically going to be an RMR. Bro, whipping around for a quick shot onto Lotto. At this point, they are just getting dumpstered. Sudzin some effort, but trying to pogo stick his way away. And this time, it's comfortable for NRG. No threat, no close rounds, no clutch required, no success for Legacy.
You are liking what you're seeing right there for your Daps. It's another one of these situations where you are just teeing things up so perfectly for Axis on this A side. They are plucking this side of the map apart. Nitro on a solo lurk is able to thread in a couple of kills and draw out so much attention. And off the back of that loss there, Legacy knowing that they need to quickly recover this.
And you got to be wondering if some of those woes from yesterday are carrying over. You could see, I'd imagine this is Chucky's concern right now. They're not super loud. We're not seeing them be super vocal, which is out of character for Legacy. We're not seeing smiles on the faces either. Obviously, it's tough to have smiles on your face when you're down 2-6. But for this team, keeping the vibes up, keeping the energy up, having that momentum, we've talked about it, is hugely important. And if they're carrying over some of those demons from yesterday, some of those bad feels, I think you like to call them, that just doesn't bode well for this team.
Yeah, a team that's so deadly, a team that can, you know, lock down bomb sites with the multi-kill potential, can trust so much in the combo deal that you have on this A side. You got Lotto, who's usually so effective on these CT sides at giving you a couple of kills on this A side of the map there. You've got the Auburn Sadzin, who's so good at supporting those multi-kills, so you do have a good situation here that on Legacy that just isn't really getting involved. I mean, I said when you pick into this map up against this team, you know you have to deal with some challenging stuff.
What? That's not where that was supposed to go.
Was it supposed to land inside the window, do you think?
I think probably it was supposed to land inside the window.
Block off the vision?
Now, I'm no nerd out here, but I think that one's probably supposed to go in the window. That one goes in the window. There we go.
Dang.
Do over. Sometimes you need a mulligan.
One less smoke, but job's still done.
What if we had a mulligan but to Valve? To Counter-Strike. To Valve. To Counter-Strike. You know, you get one smoke. Ah, I threw that wrong. Sonic swung that wrong. Dead to Sudzin. Not feeling so good here, but players out towards the catwalk. Nice dink on the swing, and George, first one out, wasn't expecting the second player close up. Bro, though, can correct the mistakes. And what was starting to look a little disastrous for NRG still winds up in a 2-on-2, with Bro slipping into the E-box. Lato trying to chew up some real estate here on catwalk. And a fight in the market.
Oh my God.
Winds up with another headshot. Bro so confident right now on these peaks.
And Bro heard the last player on Cat running up as well, so they immediately know and react. Perfect pose plans here. Just a little bit of jump spotting, but Lotto absolutely destroys Bro.
He knows that
chance. The jump spot that I've never seen before. Lotto now trying to lock in on the last. Zodic just staying alive and buying more time. There is no kit.
It's done.
So this round done and dusted here. Can he get the extra kill on his way out? It's the only question, because everyone going down with the ship at this point. And Zodic gonna add a little bit of icing on top of the cake right there and close things down.
No survivors. And to be fair, Lato did hit the dink with the USP. It's just the problem was it was a USP.
I can't believe he instas Bro right there.
Insta.
I mean, that's an interesting way to play out the kind of covering of the cross, but you don't expect to get destroyed like that unless lightest adjustment.
I mean, we know Lato has that mechanical prowess.
Yeah, he does.
Right? Been an exciting prospect for a very long time. Not even a prospect anymore, just an exciting player. But yeah, that was disgusting. Still, again for NRG, by hook or by crook, getting these rounds is huge. 7-2, they'll take it any way you slice it. And Bro, full credit to him. Monstrous in that round, has had a very strong map of Mirage. Lato traded good damage, but they don't quite have the firepower for these sustained engagements, and they're getting run down. It's Fearless from NRG, as we've seen. They work as a pack, and it works well. A smoke left behind.
Oh, they're interested.
Don't go back for the smoke. They're going back for the smoke? Surely not. No,
oh my
God. Ready. He's like, where are they? It's got to be a flank. I know. I'm ready. I'm aware.
I think
to get one past Bro right now.
Dude, at the moment right now, Bro, I think feeling the most comfortable off this most recent addition with Sonic. He has had a huge bump in his performance here. You know, from the very get-go, he's been able to level it up. I always liked the kind of connection that, you know, Bro and Hex had even, so I was kind of sad to see that go during the off-season, but I feel like the Sonic and Bro combo just as effective. And he is showing that form here. 15-5, as you said, aware of every possibility.
It does feel like this situation, I mean, we still need to see the sample size for NRG, still need to see the results for NRG, but it does feel like a situation where, nice push for Lato. It's almost been an upgrade for both teams, in terms of NRG and M80. Maybe everyone's wound up with the best of all worlds. Legacy with a 5v4. With the guns, with the AWP, even got a kit.
I'm just showing a little bit of something here, and nicely done from Sadzin. The back of his teammate Smalley starts to queue up the rest of the aggression. It's going to be piece by piece. Diced up here by Legacy. See what Sonic can do here. I mean, we're entering into the closing stages of this half, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them hold on to their AKs for the last round of the half. In this 2v5. They're waiting out the smoke, though. Maybe give it a something around the corner.
I was going to say, they don't look like
Yeah, I know.
about to save. They're thinking about the damage. And I mean, to be fair, if they can do substantial damage, it would be a scale tipper. That's a big wood. Might be assuming that having shown a lot of presence here might be the lighter sight now, but it won't be. Served up. All falls to Sonic. 1v5.
Take the op out. That would be huge.
Sonic 1v5 ace clutch. Well, neither have I. Okay. They're talking.
Around win there. A little bit of a little bit of murmuring there.
Not chirping yet.
Tough to do.
No boras.
And you're still trailing by quite a bit, but can also bring some good T-sides into the mix. They walk away with 4. Definitely still keep things in the mix. One last kind of scrappy purchase rolling out here for NRG. 1 AK in the hands of George. The rest have pistols, and Deagle used effectively by Bro. The trades, though, not available. So dropping down the AK here, putting it into a 4v3. See what Nitro can do with his Tech 9. A little visual on Dumao. Definitely saw him. Can't walk away with any damage, though.
I was going to say, if there's anything other than the Tech 9 there, maybe I have a little bit more faith, but at that range, trying to find the headshot through smoke, you're trying to buy some scratch-off tickets, shall we say. Strike the jackpot. Not sure I rate his chances at that one. There's a lot of danger in this pack, though. Particularly for the fact that they still have 6 flashbangs to play with.
6 flashes, 2 smokes, a molly. I mean, they got a lot of utility.
You know what I'm thinking when I'm seeing 6 flashbangs? I'm thinking a real blindside's in.
Yeah, just huck 6 flashes, 2 go in, try and scale. Send the Tech 9s in. That's the way to do it.
Clearing the underpass, make sure they're not going to get a fast flank on.
There's smoke towards the market window right now. It all seems to be a bit of a fake. So they're trying to draw in a little extra resources here. Double flash, and Nitro's going to be in task of selling this flake. We'll see how much he can cause as a disruption.
Player in the window, but it's still just
boosted
on the 2-2 split. And he's not seeing resistance here towards B in terms of utility, so he's thinking, now they'll hear the player coming up underpass. That's going to be Dumao who hears it, but do they realize where Sonic is?
They got time to wait for this flank.
Coming out the window, instead of risking the door, the player to his left, he hears the scope! Can't snap around for the next, but now it's Dumao in a 1v2. Dancing with the Tech 9s, and he's run down before reinforcements can get here. The bomb will be planted, and they've got a rifle in Nitro's hands. A little bit extra damage on the Lux. We know Lato is low from earlier. They can't let this round slip. Not to keep the momentum going into the half. Legacy still have a lead to erase. They need to be able to grasp it now. Nitro ready, swings at the right time, and Sonic's got his hands on an op. Lux, what can you do? Nothing. A final round to dash Legacy's hopes as we take a break. Well, some extra there for NRG on the tail end of the half, and a Legacy team that is desperately trying to get their feet under them for what could be a pretty rough game of Mirage. Would be nice to start it with a pistol here, Cole.
Yeah, definitely get things back underway here. I mean, you'll see Dumao and Lotto do some deadly work on this T side. I mean, that's, again, so good for the opening duels here between those two, but see if they can get the pistol and start a conversation for this comeback.
This is being read. Look at this. They want to do a B split, but NRG seem to know where it's coming. They've got the presence very close at hand. Chip up damage on the nade, but they'll need to get it done with the pistols. Bodies in place are all well and good, but you still need execution, and that will come from the barrel of Sonic and Nitro. Lux dinked up. Now Zodix here to support as well, and they're running out of numbers on the Legacy side. Lotto going to try and change that calculus. Still need to get the bomb down. 2-on-3 on the site, dancing around the empty pillar. Lotto forced to step a little bit back. A quiet moment here, but not for long. Constantly just trying to eke out a chance at a headshot, and George standing and delivering. He'll serve himself up. Lotto body shot down. No chance to plant this. He just got a fight, and Sadzin's doing exactly that. It falls to Zodic. Sadzin's pointed into the corner, wants to try and force that issue. Pulls Lotto off the bomb plant, at least for the moment. So the low man doesn't want to face too much, and he's just constantly toying with them, running out of bullets. At some point, one in the gun, and Lotto delivers it instead. That is a massive recovery for a Legacy team that needed something to break their way.
Yeah, had no business being able to claw their way through it. Just couldn't quite figure out a way to join forces here to close out the round in the 4v2. That was the big problem. You can see the isolated fights that they're able to take. You know, caught in between whether they commit to pushing through market or if they hide back, and that kind of liminal space there catches NRG big time.
USP's out. Not expecting much out of this round, though. If you can find some damage, that'll certainly go a long way towards improving the buy in the next. 4 USPs working their way up catwalk.
Sure. See how this collapse rolls through. Mac-10, right tool for the job here, as well as the Galil's being able to fire things up. Single kill for Bro. Falling to the Galil's is nice as well. And Sadzin, a little bit of confidence to be gained to close out the finisher. But we'll get onto those gun rounds quickly here. And it's going to be the big test. If Legacy continue this conversation on these gun rounds with the rifles out, they can definitely get their heads back in this game quickly.
Just thinking about it, if there was one single flashbang to toss over Khan for that cap peak,
so good.
That actually kind of would have been... That could have gotten very interesting. See if that wrinkle comes in a little later on, maybe in a slightly improved eco.
I feel like those are the only way I ever see like teams actually win USP rounds.
One flash?
Yeah, one flash, 4 USPs chasing things down. It's a good way to get some W's.
Lux?
That's not a good way to get some W's.
I don't know what happened there. He had the smoke out.
Panic.
Little stutter in the brain stem happens sometimes, but that makes things a lot better when Lotto just finds the angle through the smoke. Happen to know where Nitro like to stand, and NRG have nobody in this zip code.
This is already lining up to be a little bit of a save at this point here. No one rotating, no one showing that urgency. Nissim gonna be put to the task of trying to find as many kills as possible. One kill in, as you said, maybe a little bit of preparation rolling through there.
The funniest part is I don't think Legacy's seen a player from NRG yet. Right? That was a blind fire through smoke. Nissim barely spots George, but still finds the kill. And Nissim is just a wrecking ball right now. Thrown down the lane, he's knocking pins down left, right, and center.
Oh.
And they may not get out of this with anything, despite saving right off the rip. It's now Sonic trying to play a very dangerous game of hide and seek.
It was sideline one, still dancing, but yeah, that'll be knocked out for sure. And there you go, little energy being re-inspired into the Legacy camp here. Complete reversal of what happened yesterday with this team, where strong first halves led into a little bit of struggles in the second, sometimes to close out maps if you're thinking Dust 2, you know, sometimes to even you know, stay afloat there if you're thinking Ancient. 5-1 start there, and then the pretty immediate collapse that came through after.
I'd like to see an experiment hear me out. We get a decibel meter, we put it behind Legacy, and we track and see if there's a correlation between decibels and win probability in a round. I'm thinking, or in the map rather, I'm thinking as the decibels track higher, we see the percentage track higher as well.
Absolutely. And when they're getting loud, they're winning.
Submit my findings. An academic journal. I'm ready. The Journal of Counter-Strike. Will you peer review it?
I'll peer review it. But I'm in agreement. I might be a biased source there.
Well,
I'm definitely thinking that.
We'll find some more objective sources.
When Legacy get loud, they're doing a good job. They're usually closing out rounds, and they're doing so with confidence. Gotta survive this half-buy of sorts, and again, always effective when you're tossing in this utility. Lotto, is he gonna just line up a little bit of extra spam here? Go for it again. I think that angle pretty good for jump spots. Gives you a little bit more of a window. But again, they're finding the empty bomb site here. You can't afford to lose this lurk because now that shuts off the pathway in towards the safe side. No chance to reroute, and you gotta walk into the stack here.
This is gonna get a little messy. Zodic with a USP finds that damage. Uh-oh, Legacy. Uh-oh, big trouble coming on in. 2 off the CZ. Up on top of the box. Nitro has just completely disrupted this play. Nissim drops down. They know where he is. They're playing around him. That's a dink up, and Nitro could follow it up. Disaster on for Legacy. The pistols. Not even armor behind it, and that is devastation. I'll tell you one thing. That decibel meter, it's whisper quiet right now because Legacy are stewing in the pain of this lost round.
Nice! Insane, Nick.
I mean, it's Nitro and his signature CZ, man. Still uses that gun to this day and absolutely thrives with it. He's one of the few players where I actually think, you know, if he has it, he's going to find impact like the 5.7 does.
Nitro's allowed to buy whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He's got the tenure. He can do whatever he wants. We're never going to critique that choice. Close up. Sonic finds the 1. The second is well blinded up. Still able to collect on the spray, knowing his angles. They gain space up catwalk, but Nitro commits, and this time only walks away with the single. Boom. Op shot missed. That's the invitation in. That's all that they needed. Zodic doesn't have a lot of room to rumble, but if you swing him, he can certainly punish. Can't do anything about this bomb for the moment, but he can buy time for his teammates to rally. That nade softens them up a bit.
Goodness.
Oh boy, they want it. They want to get into Nitro's spot, but they're not quite as nimble.
Missed him on the
Players
clear.
Stacked up, spotted. Should have a decent idea. They haven't been able to slip away with this vision out of the market. Are they expecting the 2? Now it's revealed. Now they certainly know. Sadzin, last man alive, last man to fall. Plenty of time for that defuse. And NRG creep closer to the dub.
Well handled right there. A lot of chaos in the early rounds. Flying up catwalk. It's usually such a deadly call coming through from this Legacy side, but oh my god, a transfer while blind for Sonic. It really bails out the deficit that they could have been facing. Quick scale up catwalk with a 4v4. You've already got the leverage into the site. You could have been looking at a different story. Instead, Sonic somehow makes something out of that position.
Game changer.
That's what it's seeming like for NRG here.
Looking like a straight B rush. Just gonna have his hands full. Incendiary sections off just one player. Salato may want to wait for the team, but a smoke comes in and out they go. Nitro with the first. Sorry, that was Bro coming in to support.
Helping his drive here for Nitro ASAP.
Oh, big time for his captain. Oh, eventually overwhelmed. That's just a tough angle to play against the pistols, but Sonic is on the scene. Can't plant the bomb while he's here. And the longer you wait, the closer George creeps, and Nissim now tucked into the corner trying to play this patient. He's been spotted, and George is ready for the fight.
The ICS can be right there, but Sonic is again feeling like the security blanket of this squad. On the CT side, rolling on up just in time. Difficult kills ahead of him. Managed to lock it down before things get too complicated. On the NRG camp, not allowing for those bomb plants to go down. Commits into the site as well. Trying to help out those anchors. One more chance here for Legacy. We'll see if it's their last with the guns out. Gonna try to speed it up towards A. They are keeping the high octane Counter-Strike afloat here, and this time it's being read out by George. 2 quick headshots, and leaving this A side take leveled. Another one while blind, spraying him down. Sadson to fall next. And a 2v5 here as they're getting shut out now on Mirage. A chance for Nissim. 2 kills though back in return. Zodic and Bro both fall, so they're not done just yet.
He has been the man when they needed a spark plug. He's been the one to deliver, but unfortunately, he's the only one delivering in this round, so Nissim knows he's locked out. Still got to give it a try, of course, and that bomb committed. This might as well be his best avenue through every piece of util imaginable. Nissim to his death. It's NRG. 13 rounds, a strong Mirage. And I mean, they're even just looking calm, stepping up. No hype, no pop. They know they got this one in the bag. Legacy need to figure this out en route to map 2.
I love the depth that we just saw out of that T side out of NRG right there. So many different game plans, so many different ideas in the way that they executed their vision. It felt like they wrote it up in a book and it played out in the server exactly how they called it. And that to me is the best sign that you can ask for NRG heading into today. When you know there's high stakes in this matchup, when you know the importance of, you know, maybe switching a whole stage in the major, getting yourself a chance to bounce back in the Swiss stage, avoiding that 0-2 elimination game from this point forward, you know, that's a big prospect for NRG. And, you know, trying to right the ship today, doing so on these T sides, doing so with Nitro at the helm, that's exactly what they want.
We've seen the steady growth from NRG as a team, as an organization, right? And last year was the beginning of this year. I don't even know what time is anymore. Making the qualification into a pro league was a huge coup for the team, right? That was a game changer. Making it into the major, that was a game changer. Having these steps, having these next runs, building on what they'd been accomplishing as an org, they've been on a slow, steady build. They've put their faith in this DAPS at Nitro project, and steadily it's improved and improved and improved. They've made the changes when they felt they were necessary. And now they're putting themselves in a nice position in this matchup against Legacy. It is just map 1. If you're Legacy, that's what you're consoling yourself with. You're saying, look, it's just map 1. It's fine. This is fine. Also, even when we look at that first half, there were so many of those rounds that came down to the wire, so many of those rounds that we nearly got over the line, and maybe 1-2 of those cracked our way. This could have been a different ball game. I think there's some silver linings to look to if you're Legacy.
I'm absolutely with you right there. I think that Legacy can come back into this one. They got Nuke heading up to next year, hoping to see that same sort of drawn out game plan, a lot of preparation for this game, knowing that NRG is going to be your opponent today. They got to prepare themselves for this matchup. But all things considered, this is kind of 3 maps in a row now that things haven't gone your way. They've got to get the energy up here for this next map. They don't want to go down 0-2 and kind of lose out consecutive maps time and time again.
All right, well, they got to go out. They got to do some shouting practice, maybe slap each other in the face a little bit, maybe rip some smelling salts, something along those lines, something to get the eyes wide, get ready for this game, get the energy up, get the noise up, something doing here. We'll find out what it's going to be when we come back from this break.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys. I'll carry you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Go, go, go.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Today I'm here in the amazing office building known as Central South Park Office Block. Now, one of the lots in this building has recently gone up for sale, and I'd like to show you why your business could improve if you bought this place. So come with me and let's have a look what we could do if you buy this building. Buy it! Not only is this a historic office building with many great businesses that have always propped up the local area, it's pretty bloody good. You'd never have to worry about being involved in a hostage situation, some sort of terrorist takeover, or anything of the sort. There's never once been an incident like that here. So really, what are you waiting for? If you love buildings that are safe and don't ever have issues with gunshots, smoke grenades, explosives, or anything of the sort, then call now. Ignore the SWAT van. Call now. The numbers on screen, don't think about the terrorist incidents that have happened here. Call now. There's never been any hostages. You won't be a hostage. Call now. Call the number. Call the number. Call the number. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Returning to the server after a period of hiatus, it is none other than Damien Steele. What's good?
Going well, Alex. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm excited to get back into the swing of things. I had like 4 weeks off, no Counter-Strike. I was watching Counter-Strike at home. I'm kind of chomping for it, mate. How have you been? Have you been a busy boy?
We've been busy boys, that's for sure. Trying to put in as much work as we can before the major. So
I mean, it's looking like it's taken shape. The results are starting to flow. You know, I'm wondering, coming into EPL, are you one of those guys that doesn't subscribe to setting expectations, or is it? Would you still consider it part of like a healthy team dynamic?
I'd say you should always have expectations. They should just be realistic to some extent.
If you surpass them, it builds more, positivity.
100%. I mean, we definitely have set some expectations. Pro League, main goal is to be above M80, so we get the Blast Hong Kong invite, and then hopefully get stage 2 for the major, and then hopefully we peak at the major is sort of the main plan.
I really appreciate your candid answer there. It's actually good to know the specific goals and specific teams. I also just said M80 Pride of NA, and then you walked in and I went, fucking hell, what have I done? So just going to get a knife and fork and eat my words, but it is good to see your face, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the server. I'm going to go bother your boys. Sure. All right. Yeah, bro, sorry, mate. Seat's taken, yeah? Yeah, you'll have to...
buddy.
Yeah. Okay, how about you guys 1v1 for the seat? What do you think?
Try me. We still have to 1v1 in Rocket League as well. Yo. And we have to do a sprint as well. We have
okay.
a lot of 1v1s coming up.
Oh, I didn't realize this. You 1v1 your coach often, or?
I mean, it was Aaron's idea, actually.
Yeah? What was the pitch? Like, hey, boys, who's the best at everything? What was it?
No, it was because we were playing, me and Nick, Nitro, play Rocket League, and we're actually pretty decent. And Daps and bros suck. And so whoever, because we wanted to play threes, and so whoever would win the 1v1 would be able to play threes, and they were shit-talking each other, saying the one's better than the other. Okay. So there was only one way to settle this, and Damien suggested that it'd be the like Olympics. Yeah, so it can't just be Rocket League. It's got to be like the fitness aspects of the sprint. Then it's the 1v1 in Rocket League. And what else?
It was Op India 1v1.
Okay, Op India's. I think he's got you there. You got him in the sprint, you reckon? I can't remember the last time I tried to run as fast as I could. How many years has it been since you tried to run as fast as you could?
Oh,
top speed.
Last time I had to get the bus,
Yeah.
And that's still like 5-6 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, dude. I just realized I don't actually know. I don't know if I've ever tried.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper down I fly, I can't control it. Black against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. What would she sing? What I had
Welcome back here to the ESL Pro League B stream, where we are amidst of a matchup between Legacy and NRG. And NRG looking very strong in that first map. We saw a little bit of their motivation. Alex Machine Richardson sneaking in behind the scenes to find out that the big priority for this event is to do better than M80.
Do better than M80. Also, they have like some sort of Olympics going on in their
Rocket League,
their camps. Yeah,
full-on sprints,
for dead sprints. Yeah,
I don't
run the
see
fastest
the relation
40 time.
between all these three things, but I like it.
I like that there's just so many different. Yeah, there's so many different aspects. You got athletics, you got gaming prowess on different games, and then of course Counter-Strike in the mix there as well.
And if you want to
up
succeed
India
at all those things, you know how you do it?
What's that?
You'd sit in a lovely Anthros chair. Anthros, the official chair of ESL and the ESL Pro League. Fix your sit. Get one of those ergonomically designed Anthros chairs where you can adjust the upper back support, you can adjust the lower back support. You can just sit pretty. Look at those beautiful chairs. Look at how pretty they're sitting in.
I can't lie. Daps is looking mad comfortable in that.
I've noticed, I will say, I have actually noticed that so many coaches are sitting at this event as opposed to a lot of coaches like to stand and pace. This event, I think those chairs, those Anthos chairs, so comfy. They're like, you know what, actually, I'll sit down. It's actually fine.
Yeah, this is feeling all right. Nice little relaxing seat there to keep the nerves nice and calm. And we've been seeing a lot of good timeouts called out by these coaches. Maybe it's the gaming chair.
It's the chair. It's Anthos' chair. So get yourself one today. Meanwhile, Bro, I think he's been enjoying his chair because he was having a nice one on Mirage. A couple rounds, I mean, the overall numbers were good, but a couple of those rounds as well where he's turning back rounds that are starting to get away from them, where he's finding massive entries in towards the B side, where he's finding the space, really delivering for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, part of that little buff that he's been really experiencing off the back of maybe some of that Sonic influence they're rolling out there, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. Honestly, you know, again, some of those resources freed up when you sort out these roles a little better on the team. You kind of highlighted that when Carson comes into this roster, he was switching things up there and trying to figure stuff out. Kind of switched up where George was playing as well, so it was a lot of kind of chaos, I would say, in the roster that I didn't think really benefited them as a whole there. Now with Sonic, got a reliable piece. I think Bro's getting able to feast off the back of that impact.
So you're saying he's a bit of a Tails?
Yeah.
Happier with his Sonic?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's Sonic and Tails.
Well, we'll keep him away from the rings, otherwise I'll gobble them all up. But over on the other side for Legacy, right, I think the consolation for them is that was NRG's map pick. You're coming into a Nuke now. It should be more comfortable sitting for Legacy, but we saw some of the same issues. We saw pretty quiet, not able to get the momentum, maybe needing that momentum to go through. They started to get a little bit loud towards the end of that first half, and then they lost to Pistols in a Nitro CZ.
It was their chance to come back into the game that just got ripped right away from them, and that was kind of the tall tale signs of ending off Mirage. You're looking at like not only the energy outside of the server as well, but you want to see Dumao and Lotto have a little bit of that impact that we know these guys can deliver on. We want to see them get explosive inside the server and find these kills. It is going to come down to those two trying to re-inspire a little bit more confidence in the squad, trying to get them online. That's what's important right there, because when they're getting loud, it's usually, again, because they're finding those multi-kills, they're delivering on the openers, and we haven't seen a lot of that other than that first that first map of Dust 2 for those two.
You might say they need to win this nuke, and that's a truth nuke.
That's the truth nuke right there. They have to get online there, and again, it's going to come down to these pieces. We saw Nissan play a good map, right? He was bringing home some nice entries. He was able to provide a little bit for this roster. I think he's a super underrated, kind of value add for this team, and has been able to deliver at some very high stages in Tier 1 Counter-Strike back when he was playing for Pain, in 2024. So seeing him deliver a little bit more as well is a positive sign, but that has to buy time for these other guys.
Got to do it. Fist bumps up. And server time on. Lock it in! Getting that chair locked in place. That's that Anthros chair. I'm sitting up in my chairs. Huh?
I like myself an Anthros chair.
I do too. Off we go. Away into the server. They're sitting up in their chairs, I'll tell you that much. They're locked in for this one. NRG sniffing a potential win. And Legacy sniffing that stink of desperation. Quick control upper. Numbers getting punched in. Bombs down. Sonic, though, has collected on the first. Shots through smoke effective. And so whittling away one of those numbers early on will make this retake that much easier. George with the dualies. Hearing them take their space in lobby, so he bides his time, he waits. He's calling to his team, hey, chill out a sec. Flashbang's over. 1, then 2. Dumao blind as can be, and now it's pure pain, but they caught a little bit of that themselves. A little bit awkward dancing under the heaven shutters, but it's all on Lotto, and he is out of position to do anything about this defuse. They could just stick it. He can't do diddly squat.
Nicely done. I mean, that's just a flawless retake. I love the discipline from George, because you can see what he's calling out to his teammates right now. They're taking lobby control. You guys get out of heaven. That's just a simple bit of communication, the way to stay alive and impact the round without even having to get any kills there. Able to sequence in this retake so effectively off the flashes. NRG well orchestrated. Legacy hoping they could walk away with that ground to be gained.
Speaking of M80, I think we heard Hex screaming in the background of those player camps from NRG, if you're wondering where that noise came from. Didn't start well for M80. 13-4 over on the A stream to Heroic, but now a little bit of a lead here on Overpass. We'll see if they can build on it. Who's to say?
Sonic, Bot, Zodic, and Op. That's very nice of him.
That is
Round
very
2.
Nice of him.
He's rocking an MP9 and no head Kevlar as Sonic wasn't able to stop them from crossing. It's still the MP9 that's able to find some success, and Sonic still thriving. The Deagles versus the USPs only to be put down on the flank from Nissim. Big time impact here. Now that Op still has to try and find some impact as well, and safety and crossing in towards ramp, but everyone down in towards the slower side means Nissim can recover the bomb, and he has to pull through an ace clutch.
Oh boy. We were giving him some flowers for some moments on Mirage. This would be the most tremendous one yet. He's going to be given the opportunity to plant his bomb, so it's already a good find. Here's the player getting in towards heaven, so Zodic making no secret of that, but Molotov to force Nissim back into the hut. Position out towards the doors. Reinforcement's a little bit slow here for some of the NRG players, and as Nissim looks for this, Pro has now located him. Spotted him up. You got to pick your shots. You got to pick your battles, and swinging on in, it'll be Zodic with the Deagle to land the killing blow, but NRG were making sure there was no chance of losing that 3v1.
I feel like Sonic kind of a miracle worker, finding 3 kills right there. Getting chased down, even able to bring out the sidearm. He only got killed because he got flanked from Vince, so I mean, just put in an impossible situation and able to walk away with 3 is massive. That is a complete tide turner right there.
And he's the man who gave the op over, so he's doing everything.
He didn't have head Kevlar, and Galil's and even Tech9s were chasing him down, so that's a terrifying position to be in, and he makes it good. And now Zodic still has an op.
If Sonic's Sonic, obviously, and Bro we've established is Tails, what's Zodic? Who is Zodic?
He's, what's the guy that's like, he's kind of a little bit mysterious?
Guy that's a little bit mysterious.
Okay, I'll hold that there for Nitro. Now, getting blasted by the flashes, wasn't really anticipating the speed in which they take that A side. Yeah, I'm not sure. I forget his name.
This could be a problem. This is a problem. This is devastating right now. They're finding nothing. Bro trying to recover. Transfer on to third. Made this workable. Dumel's low. And Nissim's pretty far afield, but Zodic might need to just get onto the stick. There's a kid right in front of him.
Got it.
That's been retrieved. I think he's just going to go for this. He
can't find the bomb.
Can't find the bomb. That is a critical part to sticking it.
It's a smoke spam he's hoping for, but he also can't track him inside the smoke, so it's going to be a little bit desperate to try and find these kills here. Running a little low on time. That smoke has now since faded, and he's going to try and hold on to his AWP to no avail. Dumao going to deal the finishing blow right there, and an op is recovered off the back of that.
They dropped all their rings.
All over the ground. The Eggman got him.
The Eggman got him. Wow, what a way to inject a little bit of life in here early for Legacy. I mean, pistols. Just a total overwhelm towards the upper side. Devastating for NRG, even despite Bro's efforts for a bit of a recovery. We got an XM.
We got an XM, we got a glass cannon op. It's Shadow. Shadow.
You're going Shadow. Okay, all right, okay. I was thinking Knuckles maybe. There's a few mysterious characters, but Shadow works. XM certainly does as well. Looking like Big the Cat out here. And a sustained battle leaves Lux with less than full health. The bomb's dropped in lobby. They have to go back for it. And they may not have the numbers to do so. It's Nissim in secret, thinking, where the hell did my team go? They're vanishing.
Finding himself in fairly consistent clutch situations right now. It's another one of So much to clear towards that outer yard. At least get Sonic out of position, but he still knocks down the headshot. And NRG bounce right back with the auto shotty, with a scrappy purchase, with the Deagles in play. Put it up to 3 now, and immediately they once again slow down the momentum here. The only one getting loud is Hex, it seems.
Thank you, Hex. Very excited for NRG to win that one.
He's just a big NA fan.
He's just... Look, they said they need to place better than M80, but Hex, he's a team player. He wants to support everybody.
You wonder if Legacy are hearing those screams and they're like, man, they're just yelling at us again. But it's actually Hex.
That might be somebody from Heroic, because I think M80 are losing rounds.
Oh. Yeah.
Who's shouting?
That sounds like Hex.
It does sound like Hex. It might be Youngstar. I don't know what's going on at this point.
Youngstar likes to get...
They're having a good time over there.
But usually you do like to get loud after you're winning, and if that's not the case, Hex, we do have some questions.
We still got the leaf blower. Nitro's rocking.
The Gator?
The Gator.
They've called out a couple of fast A plays, which have given them some space. Although you throw those out a couple of times in the half early, it does feel like you can kind of limit your success later down the line. A little bit more preparedness from NRG towards those A-side attacks off of spawn.
We're a little late figuring out what
like
we want
they're
to do
trying
here.
to figure out how they're going to proceed throughout this round.
So you're throwing what? And I'm throwing this one? Okay, you throw close, I throw far. Okay, fake outside. But there is vision for Sonic, so he can kind of see that no one's crossed to red.
Gonna be a ramp attack.
This doesn't do too much. There's 2 players ready for this ramp hit.
They didn't throw the lurk smoke. Yeah, I mean, so full vision granted. They double up towards ramp because they know it's a fake towards the outer yard.
First one found. First domino falls. That's a little awkward, and Zodic burned out. Has to give them the opportunity to get in towards lower sight. A second rifle could be retrieved if they want to take the time towards Unbreakable, but indeed they are. Sedzin's gained that.
This one snuck his way down the vents here, so he's in a big cutoff point in a 3v4, but so winnable for Legacy with the positioning.
Really strong control here, and this one's going to make the play as soon as he hears the noise towards vents. So it's about these secret players starting to pull them away, and they've done exactly that. A swing back in from Nitro, anticipating this spot. 2-Mao, though. Rips ahead from shoulders, and time's going to be an issue as well. There's a kid on Zodic. Keep an eye on that if it gets dropped. The swing back around, they're trying to get this clear, trying to get this positioning. Sadzin tucks in towards the rat hole. 2-Mao playing close to the doors, trying to blind fire through it with great success. It's all onto Sadzin now. Do they know where he's gotten to? Now they do, certainly. And that XM once again rings out, but they can't find the bomb. They can't find, there's a kit, there is a kit, there's a kit on Zodic. Oh no, I said keep your eyes on it, and it costs them the round.
Brutal way to exit that one for NRG. Able to just barely survive, scrape through. Missing the kit on the inbound, trying to get that retake in a panic. And that's right there again, it is still a result of those strong post plants. And being able to, even in a man deficit, work their way through that 4v3 and buy enough time in the chaos. 2-Mao finding enough impact there. And Sadzin tucking in. Decibels up for 2-Mao, 6 kills. Finding a little bit more of that impact early. Round presented so many difficulties there for Legacy, they still close it out. Sonic gonna look to provide some difficulties in his position. See how diligent they are at clearing this.
He's hearing them. He's hearing them. And they're not clearing them. Now he's got support as well. Once those smokes fade, Sadzin's in trouble. Knows that he's potentially getting wrapped upon, and indeed Sadzin gets run down. Meanwhile, the ramp player is able to fall, able to survive, able to stall. George just dropping flashes, trying to buy time for Nitro to get around and give him a little bit of ranged assistance, but Nitro cannot provide. Still stands around. They all line up, and George knocks everyone down. A Collat with an MP9? Just about? You don't see that every day.
Just lined him up right there. Free fire. They were at risk of losing that B-side again, and George saving them from another strugglesome post plant. And lining them up, knocking them all down. Gets taps out of his chair.
Not quite a collat, but it is the same mouse press that basically kills both.
Spray down right there. Either way, it does the trick.
He'll take that.
P9's pretty powerful. They say they nerfed it. I don't believe them.
Not enough. Not enough.
Hey, this is the preparedness that I talked about out of Nitro. They avoid the flashes as well. Instant reaction on the molly, so the first volley of utility has to be separating this offense, but still able to sneak out as Lotto. He's in a great position now, has to react to all of the presence, and Dumao and Lotto are able to find the ground here on this A side. Bro trying to hold it together, but it's just the upper left here in Zodic, and another tricky 1v2.
This is a workable retake, and they've dropped. They've dropped, actually. This is interesting. In this, they've got full control upper, but they're trying to upset the expectations, and this is going to get real weird. Zodic seems to be anticipating this play. Because the bomb hasn't gone down just yet, he knew they were in motion.
Well, he's going to have to figure out a way to get involved in this one. He's starting to work his way towards the vents and quickly scale up, but
the flip side is you're never going to expect him to come down vent this late. I mean, even being disciplined from Zodic clearing this because he's thinking something weird is going on.
Ooh.
Had the idea, but Lotto with the right gun out at the right time.
That's the right amount of aggression right there. They had to throw that level in, even though he's separated from his teammates there. 4v5, but the real upset of the round there is Lotto getting himself way far advanced as those flashes were lining up. Nitro kind of overlooking him and some frustration.
I like the idea, which is it's not even about like timing your flashes so they only blind them and blind you, not blind you. This one is just let's blind everyone. You work your way as far into the corner as possible, and then when your vision clears, see what the hell's happening. It's a risk for sure, but this time it pays off. Nissim wins out his fight, but the Molotov gets revenge from the grave. Is Bro. Zodic trying to dance around behind that box.
Just going blow for blow right now. NRG realizing the aggression is fast here. Nitro also spamming through the smoke, but Dumao tracks him here, and he is heated up. Another multi-kill round for him. Swinging the advantage. George has all of lobby under his lock and key, and Lotto going to fall from the top ropes there, trying to slide down the ladder. AK upgraded. And a chance for Sonic and George to make things happen here. But they're separated.
Sonic's really dug into this lower side, anticipating that because they've gotten that presence from George in lobby, they're going to head the other way, but Legacy are one step ahead of that.
It's going to be a struggle for Sonic to get involved in this retake here. George already on the scene, but a long rotation in has to be called out from Sonic, and George is going to have to do some work before Sonic can even get involved here. He does catch the Opera off by surprise. Sadson falls, and now it's just Dumao on half health. He had to step up. He has a chance to now, but still yet to drop for George. Can he find his target in time? He does collect a headshot down to such low HP. Just needs to buy time for this defuse to roll on out. Flashbang goes in. He blinds himself, though. And there might be enough time here. It's going to come down to the wire, but I think Sonic's has it.
Yeah, just in the nick of. Going on it at the right time, right moment.
Good. Ooh,
Never worried. Never worried, Sonic. Ooh. He knows his timings. Golly. Good finds for George. Creeping out, just completely unexpected there in heaven. The reposition caught them off guard. They were still expecting him to come through from lobby, and some nice finds in the timing for George.
Yeah, I had to make the move as well, right? You don't have time to sit around and wait for Sonic to get involved. You got to have the playmaking ability, so smart aggression. And they're going to try it again. Fast A play, it seems. Open it up, squeaky door already inside of hut, rather. And Nitro this time collects before it's too much of a problem, but he does get sidelined by the Glock.
His flashes are good, I'll tell you that much.
They are very good.
Lotto exposed, somehow alive, keeps swinging. And so he won't be alive for long. He's just Lux, who has a bomb, who might just have a plant. Question is, can Sonic beat him here on this timing? No. Bomb money secured, that's nice. Won't be allowed anything more, but money at least gives you a better chance to fight into the next round. So not a bad result for Legacy, all things considered.
Better flashes.
Those flashes
right there. Gives you two more to work with, and so a good utility from Legacy might be a extra influence in this next one. At this point, definitely wanted to try and seal up some rounds, but you can tell that the defense still feeling a little bit uncomfortable on these A plays here. That is something that, if you're on the side of NRG, you want to try and shore up immediately. Because when these guns do come out, those A side plays that you probably feel like you know are coming, Gotta be able to slow those down. If you're Legacy, do you want to continue to pull on that thread? It's been your most successful winning formula to attack the A side early. Still to look towards the outer yard this time around. NG have been stacking this side of the map though with a lot of presence. That's why their A side has been weak, so they're going to keep that trend up.
Dancer on the boxes outside. Nitro is dead. That's just a hut peek coming out from Nissim. George will find one elsewhere, but George lost. You've got heavy presence outside, and they're going to need Sonic to come around to get vision on this. Zodic's committed lower. And he's making noise in doing so. Look at Dumao's just waiting for this.
Doesn't seem like there was a call out that he could already be down here, so he's going to have a deadly off angle. Zodic going to walk headfirst into it. Easy pickings. Didn't fully anticipate him to be so close around that corner, so patience paying off for Legacy right now.
Getting very caught off in that reposition. I look at the control they've got. They've got outside, they've got lower, they've got a player working their way in towards hell.
They're hearing Sonic make noise in heaven, but they're still hitting A. I think this is a big problem for Legacy right now. Maybe rushing the play, but they still have the firepower to bail them out. They should know that Sonic is around. Little team HG there on the Nissim's head, but Lotto is connecting. 3 kills for him, and those 2 engines of this T side are stepping up when necessary.
Just feel like Legacy maybe gave them the one chance they could have to actually put a defense up. But the flip side is, if you do that and you win, then they have no guns, Cole. They got no money.
So that's the hidden play right there.
Kind of a weird buy coming through here. We have an op. We have a Deagle. We have an MP9.
No auto shotty, unfortunately, for Nitro.
That's true. Limitations. Well, sacrifices must be made. Sonic, interestingly, the one who keeps sacrificing, and yet he keeps getting the kills. Trying to find this op in the smoke. He's in the smoke.
Got bumped. Seemed like Sonic reacted to that.
You know something happened.
Whoa. Left his way inside the smoke. Somehow no one further going to fall here. And George falling out of this ramp control. Nicely done by Lotto, who continues to play a little bit more committed inside that lobby position and continue to pluck Nitro apart. Sonic has recovered the op. He's still rocking with the Deagle. He has a massive flank.
I think it might take too long to get this flank through. Could collect some of the lobby presence.
2.
Oh boy,
goodness.
Can't quite line up the shots. That would have been a massive opportunity. But instead it's going to be George in a save, trying to keep his gun alive for the last round.
More and more like Legacy at the right time, able to crack that economy as well, finally. Those have been, at least 2 times in this half, rounds that they've struggled on. Sonic been the difference maker in those rounds. Almost does it for a 3rd time.
Even then, it would have been in a 2v3 with the site lost.
Yeah. Would have been a challenge. He saw the window of opportunity closing, so he took the shot probably earlier than he would have liked to line it up. So kind of tough timing. Either way, NRG losing a little bit of their lead. Legacy holding things together.
Phenomenal recovery. This map was starting dire as well, and it looked like another one of those situations where Legacy were missing the opportunities to clinch, to crack through, right? To really start to build, and now very much different storyline. And yeah, now they're getting it done with the rifles, but it started with the pistols. It started with just a million flashbangs. It started with annoying positioning, catching energy off guard. So they've done it the hard way, and their reward is a pretty limited buy in this last round. Now, saying that, they did lose one of these on Mirage. Nothing is guaranteed.
Gonna take 5 rounds there. Would love to close it out with 6 here. Don't want a momentum stopper heading into the second half, so see what they have in store. Been very cautious here, a little bit more slow on the uptick towards the outer yard, and that's been another vulnerability. Started off with a lot of A-side plays. They probably forced stacks from NRG, the resources to be spent on dealing with the idea that these are early A plays, and then now you see Dumao taking advantage towards the outer yard. Mini split though, they are committed in this play. They've got to wait this smoke up, but Dumao able to thread in some aggression through Mini again. 5-7 looking deadly, but all angles attack from here. Great flashbang though. Sonic able to slide up the vents. Can't find more than one. It's just George left standing. 1v3. Has to find all of his targets. Backs are turned. Almost a chance there, but Lux will put it to rest and end off this half. Not enough at 6s.
What's that talking about? What's going on here? What's going on is that Legacy have played their way back into this half in a big way. 6-all at the end. I mean, Energy, another hot start. We were thinking maybe they're just carrying over the momentum from Mirage. Not so much. Lux, he found out what's going on with his monitor. He figured it out. And now, doing a little bit of damage, a lot out of the dualies, but suddenly the kills start stacking up for NRG and falling from on high. There's just nobody left. Nissim might need to be the guardian angel in heaven. Oh, he's already dinked up. Found one back the other way. Still a body shot or two will do him, and a headshot certainly will.
Just look at the stress relief on Sonic's face. Closes out that round there. A huge sigh of relief. Able to finish things off. I mean, that was a messy attack on that A side, but they get the kills necessary. That flashes again effective this time for NRG's camp, and walked into a pretty heavy setup. We're able to walk away with the victory here. We're going to get a force buy out of Legacy. Scout and play. Sadzin definitely wants to turn up the heat a little bit in this second half. They didn't have as much fun opping on the T side of Nuke, but CT side can present itself some more opportunities here.
He's been ice cold. But a scout round does warm the bones.
Scout headshot's definitely a good way to get activated here. Win your team around.
Certified vibe improver, a scout headshot. Oh, look at this. I thought they were going to just work their way down secret, but now through the smoke, they seem to have changed up. They seem to have audibled here, and that's going to leave them a little bit more exposed towards that scout. It's worked. They gained the space. Sadzin's very uncomfortable, but he's got a teammate trying to come in to support. He's burning. He's just slipped up the ladder. backing away in towards the site. Dumas just around this corner. Nissim's waiting if they do go up top. But this is a really rumbling of the set. You've denied almost all information. They have control of A, but you can see they're trying to push in towards lobby just to give themselves toes. Bro, he's not seeing the toes. And now Zod's so focused up top. Dumao has the chance to strike, and suddenly this is unraveling for NRG.
And they are left with kind of a last-ditch effort in towards this B side with a lot to clear out as well.
They're not going to expect Lux. This is going to be the next surprise element. Dumao's distracting enough that when does Lux choose to activate? He hears them tapping on that bomb, gets it done. Nitro's able to at least bring that back. They've still got 30 seconds to work here, but they need to do damage, and Nitro finds one more. George anticipates, but he's dinked. Oh, 3 HP now for a duel with Nissim. And Nissim's already bringing the fight to him. Nicely done. Huge impact round again for Nissim, and now Dumao is certainly getting loud.
Yeah, big time impact coming through right there. They find the perfect positions. A little bit separated there. As you said, it was kind of what felt like a mid-round reaction. NRG try and follow through, but 2 players inching their way towards heaven and hell. The other 3 kind of lurking about in towards secret and lobby. It just felt like there were so many split up members there on NRG, and they couldn't quite link up on that play. Let's Legacy isolate those fights perfectly. And they take advantage there when Nissim's in a clutch.
I'm curious what coaxed them to come through the smoke wall instead of going down secret. Because that did seem, I mean, maybe that was always the play out of spawn, but it did almost seem like that was an audible.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the scout alone, they wanted to try and isolate it.
It wasn't a bad idea, but it turned out to be the bait that just led them to step on a million mousetraps.
Absolutely. Double up on towards Haram, but might not even be a second necessary. Satson and his teammate alongside him, knocking it down here. They completely destroy that attack here. Nissim continue to play incredible. Lux to back it up there to put off the finishing touches.
And we're probably not even going to get to see the Mag 7 because I think Dumao just got an upgrade.
Oh.
Might have done. We'll see. We'll see. He was sprinting over to try and grab one. I do love a bit of Mag 7.
Two.
Ay, he's clean with it.
He's warmed up, man. First map. Tried the best he could there. This is still the Mag 7 in play.
Mag 7.
It's good to keep on to that now. You get the Mag 7 kills in this round, you get a little bit of extra money.
Money. $900 dues for each of those. $950 now, I guess.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Extra fight. We'll see if he gets a chance, though. Satson,
oh boy,
he's getting some confidence building kills right now. The Glock from range is going to take out Lux, and they're losing a little bit more than they would like. Anything extra from Sonic? The chase down coming through there. Is that the Mag 7?
He's Mag 7ing from that range. Oh my god, he's got it. Beautiful. Everyone knows that's the fight you want to take with the Mag 7 is top silo through to the outer yard.
An unarmored Glock right there and like 4 Mag 7 shots at range. That'll
hit him
finally
with
do the
one
trick.
of the pellets on each shot.
Just taking like 4 damage with every shot. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 right at center mass.
Got him eventually.
Oh. It's okay. It's okay, Nissim.
Why are we stressed after that one? It was great. All good. Sometimes you get glocked, man.
He's been playing so good as well. Sometimes you do get glocked.
Chin up, King.
Dumao's, I mean, again, just
His
step
chin's up.
above here. Yeah, he has answered the call here for the squad. Said he needed to turn up a notch on Nuke if they wanted to avoid that 0-2 side of things, and they're doing just that. Lux also thriving in this environment. Another quick pickoff, and Nissim going to be in the danger zone for now. Close by rotation, trying to link up here in Sads, and he finally springs into action, gets his kill, gets out of dodge.
He's not in the danger zone. He is the danger. He brings the danger.
He's the one who knocks on ramp.
Bro still thinks he's on the box. Understandable. I'd be scared too with the way Nissim's playing right now. An appetizing prospect here for Bro and Nitro. Where do we even go?
What to do, what to do.
Save.
T-spawn feeling comfortable. It's looking real nice there. Parking lot. Some cars.
Crawling back in. This is where we began. And this is where we shall end. Oh. Here we go.
Any dream cars in this slot for you?
J&Z cruising, checking out what we got here in the parking lot. You know, I can't say that these nondescript cars particularly appeal to me. That's like the closest one to my car.
No license plate either. I don't think that's allowed.
I've got a red hatchback. That's a little longer than mine.
I like the green. Lime green kind of deal there.
Yeah.
Definitely unique.
Well, I'll tell you, Legacy like the green that they're stacking right now. Starting to build a pretty substantial bit of momentum here in the second half. Starting to feel much more themselves. This is their map pick. And it's looking good.
CT side feeling very comfortable. You've got moves that are being made there that I think show that the confidence is back in their favor, that you have these key pieces not getting shut out there, not getting shut down, and Dumal just floating his way through a smoke and taking a quick duel. They're swinging right now, and that's what Legacy have to do.
That's what you got to do. Little A-stream check-in for you. 8-10 on map number 2. M80 trailing, but on the CT side. So still very much in contention, but Heroic with a good shot to put that one away 2-0. And send M80 down to the O2 pool. That's not where you want to be.
Oh.
Waters are not nice in that pool. They're stinky. They haven't been cleaned. Not well chlorinated.
It's not like those the nuke waters there in the lower bomb site. Nice and blue.
Maybe slightly irradiated.
Yeah.
You know nothing surviving in there. Bro.
There's Sanson.
Entry. Dumal could be in trouble. Lato trying to close the door behind, but now they know, and it's getting very messy on the site indeed. But the messiness sometimes pays off for the T's. Down to the 2v2. Nissim. Oh, he's into the clutch, and Sonic just snaps around. No health to spare on Lux, and he needed a little bit more. Sonic nicely delivering again for NRG.
And again, hear the shouts there from M80, but Sonic, the one getting loud in the server right now. Able to continue his performance here. Snappy aim, being able to bring home the clutch. And now they go. That's exactly what they're hoping for. There you go. These are the waters.
They're pristine. Electric blue. They look like
they're the sort of, yeah, that's the sort of blue you want to swim in and take pictures of. But yeah, I'm with you. Probably.
I think you drink those to hydrate.
With electrolytes, yeah.
With
that's what electrolytes are.
Yeah, they come from the radiation. Dumal looking electric in this one, light or not. Just takes matters into his own hands, says, okay, you finally got a little something going your way. How about this? How about catch these?
Yeah, I mean, he's just continuing his aggression in towards lobby. Another round where he sets its own, and just when you hear what NRG are saying, and look at, that's what we need right there. There we go. They get shut out by Dumal. The game plan evaporates. Instant recovery mode here for NRG, and while they do have some good positioning here out of Sonic that you're hoping you can lean on at this point, how do you get the bomb involved in this lower site play?
That's tough. Yeah, you're going to need to make some sort of a noise as well.
You're going to break the glass on the roof here?
That's what he's doing as you time it up with the A exec so that the flashes come through. So Sonic's been able to work his way out. Nissim does not know he's here. Does he clear the box?
Yeah,
the orange box.
I don't know if you do that here. Back to back.
Oh, no!
Right off. He doesn't get a kill. That's disastrous right there. Big missed opportunity, and Nissim going to capitalize. Cool idea, cool vision, but missed out on the execution. I'll put this round up in smokes.
You have the presence of mind for it. Opportunity for 2. Nitro's going to try and save this. Does make sense. There's a lot of value in his hands right now. We'll be able to buy up another something.
A little something, something.
A little something, something. Support this, but this is Legacy creeping ever closer as we slide down the creek. Cedar Creek, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's also, you know, for water like around a bridge in a parking lot.
Right next to a nuclear power plant.
This is in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's some good-looking water.
Some good-looking water. I wouldn't drink it, but you can.
Then we'll go flowing. If it's flowing.
Yeah?
It's good creek water if it's flowing.
Some rafting on down the way?
Yeah.
Just how I like my creeks. Questionable. Proper form. Put the microphone up so you're not deafening your teammates. Get the cupped hands around your mouth. Full extension. Empty the lungs. Let them know. Make sure they're hearing it.
That technique is definitely talked about by the coach right there. One time he had to pull him aside and say, hey, man, it's a little too loud in our ears. Let's throw that microphone up.
Flip the microphone up.
You had that one down lock and key.
Dumao working with vocal coaching, really just peaking his ability to yell at his opponents. And certainly it's easier to do when you're 21 and 13 and you just stomp them in the last round.
Absolutely wrecked the round, yeah. Double entry again, just fighting full force in towards lobby. Trade was attempted, not available when you're playing up against Dumao. Fast A play here potentially. Flashes smokes on in, but not so committed. They're looking for the delayed take here on the execution and trying to slide on in for these openings. The Tech-9s have a lot of distance to cover here, but they're starting to find the entries from George. Needed another, because there's even more, but they go down the vents instead. And they still leave a lurker in the upper side.
To gain the space, I don't know if they've kept track of where Sonic is. Sudson's making a ton of noise in doing so, so he's been heard. Dumao's coming back to clear this if he checks it. Sonic again caught on the timing, flat-footed, very awkward. Sudson tries to get through. How does he get away with that? Nitro, a little bit of a delayed response. Zonic's been able to slip up top, but now there's a player. Nowhere close. He'll have time at least to set up this 1v2. Dumao trying to come fast into it. Flashbang dodged. Smoke behind him. Sonic is really committing into this angle, committing into this brawl. They're going to play together. Jump in to bait in his teammate. A selfless play to secure map point.
I like that a lot for Dumao. As much as I trust his aim, him swinging into an angle there where he knows his opponent is, I trust that he's going to win that duel. That is how you do it in a 2v1. Throw his aim off there, make sure that it is an instant trade, waits for his teammate to join forces, and Sadson looking snappy on the execution there.
Talk about lack of ego as well. You're the guy who's been lighting up the server. If you press tab, you know you're straight up at the top, and you're still like, bro, I'm jumping. You bait me. We're swinging together. We're winning this thing. That I love that. I love that bit of team play. That's tremendous from Dumao. What a guy. Smokes outside. That's in now with that AWP. Pop smoke.
Oh, landed a shot onto Sonic right there through the wall.
That one stings.
Going to do a little bit of chip damage, and now going for the no scope. Not as successful there. Sonic going to provide the opening. And unfortunately, Lotto down.
I heard the typing, but I think that was after damage.
After the damage through the wall.
It was after the Zodic tag. So this round is in fact going to be live. They have to play it out.
Yeah, they realized it.
Dumao's hands are up. Oh, it's a full server crash. Or a restart? I don't know what's going on there. I mean, if they'd hit the not live before that tag goes out, we replay the round. But if it was...
Yeah, that's a discussion.
This is presumably what Daps is leading now, is that they did damage. It does occur to me that Legacy would not have known that damage was done.
That's a good point. Also, it's a really odd one right there. Legacy have no idea they landed that shot straight through the smoke. They called it not live. Also, I don't know what the timing was. I heard the typing, but I wasn't sure if that was before or after. It was very
after
close.
Zodic was tagged.
Yeah.
Gonna need to...
I don't know what you do when the round is reset at the end of the day. You know, that's a question.
Yeah, do a little rules lawyering here. Fortunately, that's above my pay grade.
Yep.
Clearly frustration. I mean, the thing is that the Legacy players clearly thought that it was not live. The reality is, this is always important. If you listening at home are ever in this situation, always play the round as if it's live, and then come back and litigate it afterwards.
Very true. Does seem like it's already resolved, though. No further discussion. They're going to run it back. So, a little bit of an unfortunate step there. Tech pause is going to expire. We'll roll on back from the reset, I do assume there.
Certainly that one's going to sting for NRG, right?
Yeah.
They got the kill on the Opera outside. They had a lot of spacing. They're feeling pretty good about it. Can't run the same play now. Need to change it up.
So they can shake it off there. As you said, difficulties, but NRG capable of coming up with a plethora of ideas on their T side, as we saw from Mirage. We'll see if they can try to replicate some of the success as Sadson taking a bit of a higher approach on this AWP.
He's going to be able to see right over this now. Now he knows. He knows what their smoke wall looks like. And indeed, this time he's not going to be able to land the shot either, so they just go faster around him. Damage done, no kills just yet, but the different element here is that Lux is ready, and there's a player in towards Mini. Need this kill. The trade is there at least. But it is the back foot on for NRG in a really tough spot for them. They've gained purchase lower.
Also got ramp control here, just now being taken by George. Can he get himself in a position to surprise? He hears Zadson on the rotate, prepares himself. Zadson walking into the angle, still wins it though. A difficult fight ahead from him. Needing to step up towards his closing statement. Provides what could be a round-saving shot right there.
Sometimes it helps to get a little bit of a mulligan.
There you go.
What I was saying earlier. A little bit of a mulligan. Sometimes you just need one. Nissim could lock this down, and will indeed. Bomb dropped. That's about all she wrote. Zodic will try and add an epilogue. But it's seeming like this story of Nuke has been told. Sonic creeping just under the lip. There is no support here for Nissim, so this is actually a nice way to take this fight. Nobody's here to help. Going to be able to whittle away the first of the numbers. Sadson's trying to come into this. It'll be the player in towards Hut that he's got to contend with. Flashbang to try and give him the chance for the bomb plant. Lacto, though, wasn't blind. And so, no success. Legacy take us to a third map. Little stutter at the end there. But it's all good. We're getting our decider here, Cole.
Yeah, nicely done by Legacy again. Looking a lot more comfortable on their map picks. Showing how effective Dumao and Lotto can be as a combo there. Nissim continuing to step up to the plate when called upon there. And in that second half, even Sadson being able to get involved on a half where you would expect your opera to do well. He's able to get those kills necessary. All things considered, they're much more effective out of Legacy. Wanted to avoid the scare of going down 0-2 in the bracket. They managed to make that happen and now have a chance here to try and pull off the reverse sweep.
Trying. It'll all end on Dust 2. And you're right, this was a quieter map for really both ops on either side, but Dust 2 should be where we get a chance to see those fireworks, right? Should be a chance where we get to see those scopes shine. We're certainly expecting it. We're looking forward to it. But for Legacy, very encouraging just to see them find their footing, find their energy, find their noise, get that momentum back up, and get the spirits flowing because they needed it. They needed one of these.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the Dust 2 as well that Legacy had for them in the opening stage for this tournament. It was really impressive. You still had what was like a lot of great work there on the B anchoring there coming through from Nissim and Lotto that felt like it was replicable. It felt like they could string that success rolling out even without the opera of Sats and having a lot of impact on those CT sides. So if you're Legacy, you're looking forward to this decider. This is a map that you were able to win earlier. You're trying to replicate that success.
See if they can do it. We will find out indeed, but Legacy in control here on Nuke, purifying all those beautiful waters with the might of their rifle. I think that's how it works. That seems like science. It seems like something that could theoretically happen.
Gunpowder kind of cleanses the water. It's good for you.
Don't try this at home, folks. Don't try this at home. We are not a scientific body. But we're going to find out some results. We're going to run an experiment. That experiment is a third map Dust 2 between these two squads. And the result of that will be irrefutable. We'll find out what it's going to be after this.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
What's going on? Exotic, is it? Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Nice to formally meet you, sir. What would you say, from your perspective, before I ask your teammates, what would you say you bring to this team?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
it's a dangerously vague question, but I wanted to keep it open so you could take it wherever you wanted to go. You know, like as in, it could be your comms, it could be game specific, match map, whatever you want to do. Like, who are you as a player? I'm just trying to get my head around that. Yeah. Lots of teams, bro. Like you've been fragging and chasing the stream for a while, sitting here now to frag out with the boys. Who are you?
Well, I'm an opper, obviously. Yeah. I would like to say that I think I have good comms. And I think
an AWPer with good comms, I will believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I would like to say that. I like to make the round clear, what I'm doing.
An AWPer with like a plan. I love an AWPer with a plan.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that's probably at least one of my biggest traits. Yeah, cool. Or at least I would like to say so. Maybe they think different. I don't know.
Who cares what they think, dude? I mean, you're the one that has to live with you, so make sure you know who you are. I mean, for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing it, bro. Especially because God knows we need you. You know, the North American Counter-Strike fans, we need you. We need you. Yeah, we need it. Exactly. You know, gone are the days of JDM. Josh Marzano. Did I remember his name? Yeah. You don't recline your chair. Any funny business with the chair? You know, do you have to be like this or?
No, I'm not a huge fan of just like back support though.
How dare they support your back?
Oh, I can't believe they're doing that. Like they want me to have good posture and stuff. I can't believe it.
So inconsiderate.
Yeah, I know, right?
Do they not know that we sit like goblins when we're playing? Yeah.
Hunched over with the hunchback and stuff. Yeah. And they want me to sit like nice and proper.
What, longevity, health? Like, oh, I'm sorry I had to deal with that, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to work with that. But thank you for your time. Looking forward to seeing you, Frag. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Both teams with their reasons to fight tooth and nail to take that one step closer to the trophy. But this series was no sprint.
We are so back. And goat blood.
Shoot! On the left! Nice! You killed him. We killed him? Yes.
I have an O-pilot, so.
You have an old pilot?
Yeah, that's gonna be a lie.
That's not a bad lie.
He heard me! 360!
Here at ESL, we've been studying Rage for generations.
It's a Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Leave all your troubles at home. You know the night is young, and you're not alone. The lights of the city will carry you away. So many dreams, so many hopes, so many plans, let them go. It's Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. I can't fight a girl. I just wanna dance with you. And I can't help it now. I'm intoxicated by the groove. Saturday night, it's shining like a cosmic light. I'm holding all my silhouette kites. I let the moon dip into my sight, into my skin, into my limbs, and through the rims. Doesn't need to be the craziest stitch. Maybe meditating in the center of a dish. People spend the time diff, gotta reach for the tip. It's a Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Saturday night, Saturday night. ojos estás cansada y no paras de pensar y fingir que tus inseguridades no te afectan nada. Y por más que lo intentes cubrir, amor, eso suena. Y tienes a toda esta gente mirándote, todos están tirándote, todos opinan de ti, pero nadie está cuidándote. Mis ojos pa' ti, yo siempre estoy admirándote, hablando de ti, tu cabeza está gritándome. Estás cansada de aparentar, por fuera te ves muy bien, pero por dentro estás mal. Tu reflejo en el espejo te hace...
Window no scope from center! No way! It's a perfect end! What is this country? This is madness!
Soundtrack's got some bops this season. I'm just saying. Break music's got some bops. I'm grooving. I'm moving and grooving here at the top of mid on Mirage. You moving and grooving, Cole?
Yeah, this is my home right here. This is where I usually stick around on Mirage there. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to hear some of the new tracks.
Yeah, actually, fun fact, is sleeping in the same room that we're recording this in. See the bed put up against the wall. I'm not lying when I'm saying, we've locked Cole in the basement for 2 weeks to caster boot camp, one might say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you did all your up downs this morning, though. So
no, I stretched and exercised. So we went on a nice little walk as well. We got a couple miles in. So
get you on the regime. Lung capacity exercises. Do you think you can beat Dumao in a shout off at this point?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I can get that much. My voice gets pretty hoarse when I go that loud. So, and I kind of need it because I'm talking a lot.
Some people are just prodigies, Yeah. There's only
he's got natural talent that I definitely can't wrap my head
Some
around.
say the Michael Phelps of shouting at your opponents. Dumao, also apparently in the server as well, because NRG, they may not need to outshout him, but they definitely need to outplay him in this third map. It's gone the distance. We're going to Dust 2. What do you make of that?
I think there might be a little bit more shouting and excitement here for Dumao heading into this map. This is, again, where I think they made their statements. We talked a little bit with MPL as well. You mentioned it earlier, but the aggression out of this team really started to hit its stride later on towards the map of Nuke there. They found their openings consistently, so they're going to try and keep that trend on up here for this deciding map. And if that's the case, NRG, they got to be prepared. They got to be ready for that level of aggression.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Where's it going to go? I'm excited. I'm excited to watch this. I'm waiting for headsets to get on here for Sonic. Come on, man. You're the only one holding it off. Everyone thinks it's casters who have the start game button. It's actually the players. The players have
inside their headset.
It's like a synchronized switch system where if you have all of the 10 headsets on, the button becomes active and then they can press it.
That's what it is. It just it pops up out of the tables right there.
Like it
big red button.
You both have to hit the switch, except it takes 10.
It takes. Oh, okay, yeah, that was a fun game. I did like that one. I was trying to remember which one that is. Little throwing the nails. Yeah,
throwing the nails.
That game was fire, man.
It turned into little dolls.
Yeah,
it was a great game. Bringing in a new era of co-op gaming. Give me more co-op games. I like co-op.
I feel like as I'm like slowly losing my skill in CS, I'm going more and more towards these relaxing games.
As somebody who never had much skill, as I lose it, it's really not good, man. It's really not good. It's not getting better. I'll tell you that much.
You can try and gain it. You just got to put in the reps. You got to do your own CS boot camp, not a caster boot camp, but just start fragging.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe if I could find like a time machine and go back to a time where I had fewer responsibilities and more time on my hands, maybe there's a world. But
lock in the no cries method and play 24 games a day.
Can I also be like No Cries if I do that?
I think so, yeah. That's at least you'll get closer to No Cries.
Will they fly me out to the Face It office to play CS and prove that Hey, can you imagine if I ever got to a level where there were those...
This guy's level 7 and all of a sudden he's like 3,000 elo.
This 31-year-old caster. Please, demo review me, Austin. No, I'm excited about No Cries. I mean, this isn't exciting. We've got our own ROPS. Some are saying maybe he's not really that American, but I'm saying I know which region he's currently in, and so we're claiming him.
Yeah. I mean, I know which team he's most likely to play for. There is going to be an NA team, right?
You want to guess? You want to guess where he's going to go? I've been thinking about this.
So right
Who's
now,
bold enough to try and play the No Cry sweepstakes.
Right now, if you're looking at the Pro League results, your NA teams, you want to try and pull things around. We now have M80 who are 0-2. They're kind of facing elimination.
They are 0-2.
Now NRG aren't there yet. They have a chance to kind of right the ship here on this deciding map. But if they find themselves in the danger zone, that's also going to be something interesting. I don't feel like there's kind of a necessity to make those moves. Like you said, it's a good opportunity to try and test some raw talent.
It is kind of this. It's this fun situation, right? Where it's like
they missed each other.
They disagreed about where you knife.
Knife up middle.
Us too.
Yeah, this is a bit of a trend. I know NA does like to knife towards middle. I know South America,
I'm a long knifer person.
They like to knife towards long. That I've noticed that a lot in CCTs and stuff like that. Watching the different regions, it's like they do knife at different locations, which is pretty funny.
Cultural disagreements here.
I mean, at one point NA was a long knifing region as well.
Oh boy.
I think we got impatient. We're like, why are we doing this towards long? We can save 3 seconds and go towards
can get into the game quicker. Oh. We're seeing. I mean, this is a 1v1. Dumal's low. He's got a clutch.
He's backed himself into a wall.
He's done. It's over. Well clutched. 1v2, one there. I mean, starting on the strong foot here on does too.
Yeah, when you're one knifeable away, you got to play tricky. You got to stay elusive.
Going back to the No Cry sweepstakes question.
I think it's wild card is my answer, though.
I think, yeah, you do have a lot of I mean, they've certainly showed a propensity to be willing to make roster changes. You can ask Sonic about that one. But I think for any of these teams, I think if you're looking at your NRGs, if you're looking at your M80s, I don't think there's like an obvious cut. There's not like an obvious player that you need to replace. But the flip side is the numbers this guy is putting up. And I'm not saying it's the same situation. I'm not saying it's the same situation. When Donk was coming out, we had the stretch on Spirit Academy. We had a bigger sample size. We had him playing Team CS. We had him playing Organized CS. We had him playing at every level. He'd been dominating lands. Like, we had a much bigger data set. But this guy's putting up Donk numbers. And I'm just saying, open up the mystery box, and one of the options is Donk. I think you got to open that mystery box.
Even if it's just close. Like, you don't want to regret missing out on a player like that. It's just one of those situations where, like you said, do you need it?
Now, that being said, I would like to announce the start of DARF Esports. We will be offering No Cries a 10-year contract with a $12 million buyout. Paying him a nickel a day.
Sounds like a good deal there out towards long. See how they can hold things together. Surprising that no one in Energy's fallen just yet. And Sonic still able to stand and deliver. Smoke goes in to try and isolate these fights, and Nitro will be the first to fall on the CT side. Sonic feeling the pressure, but still kicking. Drawing in a lot of attention right now. Can't sustain the low HP bar here, and Bro trying to find a way to impact it around the smoke. But they've got him boxed in. The issue is they're a man down. So many low HP bars on the other squad, though.
Yeah, this is a dangerous box you've constructed. A very flimsy box. It's going to require one player to pop off. George is hoping they come his way. The duelie's a little bit more effective for the body shot massacre that you'd be hoping to bring to pass. Legacy just really hitting the pause button. Slowing those way down.
They're going to fall into the trap.
Oh boy, George is getting antsy. Don't get antsy, guys.
They know where they are.
They're just waiting for that first bit of contact to hit. And now they're going to start to group up and fight towards long. There's the spot. Sudson seen him. Woo! Okay, Bro says you can see me. But seeing and shooting, those are different things. And now George is coming down that flank, so they have waited too long. And George can chime in for the last. So the trap is sprung. The flimsy box was strong enough to contain Legacy.
Yeah, dude, Sonic doing an unbelievable job inside the pit, man. You can only imagine what he's calling for here. Just someone please save me. Someone please get me out of this spot. And there's a couple of kills there from Legacy through the smoke that make sure that the support system for Sonic was null and void. We got the scouts coming out from both ends and both landing tags here back and forth. Sad's unable to connect. Same is true there for Sonic. The force buy here off the back of no bomb plant is so aggressive. But Legacy, as we know, a team that doesn't know how to let off the gas. They love to press things forward.
Someone's just got to throw a brick on that gas pedal. And grip on its steering wheel for dear life.
That's something that Legacy are all about. High-octane Counter-Strike, ultra aggressive. But they are taking a little bit of a slower approach here, trying to spread the defense thin. The issue is right now, while they do have a plethora of options, leaving a lurk in the upper tons and starting to inch their way towards middle hints at them walking into this trio of defenders, and that's not exactly ideal territory.
Suboptimal for sure. Where is the scout? Ready for this. Exotic. Able to chime in with some body shots. Sonic following it up, but now out of the tunnels, no one was watching. They forgot that there were two approaches towards this B site, and that may have cost them in a big way. This bomb's now going down. Nitro and Bro waiting on a smoke fade to be able to do anything about this. That lack of awareness. I mean, they have 3 bodies here. That's a huge blunder from NRG. There's really no excuse for that. And now they're out of position.
I don't know.
This is really tough. The players are still low. Sadzin does just have an op, or a scout rather, but and you can see from Bro, he doesn't seem to want anything to do with this. Nitro's now been tagged. He's backing away. That is a real blunder coming through from NRG. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a case there of really choosing the worst of both worlds. I feel like for NRG, they don't really commit on the mid-side defense there, of just throwing bodies at that problem. And there's no one watching tunnels as well. So you can see they were almost in a position there to try and fight for middle. But that leaves your backs turned to very exposed Nissim there. And the right amount of activity. Nissim just making the call to push through that smoke. It does feel like a risk for him, but the upside is there. And Nissim takes full advantage.
I'd imagine what happens there is that the window player is supposed to have primary responsibility for tunnels and drops to a fight in towards mid, and then Sonic doesn't quite realize it in time to turn around. One of them is definitely supposed to be looking at tunnels in that setup.
Oh, and someone's supposed to be looking at tunnels again there. This time the lower variety, and this time getting chewed up on the force buy that comes through as a response. Can Bro turn it around? No, great trades coming out of Demal. They'll continue to break these setups apart, show some of that efficiency on Dust 2 again.
Maybe a bit fast and loose for some of these shots. Got a scout here for Nitro. George close up by the doors with a 5-7. I mean, the 5-7 can be dangerous. Now we know. Lux is ticking. Smoke to keep him safe. George does find the first. Knows he's trying to win the lottery here. With a headshot on the Lux, but Dumao eventually comes into support now. Reinforcements on. This should be possible for George, but he'll give it a try. And feed himself right into the blender. It's an energy smoothie.
I mean, energy smoothies are kind of a trend nowadays. So.
I was going to say.
And people do like a little bit of booze, maybe a...
New Jersey's a nice orange.
Yeah. A citrusy flavor. Flavor that Legacy will certainly like, as they finally able to break the economy and get off to a strong early start here in this series. Something they need to do. Catch that HE. That's a nice catch there, but Lotto still has the better weapon. Make sure to take that, use to full advantage there. Long control going to be established, and USP is not going to have too much fun in this one.
Doesn't seem like it. All the defenders towards A are gone. At this point, they'll try and creep on through. We did see that nice death ball up cat so long ago, back in Mirage. Not going to get this similar level of impact out of these USPs.
It's always good to have that flashbang for these USPs. As you said, not as grouped up this time around. Just get pieced up. Ouch. No big deal. Flawless round there for Legacy. These are the ones you'll take there. No excitement necessary, but they will happily start to sequence these rounds and build up a T-side economy here.
It's high form on the high fives for Sedzin. He's like a full retraction, full altitude on the arm, and then down into the slap.
Well, it kind of looks like he's letting the tool do the work right there.
Yeah, a little gravity.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a cheeky wrist stretch in too. George has been stretched in an unfortunate way.
HE also not on the money here. Dumao already going to target this, and with the damage that's done on the B side, I mean, I feel like a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Sonic.
They rebuff this mid push a little bit. They'll still leave Lux behind, right? Dumal's taking some damage, so he doesn't want to stick around too much. Neeson, we know, is just going to always be that threat out of the tunnels. He's so dangerous. Throwing the smoke reveals his presence at the very least, but the CTs are dumping their util to try and anticipate this. They don't have a lot in terms of nades remaining. Last smoke's now out. One incendiary among these 5 players. They got to get it done with the guns.
After a couple of round wins, every time at the end of it, it feels like Nissim is so vocal here. And as that B lurk, at the moment, he's going to have to bring in some influence. They get what they're hunting for, though. Bro does extend through middle and lose out on his life. Forces Nitro into a fight towards long, so a bit of an equalizer found. But you're still going to be feeling confident that the B side is the weak side.
I'm curious about the fact that Lux is coming back to this. He's containing, thinking that they might be going for the push, and he's read it right, but he's not anticipating how close they might be, so now the number's thinning up. Does mean they're going to go back towards B. George is just crossing and leaves himself totally exposed. 25 seconds on the clock, seems to have forgotten about Nissim.
Yeah, Legacy are still so diligent on the clear. Dumal waiting for the flanks. Flying by there onto the multi. Sonic can't quite land the trade, and it's over. Done and dusted. Well put together there by Legacy. And Dumal still being able to show that fierce form there. 26 health, finding 2 extra kills on his way throughout this round. And still has another chance on Exotic if they want to hunt. Started off this round low as well.
I mean, why not? You got cash to spare. Might as well give it a look, even if it's not such a good one. Make his life uncomfortable. Again, losing awareness on the tunnels player. Nissim's extreme patience in that position is causing problems. They're getting fits and starts off of him. Presumably, I mean, the clock was sub 30 seconds, right? So maybe the read is they're hitting somewhere else. We've had that contact towards long, trying to adjust to pick up middle. But either way, the willingness to run that clock down is an extra element in Legacy's game.
The interesting part is you do have, like, all of long being taken advantage of right there. So, I mean, as you do see Lux come back towards long, you probably have an inkling that it might be a cat split. Why else would Lux be there if they're going to go out towards B? It's late into the round, as you said, so big question marks. But that lack of awareness definitely on 8 HP going to be costly. And you can see Legacy are walking their way out towards B, questioning if what they just saw is real from George there. They can't believe that there wasn't some sort of communication breakdown from someone else on the B side. They were super diligent about clearing out all these angles, so a bit of chaos rolling out early on for NRG. It's going to give Legacy big advantages here. Started off with a pistol win without even a bomb plant to boot. Ends up being a 4-1 scoreline in favor of Legacy, and a fast long spawn here for Lotto, and he wins the duel there. Zonic sideline instantly. Timeout that you called heading into this round instantly into a 4v5 is not what you like to see there. Dumal looking to extend the advantage, and with the 4v5, just work on taking this map control.
It's an opportunity here off the Deagle. Flashbang doesn't land. Deep shot does. Nitro follows it up with the rifle, and suddenly this catwalk play is causing problems. They still want to pressure it, but the molly doesn't quite hit its spot, and that's going to cost Setsin his life. They had the util, but now the bomb is committed. They're in real trouble in the Legacy camp. Otto trying to provide himself cover to get this bomb back. And he's done so with the smoke, but now that has drawn Nissim out and has allowed George the opportunity to take space in towards middle, but they can't. Sorry, in towards tunnels. They can't keep him out of middle is the problem, and it's Nissim again to be the difference maker.
And now George's flank might be nullified here. He does make it in time and does a little bit of damage, but he can't find the kills. Has to call upon his teammate to help him out. Smoke Spam is desperate.
Oh boy.
And Bro just can't connect. 2 low HP bars. But they're going to make it into the site with the bomb. Oh, smoke faded. Nissim still on the scene. He's going to catch it by surprise. Well handled there. Nissim continuing to surprise NRG in a 4v2 recovery. A chance to come alive for NRG taken away from them.
That's another tremendous round from Nissim. I mean, that's such a gigantic round from Nissim. Incredible what he's able to do, considering how disastrous that looked. Just to steady the ship, to peel away kills, to gain space. Obviously a missed opportunity with the 5-7 in towards middle. But it's a tough fight. It's a tough spot trying to find that flank. And once again, Tag crossing the doors here, Cole. Things are getting rough for NRG.
And Nissim so patient, but you can see when he needs to be the playmaker, he's able to do it. Threads in aggression when called upon when it's a 4v2. That's the sort of X factor you love to see. Continues to keep space here, and a pop shot doesn't quite go right for Zodic either. Constantly starting off these rounds with damage for Sadzin. He's been able to find a couple of picks in this angle as well.
Sonic.
It's a good headshot angle though.
It's a very nice angle. The fact that they finally killed Nissim just has to feel so good. He's just been the threat in the late round every time. Where you're like, we're in a great spot. Oh, nope, Nissim's killed too. Uh-oh.
Oh, and Dumas looking to make a play here. Timing's good. Sonic caught surprised, and there you go. It's going to be panic stations now here for NRG. They're on the A site already. Bomb's trying to join up here.
If they lose track of Lux, oh, this is going to be such a backstab. They had an idea that he could be here, but he's playing it so patient. And now when Lux activates, now there's contact on. Nobody's looking, nobody's watching, but George snaps his head around just in the nick of time. Could have been utter devastation. Now Nitro's still out towards long. He's expecting some sort of late lurk, but based on what they've seen from Lux, he should be aware that it's time to get focused on the A site itself. Swing on out for Lato. That is traded. It all falls to Sadzin. Does that positioning on the bomb, but a smoke's going to make his life that much more difficult. Tries to go ahead of it and finds the barrel of Sonic's rifle. NRG finally getting their second round on the board.
That one wasn't easy either, man. They had to rely on a little bit of extension and some missed flank opportunities to get the job done. Like you said, Lux was in a position to end this round immediately. You look at Sonic, you look at finally them dealing with a little bit of their Kryptonite and Nissim towards the tunnels. You think things are going to go right, but you still have to deal with players like Dumao. I can pull things back when necessary. Good recovery, though, nonetheless, for NRG. Still able to survive with 3 alive. Another shot connecting for Sats, and he is unrelenting. Actually, that's Lotto who does the damage in this round. Either way, they're already up catwalk and instantly surprised Exotic. Molly damage is going to finish things off, and will they panic to try and trade this out? Flashbang high. Bro turning away here, but overlooked his bro. He lines him up and knocks him down. Looking for more now with the AK in hand. Spray down through the smoke. He does get finished off, but the damage certainly done.
And I mean, even further than just the kills, damage on Nissim, a little bit of a tag on Delato as well. The bomb committed through that smoke. It's now being watched by Nitro. George, though, caught. Can't let Nissim back into the tunnels, it seems.
You don't have bomb, though, at least.
He powers up. Minute 10. There's plenty of time to put these pieces together. And Nissim is beginning his approach. It's going to take him the long way around. Smoke on towards the B doors. Steps a bit early. Lato playing the angle on his own. Great anticipation. Now you do have this player isolated. He still hasn't retrieved the C4. So Sonic's going to try and make the unexpected play close to it. Doesn't give up the tick. That was looking for the audio cue to confirm.
I mean, he's got to be wondering where on earth Nissim's gone off to.
Does he realize he still has the bomb control?
I think he probably expects it to be low. I mean, he did throw Molly on top of the bomb, though. Sonic's starting to fade away here. I mean, they're going to run out of time to make a last-ditch effort towards B, so Sonic might be in the perfect position. Another Molly tossed in. 18 seconds left. They've yet to recover the bomb. This has to be an A play at this point.
It does. It does. They're going to commit. Sonic's still anticipating that second element to come through, but it's just not going to. Hits the first shot, but the trade is there. Molly at his feet, and Nissim just not missing.
Almost a smile cracking for Nissim as well as he continues to break things down, man. He is stone cold as he delivers in this series for his squad. I mean, even in the map loss, he was playing good, but he has not let off the gas here all the way throughout the series here. In map 3, leveling it on up here for the decider. Knows what it means to Legacy.
Nice.
Instant trade. Sonic without a chance to duck out right there. That's exactly how you got to play things out. Another timeout called out by Daps.
Understandably so. Understandably so. Another situation where they should have had control, and Nissim wrests it away from them. This is starting to become a trend, right? NRG putting themselves in positions where they should be favored, where they should be able to win out rounds, and then overlooking one man. This time he had left tunnels. He comes back to tunnels and he kills George. Patience may be required for NRG because we are also seeing a lot of moments where they're rotating with knives out, they're rotating loud, they're giving opportunities back over and not expecting the pace of play that Legacy's going for, right? We know that this team is known for being aggressive over on the Legacy side, and when they're slowing it way down, it's catching NRG off guard. Aggressive play here from Sonic.
Ooh.
Up over top. Smoke didn't guys off that vision. I believe that was blocked by Sonic if I had to take a guess. And it's paid off in a big way. And Sonic now gets some real chances here on this AWP.
Have to connect when you're set up for opportunities like that. And that is a brilliant shot from Sonic to open things. 4v5, which has not been all that uncommon here for this squad.
They're making them so uncomfortable with these nade pops. And there's a double long setup right now, so they were hoping to kind of force them into that bottleneck. It's not happened. There's a huge gap towards Catwalk. East side is right for the taking.
Sonic is trying to keep contained here, but as you said, it's full control granted over. It feels like the Legacy camp knows this. They know they likely don't have to deal with an op on this A side of the map at all. Sazin able to escape and still play his life. 4v5 going to lock in the digits here as well. Smoke goes down to contain the Catwalk. NRG going to be put into another tricky situation with a man up here, but needing to capitalize on this advantage.
Nissim, though, out on Catwalk is that first problem to solve, and so they choose to just avoid him.
Oh, boy.
Heavy presence coming back in from long. Missed shot. No, it actually lands from Sazin on the swing, and now the bodies are stacking up every which way. Sazin can dip back in. So many swinging. It's on to Sonic, who just wants to back away and save. It's another brutal loss for NRG, and look at Nissim. He's already on the hunt. He's been the problem in so many of these rounds. We might as well call him Kiyashima. And Sonic's just trying to hold on to anything he can bring into the next round.
Oh, be able to keep his AK, that's for sure here, but Nissim continuing to provide impact there. Sadson looking phenomenal with the AWP. She said Nuke wasn't as explosive from either opper here, but in these pose plants, given opportunity, Sadson starting to connect in big ways. Look at that difficult shot right there. His crosser was so close to the angle. When you see that wide swing, I was with you. I thought there was no way he landed it. Somehow manages to, and he lands another bit of damage. Sonic and George have not been able to play these rounds healthy.
NRG is saying there's no way we're letting Nissim
God.
right at the end. We are going to sprint through a Molotov to get this kill. But if you're Legacy, you know that means there's almost no presence elsewhere on the map. Bro, though, able to have impact even with that limited presence, comes in with a secondary on the vehicle. Oh my goodness, health bars right down to the wire, but a round that NRG had to have, and they pull it off. This time they go aggressive. This time they get in the faces of Legacy, and they melt those faces right off.
Yeah, Nissim eventually shut out of his plays, not allowed to lurk things out slow, play out the rounds methodically. They flush him out however way necessary. Even if they have to run through the flames, does not matter. They don't allow for his lurks to thrive. And this time they smoke the cross. I think that's a good adjustment from NRG to allow for some of these key pieces to play the round healthy. And in fact, now Sonic, and a little bit of help there from Sonic, going to find the opener, but they lose their cap presence. It has to be a quick reaction from Nitro. He's ready to deal with the pressure, and he finds 2 quick kills here. Long is a vulnerability, though, and it's right back to evens now.
There always seems to be a gap. There always seems to be a gap. And Legacy have done such a great job of finding those gaps, of finding those exploits. Bomb now taken away. There is a kit on George. Creeping into Goose goes Lux. Sad's in tucked by the car. No more incendiaries. Smoke's available. They spotted the one. Need to have the awareness for Goose. Might expect the double long play based on this bomb plant, but no, they know. They just can't get the kills. Lux deals with both. And it is an immediate answer to any success from NRG. They are totally stymieing this American squad.
Yeah, man, advantages don't linger for all that long. Quick trades always allow for Legacy to stay afloat. Sadson and Lux being able to finish off the job right there from the catwalk through long. Get sigh of relief here. Do you have a good balance here? Look at Sadson kind of as a sometimes chiller aspect. He does get loud as well, but Nifsum definitely relaxed and now going to look to speed things up a notch. Fast speed play to try and close off the half here. George alone with the MP9 has help though from Sonic. Trades available here. They don't smoke doors in time, so ends up being a firing range here for NRG to lock these down into a 4v1. Sadzen never a chance to stabilize here, so NRG going to get 4 on the half here. We'll see if that's enough right after this.
Live back into what is our final half of play. Should be, at least. Unless we get to a little bit of extra time. NRG on the back foot. Struggling to regain here against a legacy team that have found their footing, in particular, of the feet of one Nissim. Really was a difference maker in so many of these rounds. Heavy, long setup initially, but they've already disassembled it, and it seems like they may have been a little bit hasty in doing so here, Cole.
Sticking Dumao around here. One flash to rule them all here on the aggression and lands effectively. Now the help starts to come through here, and Dumao thriving off the back of Sadzen's utility. They're trying to isolate this player inside the pit. Dumao won't be able to walk away with anything extra, but does do a whole lot of time buying there and causing a bit of chaos in the NRG camp. Got a smoke and a molly left. The smoke just being tossed in towards CT, and Sonic on his lurk, still finding ways to impact here.
Flying up the ramp they go. First hurdle overcome. Second pass with flying colors. It's George for both. And the bomb now being planted. Just Nissim. We talked about how much of a thorn he was in their side in the first half, but this one seems like it might just be too tough. Players are low, but he will never get a chance to see them. George with a nice 4-piece in the pistol, and NRG starting out on the right foot here. Which foot is the right foot?
My right foot, I would say.
But is your right foot your right foot?
Yeah, that's my right foot.
What if your right foot's your left foot?
Nope. It's not. Right foot dominant.
Is there foot dominance? There's got to be.
Yeah, it would be like a foot that you kick with.
Yeah, like so. Okay, yeah, okay. There's foot dominance. Okay. Right foot dominance.
I'd say I'd kick probably pretty awkwardly with my left foot.
You know there's eye dominance too?
Yeah. Don't know which eye dominant I am. I think it's whatever. I have bad vision, so I think my right eye is a little bit better as well.
I'm right-handed, but I'm left eye dominant, and I don't know what I am with my feet. Haven't thought about that.
Looking dominant with the scout right now.
That's the right eye, I'll tell you that much. Whichever one he was using there, and this is looking like another disaster for NRG. They stumbled into the trap, and Dumal from behind the windshield has splattered them. The bomb is committed. If there was any hope, it's far gone. 5 players alive. And an absolute masterclass of a force buy might just be the nail in the coffin for NRG.
Yeah, that could just do it right there, man. Scout headshot flying by there. Smoke to cause so much disruption. Flash is following it up there. Everything you could ask for. And Legacy walk away with 3 guns from the T side gifted over and no kills on the full buy rolling on up. So now you look at NRG winning both pistols on Dust 2 here and getting none of the conversions off the back of them, which that's a sinking feeling in your stomach. They're going to go for a force buy here in return.
I mean,
they've got 3 P250s.
Kind of feels like you need one of these to break your way, even if it is less than probable.
Sonic just sold his P250, bought a Deagle.
Did some quick maths.
This late into the round, yeah, he had enough money to still throw the mid smoke that was intended here. Hoping that the B is a weak side here. I mean, Nissim's alone.
Well, kind of. Sutton's not too far away. Lato's not too far away either. And Nissim himself seems to be a whole lot more than just one man at times. Nissim dancing in and out of the smokes, and he'll stack up for who needs help? Who needs help when you're Nissim?
Not him. Not when he's on the B side of the map, man.
Not this man.
An absolute beast on the B side. Continues to find impact on both sides of the half now. Force buy and pistols chasing you down. Not a worry in the world. Whips out the USP, and again, it's just stone cold here. I feel like just the definition of a anchor with the temperament.
Yeah.
With this team especially. You want a guy that's just going to chill out and hold back while everyone else tries to get aggressive. You got your man there. And now they get to have a field day. Sads are going to feast with the MP9, try and farm up some op money, and he'll do just that. 3 kills with the MP9, stacking up the dough. We'll see if they win another flawless round. It'll be 3 in a row for them. The money is unbelievably strong. And they're getting closer and closer to the finish line.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If there's a world where NRG do it, they're going to have to do it the hard way. You're absolutely right. The bank has built. The Great Wall of Legacy has been constructed brick by brick, and call Nissim the bricklayer because he has built a wall at B. The op is out. Nissim will keep to the MP9 because apparently that's all he needs. And they're going aggressive with this Lato with him. They want to go for the push in towards tunnels, so trying to offset expectations. Great success on it. Some damage taken, but they're happy to get away with the kill. Utility domed. Sonic can't really do anything about this, dancing between different nades. He's holding presence at least towards tunnels for the moment, but his teammates need to get themselves some kills. George does exactly that.
Oh, but there's still so much resistance here. Still going jump shots out of Lux. Whatever it takes to make things work. Flashbang will follow it up. No, it's a Molly here. Running a little bit low on HP, not expecting Nitro. He'll be able to track his aim within the confines of this smoke, and 2 teams with low HP bars trying to battle it out for this A side.
Sonic just wants to get back to help his team. He had to go around the world to do so, long rotation, so they stalled this bomb plant out a little bit to support. Suds in blind shots, unsuccessful, but they distract from Lato, creeping ever closer. That flashbang is lethal. George spots the next. Sonic is the quote-unquote healthy man, but neither of them's feeling too spry. And Lato with a path of smokes. Disguises
for long, but smoke
onto this defuse. He's just sticking it. He's just sticking it. And so they will stick and steal away the defuse to secure map and series point. Did you see that discipline? You catch that detail? Dumal needed to calm something. Gets ready to shout, stops himself, flips the microphone down, calms what he needs to, flips it back up and shouts.
Now, while he's at it right there, one hand in position, ready to go for the shouting. I mean, really impressive stuff from Dumao inside and outside the server. And as we said, the energy is completely picked up and taken advantage of on the Legacy camp. When they're getting loud, they're winning. Dumao is getting loud in the server from Nuke on, and Nissim's consistency here definitely being felt. As you said, NRG having to pull it through the hard way. I mean, even that last round was a bonus. The op coming out for the first time out of Sadzin. Oh my god, Lux now ready to thrive here as well. Lines up a multi. So much damage done where Lotto can then capitalize as well. Now you gotta walk into the op scope, and this one looking done and dusted all but over here unless George has anything left to say. A 1v4 bomb on the floor.
Whatever he has to say better be loud. Better be something indeed. Got the stickers on the gun. Got the AK in his hands, but it's all headshots that are going to be required, and Op is the first face, and he will not get past that first hurdle. Legacy with a smackdown on Dust 2. The reverse sweep, the 2-1 brought through. They found their footing, they found their voice, they found their noise, and they found their win here at the ESL Pro League.
I gotta say, it feels very similar to what we watched kind of break down for Legacy yesterday as well. You look at a very dominant map 1 performance out of NRG on their map pick, game plan, all scripted well there, where you're able to watch these rounds play out exactly how Nitro had planned them, and Nitro adapts, and you know, from that point forward there, it feels like they kind of ran out of steam. Nuke, you know, CT side, they struggled to deal with the aggression that Legacy were bringing to the table there. The Dust 2 didn't even get really lifted off here on this map, and from second map onward, just complete dominance asserted by Legacy, which is an exciting formula for this team. When you look at the implication, when you look at the stakes of them, you know, not only potentially going down 0-2 in this Swiss stage, but also facing the trouble of, you know, allowing Energy to surpass them in the VRS.
It really felt like Legacy did a great job of putting energy in the spin cycle, so many of these rounds with varying their tempo, right? I mean, we were highlighting Nissim, but it wasn't just Nissim, right? There were so many moments, especially on Dust 2, where it felt like energy was just looking the wrong way, or just not anticipating where the fight's coming from, where the contacting's coming from, not ready for the same tools. And that's got to be troubling if you're NRG, but it also speaks very much to what Legacy were able to accomplish, right? Did a great job of it, varying the tempo, having different looks, always going for the bold play if the opportunity avails itself. I think this is to be very encouraging, and hopefully it's a confidence builder as well for Legacy, because we saw it in Austin, we saw it at the Major. This is a team that can surprise. This is a team that can upset. This is a team that can make a lot of noise. And Dumao makes my point for me very nicely. After yesterday, they were quiet. You don't like to see this team quiet. Even if they're going to go down, you might as well go down swinging, and now it seems like they found their gumption vehicle.
Absolutely. I think they also showed some different ways to win. I kind of walked into this series thinking if NRG are doing the prep work, if they're kind of coming through here ready to play, you're going to look very concerned about how, you know, prepared NRG are for the fast-paced, high-tempo aggression. You look at Dust 2, though, and the way that Nissim was able to slowly lurk about there, drawn-out rounds. And, yeah, Dust 2. It's just a completely different story, though, where you see a different side of Legacy where they needed to find a different way to win, I feel like, if NRG is going to calculate, and they brought that.
They brought it indeed. They really did. I have a lot of praise for what Legacy were able to accomplish, and I think we should probably heap a little bit more on Lux. We've been focusing on the individuals, right? Dumao, Nissim, delivering those moments, Lato as well. But Lux, the overall picture, the calling, what we were talking about before with keeping NRG uncomfortable, with being unpredictable, a lot of that comes down to Lux. We know that, I mean, even when we talk about the relationship between Chucky and Lux, so much of the actual tactical calling is put on Lux's shoulders. It's really his responsibility, and he's able to deliver that in a massive way. So,
yeah,
impressive.
When I think about Lux, it's like he joined this roster coming through from Pain, and he didn't really have a lot of time to gear up for his role as an IGL. It probably was a tough transition for him at the beginning of the season. Did experience a lot of success at the beginning of his campaign, but also it's like he learned from Bigu, who doesn't have an incredible amount of experience as an IGL as well. Like, he's able to win a lot as an IGL, but he hasn't been an IGL for a long time either. So you're talking about like a very impressive sequence where Lux is using a lot of that influence from some of his past teams, and being able to transition success off the back of that is very impressive. You know, you're not talking about playing with like a guy like Fallen and joining forces with this Legacy roster. You're dealing with a guy that's getting used to the role as well. And
yeah,
I feel like that's fast learning for Lux.
Yeah, no, definitely a promising future as well, and an exciting one for Legacy right here, right now. But we're going to have to get ready for our exciting future, because there's another game after this.
Starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
A map that we have not yet revealed that we play together is Train, and Schools is playing on the Ivy area, and I'm playing Rotation. So a lot of times we switch positions.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want to play Ivy, and then he has to get my role in terms of supporting
be part
mid
of
control,
the mid take,
ladder control, and all those things. And sometimes we do some plays together as well.
Yeah, I can be more active on the mid part of the map, and I can do some plays at long also with him, like covering me, or we do basically that's it.
Yeah, sometimes he hides as well, and then I look for all the kills, and then he kills the rest. One of those days in the practice, we are holding A by ourselves. I get Ivy, kill the first guy, and then he's hiding on side, he's not moving, he's not mentioning anything. I try to kill one more, I die, and he cleans up everything after. Like, okay, you're baiting me hard there, right?
Sometimes, if I bait and I win the round, it's okay.
Yeah, worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it. I would say because of the new train, when you got smoked and mollied on the Ivy area, you cannot really participate. But you have other options to play. If you understand that you're doing that, then you just need to adapt, and you need to play in front of them, be a couple of steps ahead them. And but this is the most annoying part for sure.
Yeah, I always think of the flashes as well as someone who has to help him.
Yeah.
I think the best way to help someone who's playing Ivy is making sure when they get the timings, when they know when the action is going to happen, you can always do some good flashes for them to anticipate some plays.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for me to be communicating with them is if I actually am watching Ivy, because most of the times it's more of a lurking position.
Yeah, the problem is as well when there are times when they actually use Ivy, that the T's are going to put some smokes where he has to play for two types of plays.
Yeah.
The T guys can go either towards CT or they can go towards Hell, and then it kind of creates him a problem because sometimes he can't hold both at the same time. So that's when communication kicks in, and he has to say, I'm only going to get T's, the rest is going to be open. Yeah, sometimes that's the beauty of Ivy. Sometimes you can create problems for the CTs there.
Yeah, I think in general I have a lot of freedom. As I said, sometimes teams are not playing for Ivy that much, so in that sense I can just be more part of the mid take, because I noticed that the T's are more heavy on mid takes than Ivy, so I can...
Because they have to take the house control as well.
Yeah,
So
also
many
that.
people. Yeah, I think for Bugs in general, as a rotation player in the Alper, there is a lot of space to get opening kills everywhere. Go towards Hell, camera. There's a lot of space to get easy kills because people are not too organized in Bugs. They're gonna not be smoking every single angle and using every single time in flashes perfectly. So there's a lot of kills you can get. Being supportive as an Alper is very important too, because then you can enable some part of controls in your defense that's gonna help the team achieve some objectives that you want early on. So I think the rotation needs to be able to put plays where he can get kills and also understand how he can help the team.
Of course, Skull's no longer with the team, but good for the content, I'll tell you that much. We've got Furia taking on Fluxo. Fluxo, a team that we perhaps expected to be in this 0-1 pool, though they did take a map off Astralis. Furia, though, rocked by Hotu in their debut at the ESL Pro League. Who would have seen that coming?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge shock to the system there. Furia, obviously, a team that's coming fresh off the back of a huge victory. I mean, you're trying to carry forward some of that success. A little Molodoy MVP action, which is just such a cool story for this player, and yet they are starting off 0-1. The good news is for a format like this, plenty of room to bounce back. Definitely not the kind of a rocky start to Pro League that you're expecting for this squad.
No, for a team that's been flying up the VRS rankings, that's been really putting themselves into contention since the decision to go international, since the decision to bring on Molodoy and Yakindar. You just don't expect them to stumble against a team like Hotu that we just haven't seen that much from. But the flip side is you're coming off of a trophy. Maybe there's a little bit of a need to refocus into this competition. Maybe you're underestimating Hotu. You don't have as much information on them. You don't have as clear a picture on what Hotu wants to bring. They've been watching your stuff, obviously. They're prepping in a little bit of a surprise. Maybe you need that little smack in the face. A little easy, cheeky slap to get you woken back up and ready for this. And certainly Fluxo's going to be more familiar competition. when we consider some of the names on the other side, especially one named Dart.
Yeah, a whole lot of familiarity between these two teams there. And yeah, a lot of time spent playing with these two guys here. Obviously, Furia and Queserado and Yuri taking up a little bit more time played with this squad, but it's really cool to see the elevation of these two guys' careers. And I think if you're talking about looking for consistency out of players like Queserado and Yuri, there's no bigger motivator than watching this team succeed time and time again. Every event that they play, growing as a roster, you really feel like Fallen's getting ground. I mean, kind of unlocking a little bit of new potential out of his calling now that he's on the rifle as well. I feel like we're seeing even more, range out of him. So much success offered up for this Furia squad. And again, I think that's going to play a lot into looking at the consistency of those two players that have spent so long with this Furia camp.
A lot of familiarity as we look at that Fluxo side. Tacitus as well, who's coaching this Fluxo team, was the assistant coach for a long time with Furia, assistant coach analyst. I don't know exactly what his title was, but essentially the assistant coach here. So there's a lot of cross-pollination between these two teams. Definitely going to be a little bit extra in this, I'd imagine, especially for the Fluxo players. Art, one of those original members of this Furia team, 7 years on the roster for Queserado and Yuri. Art's thinking that should have been me too. But
you got Kai as well, who spent a little bit of time on Furia.
Maybe a slightly shorter tenure. Slightly shorter tenure for Kai.
The system, maybe not
as... put in as a stand-in, essentially.
Yeah, he's standing in for quite some time.
Somewhere out there, Maui just twitched.
Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit of familiarity there as well, but definitely interesting to see, how Fluxo is going to be able to do coming through into this one. I think, as much as they know how each other operate there, they know the kind of mindset that you're walking into this matchup with. Art probably going to look to switch things up in terms of playing up against this Furia squad. You're going to need to see some of his key pieces light things up as well. So I don't know. I'm excited to see this head-to-head kind of break down in terms of the motivation that Art is coming into this matchup with. He probably puts a lot of anticipation there. It'd kind of be sweet victory if he's able to pull through and send Furia into the 0-2 side of things.
We're going to take a look at the veto. This is also a Fluxo roster that has been, fittingly, in flux a lot. They're bringing players in, they're bringing players out. They benched Zevi for like 2 seconds. They brought Zevi back in. They've got 2 new players. There's a lot of change here as well, right? As they've been looking to find the formula, the magic formula, to get this team back on top, to get this team back in contention. And I'll tell you one thing. If you're a Brazilian team and you manage to take down Furia, that's definitely putting you on the map. That's definitely a huge lift, both in terms of the VRS. It'd be a massive coup to find, but also domestically for your region. As a Brazilian organization, you know that Furia's top dogs in so many situations back home. You can knock them off their pedestal, claim that crown for yourself. That'd be a huge coup. Inferno, Mirage, what are we getting? Come on.
Some overpass here? No, could be bad.
We got the nuke? We got the nuke! That's a fun one. I mean, certainly Art's Furia was known for their nuke for so very long. This feels like a fitting place to potentially find a decider in this series.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting if we get there. The issue is I'm looking at some of these opening maps right now for the side of Furia, and I'm thinking, okay, I watched so much of Furia's success there at Cologne on this map of Inferno there. It felt like even though they were kind of still feeling things out with the additions there and testing the waters with Moldoy still very early on, they were so successful on this map. It's showing range, playing different teams and playing different teams, so effectively on this map of Inferno there, and constantly catching rosters off guard when they were playing it. I mean, you think about their victory over G2 on this map. They beat Astralis multiple times on that map, so I feel like they are always coming through prepping for their opponent, and that's going to be the same case here when you look at Fluxo.
Yeah. I mean, look, we'll do the contextualizing since you're trying to bring us down to earth here, Cole. Furia should absolutely destroy Fluxo, right? Furia is a team that is a top 5 in the VRS at this point too right now. Like the fact that they're in this 0-1 pool is just Fluxo's thinking, what the hell, guys? Like Hotu, where did this come from? But you know what? Hotu did it. And Fluxo, domestic competitions always get a little bit weird. And yeah, even if Furia is going kind of international now, they've got this young Brazilian kid, Moldoy, from Kazakhstan. I don't know how they found a Brazilian in Kazakhstan, but they managed to make it happen. there's a little bit more in this. There's a little bit more with the domestic rivalry. There's certainly a little bit more for a lot of the players over on Fluxo in terms of personal grievance, personal grudge, perhaps old friends. If there's a way for this to get screwy, this is the matchup where it's going to get weird.
This is definitely not who Furia were looking forward to playing in the 0-1 because of that domestic matchup. We see that sometimes that can kind of, shake up what should be versus what can happen on the server there. I mean, as you said, though, it is going to need to be the case that we see some of these absolute key pieces show up on the side of Fluxo. I think about Lukowski and his ceiling as a player. Maybe, obviously his time on MIBR was pretty bleak and drastic, but he's back with his home. He's back with a IGL that kind of lets him off the leash here.
Yeah.
So I think this is a roster where he can thrive in. Now, can he get his confidence back from that time is a different question, but this is where he's done his best work with this Fluxo roster, so that's going to be a huge opportunity for him to bounce back. And think about maps like Inferno where you require aggressive pieces that can be let off the leash. He'll have that freedom.
Smile on the face there for Art. I'd imagine there's some typing going on in this particular server. Again, just for context, this was Art, Queserado, Yuri was that core of Furia for so long. So many years together, so much familiarity, so many matches in the server. These guys know each other about as well as their families do, probably. Now it's time to see if Art can take that knowledge and put it into service in the server. 4 players headed towards B early on for this pistol. Heavy banana setup, anticipating what Fluxo might throw, but they have anticipated incorrectly. It's just Yuri in the pit to defend A. And Fluxo headed in to the apartments.
Yeah, the question is how much can Yuri get out of this position? Because A-side retakes are not easy. You want to have a man advantage. He'll get a chance here. Flashbang perfect, but he just lines up a headshot. Lukowski doesn't get to play the round, and somehow Yuri's doing it by himself. Still kicking, reload comes through, and he's able to get it off, but no further damage done.
Extremely fortunate that kill came through for Decenti because he brought the bomb into the pit, right? So if he fell there, suddenly it's an absolute disaster. Still, Yuri's already done his work. He has made this very possible. Zevi going to make it more challenging on the retake. Through the smoke, though, goes Molodoi to pick away the numbers, and it all falls to Zevi. Having to back away, having to readjust, change the sightlines. He's got that bomb to play off of, but he will not be allowed to entertain the possibility. The Fangs of Fury are sharp in this pistol, and they strike first.
That's a beautiful work there from Yuri. They are putting a lot of weight on his shoulders, and Fluxo target the right side of the map there, and it's always frustrating when you do everything right and around there, or at least a lot right in terms of executing and finding the right target on a pistol. You call up a good game plan, and you still walk away with a 1v5 player inside of the pit who just nails down 2 quick kills. There's not a lot you could do about how sharp Yuri is right there.
Say the trick is to flash him. Well, he was flashed.
Yeah, exactly.
Trick is to not get shot, I guess. It's a bold strategy. Got to work on your matrix dodging.
Dodge, duck.
Dip.
Dive.
Dodge.
That's the 5th one.
I think we watched different Matrix movies.
Was laughing out loud a lot.
Ah, yes, my favorite actor of Neo, Vince Vaughn.
Get the force by here out of the Fluxo camp. Kowski, again, as I said, given a lot of resources on this team, given a lot of chances to make things work. He's got the AK. Shout out to Zevi for that one. But he's already taken down to half HP. Just starting to work through the progressions up banana, but of course that's met by reaction. Counter smoke tossed in, and they're not conceding the space. Oh.
Audio.
Yikes.
He's thinking boost. He's not executing just yet. On util here, but now the trap is going to be sprung. And as the smoke fades, can you survive? Yes, absolutely. Escape caught free, but Fallen flies right back into the brawl. Tons of damage done on Decenti. Now the crossfire set up. Queserado's here to support. A smoke will go up for it, but they'll go for the flower pots boost. May not have known if Molodoi was here as well, and Queserado still hasn't revealed his hand. Now it is. cards are on the table, but Descenti cannot fold.
That's pretty right there, man. They are able to quickly transition the defense. They get the late utility down. You pretty much get everything you can ask for right there. Maybe some missed execution on the boost that could have worked out a little bit better for Fluxo, but Fallen just doing so much damage and also delaying and staying alive for forever is just brutal, because that's going to allow for these quick rotates of Fury, the lack of hesitation that this team possesses to get where they need to be and fast. We got Art rocking the Scout. He wants a little something for this round.
He does love a Scout.
Oh my god. Doesn't get to play with it, you're really...
Not loving Yuri right now.
Oh.
Maybe in other contexts, but not right now.
Zipper's pretty good with the Scout as well. I guess that's a nice part there. You go down, you get a little upgrade for your troubles. The issue with this round, even if there isn't much of a chance, is that the bomb is also down. They've got to recover that. It's being cut off for Banana as well. See if they can find anything up. Brackus first things first, but Quesarado holding it together a little too strong.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem they're going to have to figure out.
Little whack-a-mole for you, Kindar. Decent. Can they find anything here in Boiler? Definitely catching Yuri by surprise. He can't knock down the kill, though. Nothing given. Fluxo find themselves down 3-0. We'll get their first gun round out.
Smiles on. See what Fluxo are bringing to the table here with rifles in hands. They have not done too much of a test onto Furia through these first couple. AKs across the board, decent chunky utility as well. You know, talking about old reunions, over on the other stream, we got Sunpies playing against Gentlemates.
Ooh.
These little boys. It's a day of reunions here on the ESL Pro League. We're all about family at Pro League.
One big family. That is crazy.
Big Vin Diesel fans.
It's everything.
Family.
Definitely no love lost here on the server, though. I feel like Art, again, coming through so eager to try and pick up this victory. See what happens here on this banana play. Absolutely nothing gained here. Kindar and Fallen, who have worked so well off of each other, once again sequencing some of that success. Kindar will fall eventually after all is settled, though. What are they left with here? One last player through the smoke and guy on a solo lurk.
It's kind of got to be one of those funny things where, you know, if you're trying to get your bulletin board material for this matchup, if you're Tacitus, you're like, Art, you spent years on this roster, it cast you aside, the org went away from Brazil, they didn't want our contributions, yada, 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 whatever hype up speech. I'm just imagining in my head, and then you're like, Kai, you were also there sometime.
And Kai, you played too.
You were there too. I don't actually remember how long he stuck exactly on the roster.
It was like 3 or 4 months.
Whole months.
From the beginning of maybe like February to the end of the season, which I think they were looking for the replacement, and it just took them a little while to figure it out.
He was off the academy team, as I recall the context. Let's see exactly how long did he spend.
Played with the academy squad. Watched him on that academy team quite a bit, and didn't seem like he was super explosive. They didn't win a lot in like Tier 3 South America, so I was really concerned, and then kind of played out where I think he jumped the gun on getting his big opportunity, right?
Yeah, it was actually April to June.
Okay.
So 3 months.
Yeah. Didn't quite work out how they would hope, but I will say I think he's showing a natural progression a little bit more here on the Fluxo roster. I think that would have made sense. He skipped a couple steps, I would say, in his progression throughout South America. Fluxo as a landing spot is pretty good value, I think. He's got some experience.
Oh, definitely.
Oh my god, can they not take Banana right now versus Yakindar and Fallen? Just complete disruption. As Molodoi now able to sequence some frags down middle. They're low health, they're constantly eating utility, and there's an unrelenting aggression. What sort of motivation can you provide this team when you start the rounds off like this every single time?
It's hard to start a fire when you can't find a spark. Zevi right now feeling like a wet tinder.
Goodness.
He's just getting run down. There's no mercy. There's no fear. They are chasing straight into it. No respect being shown right now. Suffocating out from Furia. Fluxo feeling the wrath, perhaps, of that stumble against Hotu. Now being let out in the server here on Inferno.
Yeah, for a team that's like, I mean, just explosive growth here with the two new additions, it's like sometimes you get your victories and you start to let off the gas a little bit. Maybe I'm not saying that's the case. I don't think that is for Fury, but you step in, you kind of expect for the success to continue. And I know that how Fury have been winning a lot of these games has to be a lot of prep work and a lot of research here for these opponents. They missed out on that.
I think it's also very important to contextualize. Nice nade kills coming through, and once again, Banana is close for Jesus. They exact a heavy price of rent here on Banana. At least Zevi's going to be able to answer back a little bit of it. That smoke did not bloom quite in time. And actually, this had full presence, but we've got to stack up a boost in the apartments. A little atypical here.
Bit of a totem pole.
Based on the bomb, it looks like we want to split B.
I think this is a great read here from T side. If they can make it happen in time, though, the issue is now that you're starting to pull through on a flank, and the bomb is actually diving back towards A, so as much as it looked like a split, it could be that you get cut off and the bomb hits the floor.
Wait, this could be the absolute worst possible result. Even if you get past the first player, there's someone in Boiler, and now the bomb, C4's down. They would have had a good potential if they'd split B, but misreading the situation, that aggressive apartment's posturing catches them off guards. And now, 30 seconds on the clock, and you just have to recover the C4, and you're not going to be allowed to. Kai, there's no chance here. Even if he can find the kills, the clock alone is his enemy.
Even the way that they take that fight down middle, like distraction towards the top of mid just to get the kill from the sideline. I mean, that's brutal stuff, and this is how it starts on Banana. It's utility damage. I mean, they're stacking it up here. It's pretty severe. Every round, multiple HEs are doing damage.
So what we were talking about before, like, I think it's important to contextualize, particularly for Molodoi. Everyone else on this roster, very experienced, right? At this point, veterans.
Yeah.
For all of them. Molodoi, extremely fresh to this level of play. Fresh to the experience of lifting a trophy. Fresh to the experience of playing in an arena, right? So there is that experience factor of being able to reset back into a studio game, back into a group stage game, back into an opponent that maybe you feel like you should have in the bag. It's just always being able to find that reset. You came off of a huge high. Everybody's talking about you. You won the MVP. You got a trophy. That is such an adrenaline moment. And then it's important to be able to package that back up and get back to the business that is getting through these group stage games, getting through these early games, getting over opponents like Hotu. So I do think it's important to contextualize that. Like, that is also a learned skill for a professional Counter-Strike player. And I mean, even for Yuri and Caserado, they haven't had a whole lot of trophy lifts in their history. So these are moments that you learn.
Could have
stumbles, maybe not the most surprising thing, but let's see if they can overcome this one. Finally, some penetration in towards a site as this bomb might actually get planted for the first time in a very, very long time.
God, the extra kill there through the smoke as well goes a long way. Trying to line up the spam there, but Moldoy's already pulling up on the flank right now. Too quick. Pull it together here now that post plant's feeling a little bit awkward, but Art giving him new opportunities, taking things in towards the church though. Yakindar,
he knows he's here.
Is waiting for him to pull things together. He catches him by surprise. It's just going to be one guy in the back corner with a Deagle here trying to buy enough time, but so much to go around here. Shots just aren't connecting out of the Deagle. Doesn't get a chance to follow it up on the Molodoi. Plenty of time for the defuse, and while Fluxo gains some ground, Furia take it right back.
Still the most successful round since the pistol.
Yeah.
They actually get some ground, they get some presence, they get some penetration in towards the site.
Might
be a bomb plant.
A learning opportunity to say, hey, let's ease it up on early Banana fights and say, you know, maybe we play out a round that isn't 5v3 from the start, and we don't die to utility at the start of the round as well.
Here's the timeout coming in, so I'd imagine this might be exactly what Tacitus is bringing to the table, talking to them, saying, look, we found some answers there. Let's see if we can implement them. Because it is 7-0 down right now. And maybe we can adjust the tempo here.
Yeah, Fury doing a great job of kind of realizing how Flux are going to start off the rounds in the early stages. They're fighting Art and Lukowski up banana. That is, you know, what feels like kind of obvious, but sometimes hard to react to. On Inferno to start off your CT sides. Fluxo wanted to dictate the pace on their T sides, and they got met by utility damage and smoke spam and early kills. So as you said, that timeout kind of needs to calibrate how they're going to work the start of these rounds. Put a little bit more emphasis towards that A side. That's exactly what we're seeing. And here we go. The totem pole still assembled in a long call here. Interesting to see this again. 2 rifles stacked on top of each other. 2 very effective riflers doing so. You think you have a chance versus K-Serrato and Yuri stacked on top of each other?
I don't think you do. I don't know if you do. It's gonna be tough for sure. Decenti's gonna peek into it, say, no, you know what? Actually, I don't want it. I don't want this. And they're gonna come back to banana off of that. It's the right read right now. It's just the one man. That one man has been a bit of a stumbling block for you.
Let's see what block utilities left here. This does have a smoke that's tossing around 50 seconds left. A little bit scary there, those shots above the barrels, but...
When does Fallen come back? That's the question. Now he started to begin the rotation back in. They haven't seen anything out towards Arch. They popped that smoke. They still don't see anything. So now he's going to start to get a move on, and you might see Moloday move pretty quickly as well, because the A players are detecting no presence. Interesting commit into the sandbags. Flashbang to set it up, and it works out beautifully. Now they've got the information. That dropped the bomb as well, so Molodoy can start to route on over. Fallen just trying to buy time. He doesn't have the utility to do it anymore. He's got to do it with the rifle, but he's going to do exactly that. Only 20 seconds. There's no time to spare, and Fallen is just locking this down. Hasn't even got the support just yet, but he's bought so much time off of that clock. And now Flashbangs can set up Molodoy, who on this smoke fade, is going to put one through the chest of Decenti. He's won it on the time now. Zevi just doesn't have any options. And the 8-0 hits the board as there is no mercy for Fluxo.
I mean, in the heat of the moment, so many small connections in between Fallen and Yukindar in this round right there. Late Flashbang rolls on up, blinds up the easy trade potential. Yukindar does monumental damage in that round as well. Sets Fallen up for a multi-kill on the site hold. Molodoy comes in with the closing, and time pressure really causing Fluxo a problem. So now Furia, they don't fall victim to these late B plays. They're still just as prepared. They're still using some of that late utility to full effect. And off the back of that timeout, Fluxo did, you know, try and read in those proper reactions, but don't get the advantage off the back of it. There we go.
Comes through, an opener. These have been few and far between for Fluxo.
If at all.
If at all, now that I think about it.
I don't know if they've had a single opening. Maybe on that that half by here, but what is Yukindar to do in this position?
My god, they're gonna try and boost.
They're gonna block him. Now they should realize.
Now, do they know?
It doesn't.
This guy think he was on a teammate, they don't know. He's turning around, oh boy, but it's 2 kills in the back. And now, complete devastation, a smoke pop to find one more off of Fallen. Molodoy, a rare miss. And that extends the opportunity, a 2-on-2, bomb can get planted. Fallen wants to make the playthrough, knowing that the bomb planter's on, but he's made his way out towards Banana. Sets up the clutch. Zevi on Yuri. Zevi wants his shot, smoke to close the angle, close the distance, knowing that he's going to leak out towards either side of this. Yuri's got some options. Expected a response, was waiting to maybe see if an HE had been picked up to pop that smoke. But he expects the creepy's got to get a move on. He has a kit, but still, time is precious. And now Yuri slides out, and Zevi, dancing behind the box, thinks he might have missed some windows here. No scope action, but it's the dig that seals the first round on the board for Fluxo.
He did something to lift off right there. Zevi able to provide just enough coverage. Huge time pickup with the 1v2. Feel the pressure rolling him up, and that could have just been even more frustration right there. Yukindar disrupting the attack. Zevi with the deagle. 2 important shots. And that's, yeah, I mean, I understand it from Lukowski getting flanked through the smoke like that. There was had to have been some sort of thought in their mind that, what am I bumping into there? Either way, Yukindar able to fly by, catch it by surprise.
Is this a timeout? This is a timeout. Okay, called through. I thought it might have just been a tech to set up Lukowski's audio. But okay. Flukes are recognizing that they need to be able to follow this up, that they've been given an opportunity now, and they need to be able to build. So the first brick has gone into the foundation of what could become a half a play. But you know what sucks? Is if you put that first brick in, then someone comes in and knocks it away.
Tough to knock down a brick that's kind of standing alone, right?
You just like pick it up and throw it, then start over. I think that's what Fury is planning to do.
Like a little Jenga block that's just standing on its own. One solo platform. Not much foundation here, but if they can disrupt it somehow, and more utility damage, more opening picks. Another phenomenal start. Look at the HP bars. It is drastic. And a 4v3. And they've already pushed down. They're contained to banana. There is no escape. Molotov has pushed down middle. This is ridiculous.
They don't know it yet, but it's just a matter of time. They're fishing a barrel right now. And these fish have to shoot their way out.
Well, this is a good angle for Zevi. Oh, never mind. He's playing up against Molotov. I forgot for a split second.
Pretty quick about those. Well, if there was any doubt that these players were all contained in towards banana, spotting the bomb has certainly changed that, and now it all falls to Lukowski. A 1-on-4.
That's off the back of your timeout. And Fluxo go back to what has been a little bit costly for them in fighting early banana. They try and challenge the utility and firepower of Yakindar on banana and Fallen, who's following up. And I just feel like there's nothing letting off the gas here. Molotov gonna get a second death there in quite the wild way.
Yeah, smoke push with the AWP might have been a bit bold.
But it was fun.
It was fun. 25 seconds. Surely there's no chance.
Make anything out of this clutch here. Push through CT. Oh, he spotted.
Would have been an interesting idea if he'd been able to slip away. But it is just another devastating round. You finally get something. You finally get a round. You take a timeout off of it to try and come up with a game plan. Your game plan's faster towards B, and you just get annihilated. Total contain on banana.
Throughout the whole half. If you want to fight for early banana control, you're going to have to sacrifice at least 2 players and a whole lot of HP. And that's just kind of the way that things are rolling right now for Fury up. So if you're Fluxo, you try to pace change, throw a wrench in the system. But you're going back into familiar scenes from the early game. And it is not quite going your way here. A little boost action. Fury spotting it out, hunting it down, and he finds one and a second. Not found, actually. Decenty putting up a little bit of resistance there, dodging some bullets.
That's an A1S moment. A4 gets that.
He got lured into running and gunning right there, and there is a little bit of inaccuracy.
MP9 gets that.
MP9 will probably get that. It would likely.
Art's crept to smoke. Classic art.
I love classic art. What can he do?
Or a Renaissance guy.
Yeah. Fair enough. Not as much smoke pushes, though, in that.
No.
But this timing is just perfection. And this is what Classic Art likes to get up to here. Threading the needle on the timing here. Now, his teammates do have to wait for him, though.
This is distinctly an art round, though. That smoke's going to buy them the time to do it without really giving away what's happening here. He's crept so far forward. They have no idea. They don't know. The A players have no information. And clearly the B players haven't thought about this on the contain. 25 seconds.
Oh, you can, though. Don't do it.
Just thinking about checking it.
Don't do it. Okay, he's turning away from the flashbang, so it's a flank. Easy pickings. Now need to find the follow-up, though. Not available. Fallen, can he put up the resistance? Look at this, man. Fallen locking it down from the new box. Another pickup here, still dancing, and he finds himself a third here. Going for the 4K. Fallen, knocking them all down just when you think there's a little bit of hope. It's stashed away here by the rifler.
The professor is a harsh grader, and you better pass with flying marks. Yeah, you might have found one trick. You might have found one trick, but that's not gonna pass his tests. The damage on Banana, again, just coming back to haunt them. They have 2 players who are just a wisp away from death. So Fallen can just dance around that box, find his moves, hit his pirouette, and log down B once more. A final round of the half! And Fluxo are thinking, please, anything around, I beg of you. That's my internal interpretation of our internal monologue right now. Cowsy, it will not be you.
It's 1 in 12 for him on the half. It just goes to show how difficult it is to work up Banana on this squad. It is a non-option. Said he was going to be one of the key figures. He's given the opportunities, and well, Decency going to create some new strides. Nice little pickup here, a 4v4, and the A site could be available.
Extremely workable now. If they have a smoke for Moto, yeah, he tries to get aggressive through the smoke. Art says, I've seen this one before.
Oh, gosh.
Probably need something to deal with Molodoy, though.
Oh.
That is something very nice to deal with Molodoy. Great shots being hit by Zevi. It's come down to just the one, and we do get a second round for Fluxo, so their prayers have been answered. Oh, I thought he was going to say something. He just scratched his nose. Fallen. Keeping me silent. Keeping me silent. Keeping Fluxo pretty silent in that first half as well. Furia definitely had the number of Fluxo. Very aggressive on their banana play. Very successful on it as well. Now Fluxo will try and do much the same here in the second half, Mr. Cole McHenry.
Yeah, there's 30 kills for Fallen and Yakindo, the two B players combined.
Ouch.
It just goes to show. Fluxo liked it in the first half there, hitting the B side. I feel like for almost every round besides the pistol and the last. Nice little sandwich of A plays for the half. Led them to 2 rounds in the end. We'll see if they can come back in the second half. We got a Hull's aggression, maybe a Hull's pop here, leaning up, but more towards the lane side. Gets Zevi peeking forward, and he's able to contain Molodoy, finding more success with the dual Berettas as well. So it could be a quick shutdown. Zevi finding everything here with his 2 guns. It just leaves Caserado in a pretty drastic 1v4. Won't be able to find much more ground.
Real key kills there from Zevi. The first one in particular, right? If you're letting them have full space, you're in trouble. So as the hit starts to come in, he knows they need to get something to be able to fight from. Fights into apartments, catches that kill. Now he's suddenly got a place to swing from, and things look a whole lot better. So that's nice initiative taken. Very nicely done from Zevi in particular. And, I mean, critical for Fluxo. This is their map pick. This is the only way forward. You needed the pistol. You got the pistol. First step, box checked.
Next step, you force buy.
10 more boxes to check.
You make it sound easy, you know. Just a little check mark. Check the box, win the round. That's the hard part, I guess.
These boxes?
Yeah. Bananas and oranges.
It wasn't counting. I don't know if there were 10 of them.
There's a good amount there. Maybe not enough to pull things back together here for Fluxo, but we'll see. They're going to have to start up against this pretty scrappy force buy here. We did look at a clear game plan for Furia play out there. Have Fallen and Yukindar toss down to HEs and find opening duels. So you expect that game plan to carry forward up against this second half with their T side.
Showing. And a Showis.
That's the end goal here. They got a little bit of a bracket smoke right now, but they just got left outside looking in on B side, and
this is
block molly.
Really dangerous. It is that one incendiary. There's some flashes to play with too, but if Art dies on this smoke fade, that incendiary can't be used anymore. Fortunately, he lives. Really trying to get a bit of spam. Lukowski coming into support. He's got a decoy, I believe. They're gonna go through this, somehow continuing to stack up the kills, unable to connect over on the Furious side, so it has worked out until... Oh my goodness. Can't be letting that happen. Zevi puts an end to it. But well contained for Fluxo.
Yeah, all things considered, not all that bad there. A little lineup with the Deagle action. Molodoi showing what he's made of in a bit of a parting gift, but overall, I think good utility there, setting up the anchors for success on that B side. See those counter flashes, and all things considered, if you're going to be giving them the space and allowing them to execute into the site with their smokes down, you get a boost and you also are able to throw flashes over new box. That means you're probably looking at a pretty successful round. Deagle in play, aggression down middle and through apartments, and they don't get caught by the Deagles. Looking like another clean round here for the Fluxo camp. Don't want to take any casualties. Give yourself as much of a chance to establish yourself here in this second half of Kai. A flawless one.
In that one. We need a translator. Live translator. Gronk, what did he say?
Gronk. Gronk is the guy that's translating for us.
I mean, he knows Soy Fiesta, right?
Is this a different...
I know that is bad Spanish, but maybe he can make it happen. I don't know how it's Portuguese.
See if we can get a nice little spike here down Banana.
Oh boy, he said he threw the smoke. Fallen's been dropped elsewhere off the HEs, but this is a lot of damage done onto Zevi and Art. They have come up worse for the wear, now the utility's back out for Furia.
This is a trade you'll take with a smile on your face here this early on into a round. Try and create some weaknesses in defense here at the moment. The A side is the vulnerability here. The early rotations from Art, maybe a little dump off of utility before he goes back in towards this A side. That does seem to be the case here. And now that you stacked up the util on Kai, so you have a bit more comfort, but that kill's not something you can afford. Yukindar still lurking through, Zevi wanting more information, and a half HP Art is what you have to lean on. And they're not sitting any extra resources. It will be Art and him alone to hold off this A side. For now. Doesn't seem like Furia are in too much of a rush, though.
They know they have time. They know that if they put more time into it, it keeps them guessing. It might spread out this defense. Now they'll start to execute. Now they'll start to move. But Art just has so much responsibility and he needs this kill. He can't find it. It's a save. 11 rounds hit the board. A little bit of a start to this half, but we just know how much more there is to play here for Fluxo. So a good decision to keep the guns out, not to risk them. It would stink to have to end this map on an eco.
Well, yeah, that would be the worst way to do it. Don't want to play up against this Furia camp with pistol, that's for sure. And again, I think Furia, when they get those guns out, they do exactly what their game plan is. They find an opening pick, they'll take an early trade, and with a 4v4...
I know that game.
All the time in the world. You ever play Source?
Briefly.
I used to play, it was actually my first Counter-Strike. I used to play gun game on Source, and I didn't really understand that you couldn't move and shoot. So I would really struggle with the rifle portion, but when you got the SMGs,
you were killing it.
I was fragging.
Played a teens of 1.6 back in the day.
I've never touched 1.6.
I can't say I really understood what I was doing. I was quite young. And no one would explain it to me. But it was in a computer room in Vietnam where I played a bit of 1.6. But really fell in love with the game during go.
Yeah.
A late adopter, one might say.
Same. But hey, it's better than adopting the game in CS2, am I right? All you youngins?
You're right. Wayne, you're right. No. There's never a bad time to fall in love with Counter-Strike. Zevi. Making that op sing out. It's the big gun in his hands. He's delivering for the team and for a second able to readjust on the shot. Follow on to see if he can get away with cheap there. And it's not to happen. Zevi is just everywhere on this A site. They haven't seen anybody else, but Zevi dismantling. Finally, they'll put him to rest. But not without a last laugh from Lukowski. Starting to find his footing in this second half. He's just dodging spam, dodging bullets, trying to survive here. Trying to find some further damage, and that damage will not be available. Fluxo commanding round, and it's all off that Zevi op.
That is my favorite form of Zevi right there. Floating around the map there, finding picks, never really letting off the gas. He is an opper that is constantly re-peaking, constantly taking further ground here. At least when he was playing at his most confident, I do think a little bit of that flash of flair has since fallen off in the last couple of years, but I mean, when he really first got a chance with Payne back in the day, he didn't know how to say no to an angle. So, I like to see that when you need something going for the side of Fluxo. That is one way to get it lifted off right there. Nice 3K. And a cooldown. Where is he up to now here? Seems like he's holding off of the bracket side, so not going to get a lot of early attacking just yet. Goodness, all this HE's rattle off all at once. Both Fury and Fluxo trying to time it up effectively to do even more damage. Not as much damage as they would have hoped for here.
I think Fluxo at this point, with how this map has gone, are just happy anytime they can get out of that nade exchange section without anybody on like 1 HP. They've got the bodies in the right place. They have 4 players here to defend A. Fluxo have read this. Still have to execute, but they've read it very nicely. Lukowski's tucked. Does he get hard clear? No, he does not, and he will punish them for it. Lukowski to the tune of 2. I've now stymied what Furia wants to do. Yeki, the next victim on in. It's all on to Art in defensive B, but his teammates have given him a red carpet. And now it falls to Molodoy 1v5, even if he finds Art. There's so much more work required, and he's trying to just go for the save. 20 seconds on the rotate. Zevi's gonna run him down, but find a little bit more than he bargained for. No op for you. Too tempting a prize, but that was the trap, and Kai was the punishment.
Lukowski, you know what that one means right there. Finding that 3K, holding off one whole side of the attack, trying to flow through the mid to B, and ended up getting completely shut out. At the hands of Lukowski. A timeout from Furia here. Things are getting a little more tricky than they would have hoped for. These T sides not as easy as that first half there. And as you said, utility damage not as effective. You're not finding those opening picks. You're not finding multiple of them on Banana here anymore. So we'll see what this timeout leads to here as an adjustment. Feels like positionally they're surprised by how Fluxo are rotating throughout the map here, and I think that's what they need to take some time and discuss. You watch that double clear towards Library. That's where they're expecting the defense to be, but Lukowski's tucked in that other corner there in free fire on 2 backs turned.
It's heavy down middle.
Versus the AK?
Don't test that, man. He's been heating up.
A little bit more early and active here towards the A side of the map right now.
I mean, with the limitations on the gun, seems like they might want to go for a more explosive play. Lukowski and Zevi chime in for a few sustained engagements. Eventually, this man will go down, but he's done so much damage in doing so. And Zevi, to obtain his angles, go back with the sidearm. Teammates to support. And no chance for Furia. So this lead has evaporated. That is a happy Tacitus right now. There's just 3 rounds that separate these two squads. And considering how that first half went, I didn't even know that we were going to get a game here.
Absolutely didn't feel like it, man. And you can see that Fluxo now starting to believe as well. All of a sudden, a little bit of inspiration in their camp.
I mean, even in this rifle round limitations, right? Molotov onto that Tech 9.
Not a lot to bring into this round here. We'll see, like, again, pace change. A little bit more high octane here for the side of the T's here. Queserado forward facing on these Banana fights, not hanging back. They're taking apps control a little bit earlier. It's been the adjustment off the back of the timeout. And it seems like something Fluxo are willing to concede here. Late Banana retake control, flashes. Doubling down here. Another HE lands on top of Queserado. He's walking wounded. It looks like Fluxo trying to give Fury a taste of their own medicine. Smoke spam not as successful though. Arc goes down to half. He's left on an island now.
The big silver lining for Queserado is there's no more HEs near here. The last one's over in the apartments. However, might be headed back this direction. They've been turned away from Banana, it seems.
This is where the rotations, I think, are again catching Furia by surprise. 4 players stacked over towards this A side, trusting in Art and Art alone on B. Not even the op positioned here, so you have to deal with that as well. You're just starting to work through Brackus control. Bad timing for falling on the swing means he'll fall early, and they haven't been able to take this space at all.
They're not going to know about Lukowski. Tucked into the corner, but Yuri sniffs it out just in the nick of time. Able to snap over for the kill on Dissenti as well. Time is getting low, 25 seconds, but Zevi, he's going to have his vision distracted, geist off by smoke. Bomb can go down and advantage Furia as they seek out map point. Where's the money at? They can risk this.
Should risk it. Keep him away from 12 here. Molly tossed in as well. Will it flush anyone out? No, not quite. Forces an adjustment, but another Molly sit back and return is going to slow this down.
This positioning in towards mini pit as well. This crossfire might be too much. Sectioning off of that Molotov. Zevi down, and now at this point Art has to slink away. There's just not the clock for it. The op can be retrieved. That's a huge prize. Wants to keep Furia into this, it seems, but eventually he's going to have to grab that thing and get out of here.
It's planted for Pip, but towards CT he's going to die.
Well, he's definitely dead. Wanted the extra damage. Finds it. Only one survivor over on the Furia side. Decided that that was the best use of the finances. And now one more round. To be fair to Fluxo, you can't take it with you.
That's fair. Yeah, you can't save it for next map. So you're trying to weaken the economy at the tail end. That does seem to be something they're fine with. They have the full buyout coming through here, still fending off against what is going to be map point.
I was going to say no head armor for Art, but that seems to be a choice. And there is a Galil on the other side, so I guess we'll see if he gets headshot by a Galil specifically. Not the most likely result, but Yakintar with a nice opener does make that a little bit easier. The AK does the damage. Galil not required. They're losing the bodies. They're losing the numbers. Lukowski is at 1 HP, walking wounded. One stray bullet, a chip off the block will kill him, and that's all that's required. Now the bomb goes down, and a massive retake is necessary with the smoke to block their path.
Both of them have to work their way through. Flashbang and HE following it up here, but with utility out, that smoke gonna reform. Serrano, smoke spam. Flashbang's good, but blind fire gonna deal with the rest. And Zevi
can't back away.
He's looking for consolation prize. Make this KD look a little more pretty, because this one not going his way, and it doesn't even give a chance there. Serrano with a closing headshot, and it feels like just when Fluxo thought that the comeback was real, that's where Furia put it to rest.
Look, it's good for Fluxo to get a pulse in that map, right? Yes, it's really tough. That was their map pick. This is a massive mismatch, shall we say, of competition. Being able to run it back there on Inferno would have been a huge shot in the arm, but at least getting a pulse, getting some energy in that second half, saying, you know what, we can outplay these guys. We can shoot back. We can silence them. After you were getting stomped out in the first, that's got to feel good. But the reality is it was still stomping. When we look at sum total of what that map looked like, that was still Furia all the way. That was such a strong showing from a Furia squad that we were expecting to bounce back from. And now they get a chance to just seal the deal on their own terms, on their own map pick, and just make this the 2-0 that you would expect looking at this matchup on paper.
Yeah, it looks to kind of get this stage 1 performance here in Pro League back to business as usual for this team. Expectations are that not only do they make it through this stage, that they are a contender for this whole event. So, you know, there's tough teams in stage 2, a lot more tough than their victory, you know, and so I have to expect that this is a roster that isn't going to fall down into elimination scares, especially not up against kind of a domestic rival that you have a little bit more motivation to beat.
You do. I want to give credit on to Zevi. He did perform quite nicely, right? We saw some big moments from that op, and that's got to feel good, especially when you're going up against a team that is at the top of your domestic scene that has chosen to go outside of your country to find an opper, right? Being able to give them a taste of what you can do has got to be encouraging as well for a player that once upon a time had a lot of shine back in the Pain days and has since really fallen out of the spotlight, I think, for a lot of the conversation. It's nice to see Zevi showing what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just what he could bring to the table here. It's that aggressive opping style that he does possess that can change the game. I think you have a lot of really good aggressive pieces. Worried about that T side that they brought there. You're looking at a pretty, you know, bleak performance for Lukowski in that first half, but brought it back in the second, as you said. That pulse here gives me a chance that they can at least do some damage on this next map, not completely out of the picture.
At least show us a better time. Give us a better footing. Come out the gate swinging. I want to see some balls to the walls Counter-Strike from Fluxo. We'll see if we get it after this break.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESL League, where challengers take their first step.
Yes, I'm enjoying.
You gonna destroy everyone?
Yes.
Hell yeah. That's what I wanted to hear. Hell yeah.
This discounted prime NAF lot. No Grand Slam price tag on this one. And your grandma?
Loquacious, 21 points.
Good luck in the tournament, boys.
Fucking brain rot. Sheesh, Naf looking extremely handsome in that pic.
I did not consent to surveillance.
Solo hold of this side that racks him up, sends him back.
sweet is time for allowing you and I to exist in the same lifetime. Warm and divine, spark in our eyes, we're flying high. I'm feeding alive, I just wanna dive right in. Stars have aligned, I'm watching you shine, I've met my desire. Being with you makes my soul sing. Oh, sometimes the grass is green on both sides. This might be my sign. Oh, how sweet is time, time. Oh, how sweet is time. Oh, no.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Katia.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League, to the B stream specifically, where the B stands for best, and it also stands for Brazil right now, because we've got a matchup between Furia and Fluxo going on down into the second map. Furia coming out the gate, storming. Fluxo, a little bit of a recovery there in the second half, but still they got battered.
Yeah, I mean, it still felt like a bit of a one-sided affair. I like to see that comeback effort come through out of Fluxo. Not really getting blown out by this Furia team that maybe we kind of come into it expecting. But we'll see how much that fight carries forward. Like we said, it's their map pick in Inferno, so now Furia get their map pick of Mirage. You expect even more of that success to come through on that T side, and it's going to create some big challenges.
And we've got our guest analyst has popped in to the studio real quick, so
It's ready.
Let me see if I can get his opinion on this matchup. If we could just bring up the cams real quick. Guest analyst. What do you think? What do you think about this game? He's not. Well, you can't see him. He's gone now. He's left. It was my dog Noodle. He a big Furia fan, actually.
He was really excited to see map 2. He loves Furia's Mirage, so he busted on in here, ready to watch some of the action breakdown. But yeah, not a lot of thoughts on this game from Noodle.
No, his thoughts are basically that he likes cats. Panthers are really just big cats. He'd probably be friends with a panther.
Good point.
Although they don't always like him, so that might be dangerous. We'll keep him away from the Panthers. And Fluxo would like to keep away from the Panthers' fangs as well, because they got shredded by him in the last.
Yeah, in this case, it turned out to be Yakindar and Fallen in that first half that were the real fangs of this Furia camp. I mean, still very capable is Yakindar in terms of fighting down Banana. That is almost home turf for what he brings. He feels so comfortable on that side of the map. It's lovely to watch him combo with Fallen, not only on that side of the map, but I feel like on this team, just well gelled, well mixed together, a lot of trust in between these two, where it feels like they're so willing to listen to each other's game plans. That's something that Fallen has mentioned, that Yakindar has mentioned, is that the trust that's been built between these two players that are very vocal, that are very leadership orientated, is present. And you know, as much as it can be the case where too many ideas can be a bad thing, I feel like if you're able to mix and match, that does provide a lot of value. And it's honestly something that when you looked at the vision between Fallen and Art, it wasn't there when they were playing together.
Yeah, Fallen's recently been on a bit of a media tour, popped down to Snake and Banter, was really heaping praise on Yakindar and what he was able to contribute, at times, like saying that he's like calling whole halves if he's really feeling it, and for whatever reason Fallen's not having his feeling on the tempo. So compared him to players like Fur in particular, in terms of just sometimes having that feel for the pulse of a game and going for the play. So very high praise coming through from Fallen on that one. And I think in general the atmosphere seems pretty great in this Fury camp. They all seem to be meshing quite well, which, you know, if you looked at it before the move was made and you said, all right, they're bringing in a guy we know nothing about from Kazakhstan. They're bringing in Yakindar, who's coming off of some disappointing stints on Liquid. They're going non-Portuguese speaking primarily for the first time ever as a roster. How is that going to mesh? How is that going to gel? You would have had some concerns. Turns out, great on all accounts. Like, everything's been great. This has been a fantastic move for Furia. Everything's worked out.
It's been an unbelievable revival for Yakindar, who I think a lot of people would have cast aside towards his tail end of Liquid, right? I don't think there was anyone that came through and really was very excited to see that this was an opportunity he was granted. But I'm so glad that we didn't watch him kind of fall away from the top levels of Counter-Strike and enter into how deadly the Tier 2 environment can be right now in Europe. I wanted to see him continue to play things out, and now to see him actually lift trophies with this squad, it still feels like there's so much more to give with his performance, and having this revival is so promising. That is some double-jointed behavior right there, if I've ever seen it.
What the
Oh my god.
Arms aren't supposed to bend that way.
No.
Mine don't do that.
He should start playing the game backwards.
I think if I saw him hit a headshot backwards, I would actually lose my mind.
That'd be the coolest trick shot of all time.
Someone unplugged Decenti's arms and plugged them back in, because they're not supposed to do that. Zevi.
Good with the dualies last time.
He was. Had himself a real nice go. This time he's got another set of dualies behind him in the hands of the double-jointed mutant of Decenti. Decenti. Decent flexibility off that, man. No shots just yet landing, but Zevi starts to find him, finds his damage. The dualies doing their work. And descending on Decenti. Back down below the Balk. Will not save him from the fury of Fallen's Glock. Bomb planted down now. There's a smoke and a flash to make this retake work, but critically, there's not a kit. You better get a move on here, Art. And I'll do exactly that.
Not planning for Fallen here, so I think a large responsibility going to be put on the shoulders of Serato here.
Fallen the distraction, though. Perhaps. The prod out of the ramp. They expect this, and Art's cleared out Serato, so now Fallen's in a tough... Well, never mind, he's dead. So, not a tough spot anymore. As he has been dealt with. No need for a kit. No need for the util either. Get it done with the pistols.
Quick sit. Art getting himself nice and refreshed here for the closer. Fallen's still looking sharp as can be here, this time on the pistol, but they just couldn't sustain the amount of damage that Zevi is able to do with those dualies. And Senti following it up. 1-0, another pistol round going in the favor of Fluxo to try and lift off on the CT side. Try and set the tone. The Force Buy is prioritizing a lot of utility here. Instead of getting those Galils out, it's smokes, it's flashes that they lean in on instead. This means they got him good execute queued up. Maybe a split mid B up catwalk. And only a duo left to deal with, an ump, as well as a bit of resistance here from Art. This is interesting.
Don't see a ton of those. Nice kill on the other side. Did they expect Art? The Molotov hasn't dealt with him, and now that ump is going to come into furious effect. Good damage done. Off of the SMG and just one man. Molodoy and a Deagle, and no chance to pull the trigger. Zevi deals with that. Nate actually got a kill.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I thought maybe a chance there if he lands that one D. That's 2 kills all of a sudden. It's a 1v1. And a flash, but instead, well put together there. Shut down the cat play completely, and not much ground there. The multi-kill out of the ump of Art, very valuable.
Hero rifle. Fallen drops that over. Says Serato, my guy. I know what you can do.
Go and win us this one.
Have you considered simply killing them all, Serato?
They're
all going to bait for him with the Glocks. I like this. Distracted. Uh-oh, that would have been a really nice nade. Doing it with the guns is alright, too.
That would have been so much damage right there on unarmored Glocks, but yeah, the rifles will work just fine.
Corner Monster stole that one.
Yeah. Sometimes they stick out a little bit more than you expect. Flawless.
That's tough for the utility damage, though. That would have been a cheeky 200 UD.
ADR? Think about the ADR.
Gotta get the DAR! Someone probably would have gotten an HLTV fantasy booster off of that.
2 HE kills. I think that's the one.
It's helpful.
Are you in the fantasy league this year?
I am. Am I doing well? No. No. Is my repeated faith in North American players costing me a lot? Probably yes. Things much to consider.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least you're reliable. This guy, reliable on this B side, walking down that opening and not allowing them to take any space whatsoever. Another crunch coming through towards the underpass, and Kowzy with the Deagle looking to close it off there. Just fine that DCT goes around the corner instead. Fluxo are off to a roaring start here, 4-0.
They're loving life. Loving this turn of play, certainly after the last map.
Defense continues to hold things together here for him.
Fury is starting to think Hotu thoughts.
Uh-oh.
Don't think Hotu thoughts.
Can't think Hotu thoughts.
Can't go O2. That's a Hotu.
No.
O2.
Otherwise, people will start thinking that win was a fluke, so...
Little discussion happening here. Off of the timeout. Have to let that one breathe. Tech9's out. Bit of investment into this round as well with the utility. Would like a bomb plant, presumably, to make good on it. They baited out the initial incendiaries and the first con smoke, which is what they were hoping for. Now they'll start to make their move. Slight presence towards mid, so there's opportunities here. Yeah, K-Serrata working up from the underpass. Now they got this ground, what do you do with it?
Gonna work up Cat again. Senti being such a thorn in their side. Not allowing for that to pass here, but that's a lovely shot from Yakendar.
He wants the gun.
Wants the gun, won't get it.
Yeah, that might have been a bit much to ask, but now you can try and overwhelm Lukowski, which seems to be the game plan, and they're going to be able to do so indeed. So now, weaponry upgraded for sure. Nobody in position over towards Ticket. This could be a bomb plant. Hard's trying to correct that error, but has to be careful not to overplay his own hand. He's burning down to 0. And now it's not just about denying the bomb plant, it's about trying to recover the round. Zevi on this smoke fade is betting on himself, and that is not a bet he can pay off. Kai is thinking, you know, I actually like this gun. I would like to hold on to it. That is a disaster for Fluxo after such a hot start to this map, dropping against the Techs. Furia find their footing.
I mean, just a lovely shot to open things up for Yakendar, and as you said, trying to hunt that gun down maybe a little bit too much. Having a little bit of backup, though, is just the right touch. Yuri chased it down that trade. And I think that if you're Fluxo, almost kill Kai was in the danger zone right now. They're going to walk past each other. But if you're Fluxo, you're probably thinking, okay, they threw the window smoke, they threw the con smoke, rather. That's a play towards the B side. And in a moment of opportunity, Furia then pounce on the connector play that presents itself, and then that catches Fluxo off guard because they're in rotation towards B, and it ends up being almost a happy little accident, but a very good mid-round call to take advantage of the spots that were given. So an eco round to lift off the back of a timeout. And if you're talking about kind of stomping down on the momentum that you possess, losing rounds like that, gonna be feeling a little bit of pain.
Oh, it's a different Brazilian roster.
Oh, they're feeling Furia right now, sorry.
Mid control largely conceded here again, though this time Kai's getting some looks in, and Yuganti Senti really wary about window. Oh boy, it's Molodoi who comes up worse the wear, both survivors of that op exchange. Sorry, that wasn't the op either.
It's a rifle, yeah.
The op's off here. I thought that was a leg shot coming through, but the op's chilling in apartments.
Side feeling really reliant on this connector presence here. Thought there was a player boosted up on the seal, but instead he's stuck on under Balk here. Lukowski having to deal some damage. Yikinder going to overlook this angle, forces the shots off immediately. Does he find anything extra? Just holds him out one spray and pray. And somehow managed to thread a trade. 4v4 here and still holding a confident angle. So Lukowski, he's going to walk away there.
Pre-fire on towards Art. Damage comes back the other way, and now Zevi's under pressure. Shot missed, but a nade kill elsewhere to try to run this down. Molodoi, combat offing up against Zevi on the other side, but that's the bomb dropped. And Queserado trying to recover, just doesn't have the time on this clock. 8 seconds, he cannot get this bomb planted. This round is over. He's just going to try and save the op.
Takes it crucially out of the hands right there. At least picks it up for some sort of prize here. The Fluxo immediately bounced back, so the pressure of losing that half by there instead is a quick bounce back opportunity.
Nicely alleviated, for sure. Stymieing Furia, yeah, they're going to be able to get a buy off of this. Especially thanks to that saved AWP. Ouch! Looked like he hit it like a freeze frame jump pose.
Yeah. I mean, that one landed perfectly on his feet, just boosted him up a little bit. No cartwheels. Zavi taking a forward fight here. And he is at risk. They're already close by. You think, is there going to be a flashbang for this position? And how long does he want to stick around here? Not too much longer. I wonder if they hear this runaway as well.
Molotov in the window. The window is burning. They're grouping up for the A-take. Okay, Sorada would love to start it off with a bang. 8's pretty good. Oh, boy.
Nice throw. Good Zevi right now. He is fully exposed to A main. Doesn't die, though. Bit of a misspray there in the motion, but Zevi finds the trade, and Yikinder sends his crosser up high.
Blind!
The blind transfer. This one feeling a little bit out of control here. Kai trying to save it, but Yikinder tracks him in the smoke. It doesn't look like he needs to see his opponents.
I think there might have been a silencer sticking out there somewhere, looking like an awkward hedgehog. Either way, Yikinder with a fearsome 3-piece put together. And this time, of course, they can build. 5 players surviving, starting to build back in, breaking down the economy over on the Fluxo side as well. Nice op shot out on that one. We didn't see the silencer kill, but I'm pretty sure there was just a little...
It was maybe some poking out there.
Barrel sticking out.
Yeah.
They do that.
They betray you.
Just saying, another pitch for the A4.
I'm with you on the A4 wave sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's easy to spray with the A1.
They got the right sight. It's just pistols, but they got the right sight.
I don't expect it to be that quick here, and now Yikinder is starting to realize there's a little too many bodies around that corner.
Take my gun.
That is a good cue.
Run with it.
To say, let's go somewhere else.
Well, Fallen's saying, you know, I could get some eco kills and keep them away from a gun.
He's just doing his job, making sure they don't pick up the rifle.
Oh, 4 bullets.
Falling back, giving the ecos over to someone else. Molodoi will take them. Here to put the finishing touches on it. 3-5. There you go. There's a little bounce back coming through from Furia.
Well handled. Now for Fluxo, it's about the response, right? You took the eco here. You've already had such a nice start to this half. You're on the CT side. You're on defense. You need to get more out of it. We can't let the momentum totally swing back the other way. We got the ump back for Art.
Oh, yeah.
We got an op. Trying to peer over this mid-smoke. Not going to happen. Pressure applied towards B early. Art and Kai trying to plug the vacuum here, but out the window they go. Flashbang's lethal, but Kai's vision is clear. The transfer can't get it. And so for the moment, Art continues to prove a nuisance. Rotations are on. They're out by the van, and a swing into his old comrade. Oh boy, Decenti's here in time now, and it all falls to Molodoi. Art finding some magic here. making himself an absolute nuisance. Now it means that the new guy has to try and pick up the pieces of the puzzle, and they're all over the kitchen floor.
That's a beautiful hold there from Art, dancing all around. With the ump again. Not the first time he's been challenged on that B side with the ump. We finally see a more decisive call from Fury as well. I think they really wanted to stick the knife on in this T side. And instead, they get pushed right on back. Game plan spoiled there by the Art multi-kill.
I mean, we're calling for a response. Who better to give it than Art? Set it up in the first map. A lot of history between Art and Furia.
There's no one that's more motivated to head into this matchup and be able to come away with the victory here than Art for the side of Fluxo. Trying to pull the strings here, able to stay elusive, but this time, Kai just walking out in towards middle. That's easy pickings for Moldoy. Now, a lurk out towards the A side. I think Lukowski trying to register something that doesn't realize in time. Zevi caught surprise, and now Yakindar realizing how much resources are still on this A side. Not going to speed him up towards B, so they're going to stick around. And they're getting plucked apart there, but Art still able to fall around the edge of that smoke here. And now that's going to lead them in towards this B side.
Now they've figured it out. K-Serato's still here. Still a real problem. Because he's down below half. A 1v2. And he's got time to pick up all the pieces he could possibly want.
And up in Palace, I believe?
Well, he doesn't really seem like he wants to do this.
No.
I'm very surprised that he's not going to attempt that, to be honest. I guess the op is valuable, their money's on the ropes, but in a 1v2?
Yeah, the issue is you got all of his market to recover. They kind of know where you are. It's not easy. If he made the instant decision, I could see a world. Maybe makes a catch jump, something of that nature, but the fact that he kind of went on a bit of an excursion, it's not going to lead him with many opportunities there. So a full belt of utility and AWP. A kit. He's walking away with quite a bit of opportunity. I do wonder here, after we watch that CT side of Furia completely shut out Fluxo. Limit all of the key firepower pieces of that camp. How much they can afford to really give away in this first half.
Conversation going on there. Seemed like primarily between Lukowski and Decenty. See if they're going to attempt something a little bit interesting here. Lukowski solo towards A initially. So that's quickly rectified. And he's going to get aggressive. So here's what it is. Here's what they're trying to set up. He was describing to Decenty presumably what he wants on this flashbang. There it is. Didn't work. Did not work. Decidedly did not go to plan. It's nice when you can see a plan come together. Like someone talks about at the break, you obviously see them discussing and then they put it into execution. Less nice when they just get destroyed.
Yeah, it feels like Fury also saw that plan coming. I mean, both players were looking at the wall right there. Both were playing dodge flash. If he would have turned that corner dry, he probably would have found a couple. But neither one of them blind by the A aggression flash here. Decenty following through here on this play doesn't really give him much. Going to be instantly dismissed. This is a 5v1. I don't think Sevi's going to walk away with his op. Towards the tail end of the half, you're going to want to rip this out of his hands.
Fury hungry. Sevi looking like a snack. Stuck in con. Desperately trying to keep the sniper up, and it's not happening. Team ace for Furia. Always fun to see.
Aggression all over the map right there, and Furia one by one are able to put it to rest. Nice shots from Maladoy.
I got a question for you.
What's that?
Taking us totally out of this moment of this round. Nice round for Furia, for sure. If you're in a game of Counter-Strike, what feels more satisfying to you? Pulling off a crazy clutch or calling something out of spawn that your teammates perfectly execute that works?
Calling something out of spawn, I think, is better for me. At least in like league matches. Because I call pretty fast-paced plays. And so then I get to sequence those calls together. Where I do one thing and I do another thing, you know? So it all builds upon each other.
Well, that's a nice call. This time the link up between Lukowski and Decenty works for a 1-for-1 trade. Not bad. So that's a play called.
Yeah, you get the AK upgraded as well into Decenty. That's a trade that you'll take when you're in these sort of half buys here. Unfortunately, Art doesn't have an ump. Seems to be one of his better weapons.
Up on the boxes? No, he's just under the window. Okay, couldn't quite tell from the mini-map.
He's been playing it here quite a bit under the window, and he's been finding multis.
He's a nuisance, man. He is a nuisance. Looking for this headshot.
Ooh.
Not been spotted. Gets a dink. Dancing around. Zevi follows it up. Art continues to be a problem, and Zevi here with the big dig is delivering. All onto one man. That one man is quite capable. Moldoy now going to the AK, but he doesn't quite realize there's still a player just under the lip. When will Zevi strike? He won't. So Moldoy has the chance to slip away. Went back to the op as well, his favorite gun. Rocking up the underpass. Is he going to be heard? Yes, he is indeed. Decenty has clocked him. And he's knife out for the moment. Decenty can finish this. The drop down, the cross. He's made it. And can play it safe. Now he knows where both these players are coming from. And they don't quite have a perfect vision on what he's doing. Chance for the shot. But nimbly dodge, and Decenty will not allow him to pop a second. Moldoy looking like he was creating something magical, but it's Fluxo to close the half.
Here's another hot one. Watch it. Run it back.
Now that's more like it, Fluxo. A little bit of a lead here as we head into the second half of play, but their woes did come on the T side. You nicely called that out here, Cole, so this could still spell problems for Fluxo. They got to show us that they got the gumption here on the attack.
A couple flashes. It's going to be a fast B rush here. Smoke already pulled out by Fallen, and he's going to give over the space right now, try and lean in on his teammates coming through in support here, but it still seems like it has to be Fallen. Alone on the site, now getting help from Catwalk as well, allowing for Lukowski to scale. Yakindar, again, has Fallen's back here, and Yakindar continuing to strike through, looking for all the frags. Decency left last man standing, can't last long, as Molodoy able to pack a punch, and it will be staved off there. The aggression put to rest.
Happy slaps from the coach. City.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Molodoy, my god. That is quick reactions as well. You don't see a off-spawn B-rush with the classic, you know, market door or market window smoke and a couple of flashes. I like that Fluxo kind of keep it old school. Although you see why it's not as common.
Not as common.
Pretty tough to make work there in the nowadays.
Nice. Usually if you keep it old school, you do kind of need to win.
Yeah.
There's a reason why the old school is old.
Works in matchmaking, though.
Yeah, well, keep that one in mind, folks, watching at home. Check in your game, see what happens. Better yet, join ESL League.
Yeah.
Check in your open game. Bet you it works there. Could
Even
start
works
your
in
path
face,
to the
to be
Pro
honest.
League.
Works just about everywhere besides when you're playing up against some pretty sharp aimers on Fury, although Dissenti has some good aim of his own. Uses that only Deagle that's invested here to full effect, and Yakindar's kind of caught in some trouble, but also only up against blocks. Shouldn't have too much trouble breaking down these kills. Quesarado coming in as support, and we're tied up.
Sharp. He's sharp.
He is sharp.
Very sharp. Not dull.
Oh.
Sharp.
Putting the hammer to the sword right there. The grindstone, as you say. Spinning that wheel.
Getting all the nicks out. But you don't want the spark. You want the sparks. You don't want the smoke.
Gold sparks are good.
Smoke bad.
Yeah.
Maybe a little whistling.
Oh.
Cowsey not whistling out of this one. Bullets whistling by him.
Oh my
Look
god.
at this damage. It's the util. It's Inferno all over again off this early CT util.
They've got all of the B side cut off.
All right. Well, that side of the map closed for business. This mid player getting encroached upon doesn't even know it yet. Probably already dead.
But Dissenti alive and well and catching them by surprise. Gotta convert, and at least he does. But as you said, how is he still alive? He's able to make his way through connector. The flank, though, is going to be fast.
I'm actually surprised by how much patience Quesarado's showing on this outbound underpass. They're trying to stall them out and let Yakindar come back through, which he might do, but the bomb's going to get planted. This is getting more difficult. Well, okay, that alleviates some of the pressure. That's what Yakindar was waiting for. Now both these players are in pretty tough positioning for it. You still have Quesarado in towards middle. So as they've been distracted, now Quesarado will start to get activated. He's losing teammates, though. It's all onto Art. 2 health in this nade. Cannot miss these shots, and he won't. Nade would finish it, but Quesarado's trusting in the guns, and he's running out of time. Has to force the issue, which he will. Time enough, I think, just about for the defuse, but he doesn't have a kit, so this is coming right down to it. Oh, it's a squeaker. Whew, that's a clencher. I don't know how much time there was to spare, but a fraction of a second at best.
Stone cold right there, you knew it. Never want to be in a position where you're up against a low HP bar and you get caught with utility out. So I was nervous he was going to get that nade going and drop to the swing, but instead Quesarado just hunts down his prey. Wins the round in just the right time. All things considered, though, I feel like Fluxo getting away with a lot there, considering the positioning in the 4v5. They almost struck on that A side in time. They're going to try a pretty pacey A play once again.
Yeah, they're going to overload here. Million nades. That's the title of this strat. Smoke off everything, flashbang everything. Yuri, blind as a bat, still able to track Art. That's the echolocation in action and flying out the smoke. That's a second one delivered. They're trying to harass him, but he's got teammates now coming into support. And Yuri, still standing strong for a moment, buys time for Quesarado, all under one man, V3, and a nade will not even allow him to see.
So composed there from Yuri, man. That's a high stakes position right there. When you're committed and all alone on that A side, you don't really have a lot of help. You're going all in on being able to fight through the execute, and he managed to make it work. Look at this opening pick there on Art. I don't know how he's able to track his aim right there. Just feels like muscle memory going through the reps. Playing a little bit of that defender there.
He just knows Art so well. He actually knows the path he takes jumping out of.
Yeah. I've seen you do that once or twice. You love to get yourself tucked in towards Firebox, which I mean is a pretty common play when you're on these pistols to try and clear out under bulk, but you're already just staying elusive.
Well, no, actually, it's a bottom con smoke. I was gonna say missed window smoke, but no, it's all good.
I don't know, man.
No, that does appear to be a bit of a perhaps miss. It would give you cover coming out of underpass.
Yeah, maybe like a lurk smoke there, but
it was one of the running variations, so those can get trickier to hit properly.
Wonder why throw in that running variation. Either way, some jump spotting from Fallen with a forward position. I mean, he is so loud about his spot. That deep molly. Not going to force Kai off. He knows he has a timing now. He knows he has potential. And this deep utility is going to set up Fallen for failure unless he can deal with Kai. They're going to ask for a flash. He's going to jiggle out. He's going to take the duel outright, and Fallen punishes. Fallen looking so fearless. Yeah, he will be punished eventually, though. And a trade back and forth here. They think there's some space. Descenti, look at his aim.
Look at this flank, though. Look at this flank all the way through. Yuri's actually going to be sucked into the apartments because of all of that damage was done, so this has worked very well as a fake. Molodoy's pulled back off as a result of this, and now he's starting to hear the action coming in towards A.
Flashbang.
It's too frisky on these looks. He can't give his own life up.
Oh.
Before his teammates can get active.
Oh.
That was the worst possible path to take for that one.
This is a save.
Try and go for an airstrike for maximum speed and actually just stalls you out right in the opposite angle.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. No chance.
Oh my god. Okay, no, he didn't die after time. I thought the missed shot that it just happened there, left it to like the time
genuinely that
expiring.
was a gift. You could have waited those 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was 1 second when it turned over. But I thought the whiff was a little bit of a blessing in disguise there. Either way, they'll take the victory and do so in stride. And it's like you said,
look at this. Oh.
Jumping right into the ankle.
I understand the idea. You're trying to hit a cheeky strafe to just offset his aim, but unfortunately, you did drop right into him.
It's also a flashbang that didn't quite land on Moldoy either. So what could have been just a pretty comfortable bomb plant, if you avoid the wall bangs, it ends up being free fire for Moldoy to change the advantage.
Started to have some pretty nice numbers, as we expect, from the young superstar. Falling back away. Kisserado. More than capable. This is looking like a non-starter for Fluxo.
Some of these shots looking pretty nice here, but it's all just consolation. Taking some of these kills here. Fluxo going to be forced into their timeouts. And again, it's these T-side woes that are costing them. Feels like on the Furia camp, this time we're getting a little more case of what like players like Yuri can do on the anchoring, which we didn't really need to see a lot other than the pistol round on Inferno. We're getting to see what he can do on the A side. We're seeing what Fallen and Help can do, the way that he's able to stay alive and find these kills. And so the multis that are coming through out of the defense, the kind of missing trade opportunities from Fluxo, it's still a problem here that's presenting on Mirage.
Well, not a lot of time to find solutions. Now is kind of the moment. One of the solutions that has presented itself in the past is the offense Sevi's hand. It's a little trickier to work on the T side, but he's got to do it. They prioritized it. need to be able to deliver. Seems like this is going to be a crunch towards middle. Kisarado could be under threat as a result of that, but, well, he's already done a kill, and now he's away. So, never mind. He is the threat.
I feel like Lucasi's been forced into the same fate as Banana, where he smoke spammed on the T side every round. And there's another one. T side just can't really get going for him. This is one of your lead pieces here, and HE's doubling up. It does feel like more of Inferno. Art and Lucasi down, a 4v5, and it gets even worse. Xavi and Ducenti left last standing here. Can they recover?
They're both low as well. Down around half. When this window smoke fades, they're going to be very exposed. Opportunities for the scope, maybe. But by that same token, a lot of danger, and now elimination on the line. Fallen diving out of the window. Series point locked in. Furia just need one of the next 5, and they are moving on into the 1-1 pool. Water's nice in the 1-1 pool, I hear.
Yeah.
Like Nuke.
Like Nuke. It's nice and blue.
Nice and blue.
It's pretty in picture. And that is where Furia maybe even didn't even expect to be, but they'll happily find themselves when they're down 0-1. The quick recovery, and really able to get their confidence back up against this Fluxo squad. We're going to roll it back one more time here. One more test for Yuri. On the A side here, Molodoy, advanced angle, no flashes. Lucasi down once more. This looking like it could be more of the same.
Oof. Ouch. Owie. Lucasi's bones. Really having a rough time with this. Straight down for the 1. Answers are here, though. It all falls to Descent. Manages to collect onto the first. 2 more kills to find, and as he tries to retrieve the bomb, Quesarado will keep that from his fingers. Furia with the 2-0 triumph over old friends over on the Fluxo side of things, and revenge for Art and Tacitus and Kai will have to be delayed to a different day. That's the Furia that we expect. That's the Furia that's tops in the rankings, that's coming in here as the high seed, that's been turning heads and dominating stages in this world of Counter-Strike. That is the Furia that we need.
Absolutely. That is what we come to expect right there. And as we can see, again, just a whole lot of love in between this squad and Fluxo and Furia, but things go about as we'd expect, right? I think that's Furia kind of leaning in back after going 0-1 is business as usual. You see maybe some challenges and some really good defensive measures from Fluxo throughout this series, but their T side's not up to snuff. And, you know, if you look at what you're hoping for out of players on Fury, it's these big multi-kills. It's Yuri having the impact. It's Molodoy floating around with the AWP. Quesarado playing well off each other. And even Yakindart and Fallen, which has been such a luxury to see on Inferno play on the B side of the map, is just dominant. 30 kills in 1 half between those two is incredible work.
It's every piece of this roster right now is clicking, is hitting exactly the way that you need it to. Perhaps the biggest surprise of that, as so many of us have said at various points, Fallen himself, is just how good he's been rifling. I know Quesarado was calling him Old Man Dunk for a while. I don't know if that nickname stuck around, but like, this guy's been a revelation considering the role swap at this late stage of his career. Just constantly rejuvenated, like it's the fountain of youth. So very good to see for Furia. This is what we expected to see, and certainly as well, when you consider it's domestic competition, they just want to be beaten up on them. They always do. It's a little bit of the, you know, old teammates. You want to show why.
Yeah,
you made those decisions.
We're doing all right.
We're
doing okay.
Actually,
you know, Art having a good time over here. So yeah, it's definitely the case for Furia, and that kind of trend going to continue. I'm excited to see that we're not seeing much of the blues come through from Furia as well. Obviously, I think it was a wake up call losing that first matchup. That is going to spring you right back into that intensity, knowing that okay, we let things slip here. Let's get back into the tune.
Look, you know, they might be great. They might be championship caliber, but sometimes you run into a Norbert, and that's just too much to overcome.
It's Norbin time.
Sometimes it's Norbin time. Sometimes it's Norbin time. Norbert beloved. And cool to see Ho2 as well, right? I mean, the reality is with a team like Ho2, they're a little bit of the mystery bag where we just haven't seen them at this level of competition. And so you don't know until you start to see if they're having success. Maybe they are the surprise and the delight of this Pro League season. They're going to catapult their way and make a run.
Yeah, sometimes there's those surprises here in Pro League, and again, you know, starting off 1-0, I think Ho2, as much as they aren't necessarily expected to thrive in towards stage 2, I think there's still a potential. If they can take down a team like Furia and shut down that firepower, anything's possible at this point. So it'll be interesting to see how they carry things forward. They can keep it up.
Will be indeed. Meanwhile, for Fury, I think really a team that we expect to be contending for the trophy this season of Pro League, right? We're talking about the group stage at this point. We're talking about the Swiss pool. The reality is we expect Fury to make a run.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just deep playoffs. I think they're contending for a title here again, and that's something that we want to see here, especially when they missed out at Fissure there versus some of the top levels of teams there. Not everyone really coming to that event there. I kind of want to see if they can beat up against those bigger teams.
We'll see if they can. We got a man here to talk to us about it. We've got Fallen on the line. Fallen, congratulations on that win.
Hello, guys. Yeah, it was a good game. Happy with the win, and now we're 1-1 in the competition, trying to come back from yesterday. So happy with the performance today.
Speaking about that coming back from yesterday, what do you think went wrong against Ho2?
I think they played a very good game, and we definitely had some struggles on the city side overpass. There were some micro decisions and some micro moments where it costed us a lot of city rounds, and then they were able to convert the first map. And on those two, it became a hard match because we lost both pistols, so that's already like 5 to 6 rounds. And they were playing very aggressively. They're getting some good play. So I think Ho2's playing well at the moment. Is completely deserved for them.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about now, after you guys take that loss, you're able to very effectively bounce back here versus Fluxo. I mean, this is competition maybe that you're familiar with and you guys got a good read on. But the way that you guys started off this series, knowing that you needed to get off to a good start there, I mean, you and Yakinder are combining really well. How does it feel to get 30 kills in between the two of you in that first half of this series?
Yeah, it feels good. I think we had a good game plan against them on what to do on Banana. Yakinder is always looking for how the opponent playing and which things should we be doing, and it worked perfectly. We had a lot of good moments, and yeah, I think we played a good series. And props to the preparation that we had. We prepared to this game very seriously. We knew that all the other teams they have their own way to play, and if you don't know how they're gonna play, it can be very difficult to play against because they have a lot of micro decisions and they have a lot of micro things on their strategies that can catch you off guard. So we made sure to watch a lot of things to make sure we understand how they're playing and what they think of the game, and make it a little bit easier for us.
Now, I've got to ask, we were talking about it in the game. I think K-Serrata told me in a previous interview that he was calling you Old Man Donk. Is that still the nickname in the server right now?
Stereo Donk. Yeah, Old Donk. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's there.
Well, we certainly saw the moments in this one. Congratulations on the win. 1-1 pool for you guys. Great job. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Good luck to Flux next game, and thanks for cheering, guys.
All right. Old Man Donk, Old Donk in the server, rocking on out. Sometimes it's happening. And when both B anchors are hitting 15 kills in a half, I'd say it's happening.
That's Donk-esque. That's definitely Donk-esque there. So
decidedly.
Good work there coming through from the combo there. I love to see the connection between those two. And again, always nice to talk to Fallen.
Always good to talk to a legend of the game in Fallen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to wrap up our show. We're going to call it here on the B stream, but tomorrow there's more Counter-Strike to come. There's more ESL Pro League to come on through. So we'll see you next time. Good night for now, everybody.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Katia.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Go, go, go.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
All right, let's do this.
I need to find a way out, a way out. I just can't find the words to say now, to say now. Still holding my breath, still counting the steps it takes to get to you. Yeah, counting the times I crossed the line and felt judged by you. I'm not bulletproof. Yeah, banging on your door till you finally come through. Heart is so dark, can't say what I want to. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to feeling like I'm heading in the right direction? Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? I spend my time in the shadows looking for proof, but I can't open the blinds no matter what I do. I'm climbing the walls, but I fall and blame it all on you, and blame it all on you. Banging on your door till you finally come through. Heart is so tight, can't say what I want to. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to feeling like I'm heading in the right direction? Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh, yeah. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? Finally come through. Heart is tongue tied, can't say what I want to. Cause I feel like I'm heading in the wrong direction. Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you?
Can get a little bit crazy. Everybody's moving so fast.
marksman, got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me